Chapter 1. The Continent of Kanglan. Southern Region, Yinzhou. In a dilapidated hall of the Qingtian sect, nestled within the Qingxia mountain range, Jiang Chen stood beside a wooden bed, gazing at the white-haired elder lying there, who had already kicked off the covers and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Master, you deceived me, and that's one thing. Now that you are dead, at the very least, could you leave behind something useful? Get up and take a look for yourself. What on earth is all this?" Jiang Chen swept his gaze across a few books and a sect master's token in his hand, feeling utterly despondent. The covers of the books were extravagant. An uninformed observer might mistake them for legendary cultivation techniques. Yet inside, apart from a rudimentary body tempering manual, the rest were utterly unspeakable contents, such as collections of alluring images of aloof fairies, guides to the 10 most seductive courtesans, and registries of widows within 1,000 miles, among countless other absurdities. "I must have been blinded by foolishness to believe you, old man," Jiang Chen sighed, tucking the books into his robe. He then stepped outside the hall and chose a picturesque spot to begin digging a grave. Half an hour later, a sizable pit was already formed. Jiang Chen laid the now stiff white-haired elder to rest within the pit, erecting a grand tombstone for him. After all, he was the master to whom he had paid his respects. Though this old fellow had tricked him into ascending the mountain, he could not allow him to rot in the wilderness. Having completed this task, Jiang Chen toyed with the sect master's token, lost in thought. In truth, he was not originally from the Kanglan continent, but had traversed from a planet known as Blue Star. That fateful night, he had just emerged from a barbershop after a haircut. Little did he know, he would slip on a piece of watermelon rind and find himself flying headlong into the road. As a result, he was struck by a speeding tricycle and flung several meters away. When he awoke, he found himself in this wondrous world. Upon realizing he had crossed over into a realm where cultivation was possible, his excitement knew no bounds. As a denizen of Blue Star, he had read countless tales of transmigration, fully aware of the intricacies involved, which transmigrator did not possess a system and sweep through their new world with ease. Thus that day he stood tall, gazing imperiously at the sky. "This overwhelming fortune has finally come to me, Jiang Chen. Tremble, you wretches without cheats." The autumn wind howled, his hair and robe billowing as he displayed an enigmatic confidence with his tall stature and handsome visage. Yet soon, he found himself in a state of panic. For no matter how much he called out, the indispensable system that every transmigrator possessed never made an appearance. As half a year passed without any sign, he was forced to accept the disheartening truth that perhaps the novels were mere fabrications, and those fantastical elements did not exist at all. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he encountered the old man lying in the large pit. That day, the elder, upon seeing him, was awestruck, exclaiming, "Young friend, you are truly remarkable. With your physique and countenance, you are a cultivation genius like none other in a billion. Join my Qingtian sect, and I assure you will ascend to the pinnacle of the continent." After a flurry of flattery, the elder shattered a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds with his head, leaving Jiang Chen utterly astonished and prompting him to bow in respect. He subsequently followed the elder to this dilapidated Qingtian sect, but before he could utter a word, the once vigorous elder collapsed onto the bed, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. After thrusting a few books and the sect master's token into Jiang Chen's hands, he weakly uttered, "You are now the 99th sect master of Qingtian. I have no more ties to this world. Farewell." With that, he breathed his last. Ding! The sect master's token has been detected. The invincible sect system of all realms is currently binding. A melodious female voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Is this the system speaking? Jiang Chen, lost in memories, was taken aback by the sudden voice in his head, muttering to himself in bewilderment. This was the voice he had longed for. Never did he expect it would appear today. Was he merely overthinking and hallucinating? Ding! The invincible sect system of all realms has successfully bound. Name: Jiang Chen. Age: 21. Identity: sect master of Qingtian. Cultivation: body tempering 5th level. Techniques: basic body tempering method. Backpack: none. Body tempering realm: Qi gathering realm, Dan condensation realm, space breaking realm, out of body realm, celestial soul realm, sovereign realm, human sovereign, earth sovereign, heaven sovereign, saint realm, saint king, saint emperor, quasi-emperor realm, great emperor realm. Haha, it's truly a system. The novels do not deceive me. Jiang Chen has finally risen to prominence. Jiang Chen exclaimed, his doubts evaporated as he stood in sheer jubilation, gazing at the system interface before him. Ding! Host, please do not be overly excited. The system may be delayed, but it will certainly arrive. The system's voice comforted Jiang Chen. It feared that Jiang Chen's overwhelming excitement might trigger a heart attack, causing it to fall into an indefinite slumber. How can I not be excited? Do you have any idea how I have spent the past 6 months? Jiang Chen shouted at the system. Though the body he had traversed into had low cultivation, it was exceedingly handsome. In a small town, he was undeniably the most striking figure. Countless young women aged 18 to 40 had their hearts set on him, longing to pull him into their rooms for nightly serenades. Had it not been for his quick feet, he would have been buried under a mound of grass by now. Apologies for the suffering you endured, host, the system replied apologetically. Jiang Chen smirked triumphantly. Now that you realize I have suffered, you ought to compensate me. Speak of your functions. Ding. This system is known as the invincible sect system of all realms, designed to assist the host in gathering highly talented disciples, expanding and strengthening the sect, creating brilliance, and becoming the invincible sect of all realms. Accepting a personal disciple will reward the host with a legendary treasure chest, containing one true immortal summoning card with randomly selected treasure rewards. Accepting an inner sect disciple will reward the host with an epic treasure chest, containing one Emperor Peak summoning card with randomly selected treasure rewards. Accepting an outer sect disciple will reward the host with a rare treasure chest, containing 2 Saint Realm Peak summoning cards Saint, Saint King, Saint Emperor, randomly selected with randomly selected treasure rewards. To ensure the sect's peak combat strength remains invincible, the host's personal disciples must possess no less than 10 ranks of talent. Talent is graded from 1 to 12. Inner sect disciples must be of 9 to 8 ranks, and outer sect disciples must be of 7 to 6 ranks. And used summoning cards can be exchanged for higher ear summoning cards at a rate of 100 cards for 1. The system possesses a detection function that can sense highly talented disciples rank 8 and above within a certain range and lock onto their whereabouts. Summoned individuals will heed only the host's commands and execute any order given. My goodness, this is the rhythm of taking off. After hearing the system's introduction, Jiang Chen's smile was wider than a cannon. If he could gather countless highly gifted disciples, wouldn't the Qingtian sect be teeming with true immortal emperors, allowing him to stride across the Kanglan continent with ease? At that point, he would. System, where's my compensation? Jiang Chen inquired. This system was utterly clueless. Having finished introducing its functions, it failed to mention anything about compensation. Apologies, host. This system cannot deviate from its parameters and cannot provide compensation. But rest assured, this system is the invincible sect system of all realms, far superior to those inferior systems. I have a starter package that will enable you to stand atop a realm with ease. The starter package is that impressive? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Jiang Chen regarded the system with skepticism. If a starter package could indeed elevate him to the pinnacle of a realm, then perhaps no compensation would be necessary. Yet, the credibility of the system's claims was questionable. After all, if it were so powerful from the outset, what purpose would he serve? To play? Ding. The system is devoid of any deceptive settings. All statements are truthful. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim the starter package now? The system's emotionless voice resounded. Yes, claim it now. Jiang Chen's voice was tinged with excitement. With the system stating so, what more could he doubt? Ding. The starter package is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for attaining Emperor-level cultivation. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme Emperor weapon, the Dragon Soul Sword. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 Emperor Peak summoning card. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 billion top-tier Spirit Stones. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 sect module. As the last note fell, the aforementioned items appeared within Jiang Chen's system backpack, while the Emperor-level cultivation was directly infused into his body. Whoa, I'm taking off. It's truly happening. The system is indeed forthright. Jiang Chen exclaimed as he felt his cells being transformed, releasing a sound of delight. His cultivation surged like a rocket, breaking through the levels in a fantastical manner. Peak body tempering, chi gathering realm, Dan condensation realm, space breaking, out of body, human sovereign, saint quasi-emperor, all the way to the first level of the great emperor realm before finally halting. Boom! The aura of a great emperor erupted from Jiang Chen. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning crackling ominously as the surrounding space fractured in an instant. The nearby peaks crumbled, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Ah! Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock, hastily retracting his aura. If he allowed it to spread any further, countless lives within thousands of miles would face utter annihilation. Wow! The might of a supreme being is truly terrifying, Jiang Chen marveled, his face a mask of astonishment. He could hardly believe that this chaos was of his own making. At that moment, he felt as if every single one of his countless cells was like a galloping stallion, brimming with boundless energy. The world around him appeared as if it were a mere puppet, under his complete dominion. Master, you can't blame me, I simply lost control for a moment. I promise to offer you more exquisite collections of beautiful images in the future, Jiang Chen sheepishly remarked as he surveyed the flattened peak of the Qingtian sect. His rather negligent master, it seemed, had been reduced to nothingness, utterly erased from existence. What a fine sword, what a fine sword, Jiang Chen said, retrieving the dragon soul sword from his system's inventory, his eyes gleaming with delight. This sword measured 3 feet in length, its entire body a resplendent gold, radiating a chilling brilliance. An imposing dragon-shaped phantom swirled around the blade, emitting a series of thunderous roars. Nearby creatures of the air and land cowered in fear, trembling on the ground. As Jiang Chen reveled in the sword's presence, a youthful voice echoed from nearby. "Grandfather." The roar came from that direction. The treasure must be there. An elderly voice reprimanded, "Though I may be old, my hearing is not diminished. If you can hear it, do you think I cannot?" Soon, an old man and a young boy appeared in the air, landing close to Jiang Chen. Their eyes were fixed greedily on the dragon soul sword in Jiang Chen's grasp, revealing their covetous intent. As for Jiang Chen himself, he emitted no discernible aura, causing them to overlook him entirely, perceiving him merely as a fortunate soul who happened upon a precious sword. Earlier, when the heavens had darkened and thunder had roared, they had been hundreds of miles away, believing a rare treasure had emerged, hastening toward the source. Little did they expect that upon arriving, they would hear the roar of a dragon that commanded the submission of all beasts, leading them directly to Jiang Chen. This sword is incredibly powerful, easily of the holy weapon grade. Today truly feels like a stroke of extraordinary fortune, the elder exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he fixated on the sword. Spirit weapons, treasure weapons, king weapons, emperor weapons, holy weapons, imperial weapons, extreme Tao, imperial weapons. It is well known that holy-grade weapons are coveted even by the strongest of the sacred realm. Most quasi-emperors wield such weapons. One can only imagine the exaggerated value of the sword in Jiang Chen's possession, yet it was already firmly his. "Kid, quickly hand over that sword to this old ancestor. If I'm pleased, I might just spare your life," the elder declared with a contemptuous sneer, addressing the still-playing Jiang Chen. He felt no fear of any tricks from Jiang Chen, for he was the sole ruler within 1,000 miles. "Hurry up. My grandfather is a peak heavenly soul expert. If you anger him, you won't even be left with your whole corpse," the boy jeered, echoing the elder's taunts. "Huh, how audacious of you to attempt to rob me. Truly despicable." Jiang Chen shot a sidelong glance at the pair, a smirk playing on his lips. He grasped the dragon soul sword, tossing it toward the elder. Let the sword fly a bit longer," Jiang Chen remarked, standing still with an amused expression. He had long sensed their approach, but had chosen to ignore them due to their inferior cultivation. Now that they dared to provoke him, they would soon learn the consequences. Quite perceptive of you," the elder said, grinning as he reached out his left hand to catch the incoming sword. "No." Suddenly, the elder bellowed in fury. Before his hand could even graze the sword's energy cleaved through, and the dragon's soul sword, with unyielding force, pierced through his chest, pinning him against a nearby hillside. "Who are you?" The elder gasped, his eyes hollow as he gazed at Jiang Chen, his words trailing off as he breathed his last. "Grandfather!" The boy cried out in terror, rushing to the elder's side. "Grandfather, what's wrong? Don't die. What will I do without you?" His voice trembled, unmistakably filled with dread. In an instant, Jiang Chen appeared beside the elder like a specter, a broad smile on his face. "Elder, don't blame me. I did offer you the sword, you simply couldn't handle it." With a flick of his hand, the dragon soul sword reappeared in his grasp. "Senior, please spare me. I had no part in this. It was my old wretch of a grandfather who brought me here. I've long thought him a nuisance. Your actions are a great service to the world." The boy knelt, trembling and bowing repeatedly, pleading for mercy. If he still failed to realize that Jiang Chen was a concealed powerhouse, then his years of existence had been in vain. Now, his only hope for survival lay in disassociating himself from his grandfather, praying for a chance to escape with his life. "Grandfather, I am left with no choice," the youth murmured inwardly. "Huh." Jiang Chen scoffed as he glanced down at the boy, delivering a chilling reprimand. For such a character, hastening his journey to meet his grandfather was the most favorable outcome. Beep. A disciple with extraordinary talent exceeding the 10th rank has been detected. Please, host, incorporate him into the sect as soon as possible. Just as Jiang Chen dealt with the two individuals, the system's announcement resonated. The first was actually a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Truly, the system operates with remarkable efficiency. Looking at the panel displaying the extraordinary talent disciple's position, Jiang Chen wore an expression of elation. He was on the verge of unlocking a legendary treasure chest. How could he not be thrilled? Inside lay a genuine immortal summoning card. If he could summon a celestial being, life would surely be vibrant and delightful. However, before accepting disciples, the sect must be properly established. Observing the barren peak of the Qitian sect, Jiang Chen retrieved the sect model from the system's backpack and tossed it upward. The system indicated that the extraordinary talent disciple was currently unharmed. Once the sect was built, he would bring him back. Otherwise, it would be absurd to have the disciple return to a desolate sect. Boom. The sect model expanded dramatically, and when it settled atop the Qitian sect's peak, it had grown immensely. It snugly adhered to the mountain, complete with all the essential structures, and enhanced by a high-level spirit-gathering array. An abundance of spiritual energy began to converge, resembling a place of the celestial beings. Excellent, excellent. Now this resembles a proper sect. Jiang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the scene before him. Just the sight of the Qingtian sect's architecture exuded the grandeur of a prominent faction, a stark contrast to the previous dilapidated ruins. With the sect established, it was now time to summon an assistant. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to utilize the Emperor's Pinnacle summoning card from the starter gift package. Beep, successfully used. Summoning a powerhouse at the Emperor's Pinnacle for the host. The system's emotionless voice had scarcely faded when a rift tore open in the nearby space. From the pitch-black void emanated an enthralling aura accompanied by unknown roars. Soon, a burly man clad in coarse fabric, with a square face and a bushy beard, emerged, wielding a massive blade. He emanated a ferocious aura, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling fear in all who beheld him. His subordinate, Li Dideo, a robust figure clad in coarse cloth, knelt on one knee before Jiang Chen to pay his respects. His ferocious aura instantly retracted, transforming before Jiang Chen into a docile lamb, refraining from any transgressions. Rise. Jiang Chen inclined his head slightly, then inquired, "What cultivation technique do you practice, and why such volatility?" The earlier ferocity emanating from Li Dideo was truly disconcerting. Had he not been aware that Li Dideo was summoned, he would have undoubtedly fled in terror. For with his current cultivation at the first level of the Great Emperor realm, he was woefully outmatched by Li Dideo at the pinnacle of that level. Reporting to the sect master, "I cultivate an imperial-level technique known as the violent blade art. This technique is immensely powerful and indomitable, once unleashed. It is a fight to the death." Li Dideo, upon rising, once more bowed in response. "Very well. With you here, I am at ease," Jiang Chen remarked, patting Li Dideo's shoulder with a visage of satisfaction. The system-produced great emperors are indeed of exceptional quality. Even among the pinnacle, Li Dideo is undoubtedly a top-tier existence. It is my duty to relieve the sect master of concerns. Anyone daring to harm the sect master of Qitian sect must tread over my corpse, Li Dideo declared, brandishing his great blade with a stern expression. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded, observing Li Dideo with an impassive demeanor. "Dideo, I must venture out for a while. You shall guard the sect, and in your spare time, tend to the flowers and plants within. Do you understand?" Li Dideo, wearing a serious expression, acknowledged. "Yes, sect master. I will certainly safeguard the sect and care for the flowers and plants." "Go then." Jiang Chen waved his hand. Subordinate takes leave. Li Dideo performed a salute before striding directly into Qitian sect. Once Li Dideo departed, Jiang Chen tore through the fabric of space with a wave of his hand and stepped slowly inside. In the southern region, Yun Prefecture, Ling Snake Mountain Range, a vast gathering of disciples congregated in a square belonging to the Divine Intent sect. They faced a young man in black, bound and kneeling before them, pointing and gossiping. "Isn't that the 9th-ranked disciple of the inner sect, Yi Shao? What crime has he committed to be tied up by the law enforcement hall? You really don't know? This Yi Shao attempted to assassinate the grandson of the Grand Elder and was caught red-handed by the law enforcement hall. Now facing execution according to sect rules as a warning to others. Wow, the 9th of the inner sect is to be executed just like that? How outrageous. He doesn't meet the conditions for execution, but who told him to offend the Grand Elder's grandson? If not him, then who else? Daring to offend the Grand Elder's grandson? Death is hardly unjust." A group of onlookers reveled in the misfortune, indifferent since it was not their lives at stake. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in elder robes approached the disciples, channeling his cultivation and declaring loudly, Inner sect disciple, Yi Xiao has wantonly harmed fellow disciples, though promptly stopped, preventing a grave error. His refusal to repent reveals his malicious nature and utter lack of conscience. Thus, I, as the elder representing the law enforcement hall, hereby pronounce the death penalty upon this irredeemable disciple, for all disciples to witness as a cautionary tale. Yi Xiao, kneeling on the ground, uttered no rebuttal to the elder's words. Instead, his eyes blazed with fury, fixated on a seductive woman nestled in another man's embrace. His expression seething with a desire to rend the two into pieces. Yi Xiao, are you furious? Ha! Your anger is futile. The man, embracing the alluring woman, stepped before Yi Xiao, a smug grin on his face. Daring to offend me, Wangxing, death is your only outcome. Yi Xiao ignored Wangxing's humiliation. His expression contorted as he shouted at the seductive woman in Wangxing's arms. Zhou Qian, why have you done this to me? Why? I have given you everything. Why conspire with him to frame me? The last words were nearly a roar, as he summoned every ounce of his strength to voice his anguish. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment. For this woman, he had sacrificed everything, prioritizing her above all else. Even his enmity with Wangxing was a consequence of his devotion to her. To his utter astonishment, she and Wangxing conspired together to betray him, a reality he found utterly incomprehensible. The seductive woman sneered disdainfully, Night Owl, your feelings are but a one-sided infatuation. I, Zhou Qian, never held you in regard from the very beginning. If it weren't for your incessant provision of cultivation resources, I wouldn't have even deigned to cast a glance in your direction. Young Master Wang has promised that once you are dead, I will be admitted into the inner sect immediately. His word holds greater weight than all the gifts you have bestowed upon me. If you truly care for me, why not sacrifice your life to fulfill my desires? Wouldn't that be better? Ha ha, ha ha. Night Owl laughed uproariously. Yet within that laughter lay an abyss of profound sorrow. He never anticipated that all his efforts would be perceived as mere unreciprocated affection in the eyes of others. He loathed himself for having fallen to such depths for a woman like her. Prepare for execution, the elder enforcer bellowed. A disciple of the enforcement hall drew his sword, aiming it at the head of Yi Xiao, poised to behead him as a spectacle for all to witness. Stop. This young man shares a bond with me. I will protect him. At that critical moment, Jiang Chen appeared beside Yi Xiao with a smile, with a single wave of his hand. The disciple wielding the sword was sent flying, rolling 18 times upon the ground before finally coming to a halt. Hiss, who is this person? Daring to come to our divine intent sect for protection? A group of disciples from the divine intent sect gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment. The divine intention sect, one of the 4 foremost sects in Yunzhou, is home to numerous formidable practitioners and has never permitted outsiders within its ranks. The sudden appearance of someone like Jiang Chen at the main peak of the sect, especially without an invitation and in a position to obstruct the execution of justice by the law enforcement hall, constitutes a grave provocation. Were it not for his strength and connections, Jiang Chen would meet a dire fate. How audacious! Who do you think you are to come to the divine intention sect and protect someone? What right do you possess? The elder of the law enforcement hall bellowed, his face contorted with fury. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his hands, prepared to eliminate Jiang Chen, this audacious young fool. For within the entirety of Yuzhou, he was acquainted with the notable powerhouses. Moreover, he was aware that the younger generation whom those formidable figures valued did not include someone like Jiang Chen. Thus, he would not permit a person devoid of any backing to live and challenge the dignity of the divine intent sect. Very well. The sect master shall impart to you the meaning of qualifications. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers at the law enforcement elder, and a force instantaneously shattered him into a mist of blood. The elder is dead? The disciples of the divine intent sect on the plaza were rendered completely speechless. They were eager to witness how the law elder subdued Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was merely of their age. What strength could he possibly possess, aside from relying on his elders? To their astonishment, with merely a flick of his finger, their law elder erupted in a violent explosion, instilling sheer terror within them. Run! This is utterly frightening. A voice cried out, and the stunned disciples immediately scattered in all directions. It is worth noting that the law elder possessed the cultivation of the heavenly soul realm. To vanquish him so effortlessly indicated an extraordinary level of power. If they did not flee promptly, they might very well be the next victims of an explosion. Young Master Wang, should we not escape as well? Exclaimed the enchanting woman beside Wangxing, her face a mask of fear. He could not fathom how Night Owl, that insufferable sycophant, could be so fortunate as to have such a formidable ally come to his rescue. Do not panic. It is not yet time to flee. I have already informed my grandfather, who will report to the sect leader. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold, Wang Xing replied with composure. However, he still chose to distance himself from the enchanting woman, for he did not wish to become ensnared like the enforcers, missing the impending drama. Night Owl, I shall see whether your strength prevails or if it is the sect leader's prowess that triumphs. Wang Xing and the alluring woman concealed themselves beneath a tree, their expressions laced with amusement. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the fleeing disciples of the divine intent sect. Instead, he waved his hand to free Night Owl from his bindings. He has come to accept disciples, not to annihilate clans. At this moment, his system panel displays detailed information on the Night Owl. Name, Night Owl, talent, 11th rank, age, 19, cultivation, 7th layer of condensed and. Physique, slaughter body, not activated. The slaughter body is a physique that attains enlightenment through killing. The more beings one slays, the more formidable one becomes. Experience, orphaned at a young age, he wandered until the age of 10, relying on his talent and determination to join the divine intent sect as an inner disciple. He developed a fondness for Zhou Qian, an outer disciple who entered the sect alongside him and devoted everything to her. Ultimately, he was betrayed by Zhou Qian and the grandson of the Grand Elder of the divine intent sect, leading him to a state of desperation. Night Owl is indeed the target of his journey. Jiang Chen displayed a kindly demeanor and patted Night Owl's shoulder. Young man, I perceive your exceptional talent. You are a rare genius in cultivation. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Jiang Chen endeavored to present himself as a figure of wisdom. After all, everything was for the sake of the treasure chest. Night Owl was initially taken aback, then, with a hint of concern, replied, Esteemed senior, it is an honor for me that you would consider me, but there are many formidable experts within the divine intent sect. It is truly not worth risking yourself for someone as insignificant as me. Therefore, esteemed senior, you should leave quickly. It would be too late otherwise. Night Owl's face was filled with urgency. He has been without parents since childhood, and the only woman he cherished sees him merely as a stepping stone. The fact that Jiang Chen chose to intervene during his most perilous moment deeply moved him. He could not afford to be a burden to Jiang Chen. The divine intention sect, apart from the law elder, possesses 7 or 8 elders of even greater prowess, along with an inscrutable sect master. Even if Jiang Chen is formidable, confronting so many skilled opponents simultaneously is a daunting task. If he were to accompany him, it would only invite further caution, potentially jeopardizing his own life. His temperament is commendable. Jiang Chen, with a composed smile, addressed the young man, stating, I dare to come to the divine intention sect to recruit disciples, for I hold it in little regard. Now, give me a decisive answer. Will you join or not? If not, I shall leave immediately. Jiang Chen's words brooked no argument. He was confident that under such circumstances, Yi Xiao would make a prudent choice. Not regard the divine intention sect with respect? Yi Xiao was taken aback in astonishment. It was the first time he had ever heard such audacious words, at least in Yunzhou. No one dared to so brazenly disdain the divine will sect. However, now that the matter had reached this point, he found himself with no alternative. Believing in Jiang Chen's words would grant him a chance at survival. Otherwise, he would face certain doom. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, the Night Owl knelt and bowed deeply to pay his respects to his master. Disciple Night Owl pays homage to master. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Jiang Chen beamed with joy and gestured for Night Owl to rise. Good. From this day forth, you shall be my first direct disciple. Ding. Congratulations, host. On receiving a direct disciple, you are rewarded with 1 legendary treasure chest. A chest radiating golden light appeared in Jiang Chen's backpack. My disciple, is there anything else you wish to conclude here? If not, I shall take you back to the sect. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the dazzling chest in his backpack. He yearned to unleash his vengeance immediately. Yet he recognized that such actions were evidently inappropriate. It would be wiser to return to the sect in tranquility. Master, I have 2 archenemies who I wish to eliminate before departing. The Night Owl's face was filled with animosity as he gazed at Wang Sheng and the beguiling woman who concealed themselves beneath the tree. He knew that his heart would never find peace in this lifetime unless he dealt with these 2. Oh, merely 2 insignificant insects. I shall procure them for you, Jiang Chen declared. With a mere gesture towards Wang Sheng and the enchanting woman, they instantly materialized beside the Night Owl. Disciple, Swiftly eliminate them, so that we may return to the sect, Jiang Chen urged. Master, your strength is truly remarkable. Night Owl exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing how the two, who had just moments ago been hiding beneath the tree, now stood before him. He had never before witnessed such a miraculous power. Now, he completely believed in Jiang Chen's earlier words. Night Owl, do not act recklessly. My grandfather is the Grand Elder, a revered powerhouse. If you were to kill me, he would not let you escape. Wang Sheng collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of terror. He was utterly unaware of how he had arrived beside the Night Owl. The occurrence was undeniably bizarre. Humph, your grandfather is the gatekeeper, and you shall perish. Night Owl bellowed, channeling his power into a devastating punch aimed squarely at Wang Sheng's head. Bang! Wang Sheng's head was obliterated, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Night Owl spared him not a second glance, instead directing his gaze towards the enchanting woman. The unmasked hatred and murderous intent emanating from him left the alluring figure pale with fear. Please, Night Owl, do not kill me. I was coerced. It was that beast Wang Sheng who forced my hand. Zhou Qian pleaded, kneeling and clutching at Night Owl's pant leg, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Take me away, won't you? I've longed to escape this den of iniquity. Once outside, we shall wed, and I shall bear you many children. Would that please you? Zhou Qian gazed at Night Owl with hopeful anticipation. In the past, a mere extra word from her could have kept him enchanted for an entire night. Now, having offered herself willingly, she was certain he would not remain unmoved. Zhou Qian, had you uttered such words yesterday, I would have been blissfully overcome. Night Owl initially displayed a mocking expression, but his countenance swiftly shifted to one of fierce intensity as he declared, But how could I allow you to manipulate me now? Even as death looms, you continue to flaunt your seduction. I, Night Owl, must have been blind to be captivated by someone of your ilk. Embrace your demise. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a punch that obliterated the alluring Zhou Qian. Boom. In the instant of her demise, a crimson light emanated from within Night Owl, absorbing Zhou Qian's essence and vitality. His aura surged, and his dark hair rapidly transformed to a vibrant red, swiftly reshaping him into a red-haired youth. Severing ties leads to enlightenment. The heart of slaughter has gathered, and the vessel of carnage is now awakened. Observing Night Owl as he absorbed the life force, Jiang Chen displayed a look of astonishment. He had originally intended to inquire about how to activate the Night Owl's physique, but unexpectedly, he activated it himself. A delightful surprise indeed. At that moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair, his face radiant with excitement, appeared in the square, anxiously calling out, "Shen, where are you? Grandfather has arrived. Come out quickly." Behind him, several formidable figures followed closely, gradually descending onto the square. "Look, the sect leader and the elder are here. These two are doomed," someone remarked. Daring to wreak havoc in our divine intention sect without recognizing their own limitations. Another added with a smirk. This Night Owl thinks he has found a stronghold, unaware that it is merely a futile struggle before his demise. On the other peaks, distant from the main summit, the disciples of the divine intention sect displayed expressions of excitement. As disciples of the divine will sect, it is truly a profound humiliation that they have been compelled to hide within their own sect out of fear. Now that the leader of the divine will sect has arrived, they finally possess a sense of security. In the plaza, at the forefront stands a middle-aged man clad in a black and gold long robe, exuding an air of authority. He glanced over the lifeless body on the ground, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen. "Did you do this?" Jiang Chen, wearing a smile, met the middle-aged man's stare. "Indeed. I brought him here for my disciple to slay. Where is my Sheng?" The elder bellowed, frantic in his search for Wang Sheng. After receiving a message from Wang Sheng, he had wasted no time in reporting to the leader of the divine will sect and had rushed here immediately. "Oh, you mean Sheng? Is he not the one lying on the ground?" Jiang Chen gestured towards the youth whose head had been shattered by the Night Owl. "You vile creature. You dare to kill my Sheng. I shall grind your bones to dust." After confirming the identity of the corpse, the white-haired elder unleashed his formidable presence. His demeanor frenzied as he charged at Jiang Chen, intent on vengeance. "Since you were so eager to reunite with your Sheng, I shall grant you that wish." Jiang Chen remarked with a nonchalant smile, casually waving his hand at the elder. In an instant, the elder, still suspended in midair, erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Good heavens, the Grand Elder has been annihilated. Witnessing Jiang Chen's effortless gesture leading to the Grand Elder's explosion, the disciples of the divine will sect from the other peaks gaped in shock. They had anticipated that the Master of Divine Intent and the Grand Elder's arrival would result in an unmistakable and overwhelming victory. However, to their astonishment, even the Grand Elder, a being of the esteemed human respect level, was swiftly vanquished by Jiang Chen. Who is the Grand Elder, after all? He is a formidable force, nearly on par with the Master of Divine Intent. If he can be dispatched so effortlessly, what hope remains for the Divine Intent sect? Alas, it appears all is lost. The Divine Intent sect is doomed. Indeed, this individual possesses extraordinary power, leaving us with little hope. With despair settling in, why do we linger? We must flee while we still can. A multitude of individuals, coming to their senses, lamented their fate, with some even preparing to return to their abodes to gather their belongings and escape. As for the notion of standing with the sect through thick and thin, that thought barely elicited a scoff. The master of the sect, this individual, is too powerful. He likely stands at the level of our ancestors. One elder stammered in shock as he witnessed Jiang Chen effortlessly obliterate the Grand Elder of the human respect realm. The remaining elders of the Divine Intent sect stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. Their feet trembled incessantly, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. I took a deep breath. I have already informed the ancestors. Although the leader of the Divine Intention sect was also filled with trepidation, he still attempted to maintain a facade of composure. He swiftly crushed a jade tablet, allowing himself a momentary sigh of relief. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Chen had ascended to such formidable heights. When the Grand Elder came to report, he had assumed Jiang Chen was at most at the human sovereign level. After all, the law enforcement elder was merely at the heavenly soul realm and could easily annihilate him. Yet now, even the Grand Elder of the human sovereign realm had been dispatched in an instant. It was at this moment he comprehended the true terror of Jiang Chen. Does he not know that I am in seclusion? What matter requires my presence? Almost instantaneously, an emaciated figure, resembling a desiccated corpse, materialized in the square. His formidable aura compelled the leader of the Divine Intent sect and several elders to retreat incessantly. Elder, our sect is in peril, the leader whispered in the presence of the withered old man. Oh, is that so? The elder's lifeless gray eyes turned towards his companion, Jiang Chen. We bear no enmity towards you, do we? Why have you chosen to slay the disciples of my sect? Why indeed? Jiang Chen replied with a smile, casting a glance at the night owl still absorbing the blood mist. There is no particular reason. I simply took their lives on a whim. Very well. I am eager to see what grants you the audacity to be so arrogant, the withered elder retorted, his anger manifesting as a sardonic laugh. He extended his withered right hand and casually waved it, summoning several skeletal phantoms that lunged menacingly towards Jiang Chen. Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt before the master of this sect. Jiang Chen remained utterly unfazed by the approaching skeletal apparitions, with a mere gesture directed at the old man. He crushed the elder's skull effortlessly. As for the skeletons that dared to approach him, they were instantly dispersed by the sheer force of his imperial physique. As a formidable emperor, his body was impervious to myriad evils. Entities of lesser cultivation could not even draw near him. Ancestor, the leader of the Divine Consciousness sect exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of the elder's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Their final reliance, the ancestral figure of the earthly sovereign realm, was effortlessly vanquished by Jiang Chen. In that moment, he trembled with fear, kneeling before Jiang Chen and imploring, esteemed senior, spare us. You have already slain the ancestor and several elder disciples. Please, grant us mercy. Indeed, esteemed senior, please show us clemency. Several elders also knelt upon the ground, quaking in terror. They can no longer fathom the extent of Jiang Chen's prowess, and can only pray for his mercy to spare their insignificant lives. Master, what has transpired? The night owl exclaimed, opening his eyes in astonishment after absorbing the blood essence. Before them knelt the master of the Divine Intent sect and all the esteemed elders, representing the pinnacle of power within the sect. Previously, he had approached even one of them with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently offending any individual and facing their covert malice. To his astonishment, after but a brief period of cultivation, all these figures now prostrated themselves before Jiang Chen, an occurrence utterly astonishing. Oh, it's nothing. These few mentioned that the floor felt rather cool and wished to experience it. Jiang Chen muttered dismissively. The floor is cool, and they wish to experience it? Night Owl observed the visibly trembling master of the Divine Intent sect and his companions, clearly frightened into such a state. Since Jiang Chen preferred to remain silent, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further, silently marveling at his master's formidable strength. Disciple, is everything resolved here? Jiang Chen, Noticing that Night Owl continued to fixate on the master of the divine intent sect, could not help but ask. He is eagerly anticipating the return to unlock the treasure chest. Huh? The Night Owl came to his senses and quickly responded to his master. Disciple has nothing else to attend to here and may return to the sect. Well then, let us depart. Jiang Chen waved his hand, tearing apart a fragment of space and stepping through it. Master, what kind of divine technique is this? The Night Owl followed Jiang Chen in a daze. He realized that his assessment of his master, Jiang Chen, had been far too low. A figure capable of tearing through space was something he had never encountered in any book. As the spatial rift healed, the figures of Jiang Chen and his companion vanished. The master of the divine intent sect, kneeling on the ground, muttered in a daze, "An emperor? This is truly an emperor-level powerhouse." In an ancient tome, he had once chanced upon descriptions of the great emperor, whose most striking characteristic was the ability to rend space itself and traverse it. To his astonishment, their divine will sect had offended the legendary great emperor, yet this formidable being had chosen to spare them. Master, which great emperor are you referring to? The other elders rose, their faces alight with relief as they inquired. They never anticipated that Jiang Chen would truly spare their lives. How foolish they were. If the roles were reversed, their adversaries would have annihilated them without hesitation. The elder, the master of the divine intent sect, intended to inform his fellow elder of this development, yet he suddenly fell silent, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. 4. A colossal hand of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, aimed at the entirety of the divine intent sect. No. With the master of the divine intent sect's furious roar, the mountain range housing the sect crumbled instantaneously, erasing the entire sect from existence, leaving not a trace behind. A cataclysmic event. A monumental event. The esteemed divine intent sect of Yunzhou had been obliterated. The entire faction vanished without a remnant. Not even an ant survived. It was utterly sensational. In a certain city within Yunzhou, a filthy young boy raced through the streets, loudly proclaiming the news. Upon encountering those intrigued by the tale, he would demand a meager reward before regaling them with the details. Indeed, the divine intent sect was one of the paramount powers in Yunzhou. What sort of formidable being could bring about its destruction? Truly, this occurrence was too abrupt. The tides of change were surging in Yunzhou. How delightful that such upheaval would not affect me. A group of individuals, leisurely enjoying their post-meal tea, munched on seeds while discussing the matter. Meanwhile, the other 3 sects in Yunzhou were on edge. Within the grand hall of the Shenlei sect, the master, clad in white robes, addressed the gathered elders with urgency. We must uncover the reasons behind this incident. Otherwise, I shall find no peace in slumber. Yes, master. The elders acknowledged, hastily dispersing. The masters of the Xian sect and the Huangji sect issued similar commands, insisting on uncovering the truth behind this extraordinary event. After all, the annihilation of a top-level sect in Yuzhou was no trivial matter. They must ascertain whether the animosity is directed solely at them or if it is aimed at the entire Yunzhou region. If it is the former, they would not only remain unperturbed but would also express gratitude to those who vanquished the divine intent sect, allowing them to reap substantial benefits as the territory of the divine intent sect would soon be theirs to claim. Should it be the latter, however, they would need to contemplate contingency plans, perhaps even prepare for a hasty retreat. For those capable of obliterating the divine intent sect could just as easily extinguish their 3 families. Master, our sect is called the Qi-Tian sect. Night Owl said with delight as he gazed at the inscription on the plaque at the entrance of the sect. In that moment, he was enveloped in an indescribable joy, akin to returning home. Indeed, my disciple, upon joining the Qi-Tian sect, there is but one word you must remember: act. Should you encounter those lacking discernment or with influential backing, do not hesitate. Strike first, and I shall bear the consequences for you. Do you understand? Jiang Chen solemnly instructed from beside him. Yes, master. I shall not bring shame upon you. I will strike. Night Owl declared with pride. Such words could only be uttered by his master, and he felt fortunate to have such a formidable mentor. Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Jiang Chen thought with satisfaction upon witnessing Night Owl's burgeoning confidence. As a being of slaughter, Night Owl's future would be fraught with boundless violence, inevitably provoking many factions. It was prudent to prepare him in advance to avoid hesitance in future confrontations. Within the sect, Li Dideo was diligently tending to the flowers and plants in various locations, as this was an important task assigned by the sect leader. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and immediately bowed. Greeting, subordinate Li Dideo, pays respects to the sect leader. Jiang Chen approached slowly with Night Owl, surveying the neatly trimmed flora with an approving nod. Well done, Dideo, he remarked. He then gestured toward Night Owl, saying, Dideo, this is my first direct disciple, Night Owl. Please familiarize yourself with him and take him to select his residence. Yes, sect leader, Li Dideo replied, casting a glance at Night Owl and bowing in acknowledgement. Jiang Chen then addressed Night Owl, saying, Disciple, this is Elder Li Dideo. He will arrange everything for you. Once you are settled, I shall return to find you. As the first to be summoned, Li Dideo was not stingy and was bestowed the title of Elder, enabling him to operate with legitimacy. Master, please attend to your duties. I will surely follow Elder Li's guidance, Night Owl responded respectfully. Jiang Chen replied, vanishing from their sight. Come, my direct disciple, follow me. I will take you to select your abode, Li Dideo said with what he believed to be a friendly expression. Smiling at Night Owl, he was unaware of how long it had been since he last smiled. However, the sect leader had just referred to him as the Grand Elder and instructed him to arrange accommodations for the Night Owl. Faced with such a young child, he could not possibly maintain a stern demeanor, lest he appear unapproachable. Thus, he would have to trouble Elder Li. Thank you, Night Owl replied politely, following behind Li Dideo. Night Owl could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine due to the overwhelming aura that Li exuded. He was certain that Li Dideo was a formidable figure, at least on par with his master. Soon, under Li Dideo's guidance, Night Owl arrived at the disciples' living quarters of the Qingtian sect. With no other disciples around, all the rooms were vacant, allowing him to choose one at random to settle in. In the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen sat upon the throne, preparing to open the dazzling golden legendary treasure chest. Beep. Legendary treasure chest opened successfully. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a True Immortal summoning card. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a time tower. This tower consists of 10 levels. The first level has a time dilation of 1,000 times, meaning that while one trains for 1,000 days inside, only 1 day passes outside. The second level offers a 2,000-fold dilation, and the 10th level one of 10,000. Currently, the host can only utilize the first level. Future legendary treasure chests may yield time tower unlock cards. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received the Undying Battle Body. The Undying Battle Body possesses terrifying defensive capabilities, regenerative abilities, and a significant power amplification effect. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a volume of the Slaughter Sutra. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bloodthirsty sword. This sword can evolve to any level as long as there is sufficient soul energy and blood essence, initially classified as an Emperor-grade weapon. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 cards for elevation to the first level of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm consists of 9 levels. Each elevation card can advance 1 minor realm. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 strands of spiritual, chi, ancestral veins. Remarkable. The legendary treasure chest truly did not disappoint, yielding such an abundance of treasures. As he observed the items being transferred into the system's inventory, Jiang Chen's face lit up with excitement. The Slaughter Sutra and the Bloodthirsty Sword. These 2 items are clearly tailored for Night Owl. I shall pass them on to him shortly, Jiang Chen mused as he assessed the contents of his inventory. Next, there was the Time Tower. This artifact was nothing short of divine, with a time flow rate that was 1,000 times that of the outside world. This was merely the function of the first level. If it were to be unlocked to the 10th level, the implications would be terrifying. Just imagine, while others would be training for a year. You would have already trained for 10,000 years, a true accelerator for cultivation. In comparison, the spiritual chi ancestral veins appeared rather ordinary next to the Time Tower. However, within the Kanglan continent, they were still considered top-tier treasures. 1,000 ancestral veins would allow the Qingtian sect's spiritual energy to surpass that found in the most concentrated areas of the continent by several thousand times. Most of these items were intended for the disciple's use. As for what he could utilize, there were only 3, the True Immortal summoning card, the Undying Battle Body, and the Emperor Realm elevation card. The True Immortal card could wait. He would first integrate the battle body and then elevate his realm. Jiang Chen resolved internally. System. Fuse the Undying Battle Body for me, Jiang Chen commanded. Beep. Undying Battle Body successfully utilized, fusing in progress. Boom. Upon the fusion of the Undying Battle Body, Jiang Chen's aura erupted once again. He felt his flesh, soul, bones, and countless cells being reinvigorated once again. An unprecedented fighting spirit surged within him, as if he were born for battle, destined to engage in an unending struggle. Truly, the indomitable battle body was remarkably powerful, far beyond comprehension. Experiencing the renewal of his physical form, Jiang Chen could not help but marvel. After merging with the indomitable battle body, his physical defense had increased by an immeasurable magnitude. If he were to face his previous cultivation at the first level of the Emperor realm, standing still, he would remain impervious to any assault. Moreover, his power enhancement reached a tenfold increase. It was not merely a simple augmentation of 10 times compared to his former strength. Now, he would not harbor the slightest hesitation in confronting Li Didao. System, activate the Emperor Realm Enhancement card. Jiang Chen commanded without pause. Beep. The Emperor Realm Enhancement card is being activated. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have used the Emperor Realm Enhancement card. Your cultivation has now ascended to the second level of the Emperor Realm. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have used the Emperor Realm Enhancement card. Your cultivation has now ascended to the third level of the Emperor Realm. Boom. Boom. Jiang Chen's aura surged dramatically. A stark contrast to his state before merging with the battle body and enhancing his cultivation. With a swift motion, he appeared in the void above the Qing Tian sect and addressed the figure below, Li Didao, come forth. As the words faded, Li Didao's form instantly materialized beside Jiang Chen, bowing respectfully. Having met the sect leader, Li Didao was unsure of the leader's command. Jiang Chen, with a smile, instructed, take your blade and strike me with all your might. Li Didao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, drawing his sword. Sect leader, forgive my impertinence. With that, he unleashed a powerful slash toward Jiang Chen, as if he intended to cleave him in two. Excellent, Jiang Chen roared, activating his indomitable battle body, engaging Li Didao in combat with his bare hands. The air resonated with the sound of clashing metal, and the space around them fractured rapidly as a violent, terrifying aura spread across Yunzhou. The onlookers, cultivators from various regions, gazed in astonishment at the chaos above. What formidable beings are clashing in the sky? Such power is beyond comprehension. The cultivators from all corners of Yunzhou stood petrified, witnessing the sky shatter like a broken mirror, overwhelmed by the sheer force emanating from the battle. Emperors from Xianlei sect, Huangji sect, and Ziyin sect emerged from their coffins, their faces filled with yearning to experience the Emperor's aura in the void. This was a profound desire for power. As Earth sovereigns, they understood that only legendary Emperor-level beings could shatter space. Having devoted their entire lives to reaching Earth sovereign status, they now sought any opportunity for breakthrough. Barely clinging to life, the fact that an emperor was battling above them allowed them a glimpse of supreme power, somewhat alleviating their long-held regrets. To experience even a fraction of an emperor's aura in their lifetime would not be in vain. The elder from Xianlei sect wept with excitement. My life has been wasted, akin to that of a dog. Compared to the emperor, I am less than an ant, the elder from Huangji sect lamented. I shall not resign to fate. I will break through to heaven sovereign, I will transcend to sage, and I will ascend to emperor. The elder from Ziyin sect shouted fervently, clearly stimulated by the display. Elder, calm yourself. Quickly take your medicine, the sect leader of Ziyin urged. Accompanied by a group of elders who struggled to feed the elder a pill, finally managing to pacify him. Meanwhile, the battle continued above. Jiang Chen withstood a strike from Li Didao, and before Li Didao could react, he delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! Li Didao soared like a kite with a severed string, hurtling 1,000 miles away. Cough, cough. Li Didao coughed a few times before swiftly returning to Jiang Chen, kneeling on one knee in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, sect leader. I have been defeated. Jiang Chen's prowess was astonishing. Despite being at the third emperor level, he had managed to endure Li Didao's blade without a weapon and still sent him flying. Had Jiang Chen not shown restraint, that punch would have surely resulted in severe injury or death. Defeat is merely a stepping stone to success, Jiang Chen chuckled, patting Li Didao on the shoulder. He now had a clear understanding of his own strength. He could defeat or even kill emperor-level opponents like Li Didao. If he were to ascend a few more minor levels or reach the peak of emperor level, slaying an emperor would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Indeed, I shall absorb today's lesson and strive to improve myself, Li Didao replied earnestly, bowing deeply. Good, let us return to the sect. Jiang Chen instructed before vanishing from sight. Li Didao, without hesitation, returned to the Qing Tian sect to tend to the plants. Disciple, come to the plaza. I shall impart the cultivation techniques to you. Jiang Chen called out from a vast plaza within the sect. Soon, Yi Shao appeared, bowing respectfully. Disciple greets master. No need for formalities. Jiang Chen waved his hand, producing the slaughter scriptures, and the bloodthirsty sword. Disciple, I apologize for the haste earlier. I have now selected a cultivation method that aligns perfectly with your constitution, along with a weapon tailored for you. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. Jiang Chen handed the slaughter scriptures and the bloodthirsty sword to Yi Xiao. The bloodthirsty sword, being a supreme imperial weapon, was beyond Yi Xiao's current capabilities. Thus, it had been sealed to the level of a royal weapon, making it usable for Yi Xiao, who was at the 7th layer of Dan condensation. As his cultivation progressed, the seals would gradually be lifted. To live by killing, to devour souls. Yi Xiao murmured as he read the slaughter scriptures. After a moment, he looked up in shock, addressing Jiang Chen. Master, I am indeed a slaughter body. The slaughter scriptures revealed the unique properties of his physique, and he finally understood that he possessed a rare constitution known as the slaughter body. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Indeed. Disciple, your constitution has a strong bloodthirst, and the slaughter scriptures far surpass imperial techniques by countless degrees. Thus, as you cultivate, you must remain vigilant and not let your mind be clouded. Yes, Master, I shall heed your words, Yi Xiao vowed, astonished, as he held the slaughter scriptures. He had heard of imperial techniques created by emperor-level beings, which were said to provide divine assistance in cultivation. To think that the slaughter scriptures were vastly superior to imperial techniques raised questions about their true caliber. Also, take good care of the bloodthirsty sword. You will come to understand its power in due time, Jiang Chen cautioned. Yi Xiao widened his eyes and nodded. Master, rest assured, as long as I exist, so shall the sword. Very well, wait a moment while I enhance the sect with some resources, then you may begin your training, Jiang Chen remarked. Glancing at the system's backpack, preparing to place the time tower and the 1,000 ancestor veins into the sect, he first produced the time tower and tossed it onto a vacant patch of ground. Instantly, a towering pale yellow spire rose high into the clouds, standing majestically within the Qingtian sect. He then ascended into the air, retrieving 1,000 strands of spiritual energy ancestral veins, which he infused into various corners of the sect. Roar! Roar! As the ancestral veins touched the ground, they transformed into 1,000 ethereal dragon forms, soaring and swirling around the Qingtian sect. The spiritual energy within the entire sect surged at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, it reached an astonishing level. My goodness! The concentration of this spiritual energy has become overwhelmingly thick. Night Owl's face flushed crimson as he clutched his throat. He felt as though he were not merely absorbing the spiritual energy, but rather drinking it in, to the point of overwhelming excess. He had the distinct sensation of being choked by it. Disciple, are you all right? Upon seeing the Night Owl's flushed face, Jiang Chen, who had just landed, couldn't help but be startled. He swiftly dispersed the surging spiritual energy nearby, concerned for his first direct disciple. If the disciple were to be suffocated by spiritual energy, it would reflect poorly on him as a master. Master, it's nothing serious. I just need to acclimatize, the Night Owl quickly responded. Who could truly be choked by spiritual energy? It was simply that the sudden surge had caught him off guard. A moment's pause would suffice for adjustment. Once the Night Owl regained his composure, Jiang Chen led him to the base of the time tower. Disciple, this tower is known as the time tower. Within it, time flows at a rate 1,000 times faster than outside. You shall train here in the future, understood? Yes, master, the Night Owl stammered, swallowing hard. The shocks Jiang Chen had imparted upon him that day were overwhelming. First, there was the Slaughter Sutra, surpassing even the imperial-level techniques, followed by the incredibly dense spiritual energy. And now, the artifact that could alter the flow of time. His mind was racing to keep pace. Ding! Detection of an 8th grade talent disciple. Please, host, promptly incorporate them into the sect. As Jiang Chen was arranging for the Night Owl's training, the system's announcement echoed in his mind. 8th grade talent? Jiang Chen paused. This level of talent precisely met the criteria for inner disciples, implying that an epic treasure had indeed manifested. However, he could not accept this disciple as a direct one. He would need to return with him as an inner disciple and consider how best to arrange matters. First, I shall bring him back. Then perhaps have Li Dedeo or other summoned strong individuals instruct him. I can play the role of a hands-off master. How clever I am. Jiang Chen thought with a secret sense of pride. He turned to the somewhat dazed Night Owl. Disciple, do not just stand there foolishly. Hurry inside to train. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, he vanished from sight. Once Jiang Chen departed, the Night Owl steadied his emotions and slowly stepped into the time tower. Such an extraordinary training environment was a rare opportunity. To delay would be the height of folly. This was a place that countless individuals could only dream of. Meanwhile, In a small grove outside Feiha City in Yunzhou, a beautiful young girl clad in a flowing blue dress, ethereal and pure, ran frantically. As she hurried, she glanced back, as if something were pursuing her. Qin Fei'er, you cannot escape. It would be wise for you to return with us. Otherwise, the collaboration between your Qin family and our Li family will be immediately severed. For cultivators dressed in white guardian attire closely followed the young girl. They maintained a distance of several meters from the young girl, entirely unconcerned about her slipping away from their grasp. Qin Fei'er, her face flushed with anger, shouted as she ran, "You can forget it. I would rather die than return to marry Li Xing. This cooperation is a matter between your Li family and my uncle. Why should I be used as a bargaining chip?" With that, Qin Fei'er propelled herself forward, swiftly vanishing from their line of sight. Observing this situation, the expressions of the group turned grim. One of the guards, growing impatient, addressed the scar-faced leader, "Captain, stop playing games with her. We should resort to force. Whether she lives or dies, bringing back her body will suffice for reporting." The group had pursued Qin Fei'er for dozens of miles. Each time they were on the verge of capturing her, she threatened to take her own life. Had it not been for the fear of returning and facing their master's wrath, they would have bound Qin Fei'er long ago. After all, she was the one their master longed for. If, by any misstep, she were to truly perish, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences should their master become infuriated. The scar-faced cultivator hesitated momentarily. The young master of his family had long harbored desires for Qin Fei'er, employing familial influence to secure her betrothal with the Qin family. However, as the wedding date approached, Qin Fei'er unexpectedly fled her home, inciting the young master to dispatch his subordinates to retrieve her. "Brother, if we cannot bring her back, we might as well not bother. We won't even have the luxury of a meal," one guard lamented. "But if we take a gamble, our odds are still quite favorable." Another guard expressed frustration, noting that Qin Fei'er was merely at the 6th level of Qi gathering while they were all at the peak of that stage, with their captain even at the 2nd level of core formation. With proper coordination, there was a significant chance they could subdue her before she resorted to self-harm. The scarred-faced cultivator chuckled awkwardly, patting the speaking guard with a sage demeanor. "Your wits are sharpening, my friend. One day, I shall pass the mantle of captaincy to you." His expression then turned cold as he commanded the others to follow closely, instructing them to act swiftly and decisively, ensuring she remained unharmed. If that proved impossible, it was preferable to leave her incapacitated rather than dead. "Understood, Captain," the two guards replied respectfully. Before long, the group harnessed their powers, cornering Qin Fei'er. "Do not come any closer. One step further, and I shall take my own life. If I die, Li Xing will not spare you," Qin Fei'er threatened, brandishing a dagger against her throat. "Ah, Miss Fei'er, our patience has worn thin. If you wish to die, then so be it. We shall return with your corpse." The scarred cultivator replied nonchalantly as he advanced towards her, followed closely by the other 3 guards. "Father, mother, I have been an unfilial daughter, unable to remain by your sides any longer." A tear slipped down Qin Fei'er's cheek as she prepared to end her own life. Faced with the inevitability of her fate, she resolved to die rather than marry Li Xing. "Young lady, do not act rashly. There is still room for negotiation." Just as Qin Fei'er was about to inflict harm upon herself, Jiang Chen appeared at her side. "Wow, what a handsome young man." Qin Fei'er momentarily forgot her dire situation, captivated by Jiang Chen's striking features. "Kid, are you attempting some clutch heroics? I advise you to mind your own business." The Li family of Feiha City is not one to be trifled with, the scarred cultivator warned upon seeing Jiang Chen's sudden arrival. Due to Jiang Chen's lack of any discernible aura, the cultivator could not ascertain whether he was an ordinary person or a fellow cultivator. Reluctant to escalate the situation, he invoked the Li family's name. "Captain, why waste words on a fool? If he wishes to meddle, let us eliminate him," one guard shouted. "Indeed. One must pay a price for attempting to play the hero, mustn't they?" Another guard chimed in, casting a mocking glance at Jiang Chen. They do not regard Jiang Chen as particularly formidable. It seems they are merely enamored by Qin Fei'er's beauty, allowing their excitement to cloud their judgment. Enough noise. Jiang Chen remained composed, casually unleashing a wave of power towards the group. Bang, bang, bang. The scarred-faced cultivator and several guards were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Since these insignificant pests sought to harm him despite their ignorance, he decided to send them off, sparing himself the trouble of being disturbed while he recruited disciples. Well, this young master is so powerful. With just a wave of his hand, he eliminated them in an instant. How handsome and strong he is, simply perfect. Qin Fei's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Jiang Chen with admiration. In her mind, images of her heroic savior rescuing her began to flash. Surely, such encounters often lead to extraordinary happenings, right? Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, Qin Fei was lost in her thoughts. He offered her a warm smile and said, "Young lady, the crisis has been averted. I am the 99th sect master of the Qingtian sect. As I passed through this area and noticed your remarkable talent, I wish to take you back to the sect as an inner disciple, nurturing your potential. Would you be willing?" At that moment, his system panel displayed Qin Fei's information. Name, Qin Fei. Talent, Grade 8. Age, 18. Cultivation, 6th level of Qi gathering. Physique, profound ice body. Background, born into the second most prestigious family in Fei City. The Qin family. She was raised under her parents' care. Recently, her uncle, who had taken control of the family, arranged a marriage with the Li family without consent, promising her to their heir. With her parents' help, she successfully escaped the Qin family, only to be pursued by the Li family's guards. "Eh? Young lady? When did I become a young lady?" Qin Fei looked down, muttering in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She was already 18, after all, and certainly not a child. That is not the point. The emphasis lies in the subsequent words. Jiang Chen reminded her helplessly. What are these young ladies thinking these days, lost in such impractical fantasies? Oh right. Coming back to reality, Qin Fei felt a bit embarrassed. "Senior, you have saved my life. I am willing to accompany you back to the sect and serve by your side." She was currently without a place to go, and being near someone as handsome and powerful as Jiang Chen meant she would have no worries. "Do not think of it as serving me, rather. I am taking you back to the sect as an inner disciple," Jiang Chen corrected her again, exasperated by her thoughts. "Okay, I understand." Qin Fei nodded, a bit disappointed, and bowed, saying, "I am willing to join the Qingtian sect. Please take me with you." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting an inner disciple. Reward, 1 epic treasure chest. A chest glowing with a crimson light appeared in Jiang Chen's system backpack. Very well, let us depart. With the treasure chest confirmed, he casually opened a rift leading back to the Qingtian sect and stepped through. How marvelous. Qin Fei trailed behind, her eyes wide with curiosity. At the square of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen and Qin Fei emerged slowly from the spatial rift. Such dense spiritual energy. The moment she stepped out, Qin Fei was astonished by the aura of the Qingtian sect. In an instant, her cultivation leaped from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi gathering. Did I just break through? Qin Fei murmured in disbelief. Her progress had stagnated for months, yet here she was, achieving a breakthrough merely by following Jiang Chen back to the sect. How astonishing. "Li Dideo, come to the square," Jiang Chen called out, disregarding the still-stunned Qin Fei. After all, it was her first time at the Qingtian sect, and she needed to acclimatize. "Your subordinate pays respects to the sect master." As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, Li Dideo appeared before him, bowing respectfully. "Dideo, this is the inner disciple I just brought back. You will be responsible for guiding her cultivation," Jiang Chen instructed, pointing to Qin Fei. "Yes, sect master, I will ensure she is well taken care of," Li Dideo replied, bowing deeply. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to Qin Fei. "This is elderly. He will arrange everything for you. Focus on your cultivation within the sect." With that, Jiang Chen's figure vanished. Sect master. As Jiang Chen disappeared, Qin Fei displayed a look of anxiety. She had only just begun to get familiar with him, and now he had left. Hadn't he promised to nurture her? The sect master has many responsibilities. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. By the way, my surname is Li. You may call me elderly, Li Dideo said kindly to Qin Fei. Junior pays respects to elderly. Qin Fei timidly bowed. You are no longer a junior. You are now an inner disciple of the Qingtian sect. In the future, when you see the sect master and elders, refer to yourself as a disciple. Do you understand? Li Dideo patiently explained, noticing her naive expression. Yes, elder, I understand, Qin Fei replied, bowing once more. Come with me. I will show you to your living quarters and familiarize you with the sect before we head to the time tower for cultivation, Li Dideo said, leading her toward the disciple's residence. As Qin Fei followed behind Li Dideo, she observed her surroundings with great interest. She was now certain that the Qingtian sect was a formidable sect. The spiritual energy alone surpassed that of her family's gathering formation by several magnitudes. If she were to cultivate here for a year, she would undoubtedly return to her family and assert her dominance over her grandfather. Even her father would not dare to raise his voice in her presence. That handsome senior who saved her, no. That dashing sect master not only saved her life, but also bestowed upon her an extraordinary opportunity. System, open the epic treasure chest. Jiang Chen commanded within the Qitian sect's main hall. Ding. Opening epic treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Pinnacle summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Saint King Pinnacle summoning cards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Hall of Cultivation. The hall contains a vast array of techniques and divine powers. Each disciple who enters will be selected by compatible techniques and divine powers. Not bad. Such a bounty from the chest, Jiang Chen remarked, satisfied as he surveyed his system backpack. Although this epic treasure chest yielded 2 fewer rewards than the legendary treasure chest, the quality of the rewards remained rich. System. Use the Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Jiang Chen promptly utilized the enhancement card he had just obtained. Ding. Using Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Your cultivation is now at Emperor Level 4. Boom. Jiang Chen's aura surged once more. If I recruit a few more disciples, I will soon reach the pinnacle of Emperor. Sensing an enhancement of power, Jiang Chen revealed a slight smile. With the Cultivation Enhancement card in hand, who would still engage in arduous training? Even with the Time Tower and this terrifying spiritual energy, achieving a breakthrough in the Emperor realm would require considerable time. He might as well gather more disciples and effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle. Just as Jiang Chen had finished utilizing the Emperor Cultivation Enhancement card, Li Dideo abruptly entered the Grand Hall and, bowing to Jiang Chen seated upon the throne, reported. Sect Master, the newly arrived inner disciple Qin Fei claims that her parents are in trouble and wishes to leave the sect to return home. May I ask if the Sect Master grants her permission? Oh, did she specify the nature of the trouble? Jiang Chen inquired, his expression unperturbed. When Qin Fei had been accepted by him, she was already being pursued, likely by the forces of those insignificant beings he had vanquished. She mentioned that her parents had been captured by a family with the surname Li, who demanded she return to marry a young master of the Li family. Or else her parents would face dire consequences, replied Li Dideo. Very well, I understand. Have her wait a moment, I shall address this matter on her behalf. Jiang Chen gestured dismissively. Yes, Sect Master, Li Dideo respectfully exited the Grand Hall. Ah, how bold they are to abduct the family of a disciple from my Qitian sect. Jiang Chen sat upon his throne, a playful smile gracing his lips. Such matters were not something he would personally intervene in. After all, he had several summoning cards in his possession. Summoning a Holy King would swiftly eradicate these minor families. System, expend 2 Holy King Pinnacle summoning cards. Ding. Usage successful. Summoning a Pinnacle Holy King for the host. Boom. Boom. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a rift appeared in the hall's space. Soon, 2 middle-aged men clad in azure robes emerged from the fissure and knelt before Jiang Chen. Subordinate Zhang Wu. Subordinate Lu Lu. Greetings, Sect Master. They intoned respectfully. Very well. Lu Lu shall remain. Zhang Wu, go to the foot of the mountain and guard the gate, Jiang Chen decided, selecting Lu Lu to handle this matter, while Zhang Wu was relegated to door duty. Yes, subordinate obeys, Zhang Wu replied, rising to exit the Grand Hall and head towards the mountain gate of Qingtian's sect. Lu Lu, seek out the bearded elder Li Da and inform him that I have tasked you with addressing Qin Fei's situation. Jiang Chen observed Lu Lu from his elevated position. He did not specify where to search, for Li Dideo was easily recognizable. He was the only one in the entire sect with a beard. If they couldn't find him, Lu Lu would simply have to start over. Yes, I shall seek the Grand Elder immediately, Lu Lu acknowledged, rising to his feet and scanning with his divine sense as he made his way toward the female disciple area. Ah, Night Owl has been cultivating in the Time Tower for quite some time. It is indeed time for him to venture out, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled. Remembering that Night Owl, while practicing in the Time Tower, had sent him a message for instructions to join the outing. After all, as a being of slaughter, constant cultivation was insufficient. He needed to engage in some actual combat. My master has summoned me from seclusion to assist a junior sister with some troubles? In the Time Tower, Night Owl awoke from his meditation upon receiving the message. After a period of rigorous training, he had successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the out-of-body stage, making him the most accomplished among his peers in Yunzhou. Ah, my junior sister is in trouble. As her senior brother, it is my duty to assist her. It is indeed time to test my strength, Night Owl said, rising and stretching his limbs, revealing a bloodthirsty smile as he exited the Time Tower. Grand Elder, may I set forth now? On the square of the Qingtian sect, Qin Fei'er inquired of Li Dideo. The sect had just assigned a powerful ally to accompany her home to resolve her issues, but just as they were about to depart, Li Dideo called for her to wait. Please hold on. The sect leader has dispatched his personal disciple to accompany you back, Li Dideo patiently explained. Oh, is that so? Qin Fei'er's expression brightened with understanding, her eyes filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen, the handsome sect leader, had been exceptionally kind to her. Not only had he sent a strong ally to assist her, but now he had even sent his own direct disciple, which was truly generous beyond measure. My apologies for keeping the Grand Elder and Junior Sister waiting, Night Owl said, appearing in the square with an apologetic expression. He turned to Qin Fei'er with a smile. You must be Junior Sister Qin. I am Night Owl. His master had already informed him of her name and her status as a direct disciple. Hello, Senior Brother Night. Qin Fei'er greeted politely, her curiosity piqued as she studied Night Owl, whose flowing red hair was strikingly vibrant, reminiscent of blood. Lulu. Led Night Owl and the others on their way. Once you arrive, follow Night Owl's instructions, Li Dideo directed Lulu beside him. Understood, Grand Elder, Lulu replied, unleashing a surge of power that enveloped both Night Owl and Qin Fei'er. Thus, under Lulu's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Feiha City. At the entrance of the Li residence, Qin Fei'er glared at the guards and declared angrily, Tell young Master Li Xing that I, Qin Fei'er, have arrived and demand the release of my parents immediately. Night Owl and Lulu stood nearby with calm expressions. Please wait a moment, I shall inform my young master. One guard said, recognizing Qin Fei'er's name and hastily retreating into the manor. Before long, a young man of impressive stature, at the pinnacle of the gathering cheese stage, accompanied by a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Qin Fei'er, emerged from the Li residence. Ah, Fei'er, you have finally returned. Do you know the great price I paid to bring you back for our marriage? Li Xing said smugly, his gaze fixed on Qin Fei'er. However, he soon noticed Night Owl beside her, and his expression turned icy. Fei'er, who is this red-haired fellow beside you? There was no avoiding it. Night Owl's crimson hair was too conspicuous, prompting the question to slip from Li Xing's lips. What business is it of yours? Release my parents at once. Qin Fei'er retorted furiously. Were it not for her parents being held captive by the Li family, she would not have been so accommodating to Li Xing. How dare you speak to your cousin in such a manner? Do you not disgrace the reputation of the Qin family? The middle-aged man, resembling Qin Fei'er, admonished her. Humph. My dear uncle, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The Li family has captured your own brother. Yet you act as if nothing is amiss, fervently defending them like a loyal dog, Qin Fei'er mocked, her disdain evident. She had now confirmed that her parents were likely handed over to the Li family by her uncle to coerce her into submission. Thus, she had no intention of being courteous to him. You insolent girl, how dare you speak ill of your uncle? I shall teach you a lesson so you know who truly holds authority in the Qin family. The middle-aged man's face twisted with rage as he raised his hand to strike Qin Fei'er. Huh, scum like you dares to lay a hand on my junior sister? Night Owl sneered coldly, swiftly delivering a kick toward Qin Fei'er's uncle. With a resounding thud, he sent Qin Fei'er's uncle flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground. You. Coughing up blood, Qin Fei'er's uncle glared at Night Owl, his expression one of sheer horror. He possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of condensed Dan, yet this young man before him had struck him down with a single kick, an occurrence utterly unfathomable. After Night Owl delivered his blow, he did not even cast a glance at Qin Fei'er's uncle. Were it not for the fact that he was a relative of Qin Fei'er and she had not expressed a desire to kill him, he would have long since met his end. Uncle, I am no longer that defenseless girl whom you could bully at will, Qin Fei'er declared, gazing at the middle-aged man bleeding profusely, devoid of any compassion. She then turned to Li Xing and shouted, Li Xing, release my parents at once, or the Li family shall face dire consequences today. Ha ha, Fei'er, without my guidance, you would never locate your parents. Do not presume that merely securing a formidable red-haired ally makes you impressive. This is Feiha City, the domain of my Li family, Li Xing retorted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. As he spoke, a multitude of sword-wielding guards emerged from the Li estate, surrounding Qin Fei'er and Night Owl. Among them were several figures at the void-breaking realm, standing behind Li Xing as a formidable wall. Qin Fei'er attempted to respond, but Night Owl interrupted. Junior Sister Qin, do not waste your breath on such individuals. In dealing with them, One must let strength do the talking. Allow your senior brother to resolve this. Very well. I shall rely on you, senior brother. Qin Feier acquiesced, stepping aside obediently. Oh, so this red-haired fellow is your senior brother? In but a day? You have already taken a master. I am eager to see the prowess of the sect you have joined, Li Xing scoffed, instructing the void-breaking guards beside him. You lot, seize this brat for me. I intend to torment him thoroughly for daring to get too close to my woman. I want him to wish for death. Yes, young master, the guards replied, advancing towards Night Owl. A mere handful of void-breaking realm fighters dare to challenge me? They shall perish. Night Owl did not even draw his sword, transforming instead into a blur as he unleashed several punches upon the guards. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the guards were obliterated. Ah, how delightful, Night Owl sighed, absorbing the blood essence of the fallen guards, emitting a sound of satisfaction. How can you be so powerful? Witnessing the swift demise of the guards, Li Xing collapsed in terror, his speech faltering. The low-ranking guards surrounding Night Owl trembled in fear, their hands shaking uncontrollably as they retreated. How terrifying. These individuals were the top protectors of the Li estate, one of whom was at the peak of the void-breaking realm. And yet they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye by the youth before them, truly a sight of unspeakable horror. Humph, why retreat? Would it not be better to serve as my nourishment? Night Owl grinned, launching another assault on the retreating guards. Bang, bang, bang. Once more. A scene of utter devastation unfolded as all the guards disintegrated into blood mist, absorbed into Night Owl's being. Grandfather, save me. Grandfather, save me. Li Xing could no longer maintain his composure, screaming in a frenzy. He had never encountered such a terrifying figure as Night Owl, who dispatched the guards of the Li family as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken. Now, only his grandfather, who was in seclusion, held any hope of defeating Night Owl. Who dares to harm my grandson? An elderly man, his countenance dark with fury, swiftly emerged from the Li residence and landed before Li Xing. His voice drew the attention of the nearby crowd, who had gathered around the Li estate to witness the unfolding events. Isn't that the old master of the Li family, who has remained in seclusion for years? Has he finally emerged? Indeed, it's him. I caught a glimpse of him at the Li residence a few years back. There's no mistaking him. I heard this venerable elder has reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, spending years in seclusion to break through to the heavenly soul realm. What could possibly rouse him from his meditation? A group of people whispered among themselves as they observed the scene unfolding at the entrance of the Li residence. Grandfather, you have finally arrived. If you had come a moment later, I might not have been here to greet you. Li Xing, overwhelmed with joy, pointed at Night Owl with a face full of resentment. Grandfather, it was this man who slaughtered dozens of our guards and even a few high-ranking elders. I am so frightened. The old man, his face softened with affection, gently patted Li Xing's head and reassured him. Do not fear, my dear grandson. With me here, no one in Feihe City can harm you. He cherished this beloved grandson, who had lost his parents at a tender age. Who else could he possibly dote on? Enough of this sentimental display between grandfather and grandson. Bring forth my junior sister's parents, and I shall grant you both a swift end, Night Owl interjected, gazing at the venerable elder with unyielding confidence, unfazed by the formidable presence. The elder, at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, was a treasure trove of experience, and Night Owl could hardly contain his eagerness. Oh, the elder turned his gaze toward the speaking Night Owl, momentarily taken aback by the young man's cultivation level of the second stage of the out-of-body realm. Yet, this surprise was quickly overshadowed by a wave of intense killing intent. How dare you be so arrogant, young man? You dare to slay my family's guardians and frighten my grandson. Today marks your demise. Huh, I shall not perish. It is you who are doomed, Night Owl retorted, charging once more toward the elder. After all, keeping Li Xing was sufficient. He first intended to eliminate the elder, unperturbed about whether Li Xing would yield the whereabouts of Qin Feier as parents. Such audacity! The elder bellowed, summoning all his power to confront Night Owl. Boom, boom. The two clashed, their combined forces causing the ground around the Li residence to tremble. Bang! Within mere exchanges, the elder was sent crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. The elder expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he gazed at Night Owl. Impossible! I am at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. You are merely at the second stage. How can your strength surpass mine? Perhaps you should inquire in the underworld. Night Owl replied, appearing beside the elder in an instant, delivering a decisive kick that obliterated him. He has cultivated the true scriptures of slaughter, a technique far surpassing even the imperial-grade arts, certainly beyond the capabilities of an old man like him. A dense aura of bloodlust is absorbed by his very being. Hiss. This young man is extraordinarily formidable. He has managed to eliminate the patriarch of the Li family in mere moments. Such a figure undoubtedly hails from a powerful lineage. The Li family has provoked forces they should have left undisturbed. After years of tyranny in Feia City, the Li family has finally encountered their match. They truly deserve this fate. Henceforth, Feia City shall be devoid of the Li family, and the city is on the brink of a significant upheaval. The onlookers in the streets bear witness to the unfolding situation at the Li residence. Some remained in place, watching the spectacle, while others hurry back to their homes to relay the astonishing news. Young Master Li, please bring out my junior sister's parents. I might consider sparing your life. After absorbing the vital essence, Night Owl gazed with amusement at the now dumbfounded Li Xingha. You have killed my grandfather. I will never share the same sky with you. You expect me to release them? You are utterly delusional. Do you think that by remaining silent, I cannot do anything about you? Night Owl remained unfazed, directing his attention to the elder Lu beside him. You shall extract his memories and uncover the location where my junior sister's parents are hidden. Although he could also retrieve Li Xing's memories himself, his cultivation was somewhat lacking, and he feared the results would be incomplete. Thus, he entrusted the task to the more powerful Lu. Understood, Knight, Lu replied, promptly seizing Li Xing. Li Xing emitted a piercing scream, which soon faded into silence. The location has been found. It lies within a secret chamber under the Li residence. Lu reported after discarding Li Xing carelessly. Very well, I shall trouble you to rescue them. Night Owl responded without a moment's hesitation. I will go at once. Lu affirmed before vanishing into the Li estate. Once Lu departed, Night Owl glanced at Qin Fei's uncle lying on the ground and remarked, Junior sister. This man seems unlikely to survive much longer. Perhaps we should end it? A bloodthirsty smile graced his face. He still craved more blood today. Please, Fei, I am your uncle. Urge your senior brother to spare me, and I shall kneel. The severely injured head of the Qin family, lying on the ground, pleaded in terror upon hearing Night Owl's intent to kill him. Well, observing her uncle, resembling a stray dog, Qin Fei hesitated before saying, Senior brother Yi. Let us wait. When my parents arrive, we shall leave it to them to decide. After all, he was her father's biological brother. And if there were to be a death, her father should have the final say. Yes, turn me over to my second brother. We share a deep brotherly bond. My death would sadden him. The head of the Qin family nodded fervently in agreement. Silence. Just continue lying there. Night Owl admonished Qin Fei's uncle. He abhors the duplicitous nature of such petty individuals, and it is fortunate for him that he is Qin Fei's uncle. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by dozens of swords before being utilized as sustenance. Very well, I shall recline immediately. The head of the Qin family, in a state of alarm, hastily lay flat upon the ground. He was terrified. The Night Owl was both powerful and ruthless. Who would not feel fear in its presence? Soon, Lu arrived with two middle-aged individuals, both battered and bruised, before the Night Owl. The direct descendants have been brought, Lu remarked before discreetly stepping aside. Mother. Father, how could you be so injured? Did the Li family torture you? Qin Fei hastily approached, unable to believe that Li Xing, who had wished to marry her, could inflict harm upon her parents. Just moments ago, she had felt pity for Li Xing's tragic demise. Now, she only harbored resentment for not taking action herself. Fei, is it truly you? To see you again fills me with such joy. Qin Fei's mother sobbed as she embraced her daughter. Her father stood quietly nearby, observing the reunion. When Lu had first informed them of the circumstances, they had been skeptical. Now, seeing their daughter, their anxieties were eased. Mother, please do not cry. Let us return home to tend to our wounds, Qin Fei gently reminded. Indeed, my dear. It is rather unbecoming to lament in public, her father added in agreement. Very well, let us go home, Qin Fei's mother said, wiping her tears and releasing her daughter. Approaching the Night Owl, Qin Fei introduced, Mother. Allow me to present my senior brother, the Night Owl. He is a direct disciple of our sect leader. And it was he who vanquished the ancestor of the Li family. Her parents were taken aback, quickly kneeling before the Night Owl, expressing their profound gratitude. Young hero, we thank you for saving our lives. The ancestor of the Li family was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. To defeat such an entity was nothing short of extraordinary. Please, rise. Junior sister Qin is an inner disciple of my Qi Tian sect. Her matters are our concerns. So there is no need for excessive formality, the Night Owl urged, helping Qin Fei's parents to their feet. Fei has indeed chosen a remarkable sect, her mother remarked. Yes, We have also benefited from her choice. Otherwise, we would not have escaped this calamity, her father added, both wearing expressions of relief and gratitude. Parents, let us not linger here. We should invite my senior brother to our home, Qin Fei suggested. Indeed, we have neglected our hospitality. Please, young hero, honor us with your presence at the Qin residence, where we may express our gratitude. Qin Fei's father gestured invitingly to the night owl. Junior sister Qin, have we perhaps forgotten something? Your uncle is still lying on the ground, the night owl reminded, noticing that Qin Fei had overlooked her uncle's state. Lulu, understanding the situation, unceremoniously dragged the unconscious head of the Qin family to the forefront. Brother, sister-in-law, you have finally emerged, the head of the Qin family awkwardly greeted. Realizing he could no longer remain prostrate. I have no brother such as you. When you incapacitated my wife and me, delivering us to the Li family. Our bond was severed. Qin Fei's father glared at the head of the Qin family with gritted teeth. Qin Fei's mother stood beside him, her expression filled with fury, nearly wishing to strike him down on the spot. What shall we do with him, father? Qin Fei inquired. This beast deserves to die? Her father declared coldly, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the head of the Qin family. Alas, what a waste, the night owl thought, observing the fallen figure with a tinge of regret. Even the smallest of creatures has its worth, yet he harbored no thoughts for one already deceased. He simply could not bear to witness such a scene. Brother Knight, let us proceed to our Qin residence for a brief respite. Qin Fei smiled, gesturing for him to follow. Very well, junior sister Qin, but let it be understood that we cannot remain long. We must return to the sect promptly. The night owl advised as he followed Qin Fei's lead toward her home. After spending half a day at the Qin residence, the night owl and Qin Fei prepared to return to the Qi Tian sect. Just before their departure, Qin Fei's mother, with a reluctant expression, advised, Fei, upon your return to the sect, remember to devote yourself to your training and do not let the sect's efforts go to waste. Her father echoed, do not worry about us. Now that the ancestor of the Li family is dead, we are safe in the city. I understand, mother and father. I shall take my leave. Qin Fei nodded obediently. As they watched, Lulu unleashed a surge of power, causing the night owl and Qin Fei to vanish from the Qin residence. In the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen sat upon his throne, holding the relic left by his late master, lost in thought. Ding! A disciple with a 10th grade talent has been detected. The disciple is in grave danger. Please, master, hurry to recruit them, the system announced. Oh, who dares to harm my direct disciple? They shall all be slain, Jiang Chen declared, not hesitating to stow away the book in his hand. He tore open a rift in space and vanished from the hall, arriving outside a secret realm in the Yunzhou, near the fallen Saint Mountain range. At that moment, a bloodied youth, at the 5th level of Dan condensation, stood furiously at the spot. Surrounded by disciples from the 3 premier sects, the young man was met with derisive laughter. You worthless fool, weren't you formidable in the secret realm? Show us your prowess now. Come on, I'll stand here for you to strike. Can you even lift your weapon? The jeers echoed, ha! You, a mere rogue cultivator, have offended our 3 great sects, and this is your fate. The disciples of the 3 sects refrained from attacking the youth, choosing instead to hurl insults at him. Meanwhile, the elders of the sect stood calmly at a distance, exhibiting no inclination to intervene. To them, Yunzhou belonged to the 3 sects, and the demise of a rogue cultivator with no backing was inconsequential. Moreover, this young man had slain their disciples, a sin deserving of his fate. Oh, this unfortunate brother. It seems he is beyond salvation today, one remarked. Indeed, he was far too impulsive to have killed several disciples of the 3 sects in the secret realm. The 3 sects are the sovereigns of Yunzhou. How could he dare to challenge them? Nearby, other rogue cultivators observed the youth, now at his wit's end, and lamented his plight. Some gazed upon him with a glimmer of admiration. The disciples of the 3 sects were notoriously tyrannical within the secret realm. Any treasures found by rogue cultivators would invariably be plundered by the disciples of the sections. Any hint of resistance would result in a severe beating, and those who encountered the more ruthless among them could find themselves maimed or worse. This young man had discovered a rare treasure capable of concocting a breakthrough elixir for the celestial soul realm, but upon being confronted by the disciples of the 3 sects, he had defiantly resisted, resulting in the deaths of several disciples. Now, he found himself in this humiliating predicament. Ha! The bloodied youth laughed maniacally, mocking the disciples surrounding him. You call me worthless? Yet here I stand, having slain a few of your brethren. If not for your numbers, I would have toppled you all. You are the true embodiments of uselessness. How brazen to speak so defiantly when death is imminent. I shall first sever your tongue and then relish in your torment," declared a male disciple of the emperor's gate, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he approached the young man with a long sword in hand. "Yes, let us torment him thoroughly. He dared to kill our comrades and remains so arrogant. He must not be allowed a swift death." The other disciples from the remaining sects chimed in. "Come then, let me take one down with me. That would be worthwhile," the young man muttered, a scornful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He, Jiang Chen, a towering figure standing at 9 feet tall, could never succumb to torment and perish like a mere wretch. Even in the face of death, he would expend the last vestige of his strength to ensure mutual destruction with his adversaries. Indeed, he is a man of fervor. Precisely the kind that aligns with the ethos of my esteemed Tian sect. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen materialized beside Jiang Chen, wearing a smile of admiration. At this moment, the system panel displayed Jiang Chen's information. Name, Jiang Chen talent, grade 10 age, 18 cultivation, 5th level of Dan condensation physique, Taishu, sword body background, born into a modest family in a city of the southern region. He exhibited prodigious talent for cultivation from a young age and was betrothed to the daughter of the city's foremost family. However, at the age of 16, upon awakening the sword body, his cultivation regressed, subjecting him to countless mockeries. He arranged a 3-year pact with the daughter of the patriarch of a certain sacred sect and has since ventured into Yun Prefecture, entering a secret realm to slay disciples from 3 major sects, only to find himself besieged here. Where on earth did this person come from? I have no idea. It seems as though he materialized from thin air. Could it be that we've encountered a ghost in broad daylight? How dare you utter such words as a cultivator? The onlookers, a gathering of scattered cultivators, were the first to spot Jiang Chen, their faces displaying shock as they engaged in fervent discussions. They all failed to notice how Jiang Chen had entered the scene, yet he had already appeared beside Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen wore a bewildered expression. He was prepared to perish alongside the disciples of the Huangji sect. Unexpectedly, a remarkably handsome man appeared, smiling as he fixed his gaze upon him. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen intended to inquire about Jiang Chen, but before he could utter a word, a disciple from the Huangji sect interrupted. "How audacious! Who do you think you are? Wandering into the battleground of our 3 major sects? Are you seeking death? Brother, don't waste your breath on such trash. Let us eliminate him together." "Heh. He brought this upon himself. He deserves to die. Shall we also sever his tongue?" "Haha, splendid idea." The disciples from the 3 major sects showed no regard for Jiang Chen, undeterred even by the peculiar manner of his arrival. They are accompanied by 3 elders at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm. Even if they were ghosts, they would still need to perish once more. Humph. A swarm of insignificant insects daring to flaunt their might before me, the sovereign of this sect. Let them perish. In their next life, may they practice silence. Jiang Chen unleashed hundreds of waves of power towards the disciples of the Huangji sect and those surrounding them, instantly obliterating them. Bang, 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 an incessant cacophony erupted, akin to the sound of firecrackers. Hiss. This is utterly ruthless, isn't it? The onlookers, wandering cultivators, were left dumbfounded in shock. They were initially anxious about Jiang Chen, but to their astonishment, before they could even blink, the disciples from the 3 major sects were dispatched like firecrackers. Masterful, indeed, this is true mastery. With a mere wave of their hand, hundreds were annihilated. Their cultivation level could not be trivial, regardless of whether they are masters or not. I am simply reveling in the moment. The demise of these scoundrels brings me immense joy. Indeed, it seems I too am quite elated. The independent cultivators, regaining their senses, wore expressions of pure satisfaction. They were tormented mercilessly by this group within the secret realm, and now witnessing their complete demise brings an indescribable sense of relief. Jiang Chen is equally astounded. It was the first time he had witnessed such formidable prowess. One must recognize that these several hundred individuals were all at the Dan condensation realm, with a few even at the void-shattering realm. To annihilate them with a mere wave of the hand, what immense strength that must entail. "Senior, you are." Jiang Chen was about to inquire further when the enraged roars of the elders from the 3 major sects erupted, encircling him and Jiang Chen. "You audacious brat! How dare you slay so many disciples of my sect? I shall ensure your demise is anything but merciful. I will flay your skin and strip your flesh. For only then can I quell the wrath in my heart. To grant you a swift death would be an affront to our fallen disciples." The elders of the Huangji sect, Xianlei sect, and Xian sect glared at Jiang Chen, their eyes bulging with fury. With so many disciples lost, They could not return home to face the consequences, knowing they would endure severe punishment. Thus, they could only vent their frustrations on Jiang Chen for the time being. Ah, I am far kinder than you can imagine. I shall grant you a most merciful demise, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, gesturing towards the three elders. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, three of the elders exploded in place. Is this truly human? The onlooking cultivators were rendered utterly astonished, their minds nearly paralyzed by the spectacle. In the span of mere seconds, they had been stunned multiple times, their jaws nearly dislocated from disbelief. Jiang Chen's ease in dispatching foes, whether they were lowly disciples of the three sects or peak heavenly soul elders, was akin to igniting firecrackers, effortless and casual. Youth. I am the 99th generation patriarch of the Qingtian sect. Observing your innate talent and disposition, I am inclined to take you as my disciple. What say you? After eliminating the three elders, Jiang Chen revealed a serene smile, addressing Gu Chen. Ah, take me as your disciple? Gu Chen snapped back to reality, his expression a mixture of hesitation and uncertainty. Although Jiang Chen's power was formidable, it was confined to Yunzhou. He had a 3-year pact to ascend to the heavenly soul realm, and he was uncertain if studying under Jiang Chen would enable him to achieve that level. If he could not, the disappointment would be far more unbearable than death itself. Senior, can you ensure that I break through to the heavenly soul realm within 3 years? If so, I shall gladly become your disciple, Gu Chen asked, his body trembling as he mustered the courage to pose the question. He was terrified that Jiang Chen might become displeased and treat him like a firecracker, but this question was unavoidable. What? A breakthrough to the heavenly soul in 3 years? Jiang Chen displayed a rather displeased expression. A mere 3 years to achieve the heavenly soul? What is the point in that? Outside, while 3 years pass, the tower has existed for 3,000 years. Even a pig would have become an emperor by now. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Senior, I understand it is challenging, but as a junior, Gu Chen, witnessing Jiang Chen's expression, turned pale with fright and hurried to explain, but was swiftly interrupted. What I mean is not that it is difficult, but rather that your expectations are far too low. Give me 3 years, and I shall elevate you directly to immortality. Jiang Chen's voice boomed as he glared at Gu Chen. Immortality? Gu Chen was once again taken aback. He had never even heard of such a term. Senior, is an immortal very powerful? He asked, voicing his confusion. You need only to know that an immortal can annihilate a heavenly soul, Jiang Chen patiently elucidated. An immortal can annihilate a heavenly soul? Gu Chen was astonished and immediately knelt, bowing 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Disciple Gu Chen pays respects to the master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting a personal disciple. Reward, legendary treasure chest. A chest shimmering with golden light appeared in Jiang Chen's system backpack. All right, rise. You are now my second personal disciple, Jiang Chen said, using a force to lift Gu Chen up before casually tearing open a spatial rift and stepping inside. Disciple, let us go back to the sect, Jiang Chen beckoned. Yes, master, Gu Chen replied, his face filled with awe as he crossed into the space. The space healed behind them. The onlookers, astonished, could hardly believe their eyes, erupting into fervent discussion. What cultivation level does this senior possess to be able to tear apart space? A dark-skinned youth exclaimed in shock. I suppose he must be at the level of a human sovereign, a long-faced youth timidly responded. You've got a good head on your shoulders. If he can obliterate a peak heavenly soul, he is undoubtedly a human sovereign. The dark-skinned youth roared at the long-faced one. Well, I don't know. I'm merely at the Dan condensation stage. How can I discuss the intricacies of tearing space? The long-faced youth retorted, brandishing his large blade towards the dark-skinned youth. Hey, brother, no need to get worked up. It's all about participation. The dark-skinned youth quickly pacified, seeing the blade drawn. At the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen and Gu Chen slowly emerged in the plaza. Wow, the spiritual energy here is astonishing. Gu Chen exclaimed, astonished by the density of spiritual energy within the sect. When Jiang Chen had brought him to recognize the mountain gate, he had not realized how thick the spiritual energy was. It was only upon entering that he comprehended the terror of the Qingtian sect's spiritual energy. With this level of spiritual density, he was confident he could reach the heavenly soul realm, or even beyond, in 3 years. Master truly does not deceive me, Gu Chen mused inwardly. Li Dideo, come to the plaza, Jiang Chen called out nonchalantly. In an instant, Li Dideo appeared before Jiang Chen, bowing respectfully. Subordinate Li Dideo greets the sect master. Jiang Chen nodded, patting Gu Chen's shoulder as he looked at Li Dideo. This is my second personal disciple, Gu Chen. Please arrange his accommodations within the sect. Yes, sect master. After bowing, Li Dideo addressed Gu Chen. Gu disciple, follow me. I will arrange your lodging and explain the rules of the Qingtian sect, as well as some training locations. Master, the disciple shall take his leave. Gu Chen respectfully bowed to Jiang Chen. Go ahead. This is elderly Dideo. He will take care of everything for you. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Once Gu Chen departed with Li Dideo, Jiang Chen vanished from his location. Reappearing in the main hall, seated upon the throne, ready to open the second legendary treasure chest. Ding. Legendary treasure chest opened successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one True Immortal summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one Emperor Level 1 cultivation enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one Taishu sword art. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one trial tower. The trial tower has 99 levels, each containing a powerful mirror image for disciples to validate their strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one void sword sealed. The void sword, an artifact from the supreme world, is the exclusive weapon of the Taishu sword body, maximizing its power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one enlightenment tea tree. The leaves of the enlightenment tea tree are treasures for comprehending the Tao. When infused with spiritual water or consumed raw, they enhance one's understanding of the Tao. Not bad. These items are quite impressive. Seeing the treasures in his system backpack, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. System, use the Emperor Level 1 cultivation enhancement card. As soon as the treasures arrived, Jiang Chen immediately consumed the enhancement card. Ding. Using Emperor Level 1 cultivation enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the Emperor Level 1 cultivation enhancement card. Your cultivation level is now at Emperor Level 5. Boom. Jiang Chen's aura surged once more. I am getting closer to the pinnacle. Feeling the increase in his internal power, Jiang Chen murmured, then stepped outside the hall. He sought an open space beside the main hall and transplanted the Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree from within the system. Suddenly, a magnificent tree, resplendent with lush foliage, emerged within the Qingtian sect. The leaves of the tree swayed gently in the breeze, imbued with the essence of the Tao. Standing beneath its boughs and inhaling the fragrant aroma of the leaves, Jiang Chen felt a deepening of his comprehension of the great Tao. It is said that tea must be harvested and crafted by women to truly capture its exquisite flavor. As Jiang Chen gazed at the Tao Enlightenment tea tree before him, a thought surged within him, to summon an empress or a fairy using a summoning card, entrusting them with the care of this tea tree. In due course, he would savor the ethereal fragrance of the Tao Enlightenment tea. System, utilize the Emperor Pinnacle summoning card. Jiang Chen commanded the system. Once the idea had taken root, it was time to bring it to fruition. Within his backpack, there resided 2 genuine immortal summoning cards and 1 Emperor summoning card. He decided to commence the summoning with the Emperor card. Should a female Emperor be summoned, he would reserve the immortal cards as a strategic backup, to be utilized when necessary. Beep. Summoning successful. Initiating the summoning of a peak Emperor-level entity for the host as the system's voice faded. A rift in space materialized outside the main hall. A figure clad in a flowing white gown emerged from the fissure, kneeling before Jiang Chen and respectfully declaring, I am Lu Shu, your subordinate, greeting the sect master. Ah, splendid. The system truly understands my desires. It summoned the female emperor I sought. Jiang Chen observed Lu Shu, kneeling before him, and felt a surge of delight. This summoned empress not only exuded profound reverence, but also possessed exquisite beauty. Her fair skin and graceful features were accentuated by her hair, elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, complemented by her flowing white dress, presenting a picture of ethereal elegance. She would surely brew delightful tea, wouldn't she? Rise, Jiang Chen said with a slight nod. After Lu Shu stood, he continued, your future task is to tend to this enlightenment tea tree, engaging in both tea picking and brewing personally. Do you understand? Yes, sect master. I will faithfully adhere to your orders and produce the most exquisite tea, Lu Shu replied, bowing respectfully. Then, let us commence the work, Jiang Chen stated. Before vanishing from sight, beside the time tower, Jiang Chen's figure gradually reappeared. He retrieved the trial tower from the system and cast it onto the nearby grounds. Just a stone's throw from the time tower. Boom. The earth trembled as a black trial tower, matching the height of the time tower, materialized within the Qingtian sect. This was a deliberate arrangement on his part. intended to allow future disciples to promptly verify their strength after completing their training. The sect's training facilities had begun to take shape, yet remained obscure, hindering the recruitment of disciples on a larger scale. The system detected that the city of Yuzhou would soon host the 100 sects competition and urged the host to bring the current disciples to contend for first place, ensuring the name of Qingtian sect would resound throughout Yuzhou. The competition stipulated that disciples' cultivation must not exceed the out-of-body realm, and the reward for attaining first place was a rare treasure chest. As Jiang Chen positioned the trial tower, the system's announcement echoed. "Oh, a martial arts competition?" Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Chen paused momentarily, then smiled. Such a competition of this caliber made winning first place a certainty. As for Yi Xiao, he needed only to spend some time in the time tower, keeping his cultivation at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. He would undoubtedly be an invincible presence at the upcoming competition. Although Gu Chun and Qin Feier had yet to commence their training in the tower, with nearly 2 days remaining before the competition, it was assured they would reach the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Thus, achieving first place seemed entirely predictable, though the system's reward was somewhat underwhelming, merely a single rare treasure chest. Nevertheless, a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Jiang Chen returned to the main hall with a beaming smile. He prepared to summon Gu Chun to present him with the recently acquired Taishu sword art and the Void Sword, enabling him to train effectively in the Time Tower. "Disciple, I pay my respects to Master." Gu Chun entered the grand hall, bowing deeply to Jiang Chen. After being introduced by Li Didao, he began to grasp the terrifying nature of the Qingtian sect. Although he was unaware of Jiang Chen's cultivation level, the extraordinary training environment surpassed his comprehension. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, presenting the Taishu sword art and the Void Sword into Gu Chen's hands. "Disciple, these are the techniques I have selected as most suited for you, along with a weapon tailored to your needs. Take them and train diligently in the Time Tower." Gu Chen gazed at the 2 items in his hands, his face brimming with excitement as he bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I will certainly train hard and not disappoint your expectations." Oh, by the way, Jiang Chen seemed to recall something and advised once more. "While training, remember to control your realm, ensuring you do not exceed the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. I will be taking you to participate in a competition soon." "Understood, Master." Gu Chen exited the grand hall, feeling somewhat perplexed. His master surprisingly instructed him to regulate his cultivation, advising against advancing too rapidly through the realms. This truly is a remarkable tale throughout the ages. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The realm they struggled so hard to break through must still be restrained upon reaching the Qingtian sect. Otherwise, one might inadvertently surpass their limits. Shortly after Gu Chen departed, Yi Xiao, Qin Feier, and Lu Lu arrived at the grand hall. "Subordinate, greetings to the sect master." "Disciple, greetings to the sect master." "Disciple, greetings to the master." The 3 of them bowed in unison. "Please, be at ease," Jiang Chen said from his throne, raising his hand slightly with a nonchalant expression. Reporting to the sect master. "I have completed my task and returned. Please provide your instructions." Lu Lu spoke up. "Well, you shall accompany Zhang Wu to guard the entrance." Jiang Chen replied after a moment as contemplation. Given the peak Saint King prowess of both Zhang Wu and Lu Lu, it was only fitting for them to be assigned to such a role. Li Didao and Lu Shu, both at the pinnacle of emperor rank, were merely engaged in menial tasks within the sect. What else could 2 lesser Saint Kings do but stand guard? "Yes, sect master, your subordinate obeys." Lu Lu bowed and exited the grand hall to join Zhang Wu at the mountain gate. Watching Lu Lu depart, Qin Feier was taken aback. She had assumed that with Lu Lu's cultivation, he would hold some standing within the sect. After all, the strength he demonstrated when escorting them to Feihe City was extraordinary. Yet, such a formidable individual could only be relegated to guard duty in the Qingtian sect. It was truly astonishing. Yi Xiao, however, maintained an expression of indifference. He had indeed received the techniques and weapons from Jiang Chen and had even trained within the Time Tower. After witnessing these extraordinary cultivation treasures, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He was no longer surprised by the power of the sect. "Qin Feier, have you managed your family matters well?" Jiang Chen inquired with a smile, addressing the astonished Qin Feier below. Oh yes." Qin Feier came to her senses and hurriedly knelt, responding, "Disciples' parents are safe now. Thank you, sect master, for resolving my family issues." "Good, that is a relief. Go to the techniques hall, and select a primary cultivation technique. Then proceed to the time tower for training, Jiang Chen instructed, relaying the same message he had given to Gu Chun, to Qin Feier, and Yi Xiao. He emphasized the importance of not exceeding their cultivation limits. Yes, sect master, I will remember, replied Qin Feier. Yes, master, I will also remember, Yi Xiao added. After they both paid their respects, they left the grand hall, allowing it to return to tranquility. Jiang Chen took out the relic left by his esteemed teacher. Once again lost in thought. Reporting, sect master, the first batch of tea has been prepared. Just as Jiang Chen was engrossed in his reflections, Lu Shu gently entered the hall, presenting the finished Wu Dao tea before him. Oh, quite efficient, indeed. Brew a cup for me to taste, Jiang Chen commanded. Certainly. Lu Shu responded, retrieving the tea set she had prepared along with the spiritual liquid extracted from the Qi Tian sect's aura, and brewed a pot of Wu Dao tea. She then poured a cup and presented it to Jiang Chen, saying, Sect master, please enjoy the tea. Wonderful. Jiang Chen accepted the cup, took a small sip, and couldn't help but exclaim, this tea not only enhances one's comprehension of the great Tao, but it also possesses a unique fragrance. Lu Shu, blushing slightly, replied, Sect master, this tea was entirely crafted by my own hands. If you enjoy it, I shall continue to prepare it this way. Yes, let it be prepared in this manner, Jiang Chen said, finishing the tea in his hand. Understood, sect master, Lu Shu replied, pouring him another cup. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the competition arrived. Jiang Chen, while sipping tea, had Lu Shu massage his shoulders, enjoying a life full of color and vitality. It is time to depart. Jiang Chen instructed Lu Shu to tidy the tea set and called for the three who had been training in the time tower, along with Li Dideo. This was an event to participate in a martial arts competition, and the presentation could not be too modest. Besides the gatekeepers, Zhang Wu and Lu Lu, he planned to take everyone else along. Disciple, greetings to master. Disciple, greetings to sect master. Subordinate, greetings to sect master. Yi Xiao, along with Li Dideo, arrived at the grand hall, respectfully bowing. At ease, Jiang Chen waved his hand, observing the trio. Their auras were all at the peak of the out-of-body stage. Very well. Let us set off, Jiang Chen said, nodding in satisfaction as he tore through a space and stepped inside. Yi Xiao and the others closely followed. Outside Yinzhou City, throngs of people surged. Various sects brought their strongest disciples to participate in the competition. In previous years, this grand event was hosted by the four top sects of Yinzhou, which offered a plethora of treasures. Now, with the Divine Intent sect having been destroyed by unknown forces, the remaining three top sects took on the responsibility. The inclusion of smaller sects served to showcase the strength of the three major sects, as the treasures would ultimately return to their hands. Historically, however, underdogs from smaller sects had triumphed in lower-tier competitions, seizing treasures from the three major sects, which was why these smaller sects were eager to participate. At the city gate, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Lu Shu, Li Dideo, and Yi Xiao, prepared to register for entry. Since they were there for the competition, he wished to keep a low profile, adhering to the rules of Yinzhou City. After a lengthy wait, when their turn finally arrived, an elder from the Falling Star sect, accompanied by a dozen young disciples, approached them. Did you not see the Falling Star sect has arrived? Step back to the rear. One disciple scolded. Humph, aside from the three major sects, the Falling Star sect is the strongest. You trash should not dare to stand in our way. Quickly roll away. Another disciple shouted arrogantly. The elder himself remained indifferent, showing no intention of reprimanding his disciples. So, they are from the Falling Star sect. No wonder they are so arrogant. Indeed, apart from the three major sects, they have always looked down upon others, and such scenes are commonplace during major competitions. Alas, who could blame them for their strength? If one were strong enough, they could behave as such too. Haha. Indeed, if I were strong, I would also cut in line. The smaller sects behind expressed no surprise at the arrival of the Falling Star sect. Hold! What nonsense is this Falling Star sect? Before my Qingtian sect, you are less than an ant. All of you shall perish. Li Dideo roared in fury, unsheathing his large blade and slashing towards the elder and his group. Boom! The blade's energy swept through the bodies of the elder and his disciples, cleaving into the city wall and splitting it apart. The elder and his dozen companions were instantly reduced to mere fragments, crashing to the ground. Humph! Li Dideo sheathed his blade. Had Jiang Chen not instructed him to control his strength to the level of a human sovereign during this outing, he could have easily slain everyone in Yunzhou City with a single stroke. Wow, is this Qingtian sect person too powerful? One cut, and he annihilated the falling star sect? The onlookers were astounded. That elder was a formidable figure, a powerful being at the heavenly soul stage, yet he could not withstand a single blow? Terrifying, terrifying. When did Yunzhou acquire such a sect? Qingtian sect? I have never heard of it. Could it possibly not be from our Yunzhou? The smaller sects in line were left dumbfounded, inquiring about the origins of the Qingtian sect, but were met with ignorance and uncertainty, even questioning if Qingtian sect was truly a sect of Yunzhou. Are you all from the Qingtian sect? The disciples responsible for registration from the three major sects asked, somewhat astonished. The fate of the falling star sect was of no concern to them, as long as no harm came to the disciples of the three major sections. He is currently astonished by the Qingtian sect, for within the records of the Yunzhou sect, there exists indeed a sect by that name. However, the description therein indicates that this sect has fallen into decline, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Indeed, I am the 99th generation of the Qingtian sect's sovereign. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Very well, esteemed elder, may I inquire which realm your sect wishes to register for the competition? Upon receiving Jiang Chen's response, the disciple responsible for registration did not probe further. Instead, he courteously proceeded with the enrollment. After all, Jiang Chen's attendant had just annihilated a member of the Falling Star sect with a single strike, and being merely an ordinary disciple of one of the three major sects, he could hardly afford to offend Jiang Chen. My disciple wishes to register for the out-of-body realm competition, Jiang Chen reiterated. Out-of-body realm? The registering disciple gasped in astonishment. Such a level of competition had previously been the exclusive domain of the top sects, with no place for smaller sects, as they were incapable of nurturing disciples of that caliber at this age. Hence, he had never before processed a registration for the out-of-body realm. What? Is that not permissible? Jiang Chen inquired, his voice steady. No, esteemed elder, I shall register your sect's disciple immediately, the registering disciple stammered, snapping back to reality as he hurriedly recorded the details of Yi Shao and his companions, subsequently issuing them entry tokens to the city. Once Jiang Chen and his entourage entered, a fervent discussion erupted among the smaller sections. What exactly is the Qingtian sect, and from where in Yunzhou does it hail? Not only does it possess formidable elders, but it also boasts such a young disciple of the out-of-body realm? I have no idea. I've never heard of this sect before. As if it just materialized out of nowhere. To possess such a young disciple of the out-of-body realm, their strength may very well rival that of the three major sections. Indeed, this year's competition is likely to be fraught with uncertainty. Haha, this makes it all the more interesting. It has always been the same few top sects squabbling, finally. We have some new elements this year. Hey, are you all still chattering? Do you intend to register or not? The registering disciple bellowed at the still discussing smaller sections. Forgive us, young friend. We shall proceed to register right away. The elders and leaders of the smaller sects, their faces flushed with embarrassment, hastily approached to enroll their disciples. Qingtian sect? Within a lavish palace in the city, the leaders of the three major sects regarded the information about Yi Shao and his companions with expressions of disbelief. This marks their inaugural encounter, as they gather beneath the auspices of the three principal sects to register for the contest of the out-of-body realm. This situation has left them in a quandary. The rewards for the out-of-body competition are unparalleled, equivalent to the annual resource expenditures of their sections. While these prizes are termed rewards, they are essentially wagers collectively staked by the three sects. The victor claims the spoils of the others. The sudden participation of the Qingtian sect, which seeks only to reap the rewards without contributing anything in return, has caused them considerable distress. Should the Qingtian sect emerge victorious, they would suffer significant losses, akin to losing both their investments and their forces, a veritable disaster. When did the Qingtian sect rise to prominence? It has emerged so unexpectedly, pondered the master of the Xianlei sect, his confusion palpable. Despite exhausting all resources to investigate the Qingtian sect, he had found no traces of its activities. Once on the verge of extinction, how could it possibly have resurfaced so abruptly? What say you, esteemed colleagues? Shall we allow the Qingtian sect to participate? Inquired the master of the Huangji sect, casting a glance at the masters of the Xianlei and Xian sects. Denying the Qingtian sect's participation would be inadvisable. The rules were established by us. Altering them now would undermine our prestige in Yunzhou, analyzed the master of the Xian sect after a moment of contemplation. Yet, all these resources are contributed by our three sections. If we permit the Qingtian sect to win, can you too accept such an outcome? The master of the Huangji sect spoke gravely. You need not fret, countered the master of the Xian sect. It is indeed true that changing the rules at this juncture would adversely affect our standing in Yunzhou. It may be more prudent to permit the Qi Tian sect's participation. Should they secure the top position, we could fabricate a pretext to eliminate them, possibly reaping additional benefits in the process. A sinister smile crept across the face of the master of the Xianlei sect. Ah, Xianlei sect master, your cunning is commendable. This idea holds merit, remarked the master of the Huangji sect. Indeed, it safeguards our interests while potentially augmenting our gains. A truly advantageous strategy, chimed in the master of the Xian sect, as they shared hearty laughter over the proposal. Oh, by the way, regarding the elder disciples who perished in the mysterious Sacred Mountain's secret realm the day before yesterday, do you have any leads on the forces responsible for their demise? The master of the Xianlei sect inquired suddenly. What leads could there be? Aside from knowing their life tokens were shattered, we found no traces at the scene, replied the master of the Huangji sect with a grim expression. The same holds true for me. With none of them surviving, we cannot ascertain which rogue cultivators entered the secret realm. To uncover the truth will likely require considerable time, lamented the master of the Xian sect, his expression equally dark. The loss of these elder disciples, while not sufficient to cripple our three sects, has nonetheless inflicted considerable strain. It will take at least a few years to recruit such a number of talented disciples. Alas, what a troublesome season this is, sighed the master of the Xianlei sect, glancing at the masters of the Huangji and Xian sects. Since you lack any leads, let us depart. The contest is about to commence. With that, the master of the Xianlei sect exited the grand hall. In the heart of Yunzhou City, the martial arena was already filled to capacity with leaders from various sects and disciples participating in competitions across the realms. This circular arena was divided into 9 platforms, 3 for the out-of-body realm, 3 for the void-breaking realm, and 3 for the Dan consolidation realm. Near the platforms designated for the out-of-body disciples, 3 chairs carved from spirit stones were positioned, serving as the seats for the heads of Yunzhou's 3 foremost sects, allowing them to observe the contest up close. However, not far from these 3 chairs was an additional seat, occupied by an extraordinarily handsome young man. His throne emanates a captivating aura, unmistakably crafted from precious materials of refining. Hiss, who is this person? Is it not a seat reserved only for the leaders of the 3 premier factions? I have never encountered him. Could it be that Yunzhou has gained yet another dominant power? You may not be aware, but this individual is the master of the Qi Tian sect, whose disciples are also participating in the out-of-body realm competition, thus he is entitled to sit there as well. The Qi Tian sect is capable of partaking in the out-of-body realm contests. Does that not imply their strength is comparable to that of the 3 major sects? I am uncertain of the exact disparity, yet I witnessed an elder from his sect at the city gate, who effortlessly slew the grand elder of the Meteor sect with a single strike. Hiss, the Qi Tian sect is indeed formidable. It seems we are in for an exciting spectacle this year. The cultivators from various sects surrounding the arena initially expressed confusion regarding Jiang Chen's presence alongside the leaders of the 3 major sections. However, upon learning of the Qi Tian sect's strength and the participation of its disciples in the out-of-body realm competition, their expression shifted to one of anticipation. Master, tea. Lu Shu presented a cup of brewed enlightenment tea to Jiang Chen, and then proceeded to massage his shoulders from behind. Lu Shu, you're becoming increasingly considerate. Jiang Chen felt increasingly satisfied with Lu Shu's attentive service. Serving the master is the duty of a subordinate. Lu Shu replied with a smile as she continued to knead his shoulders. Senior brother Yi, don't you think we are rather conspicuous? Qin Fei glanced around at the individuals seated on the platform, noticing their gazes all fixed upon them, their expressions slightly awkward. Junior sister Qin, this is where you err. As a disciple of the Qi Tian sect, one must be somewhat prominent. You shall bore no discomfort, instead wearing a broad smile. Indeed, junior sister Qin, once the competition commences, it will be difficult for us to remain inconspicuous. Consider this an early acclimatization, Gu Chen added, chuckling. Before long, several individuals, including the master of the Xianlei sect, arrived at the edge of their seating and promptly took their places. They observed Jiang Chen seated not far away, yet chose to remain silent. After all, given the display of strength exhibited by the Qi Tian sect at the city gate, coupled with their disciples participating in the out-of-body realm competition, his presence here was quite customary. Soon, under the auspices of an elder from the 3 sects, all disciples competing in various realms familiarized themselves with the rules of the contest. The stipulation was that each arena would feature 1 disciple from each sect. Securing victory on 2 platforms would yield rewards for that realm. The challenging side was prohibited from employing a wheel strategy, with each arena permitted to send only 3 disciples, and only one sect could engage in rotation per day. Now that everyone was acquainted with the rules, it was time to draw lots. The side designated as attackers would remain off the stage, while the defenders would take their positions. With a commanding voice, the presiding elder announced the commencement of the draw, prompting each sect's representatives to approach the lot box. Night Owl, you shall represent our sect in the draw, Jiang Chen instructed, sipping a small amount of tea as he addressed Night Owl beside him. Yes, master. Night Owl replied respectfully, proceeding slowly towards the lot box. The other 3 major sects also dispatched a participant to draw lots on their behalf. Very well. Let us begin the draw. Xianlei sect, you are first, so please proceed. Noticing that everyone had gathered, the elder by the lot box turned to the representative of the Xianlei sect. The representative of Xianlei sect, a male disciple, cast a cold glance at the other 3 before reaching into the box, rummaging around, and withdrawing a jade tablet, which he presented to the elder overseeing the draw. Xianlei sect will defend, the elder announced loudly after examining the jade tablet. A disciple beside him swiftly recorded the information of the Profound Thunder sect, compiling it into the tournament records. Next, the Sky Pillar sect shall draw. The elder in charge of the draw then addressed Night Owl. Without hesitation, Night Owl strode forward to the lottery box, retrieving a jade token and presenting it to the elder. Sky Pillar sect, first attacker, the elder announced after inspecting the token. Subsequently, disciples from the Imperial Pole sect and the Violet Flame sect each drew a jade token and handed it to the elder. Imperial Pole sect, second attacker. Violet Flame sect, third attacker. In moments, the offensive and defensive order of the sects was firmly established. The Profound Thunder sect, as the defending side, would emerge victorious as long as they held the arena. The Sky Pillar sect, designated as the first challenger, would face the Profound Thunder sect initially. Should they defeat all of the Profound Thunder sect's disciples, the latter would be eliminated. Meanwhile, the Imperial Pole sect and the Violet Flame sect were assigned the second and third positions, dictating their sequence of challenge. You brat from the Sky Pillar sect. Don't think that just because you've reached the peak of the soul projection stage, you're anything special compared to our Profound Thunder sect. Your Sky Pillar sect is still far beneath us, sneered the male disciple representing the Profound Thunder sect, casting a scornful glance at Night Owl upon learning their first opponent. Traditionally, the 3 great sects had always dominated the competition. This year, however, the sudden emergence of the obscure Sky Pillar sect had inevitably bred contempt in their hearts. The 3 prominent sects boast a lineage that spans millennia. The depth of their heritage is not something a newly emerged sect can rival. Even if both are at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, the techniques of the Qi-Tian sect are undeniably inferior to those of the Xianlei sect. The disparity in techniques translates directly to a divergence in strength. Superior techniques enable individuals of the same realm to wield vastly different powers. Soon you shall comprehend just how far removed your prideful, insignificant sect is from my Qi-Tian sect. Yu Xiao grinned broadly as he approached Jiang Chen. He could not be bothered to waste words on the ridicule. Once they reached the arena, these individuals would come to realize just how laughably weak they truly are. You. The male disciple of the Xianlei sect intended to retort, yet upon witnessing Yi Xiao turn away, his face flushed with indignation. Li Kuan, what's the matter? Does this disciple of the Qingtian sect not show you any respect? The drawing disciple from the Huangji sect laughed heartily at the sight of the Xianlei disciple seething with unexpressed fury. The disciples of the Xian sect, though silent, were expressions that suggested they were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. The 3 sects were originally in a competitive relationship, and now, witnessing the disciples of the Xianlei sect suffering setbacks, their spirits were inevitably lifted. Do not rejoice too soon, you two. Once we deal with the Qingtian sect, you shall face the consequences, Li Kuan declared ominously before departing in a huff. Soon, under the arrangement of the presiding elder, all the defending sects took their positions. Meanwhile, the challenging sects began to gather beneath the stage. Yi Xiao, accompanied by Gu Chun and Qin Feier, reported to Jiang Chen and proceeded towards their respective challenge platforms. At this moment, on the stage for the out-of-body realm, 3 disciples from the Xianlei sect stood ready. Among them was Li Kuan, one of the 2 males and 1 female, who had just mocked Yi Xiao. As a disciple molded by Jiang Chen's teachings, Yi Xiao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to confront the one who dared to deride him and the Qingtian sect. Thus, he chose Li Kuan's platform without hesitation. Gu Chen opted for another male disciple, while Qin Feier selected a female disciple. The trio thus allocated their opponents, awaiting the command of the presiding elder to commence the official contest. It's about to begin. The audience from various sects watched with eager anticipation towards the out-of-body realm stage. Although there were several other platforms for different realms, they paled in comparison to the allure of the out-of-body contest. One wonders how formidable the Qi Tian sect truly is. Can they really challenge the Xianlei sect? Such a dreamer you are. The disciples of the Qi Tian sect, while also at the peak of the out-of-body realm, number only 3. Even if they triumphed over these few disciples from the Xianlei sect, there would still be others waiting to take the stage, easily overwhelming them. Indeed. For the Qi Tian sect to have nurtured 3 such young disciples at the out-of-body realm is already a remarkable feat. To surpass the Xianlei sect seems implausible. Unless their disciples are all prodigies. I secretly hope for a miracle. If the Qi Tian sect were to defeat the Xianlei sect, today's competition would certainly be captivating. The audience engaged in lively discussions, each voice contributing to the atmosphere of excitement. Most of them harbor skepticism towards the Qi Tian sect, believing it merely intrudes to bask in the limelight and enhance its own reputation. However, there are some who harbor hopes that the Qi Tian sect will take down the Xianlei sect, allowing these smaller sects to partake in a significant opportunity this year. The 3 grandmasters sit calmly in the audience, observing the arena with composed expressions. Their prior concerns regarding the Qi Tian sect claiming the lead were merely a reflection of uncertainty in the face of an unknown force. In terms of strength, the 3 individuals from the Qi Tian sect posed no significant threat. Simply due to their numbers, they already held a considerable advantage. Thus, for the Qi Tian sect to emerge victorious, it would require that all 3 disciples possess the extraordinary talent to contend against 10 opponents simultaneously. As the competition commenced with the elder referee's command, participants from various realms sprang into action. You, young man, forsake the path of righteousness to venture onto my arena. You are courting death. Li Kuan sneered at the opposing figure, Yi Xiao, revealing a malevolent grin. In the Xianlei sect, apart from the sect master and elders, no one dared to disrespect Li Kuan. Today, being humiliated by a disciple from another sect left him in a foul mood. Now, Yi Xiao audaciously chose him as a contender. He would not hold back. Indeed, I tread the path of righteousness. It is you who invites your own demise. A cold smile graced Yi Xiao's lips. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned his power and charged at Li Kuan. A fist enveloped in crimson energy aimed fiercely at his opponent's head. Mere trifles. Li Kuan had intended to display a facade of superiority, but Yi Xiao's punch was alarmingly swift, arriving at his head in the blink of an eye. Bang! Li Kuan barely had time to utter a cry before his skull was shattered. Such waste must not be tolerated, Yi Xiao murmured as he unleashed another strike, reducing Li Kuan to a cloud of blood mist, which he then absorbed into his being. Hiss. A disciple of the Xianlei sect met his end in such a manner? Was it not too swift? A true instant kill? What kind of extraordinary technique had this disciple of the Qi Tian sect mastered to possess such prowess? What kind of prodigy could vanquish a fellow cultivator of the same realm with such ease? As Yi Xiao obliterated Li Kuan's head and subsequently his body, the spectators from various sects wore expressions of shock. They yearned for a thrilling contest, yet to their astonishment, in an instant, the disciple of the Xianlei sect was obliterated. What was supposed to be a duel had unmistakably turned into a massacre. A splendid spectacle awaits. Indeed, the Qi Tian sect may very well emerge as this year's dark horse. How shall the 3 major sects respond? The audience from various sects gradually regained their composure, their faces alight with excitement, all eyes fixated on the trio from the Qi Tian sect, fearful of missing this captivating performance. Meanwhile, the other dueling platforms were entirely disregarded. With such an enthralling contest at hand, who would bother to watch the trivial skirmishes of mere children? How dare you kill my junior brother Li Kuan? I shall avenge him by slaying a disciple of the Qi Tian sect. A male disciple from the Xianlei sect, sharing the platform with Gu Chun, was consumed by rage as he charged towards Gu Chun, intent on avenging Li Kuan. Little sister, your Qi Tian sect members are excessively ruthless, leaving no intact remains for brother Li. Do not expect mercy from me. A female disciple from the Xianlei sect, also on the same platform as Qin Feier, advanced menacingly towards her, clearly poised to deliver a fatal blow. It will not be so easy to kill me. I am no weaker than brother Yi Xiao. Gu Chen, wielding his fingers as a blade, unleashed a wave of sword energy directed at the charging disciple of the Xianlei sect. Boom! The sword energy pierced through the Xianlei disciple's body, crashing down onto the platform with a resounding roar. The disciple's body was cleaved in two, slowly collapsing to the ground. I cannot bring shame upon my sect. Since you seek my death, I shall eliminate you instead. Qin Fei's gaze was resolute as she summoned her cultivation to strike at the female disciple of the Xianlei sect. The technique she had chosen from the Hall of Techniques was the Nine Nether Cold Ice technique, a formidable ice-based martial art. It was said that when mastered, one could even freeze time itself, a truly astonishing claim. Bang! Upon their contact, the cold energy emanating from Qin Fei surged towards the female disciple of the Xianlei sect. In the blink of an eye, the disciple was transformed into an ice sculpture, standing motionless on the platform. Though their duel seemed to last an eternity, it transpired in but a fleeting moment. Oh my! Oh my! The disciples of the Qingtian sect are utterly monstrous, able to vanquish their opponents with a single strike? As the dust settled, an uproar of astonished exclamations erupted throughout the arena. They believed that the Qingtian sect was formidable with the presence of the prodigious Yi Xiao alone. Little did they anticipate that Gu Chun and Qin Fei were equally powerful, each capable of dispatching foes with a single strike. Such prodigies would elate any other sect to possess even one. Yet, the Qingtian sect astonishingly boasts three, which is truly terrifying. Why hasn't the Xianlei sect sent anyone to the arena yet? This is merely the first wave, with two more to follow, right? Indeed. After the demise of three disciples, they ought to seek vengeance, should they not? Surely, they cannot be intimidated, reluctant to ascend the stage? Oh, you seem to relish the spectacle without regard for the consequences. The Xianlei sect is hardly foolish. Given the formidable prowess of Qingtian sect's disciples, they would be wary of sending their own members forth so recklessly. It is indeed regrettable that had the disciples of Qingtian sect chosen to conceal their strength initially, at least half of the disciples from the three major sects would have fallen at their hands. The spectators from various sects seated in the stands gazed at the arena with lingering anticipation. Yet, apart from Yi Xiao and a few others, no subsequent Xianlei sect disciples had appeared to vie for the stage. Meanwhile, the master of the Xianlei sect, seated beneath the stage of the out-of-body realm, wore an expression as dark as thunderclouds. How infuriating! To kill my Xianlei sect disciples before my very eyes. The sect master gripped the spirit stone chair so tightly that it began to crack under the immense pressure of his fury. These disciples were the elite of the Xianlei sect. With a breakthrough to the celestial soul, they would have been esteemed elders. Now, witnessing the effortless demise of three disciples before him, unable to intervene, he felt utterly humiliated. Sect master, are we truly not sending anyone up? An elder of the Xianlei sect approached the master, inquiring. Slap! The Xianlei sect master, consumed by rage, struck the elder across the face, bellowing, Are you blind? Did you not see how fearfully strong the Qingtian sect's disciples are? Shall we send them up merely to meet their doom? Yes, yes. I shall announce our concession at once. The questioned elder covered his face and hurried towards the out-of-body realm stage. Meanwhile, those Xianlei sect disciples who had initially prepared to enter the arena breathed a sigh of relief. The three individuals from the Qingtian sect were indeed far too formidable. Among them, although there are those stronger than the three on stage, how formidable can they truly be at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm? Considering the prowess of the three from the Qingtian sect, who can eliminate a peak out-of-body opponent with a single strike, if they were to confront them, they would surely meet their demise. In their hearts, they are all fervently exclaiming the brilliance of their sect leader. Master Xianlei, how can you concede so easily and leave us, the three premier sects of Yunzhou, in such a predicament? Indeed, you ought to persevere a little longer and set an example for us. The leaders of the Huangji sect and Xian sect voiced their concerns from the sidelines. The strength of the three from Qingtian sect truly astonished them. If their own disciples were to ascend the stage, the outcome would likely be no different. However, it was Xianlei sect that first faced this challenge, and it was necessary to exchange a few pleasantries. If you believe your disciples possess great strength, feel free to send them forth. Do not merely sit back and criticize from the sidelines, retorted Master Xianlei, his expression far from amiable. He has indeed lost three elite disciples, while these two old fellows have not lost a single one and continue to speak nonsense. Let's just say I concede. Indeed, the three major sects, although not particularly harmonious on ordinary days, must present a united front in such critical moments. The leader of the Emperor's Extreme sect and the leader of the Purple Flame sect exchanged awkward glances. Their initial pretense was just that, pretense. It was utterly impossible for them to sacrifice their disciples, especially considering the previous misfortune of the Xianlei sect. They would never allow their disciples to meet a similar fate. If we concede, the reward will go to the Qingtian sect, which equates to 3 years' worth of supplies for their sect. Are you both truly willing to accept that? The leader of the Emperor's extreme sect cautioned. Absolutely not. We will proceed according to our prior agreement. The leader of the Xianlei sect replied, revealing a cruel smile. What he had previously mentioned in passing had unexpectedly come to fruition. So, shall we act here, or wait until they return? The leader of the Purple Flame sect inquired from the side. He was reluctant to part with the resources of his sect. If the other two factions managed to seize them, he would have no grounds for complaint. After all, the 3 major sects were nearly equal in strength, and provoking one another would lead to mutual destruction. However, now that the Qingtian sect, an unexpected newcomer, had emerged victorious, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Therefore, the idea proposed by the master of the Xianlei sect found his full support. If the 3 major sects united, the Qingtian sect would surely become easy prey. The master of the Xianlei sect glanced at the master of the Xian sect, a faint smile gracing his lips. Given the circumstances, since both of them shared this sentiment, they could let the Qingtian sect return and subsequently concoct a reason to annihilate it, thus preserving their long-standing honorable image. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Once we eliminate the Qingtian sect, all its resources will rightfully belong to us, replied the master of the Xian sect. Indeed. But I wonder how formidable the foundation of the Qingtian sect truly is? Would its destruction yield even greater rewards? Remarked the master of the Huangji sect with a sly grin. Rest assured, the Qingtian sect has managed to cultivate such extraordinary disciples. Its resources must be plentiful. Destroying it will undoubtedly lead to significant gains, the master of the Xianlei sect proclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Then it is settled. We shall eradicate the Qingtian sect and divide its resources equally among ourselves, the master of the Huangji sect echoed, his expression one of delight. Thus, through whispered communications, they solidified their alliance to eliminate the Qingtian sect. Then, as if nothing were amiss, they sat in their chairs, quietly resting their eyes. How intriguing indeed, mused Jiang Chen, who was nearby, sipping tea with a sly smile. These petty individuals believed that their secretive discussions were secure from his imperial presence, unaware that their plans were as transparent as whispers in his ear. It was laughable that they considered their scheme foolproof, lost in their delusions. Li Didao cast a bemused glance at the masters of the Xianlei sect, shaking his head in amusement. Jiang Chen, being at the pinnacle of his imperial power, could certainly hear their whispers. However, he chose to remain silent, refraining from taking action. After all, they were merely communicating in hushed tones, and striking without cause would be unjustifiable. Soon, the elder of the Xianlei sect announced to the audience that they conceded defeat, followed by similar announcements from the elders of the Huangji sect and the Xian sect. The crowd gasped. All 3 major sects had surrendered. Did this mean the battle of the out-of-body realm had concluded? The rapidity was astonishing. It felt as though the competition had barely begun before it ended. The Huangji sect and the Xian sect appeared utterly feeble, conceding without a fight, unworthy of their status as one of Yunzhou's top 3 sections. Indeed, the Xianlei sect at least lost 3 disciples in battle, while they didn't even step foot on the stage. What cowardice! Someone remarked. Ah, the Qingtian sect is truly formidable. The mere presence of 3 disciples was enough to intimidate the 3 top sects into surrendering. Remarkable! After hearing this news, the audience from various sects erupted in astonishment. This year's competition had concluded far too swiftly, lasting barely a few seconds. However, the emergence of the Qingtian sect as a dark horse was not entirely unexpected, as its disciples possessed overwhelming combat prowess, making the reluctance of the 3 major sects to sacrifice their disciples quite understandable. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, since they have all conceded, does that mean we have emerged victorious? Asked Qin Feier, still on the stage, turning to Yi Xiao and Gu Chun. Indeed, junior sister Qin. Let us return to our master, Gu Chun replied, gracefully descending from the platform. Brother Yi, don't just stand there, come down. Qin Feier called out as she noticed Yi Xiao lingering. Humph, how dull. I haven't had my fill of killing yet, Yi Xiao said, reluctantly stepping down from the stage. He had intended to unleash a formidable display of prowess, yet he was taken aback by the evident fear of death exhibited by the disciples of various sects, which rendered his day rather less exhilarating. Once the night owls descended from the stage and returned to Jiang Chen's side, the elder presiding over the competition for the out-of-body realm approached him, bearing a storage ring. Congratulations to your esteemed sect for securing the title of out-of-body champion. Here is your reward. Please accept it, the elder proclaimed, presenting the storage ring before Jiang Chen. Ah, Didao, please take this reward. Jiang Chen instructed without extending his hand, opting to have Li Didao receive it instead. Although he found the contents unimpressive, he deemed it prudent to accept what was won, as it might prove useful in the future for cultivating outer disciples. Yes, sect master, Li Didao replied, bowing respectfully as he seized the storage ring from the elder's hand. At that moment, the three sect leaders seated nearby arose, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Congratulations, Qingtian sect master. The disciples nurtured by your sect possess remarkable strength. I, the leader of Xianlei sect, am truly in awe, one of them declared. Indeed, indeed. My Huangji sect feels rather inferior, another chimed in. Alas, there are indeed greater heights beyond the heavens and individuals surpassing others. It is a rare fortune for us at Xian sect to witness the genius of your sect, the third added, their expressions radiating sincerity. One might easily mistake them for paragons of virtue. Haha, I am flattered. Should such fortunate events occur again in the future, do remember to inform me. Jiang Chen replied, remaining seated, sipping his tea with a cheerful demeanor. Although he was aware that a few individuals harbored malicious intent, he saw no reason to act against them as they had yet to put their plans into motion. Thus, engaging in a little amusement with these insignificant creatures proved to be quite entertaining. Ah, indeed. We shall be sure to inform the esteemed leader of the Qitian sect should such matters arise again, the master of Xianlei sect replied, a flicker of anger briefly crossing his face before being replaced by a smile. The leaders of the Huangji sect and Xian sect feigned amiability, assuring, of course, we shall invite the Qitian sect again next time. With the competition concluded, Jiang Chen stood up, a charming smile gracing his features as he addressed the three. If you have the time, do come visit our Qitian sect. After leaving behind a meaningful smile, he turned and walked towards the arena's exit. Closely followed by Lu Shu and Yi Xiao, Li Didao was the last to depart, seizing Jiang Chen's seat and storing it in his storage ring before turning to follow the others. We shall be visiting the Qitian sect soon enough. I wonder if you will still be smiling then. The master of Xianlei sect observed Jiang Chen and his companions' retreating figures, a sneer on his face. Let us return, master of Xianlei, and deliberate on what excuse we shall concoct to swiftly gather forces to annihilate the Qitian sect, urged the leaders of Huangji and Xian sect. Indeed. We must act promptly to avoid prolonged troubles. Very well, let us depart. The master of Xianlei assented, walking towards the arena's exit alongside the two leaders. Ding. Congratulations. Host's disciple has claimed the title of champion in the martial arts competition, bringing renown to the Qitian sect in Yunzhou, and awarded a rare treasure chest. Upon returning to the Qitian sect, Jiang Chen and Yi Xiao were greeted by the system's voice. A chest emanating a blue light appeared in his system backpack. Ah, a rare treasure chest. I wonder what treasures it might hold? Jiang Chen mused, his interest somewhat lacking. For one who had already opened 2 legendary treasure chests and 1 epic treasure chest, the so-called rare treasure chest failed to stir any excitement within him. You all may return to your respective tasks. Jiang Chen gestured to Yu Xiao and Li Didao. Dismissed. Disciple, dismissed. Subordinate, dismissed. They all bowed respectfully before proceeding with their duties, some to cultivate, others to tend to flowers, and some to prepare tea. After sending them off, Jiang Chen swiftly returned to his throne in the main hall. System, activate the rare treasure chest, Jiang Chen commanded with a calm demeanor. Ding. Activating rare treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained 2 Peak Sage summoning cards. Ding. Congratulations, host has received 1 longevity pill, a sage-level elixir that extends lifespan by a century. Ah. The rewards in comparison to the previous 2 chests are simply worlds apart. Jiang Chen chuckled at the meager offerings from the rare treasure chest. Aside from the 2 summoning cards, the other rewards were laughably inadequate. Gulp. Jiang Chen retrieved the longevity pill from his system backpack and swallowed it whole. The mere sight of it cluttering his backpack was bothersome. It was better to consume it like a candy. Ding. Congratulations, host has consumed the longevity pill, gaining 100 years of life. Master, it is time for tea. Just as Jiang Chen finished the pill, Lu Shu entered the grand hall with tea utensils, a sweet smile adorning her face. Ah, splendid. I have been feeling rather parched, Jiang Chen replied, waiting for Lu Shu to prepare the tea before indulging in it. Lu Shu, ever attentive, frequently offered to massage Jiang Chen's shoulders and back, providing exceptional service. Meanwhile, at the gates of Yunzhou, the master of Xianlei and his companions summoned all the elders and elite disciples from the 3 sects, a gathering of over 1,000 individuals, all aboard spiritual vessels, fuming as they made their way towards the Qingtian sect. Soon after, News began to spread throughout Yinzhou. Have you heard? After the Qingtian sect's victory in the out-of-body realm competition, they became insufferably arrogant, severely injuring the disciples of the three major sects who were merely walking their dogs outside the city, even cooking the dogs. Now, the leaders of the three sects have set out to confront the Qingtian sect, vowing to seek justice for their disciples and their dogs. Really? Why were the disciples of the three major sects walking dogs instead of watching the competition? Indeed, I am curious about the dogs that captured their obsession. That is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that the three sects are mobilizing all their elders and elite disciples to the Qingtian sect, clearly intending to annihilate them. Surely they aren't using their defeat in the competition as a flimsy excuse to destroy the Qingtian sect? Who knows? It could very well be the case. Should the three sects join forces, even the most formidable Qingtian sect would face obliteration. That may not be certain. The strength displayed by the Qingtian sect in this competition was extraordinary. They might just create a miracle. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to witness the spectacle. Perhaps we can profit from the chaos. A throng of elders, sect leaders, and curious cultivators from various smaller sects followed closely behind the three major sections. Some among them harbored a mindset of seizing unexpected opportunities. Such an annihilating battle must be intensely fierce, and with a stroke of luck, one might glean some benefits from it. Others, however, were purely driven by curiosity, eager to witness the might of the Qingtian sect, which had once intimidated the three great sects into submission during the martial arts assembly. After a short while, the spiritual vessels of the three great sects appeared in close proximity to the Qingtian sect. The individuals aboard the vessels gazed upon the looming gates of the Qingtian sect with cruel smiles. The master of the Xianlei sect brandished his weapon, gesturing towards the direction of the Qingtian sect. The mountains ahead belong to the Qingtian sect. When we strike, be swift. Regardless of age or gender, every living being of the Qingtian sect must be slain. Indeed, eliminate all that can be killed, seize all that can be taken, and incinerate anything that cannot be carried away, added the master of the Xian sect. Yes, heed the directives of our esteemed leaders, commanded the master of the Huangji sect to the elders and disciples of his sect. Yes, sect leader. Yes, masters. The elders and disciples of the three sects responded eagerly, brandishing their weapons with excitement. Is this the Qingtian sect? Aside from a couple of slightly taller towers and a larger tree, it seems rather unremarkable, one remarked. In fact, the spiritual energy outside their sect is less dense than that of our own. How could the Qingtian sect be so ordinary, yet still cultivate those three exceptional disciples? Just a moment ago, I believed the Qingtian sect capable of miracles. I never anticipated such a lackluster sight. The elders and sect leaders, along with curious onlookers from Yunzhou City, all hovered in the air not far from the Qingtian sect. They gazed upon the sect, and apart from its somewhat opulent architecture, the meager spiritual energy of the mountains was disappointingly inferior to that of certain sects among them. They could not comprehend how the Qingtian sect, despite its harsh training environment, could cultivate three prodigies like the night owls. Within the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen sat with his eyes closed upon the throne, still relishing the services of Lu Shu. At that moment, Li Dideo entered the hall and respectfully reported, "Sect Master, the several sects have arrived. How should we deal with them?" "Just some trash," Jiang Chen replied languidly, eyes still shut. "Have Zhang Wu and Lu Lu eliminate them all." "Understood, Sect Master." Li Dideo bowed and exited the hall to convey Jiang Chen's orders to Zhang Wu and Lu Lu. In the vicinity of the mountain where the Qingtian sect resided, the leaders of Xianlei sect and others contemplated commanding their spirit vessels to soar directly above the Qingtian sect. However, at that precise moment, Zhang Wu and Lu Lu boldly obstructed the spirit vessel's path. "How dare you brazenly trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Qingtian sect? You shall all perish." Two enormous ethereal hands emerged from Zhang Wu and Lu Lu, instantly enveloping the spirit vessels of the three major sections. Aha! The leaders of Xianlei sect and their companions could only emit a final scream before vanishing along with their vessels into the void. The onlookers, elders and leaders of various sects in Yunzhou, stood frozen in shock, gazing at Zhang Wu and Lu Lu suspended in midair. They initially believed that the Qingtian sect was on the brink of annihilation. The spiritual vessels of the three major sects, upon descending upon Qingtian sect, would undoubtedly unleash a merciless slaughter. However, to their astonishment, before the vessels could even approach the mountains of Qingtian sect, They were intercepted and eradicated in an instant by the sudden appearance of Zhang Wu and Lu Lu. It was utterly shocking. What level of cultivation did these two possess? Capable of vanquishing over 1,000 members of the three major sects in mere moments? It is known that this represents the pinnacle of power in Yunzhou, with the weakest among them being at the peak of the out-of-body realm, and the three sect leaders, along with several elders, being formidable human sovereigns. To dispatch them with such ease would require at least a Earth Sovereign level of strength, wouldn't it? Earth Sovereign, do not frighten me. Each of the three major sects possesses only one Earth Sovereign ancestor, and if Qing Tian sect has two, that would render it more formidable than any single one of the three major sections. As they regained their composure, the crowd engaged in astonished discussions. They discovered that they had significantly underestimated the prowess of the Qing Tian sect. Although the spiritual energy within the mountains of Qing Tian sect was rather meager, its disciples and the formidable sect members were far from weak. Their strikes could obliterate opponents in an instant, instilling a profound sense of terror. Begone at once. Do not linger near the Qing Tian sect, lest my hand, unyielding, fails to recognize you. Lulu coldly admonished the onlookers, fixated at a distance. Although these individuals maintained a considerable distance from the sect, their presence, suspended in the air, tarnished the sect's reputation, necessitating a warning. Indeed, wise elders. We shall take our leave immediately, the conversing crowd exclaimed, jolted by Lulu's frigid tone, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They hastily summoned their full powers, swiftly retracing their steps, fearful that a moment's delay could result in their demise at the hands of Zhang Wu and Lu Lu. Those two formidable hands had effortlessly annihilated the peak forces of the three great sects in Yuzhou. If they were to strike at them, it was likely they would not even have the chance to scream before vanishing entirely. Once the spectators had retreated, Lu Lu and Zhang Wu swiftly returned to their meditation within the mountain gates. Soon, news of the incident spread throughout Yuzhou, inciting a tremendous uproar. What? The leaders of the three great sects, along with all their elders and elite disciples, were annihilated by the Qing Tian sect? This cannot be. Surely not. The three great sects are immensely powerful. Could they truly be vanquished in unison? It is indeed true. My grandfather's grandfather was present at the scene, and the brutality was indescribable. The members of the three sects were dispatched in mere moments, leaving no trace behind. Goodness! To be obliterated in the blink of an eye? The Qing Tian sect is truly terrifying. I have heard that two earthly sovereigns were responsible for the onslaught, figures comparable to the ancestors of the three sections. Heavens! The Qing Tian sect possesses two earthly sovereigns? It must be the preeminent force in Yunzhou. Indeed, who could have anticipated that this suddenly emerged sect would be so powerful? A transformation is imminent in Yunzhou. Thus, news regarding the Qing Tian sect spread through the cultivation world of Yunzhou like wildfire, as if it had sprouted wings. They then realized that aside from the three major sects in Yunzhou, there existed another formidable sect. Meanwhile, within the three major sects of Yunzhou, the disciples remaining in the sect were all wearing expressions of panic. With the death of their sect leader, elders, and elite disciples, the entire faction was devoid of a guiding force. Reluctantly, they summoned the reclusive earthly sovereign ancestor to preside over the sect. What did you say? Your sect leader, along with so many elders and elite disciples, has perished? The ancestor of Xianlei sect, awakened from his coffin, was initially filled with fury. However, upon hearing that the pinnacle of Xuanlei's power had been annihilated, his face turned pale with shock. Respected ancestor, it is true that the sect leader and others have fallen. According to rumors, they were slain by a force known as Qi Tian sect, reported a respectful inner disciple of Xianlei sect. With the upper echelons of the sect wiped out, his status soared to the highest within the sect, allowing him to directly report to the earthly sovereign ancestor, someone who was usually inaccessible even to the sect leader. Very well, I understand. You have done well. For now, Xianlei sect will be under your management, the elder declared, his expression unchanging. Thank you, ancestor. I shall ensure the proper management of Xianlei sect and relieve you of any concern, the inner disciple replied, ecstatic as he knelt in gratitude. Depart now. I need to contact the ancestors of the other two sects and make Qi Tian sect pay a price. The earthly sovereign ancestor's voice was grim, clearly in a foul mood. Yes, ancestor, the inner disciple rose and left the secluded area of the earthly sovereign ancestor. Humph, Qi Tian sect, do you think having two earthly sovereign experts makes you formidable? My three sects have a legacy spanning thousands of years. How could you possibly shake our foundations? The elder murmured to himself. He took out two communication treasures to contact the ancestors of Huangji sect and Xian sect, strategizing on how to confront Qi Tian sect. Given the information from the disciple, It was evident that Tian's sect possessed two earthly sovereign experts. Relying solely on one sect would certainly not suffice for revenge. Thus, the three venerable elders had to unite to address the crisis. Upon receiving the communication from the earthly sovereign ancestor, both Huangji sect and Xian sect's ancestors swiftly responded, agreeing to join forces against Tian's sect, for otherwise, their three sects could face annihilation. Just as they prepared to leave their secluded areas and head toward Tian's sect, three terrifying streams of sword energy tore through the space above the three sects, violently striking the mountains where the sects were located. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the three major sects, which had endured for thousands of years in Yunzhou, were utterly shattered by the sword energy. All disciples of the sect, including the ancestors, perished beneath the onslaught. Had the three major sects truly been eradicated? Hearing the commotion, nearby cultivators from other sects rushed to the site to investigate. What they found was a vast chasm emanating violent sword energy, with not a trace left of the once mighty three sects, as if they had never existed. Quickly, send word back. The three major sects have been annihilated. Yunzhou no longer has its three major sects. A group of cultivators, regaining their senses, hurried back to relay the news of this shocking event. The three major sects had just suffered the loss of their leaders and numerous elders and disciples at the hands of Tian's sect. And now even their very existence had been obliterated. The coincidence was staggering. An enormous scandal. An enormous scandal indeed. Following the massacre of the leaders of the three sects, the legacies of these top-tier sects were also cleaved by a mysterious sword energy, leaving no survivors. From that moment on, Yunzhou would no longer know the three major sections. The news of the three sects' demise quickly ascended the trending topics in Yunzhou. What? Did the three major sects not just lose their leaders and so many elders and disciples? How could their entire legacy be extinguished so swiftly? This is outrageous. Each of the three sects had earthly sovereign ancestors. How could they be annihilated so easily? Alas, who knows? It is said that the manner of their extinction was the same, all obliterated by a terrifying sword energy that cleaved 1,000 miles. Goodness. To unleash a sword strike across 1,000 miles, what kind of formidable power must that entail? Could it be Tian's sect? Just as the three sects had made enemies of them, they were wiped out? What a coincidence. If Tian's sect possesses such terrifying strength, then they are undeniably the overlords of Yunzhou. Come now, even without such power, they are already the overlords of Yunzhou. Who would dare oppose them? Haha, indeed. With the three major sects vanquished, who am I to speak? At Tian's sect's main hall, Jiang Chen was engrossed in a discussion on the way of tea with Lu Shu when Li Dideo entered and saluted, respected sect leader. I have followed your orders and eradicated the legacies of those sections. Well done. You may withdraw, Jiang Chen replied, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Given that these three sects dared to attack Tian's sect, he would not show them mercy, ensuring their erasure from the Kanglan continent. Understood. I take my leave. Li Dideo bowed once more and exited the grand hall quietly. Ding. Detected a disciple with a 10th grade talent. Please, host, recruit them into the sect at your earliest convenience. Just as Jiang Chen enjoyed his tea while relishing Lu Shu's shoulder massage, the system's notification resonated. Oh, a 10th grade talent? It seems I shall be gaining another direct disciple. Jiang Chen remarked, setting down his teacup with a smile. Turning to Lu Shu, who was still massaging his shoulders, he said, Lu Shu, let us pause for today. I have matters to attend to. Please go prepare some tea. Upon hearing this, Lu Shu did not hesitate, immediately stopping to bow. Yes, sect leader. I shall go brew the tea. With that, she made her way toward the enlightenment tea tree outside the hall. Once Lu Shu departed, Jiang Chen opened a spatial rift within the hall and stepped through it. In Yangzhou, within the Songyu dynasty, in a valley outside the city, a stunning young woman, at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, stumbled into the valley, her fiery figure clad in a yellow dress. Haha, Mu Xueqing. You have fallen victim to my Huan powder. You cannot escape. Submit to me willingly, proclaimed a young man in extravagant attire, adorned with a jade crown. Trailing behind her with a wicked grin, while several armored guards stood at the valley's entrance, keeping watch. Cui Hai, you beast. Are you not afraid my father will execute you? Mu Xueqing, her face flushed and filled with fury, shouted. Haha, your father execute me? Dream on. He cannot even save himself, let alone have the authority to deal with me. The young man laughed maniacally, his gaze filled with disdain towards Mu Xueqing. What does your Cui family intend to do? Mu Xueqing's expression turned fearful, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Initially, she had thought Cui Hai's actions were driven by lust, but now, his words indicated that something far more unpredictable was afoot. What do you think? Cui Hai replied mockingly. Do you not suspect? The Chui family has revolted today. The emperor's turn to rule has come to us. Do you think I would dare to use Yihuan powder on you, my princess? As Chui Hai spoke, he inched closer to Mu Xueqing with a sinister smile. Do not come any closer, she exclaimed. Mu Xueqing's face was etched with despair as she weakly reprimanded. She felt utterly drained, lacking any strength. Even the thought of resisting seemed a luxury. Heh, if you cannot argue, then do not. Do you still think you are a princess? Chui Hai continued his advance towards Mu Xueqing without hesitation. At that critical moment, Jiang Chen's figure appeared beside her. Who are you? Do you wish to thwart this prince's plans? Chui Hai, startled by Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, took a few steps back, furiously questioning him. Heh, I am the one who will send you to meet the king of hell. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Mu Xueqing before unleashing a surge of power towards Chui Hai. Bang! Chui Hai's body erupted into a cloud of blood mist. Little prince. The guards at the valley entrance, hearing the commotion, intended to rush in to assist. But Jiang Chen's movements were too swift. They could only watch helplessly as Chui Hai disintegrated before their eyes. How dare you kill the little prince? I will make you pay with your life. Several guards charged at Jiang Chen in a frenzy. Since you're so loyal, then go accompany your little prince, Jiang Chen replied coolly, dispatching another wave of power towards the guards. Bang, bang, bang. The guards, like their little prince, fell to the ground, nourishing the flora. What a handsome young man. I cannot contain myself. The effects of the Yihuan powder obliterated Mu Xueqing's final consciousness, compelling her to instinctively lunge towards Jiang Chen. Do not act recklessly. Jiang Chen, exasperated by her advance, unleashed a force of imperial might to dispel the Yihuan powder from her body. What a joke. She is my third direct disciple. How could I allow her to commit such an outrageous act? At that moment, his system panel displayed Mu Xueqing's information. Name, Mu Xueqing. Talent, 10th rank. Age, 19. Cultivation, peak out-of-body stage. Physique, spatial body. Experience, born into the royal family of the Tsangyu dynasty as the emperor's only daughter, cherished since childhood, living a carefree life. Now, as the Tsangyu dynasty faces rebellion from the prince of the joint army, she was lured outside the city for a hunt, inadvertently consuming spirit tea laced with Yihuan powder, resulting in her current state. HM? What has happened to me? Soon, Mu Xueqing stirred back to consciousness, her mind foggy. She recalled the last moments of her hazy awareness. A remarkably handsome young man had slain Chui Hai and his guards to save her. Yet, the potency of the Yihuan powder had taken control of her, driving her to throw herself at him. Awake? Jiang Chen inquired beside her. Were it not for his imperial cultivation, he might have fallen victim to the young lady's enchantments today. Ah? Upon seeing Jiang Chen's visage, Mu Xueqing gasped in shock, her face flushing crimson. Wasn't he the very young man she had lunged at while under the influence of the Yihuan powder? Had something untoward transpired between them? Otherwise, the effects of the powder would not have dissipated, nor would she have regained her senses. The thought deepened her blush, wishing she could vanish into the ground. As a princess of the Tsangyu dynasty, a young maiden of virtue, how could she have acted in such a manner? What are you thinking, young lady? I am the sect master of the Qing Tian sect. The reason I saved you is to take you as my disciple. Do not entertain wild thoughts. Seeing Mu Xueqing's face nearly ablaze, Jiang Chen interrupted her train of thought. If she continued down this path, how could he possibly recruit her as a disciple? Ah, we did not. Mu Xueqing, hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, paused for a moment. She then scrutinized her attire, reassured upon confirming nothing had been violated. Yet soon, her beautiful face reddened even further, not from shyness, but from indignation. As the princess of the Tsangyu dynasty, possessing both beauty and grace, how could she have offered herself so willingly, only to be disregarded? Little girl, can you not be more perceptive? Your father is on the brink of death, and you are here dawdling. If you become my disciple, perhaps your father could still be saved? Observing Mu Xueqing's vexed expression, Jiang Chen realized she had missed the crux of the matter and felt compelled to remind her. Why was it so difficult to take on a female disciple? Unlike Yi Xiao and Gu Chan, whose minds were filled with peculiar thoughts, why did she have to be so complicated? Father? Following Jiang Chen's reminder, Mu Xueqing jolted awake, exclaiming urgently. Her face was painted with anxiety as she questioned Jiang Chen. Elder, how do you know my father is in danger? Can you truly save him? Although Jiang Chen had rescued her from Chui Hai, her father was a peak celestial sovereign. And the rebel prince was also at the same level, posing a formidable challenge. If Jiang Chen were to save her father, he would need to be at least a peak celestial sovereign or even a stronger sage. Of course I can save your father. If you bow quickly, he might suffer less injury. Jiang Chen replied slowly, casting a glance at the Cangyu royal city. His words could only convey so much. The final decision rested solely upon Mu Xueqing's shoulders. I cannot afford to lose my father, the emperor. Mu Xueqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she paused briefly, then knelt resolutely upon the ground, striking her forehead 3 times in solemn reverence. Thud, thud, thud. Disciple Mu Xueqing pays homage to her revered master. She had no choice, regardless of whether Jiang Chen possessed the capability or not. She was willing to stake everything on this gamble. Even if it meant bowing as a disciple or worse, submitting as a servant, she would not hesitate. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a personal disciple. Reward, 1 legendary treasure chest. The moment Mu Xueqing completed her obeisance, a radiant, golden legendary treasure chest materialized within Jiang Chen's system inventory. Rise. Jiang Chen intoned calmly. This master shall now escort you to rescue your father before returning to the sect. With the treasure chest secured, he summoned a surge of energy. And in an instant, both he and Mu Xueqing vanished from sight. Within the opulent halls of the Cangyu dynasty's imperial palace, a middle-aged man clad in dragon robes and a golden crown lay sprawled upon the marble floor, his body drenched in blood. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a long blade. Aha! Muzhan, perish. The Cangyu dynasty now belongs to me, Cui Qiong. The man laughed maniacally, swinging his sword menacingly towards Muzhan. I refuse to accept this. Muzhan did not evade the oncoming strike. Instead, he fixed a gaze filled with hatred upon Cui Qiong. If mere glances could kill, Cui Qiong would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Humph. A mere ant dares to commit murder before me? Just as Cui Qiong's colossal blade was about to cleave Muzhan, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Mu Xueqing, suddenly appeared in the grand hall. With a casual gesture, he unleashed a surge of power towards Cui Qiong. Boom. Cui Qiong was instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood, splattering across the hall. Father, are you all right? Mu Xueqing, looking anxious, rushed to help the fallen Muzhan. Xueqing, how could it be you? I thought you. Muzhan, incredulous, stared at Mu Xueqing. Moments earlier, during his battle with Cui Qiong, he had been informed that Mu Xueqing had been slain by that wretched son of his. Overcome with rage, he had allowed Cui Qiong to exploit his opening, resulting in grave injuries. To his astonishment, the presumed deceased Mu Xueqing not only returned but brought a formidable ally to save him. Father. It was my master who rescued me from Cui Hai, Mu Xueqing replied reverently, casting a respectful glance at Jiang Chen. She had no doubt about Jiang Chen's prowess. To effortlessly annihilate the peak of the celestial sovereign, Cui Qiong surpassed her father's strength by an unfathomable margin. Being her master was more than sufficient. Master? Muzhan scrutinized Jiang Chen, a shock reverberating within him. With great effort, he suppressed his injuries and knelt before Jiang Chen, bowing his head several times. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my daughter and me. Please accept my humble gratitude. Jiang Chen emanated an aura as profound as the ocean, and with his peak celestial sovereign perception, he could discern no trace of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary man. Thus, the master to whom his daughter bowed must undoubtedly be a being of saintly caliber, perhaps even a saint king. Rise. Since Xueqing has taken me as her master, I shall not allow her father to perish, Jiang Chen said, gesturing for Muzhan to stand. He then infused Muzhan with a surge of imperial power to mend his wounds. Thank you immensely, esteemed elder, Muzhan expressed. Feeling the rapid restoration of his injuries, his face alight with gratitude. His injury was exceedingly grave, without miraculous elixirs. It seemed impossible for him to ever return to his former state. To his astonishment, the master of his daughter effortlessly bestowed upon him a fragment of power, healing his wounds completely, truly remarkable. Is this the might of a sage? It is indeed awe-inspiring. Muzhan stood rooted to the spot, secretly astonished. Disciple. Your father has escaped peril. Bid him farewell properly and prepare to accompany me back to the sect, Jiang Chen remarked to Mu Xueqing in a calm tone. With matters settled here, he had no desire to linger any longer. It would be best to return to the sect to open treasures and enjoy tea. Yes, master. Mu Xueqing replied. Qinger, there is no need for farewells. Quickly go with the esteemed elder, Muzhan urged, feeling he could not afford to keep Jiang Chen waiting even a moment longer. Then, father, am I to leave? Mu Xueqing said, her heart heavy with reluctance. Go on. Hurry along, Muzhan responded, waving his hand and managing to squeeze out a tear. In his heart, he silently lamented. This daughter was utterly unmindful, with her master present. He felt an immense pressure and could not leave. The traders outside remained unaddressed, so Mu Xiuqing's early departure would allow him to tackle the insurrection sooner. After all, Mu Xiuqing had a formidable master, which alleviated his worries. Very well, Mu Xiuqing said, turning to Jiang Chen. Master, shall we return to the sect? Observing the tears streaming down Mu Zhan's face, she felt a pang of discomfort. To spare her elderly father further sorrow, she needed to depart swiftly. Then let us return to the sect, Jiang Chen nodded, gesturing with his hand to create a rift in space within the hall, and stepped through it. Whoa, master! What kind of sorcery is this? Mu Xiuqing gazed in astonishment as Jiang Chen opened the spatial rift and walked inside. Mu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Disciple, hurry inside, Jiang Chen called from within the rift, beckoning Mu Xiuqing. Ah, yes, master, Mu Xiuqing exclaimed. Snapping back to reality, her face alight with excitement as she stepped into the rift. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Jiang Chen, her master, was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also far more powerful than she had imagined. The thought of having such a strong and dashing master to protect her filled her with exhilaration. As the space healed, the figures of Jiang Chen and Mu Xiuqing vanished from the grand hall. Bang! Mu Zhan could no longer support himself and collapsed to his knees with a thud. The strength in his legs shattered the floor of the grand hall beneath him. As the emperor of the Zhongyu dynasty, his understanding of the continent surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Jiang Chen opened a spatial rift, a power reserved for legendary emperors and formidable beings. His previous estimations were utterly inadequate. What nonsense about saints and kings! Before Jiang Chen, they are but mere ants. Aha! My daughter has taken a legendary emperor as her mentor. My daughter has taken a legendary emperor as her mentor. Mu Zhan knelt on the ground, his face alight with maniacal laughter. To establish even the slightest connection with the fabled emperor is truly remarkable. He, the ancestor of the Zhongyu dynasty, would surely weep bitterly if he were aware of the present circumstances. At the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen gradually appeared in the square alongside Mu Xiuqing. At this moment, Gu Chen and Yi Shao were engaged in a fierce duel, while Li Didao busied himself tending to the flowers and plants nearby. Upon Jiang Chen's return, Li Didao swiftly approached to pay his respects, acknowledging the sect leader with a bow. Jiang Chen responded with a slight nod, directing his gaze towards the intense clash between Yi Shao and Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Mu Xiuqing surveyed her surroundings with a look of astonishment, her exaggerated expression nearly bursting into a scream. Hey, Gu Shidi, your Taisu sword chi is formidable, but my slaughter mist is not to be underestimated. Prepare to receive it. Yi Shao exclaimed, a torrent of crimson mist surging forth from him, enveloping Gu Chen in an instant. Cough, cough. Soon, Gu Chen found himself ensnared by the slaughter mist, which rendered him powerless, and was sent sprawling to the ground, coughing incessantly. Senior brother, this mist is utterly absurd. It not only blocks divine senses and spiritual energy, but also confounds the mind. Who could possibly contend with you? Gu Chen lamented as he regained his footing. Gu Shidi, refrain from grumbling. Our master has returned, Yi Shao reminded him, hastening to Jiang Chen's side to pay his respects. Apologies, master. My disciple was engrossed in sparring with Gu Shidi and failed to notice your arrival. Disciple Gu Chen pays his respects to master, Gu Chen said, quickly following Yi Shao to acknowledge Jiang Chen, who nodded in response. Please, no need for formalities, Jiang Chen replied. Turning to Yi Shao, he continued. Though your slaughter mist is impressive, it still falls short. You should venture out more to gain experience and nurture it further. Next, he addressed Gu Chen. Gu Chen, your resolve is insufficient, which is why you succumbed so swiftly to the slaughter mist. You must diligently cultivate your heart in the future. Disciple shall heed master's teachings. Both Yi Shao and Gu Chen bowed in compliance. At this moment, Mu Xiuqing had regained her composure, observing the two amiable senior brothers before her. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes. The spiritual energy of the Qingtian sect was exceptionally dense. She could hardly fathom how swiftly one could progress in their cultivation here. All right, lift your heads. I shall introduce you to our new junior sister, Jiang Chen said, glancing at Mu Xiuqing. This is my third direct disciple, Mu Xiuqing, your junior sister. You must all get along well. Yes, master. Yi Shao and Gu Chen replied in unison, their faces brightening as they regarded Mu Xiuqing with smiles. Junior sister, I am Yi Shao, your eldest brother, Yi Shao announced. Junior sister, I am Gu Chen, your second brother, Gu Chen added. With a demure demeanor, Mu Xiuqing responded. Junior sister Mu Xiuqing pays her respects to the two senior brothers. Good, good, junior sister Mu. If anyone dares to bully you, just call for your brothers, and we shall handle it for you, Yi Shao declared, filled with enthusiasm. Indeed, if you senior brother cannot manage, you can summon me. And I shall cut them down with my sword, Jiang Chen said, a broad smile upon his face as he mimicked a slashing motion. Gu Shidi, are you implying that you are stronger than me? Yu Shao shot Jiang Chen a teasing glance, an expression suggesting, if you dare, come and prove it. No, no. Senior brother, I was merely jesting in front of our junior sister, Jiang Chen replied timidly. At present, he indeed cannot contend with Night Owl and can only concede. However, once he strengthens his Dao heart, he shall not fear the murderous mists of Night Owl. At that time, the balance of power may very well shift. Humph. My dear senior brother, when I am no longer intimidated by your slaughterous fog, shall I not give you a sound thrashing? Jiang Chen mused silently to himself. Hiki. Mu Shiuecheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two. All right, enough jesting. Let elderly escort you, my dear junior sister, to settle in and familiarize you with the affairs of the sect. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Dideo, signaling him to take action. Li Dideo, understanding his role, promptly approached Mu Shiuecheng and said, Mu, follow me. I shall lead you to select your residence and introduce you to the sect's premises. Master, shall I accompany the elder? Mu Shiuecheng respectfully inquired of Jiang Chen. At that moment, she realized how fortunate she was to be accepted as Jiang Chen's disciple. Thus, her respect for him was heartfelt and genuine. Go ahead. Once you are settled, I shall impart to you the techniques. Jiang Chen replied with a casual wave of his hand. Yes, master, Mu Shiuecheng bowed again before following Li Dideo to the disciples' quarters. You too, continue your sparring. I have pressing matters to attend to, Jiang Chen instructed Night Owl and Jiang Chen before vanishing from sight. Hee, junior brother Gu, let us continue our sparring, shall we? Did you not just claim I could not defeat you? Can you truly surpass me? With Jiang Chen gone, Night Owl flashed a grin at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine under Night Owl's gaze. Hastily, he scratched his head and awkwardly concocted an excuse. Senior brother, my room is still cooking. If I don't return soon, it will burn. I shall come find you after I finish my meal. With that, Jiang Chen fled the square at breakneck speed. To continue sparring with Night Owl would surely be an invitation to torment. He is not a masochist. Let him remain in seclusion for a while, elevate his resolve, and then confront the Night Owl. As the saying goes, revenge by a junior disciple is not too late even after a decade. Humph. What is so delectable about rice? Roasted rabbit is the true delicacy. Gazing at Jiang Chen's receding figure, the Night Owl murmured softly. He then made his way to the Qingtian sect, to a forest located on the rear mountain. This area is usually abundant with little white rabbits, wild boars, and various other barbecue ingredients. Soon, the Night Owl captured a solitary little black rabbit. After preparing and roasting it, he indulged in a hearty feast. In the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen sat upon the throne, ready to open the legendary treasure chest. Ding, the legendary treasure chest has been successfully opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a True Immortal summoning card. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a spatial divine technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Void Pearl, sealed. The Void Pearl is an artifact from the Supreme World, perfectly compatible with spatial bodies, enabling its owner to conceal themselves within space and strike at enemies with unmatched stealth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a card that enhances cultivation to the first level of the Emperor Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tai Su Sword Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 Dragon Scale Fruit Trees. Dragon Scale fruits possess the ability to refine the body. With sufficient consumption, one can rival the defenses of the Dragon Clan. To bear fruit, the Dragon Scale Fruit Tree must be nourished with dragon blood. The more blood, the faster it grows. Oh, it even yielded a Tai Su sword body? Observing the various items revealed by the treasure chest, Jiang Chen's gaze settled upon the Tai Su sword body. This is a physique akin to Jiang Chen's. If he were to merge with the Tai Su sword body, he could showcase the Tai Su sword chi before Jiang Chen in the future. System, merge with the Tai Su sword body. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen commanded the system to proceed with the merger. Ding, the Tai Su sword body has been successfully activated and merging is in progress. As the system's voice faded, countless ethereal sword energies emanated from Jiang Chen's body, swirling throughout the grand hall. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the sword energy made contact, be it the floor, beams, or doors, there was a resounding echo. Had it not been for the grand hall being a model crafted by the system, it would have already been reduced to ruins by the unleashed Tai Su sword chi. Why is there such a powerful Tai Su sword chi emanating from the direction of the main hall? Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to head to the trial tower, he was taken aback by the sword energy emanating from the main hall. In the Qingtian sect, aside from himself being the Taisu sword body, could there be another? Taisu sword chi. After successfully merging with the Taisu sword body, Jiang Chen swiftly appeared next to the trial tower. As his words resonated, countless transparent sword energies began to whirl around him. The surrounding space was sliced and cracked, revealing terrifying black voids beneath. Hiss. Could it be that the master is also a Taisu sword body? Observing Jiang Chen enveloped in Taisu sword chi, Gu Chen's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen possessed a physique akin to his own. Moreover, the transcendent sword aura emanating from Jiang Chen was truly terrifying, capable of shattering even the fabric of space itself. The ethereal sword body he possesses pales in comparison, appearing as feeble as a myriad. After lingering in the air for a moment, Jiang Chen drew all the ethereal sword energy surrounding him into his body, then landed gracefully before Gu Chen. Disciple Gu Chen, this is the perfected ethereal sword energy. I present it to you in hopes that, after experiencing its might, you will solidify your resolve and not allow a minor setback to disturb your tranquility of mind. Gu Chen gazed at him with admiration, promptly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master. I shall steadfastly uphold my heart's path until I become as formidable as you, Master. Indeed, go forth. But remember not to confine yourself solely to the Time Tower for your training. It is essential to frequently venture into the Trial Tower to consolidate your strength. Jiang Chen advised, observing Gu Chen, who had already reached the 4th level of the Heavenly Soul Realm. It was astonishing that, in merely 2 or 3 days, Gu Chen had ascended from a nascent Dan practitioner to a powerful Heavenly Soul Adept. Thus, he had taken care to inform several individuals in advance. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, it becomes imperative to emerge and validate one's strength, lest rapid advancement lead to an uncoupling of one's state of mind. Rest assured, Master. Your instructions are etched in my heart, Gu Chen responded respectfully. Very well. Go forth. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Master. I shall enter the trial tower now. Gu Chen bowed once more and stepped slowly through the grand entrance of the trial tower. As he watched Gu Chen enter, Jiang Chen summoned Mu Xueqing. Disciple Mu Xueqing, pay your respects to the Master. Mu Xueqing bowed deeply, her expression one of reverence. Please, no need for formalities. Jiang Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, retrieving the techniques and treasures from the legendary treasure chest. Disciple, these are the techniques I have selected for you, along with a weapon. Keep them safe and practice diligently. Should you encounter any confusion, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Master. I will devote myself to my training, Mu Xueqing said, carefully accepting the items Jiang Chen offered with both hands. Her face lit up with excitement as she bounced into the Time Tower to commence her training. Thanks to Li Dideo's introductions, she had gained a basic understanding of the formidable nature of the Qingtian sect. Within the sect, not only was the spiritual energy overwhelmingly dense, but there were also extraordinary cultivation treasures like the Time Tower and the Trial Tower of the Technique Hall. Now that she had obtained the cultivation techniques, it would indeed be a waste of time not to immerse herself in her training. Observing Mu Xueqing's joyful demeanor, Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. He relocated 100 dragon-scale fruit trees from the system's backpack to a vacant plot of land. Each tree bore hundreds of dragon-scale fruits. A single disciple could consume several dozen, thereby acquiring a physical defense akin to that of the Dragon Clan. With these 100 dragon-scale fruit trees, the Qingtian sect could nurture numerous disciples. The fruits would undoubtedly be prioritized for his direct disciples and inner sect members. In the future, when outer sect disciples were recruited, a leaderboard would be established to reward the most deserving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Emperor's Cultivation Enhancement card. Your cultivation level has now reached the 6th stage of the Emperor realm. Returning to the main hall, Jiang Chen sat upon the throne and utilized the Cultivation Enhancement card from his backpack. Cultivation through traditional means was no longer feasible. He could only rely on the enhancement cards to elevate his realm. Lu Shu stood beside him, having prepared the enlightenment tea, steeped in spiritual water. Master, please enjoy the tea. Lu Shu smiled as she presented a cup of the brewed enlightenment tea to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen accepted the cup and sipped slowly. At that moment, Li Dideo entered the hall, bowing respectfully. Master, a large number of cultivators from Yunzhou have gathered outside the mountain gate, inquiring when our sect will begin accepting disciples. Should we drive them all away? Since the annihilation of the 3 major sects, many cultivators from Yunzhou had appeared near the Qingtian sect's mountain gate. From time to time, they cast glances towards the entrance of the Qitian sect, eager to discern any signs of activity. After all, the Qingtian sect currently reigns supreme in Yunzhou. To gain admission into such a revered institution would be akin to ascending to the heavens. It would bring immense honor to one's ancestors. How could such a grand and formidable sect, renowned across the myriad realms, consist of merely a handful of individuals? Please, host, initiate a large-scale recruitment of disciples. As a reward, you shall receive an epic treasure chest, along with a talent testing ladder and a mirage mirror, to assist you in your recruitment efforts. The announcement from the system interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts, presenting 2 artifacts designed for recruiting disciples within his inventory. Ah, how timely of you, dear system. He mused with a faint smile upon observing the items. Even without the system's prompt or rewards, he had already intended to embark on a substantial recruitment drive. The reputation of the Qitian sect had grown considerably throughout Yunzhou, making it an opportune moment for expansive recruitment. As a formidable sect, it was insufficient to rely solely on a few solitary direct disciples and inter-sect members, even if he could not attract disciples with an aptitude above the 8th rank. Gathering a number of those with lower talents would still yield valuable rare treasure chests. While a single rare treasure chest might not seem particularly enticing, accumulating hundreds, or even thousands, would represent a significant reservoir of power and resources. There is no need for persuasion. Our sect should indeed open its doors for widespread recruitment. Spread the word that, in half a month, we shall be accepting high-talent disciples from across Yunzhou, Jiang Chen stated leisurely, while sipping his tea, addressing Li Dideo. Yes, sect master, I shall make the announcement at once, replied Li Dideo, bowing respectfully before departing the grand hall. He then instructed Zhang Wu and Lu Lu at the sect entrance to disseminate the news to the cultivators lingering outside the Qingtian sect. With their efforts, it was certain that the entire cultivation community of Yunzhou would soon be aware of the Qingtian sect's impending recruitment. Indeed, when Zhang Wu and Lu Lu conveyed the news to those inquiring outside the sect, the anticipated stir began to unfold. They were all brimming with excitement, producing their treasured communication devices to swiftly relay the news of the Qingtian sect's recruitment of disciples back to their families or factions. In an instant, the entirety of Yunzhou erupted with fervor, all eyes once again fixated on the Qingtian sect. My friend, are you aware that the formidable Qingtian sect, which has vanquished the 3 major sects, is set to open its doors to disciples in half a month's time? By the time you come to inform me, the opportunity may have slipped through my fingers. I have already sent my descendants to the Qingtian sect. With the innate talent my son has displayed since childhood, he is bound to be accepted into the Qingtian sect. At that point, my Wang family will be a renowned name throughout Yunzhou. Entering the Qingtian sect and ascending to the pinnacle of Yunzhou, from then on, my fate will be in my own hands, not dictated by fate. Hurry, fly swiftly. We must arrive at the Qingtian sect early to secure our positions. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have to wait in line. Countless cultivators from Yunzhou, accompanied by their youthful successors, rushed fervently towards the Qingtian sect. Above, they formed soaring dragons that blotted out the sun. Meanwhile, those of lesser cultivation, unable to fly, hastened towards the Qingtian sect using various means of transportation, fearing that a moment's delay might result in the cessation of recruitment. The Qingtian sect now stood as the sole dominant force in Yunzhou, with rumors suggesting that the original 4 premier sects had been annihilated by it. Should one miss this opportunity, who knows how long they would have to wait for the next recruitment. Time flew by, and soon 3 days had passed. There were still 12 days remaining until the Qingtian sect would accept disciples. At this moment, near the mountain gate of the Qingtian sect, a vast multitude of cultivators from Yunzhou had gathered, stretching as far as the eye could see, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. Both in the skies and on the ground, cultivators continuously flocked to this location, rendering the already crowded area even more congested. Good heavens! Why are you all pushing forward when there are so many spaces behind? You're squishing my face. For heaven's sake, you've torn my trousers. Must you be so reckless? Damn it, even a venerable old lady like me is not spared. Have you no decency? Oh dear, my undergarment has gone missing. Please return it to me. Shouts of anger and muffled cries echoed from the throngs of people. Some cultivators, in their eagerness to position their descendants closer to the front, resorted to physical confrontations, creating a scene of utter chaos. Initially, the area surrounding the Qingtian sect was surrounded by numerous mountains, so even with a larger crowd, congestion should not have occurred. However, the relentless influx of newcomers pressing into the crowd led to the current predicament. Cough, cough. At that moment, Li Dideo cleared his throat, appearing above the crowd. He gazed down at the cultivators of Yunzhou and calmly stated, "Let us not crowd together. Maintain your distance, regardless of how many of you there are. My Qingtian sect shall grant each of you an opportunity for assessment." Upon concluding his words, Li Dideo unleashed a surge of power, dispersing over 1,000,000 cultivators into the surrounding mountains, eradicating the earlier congestion. Goodness, the might of this Qingtian sect is truly terrifying. With a mere wave of his hand, he has separated such a multitude of cultivators? Isn't it said that Qingtian sect possesses 2 earthly sovereigns? Surely he cannot be one of them? Have you lost your senses? What earthly sovereign can disperse 1,000,000 cultivators with a mere gesture? Even 1,000,000 pigs would pose a challenge. Indeed, I have had the fortune to witness the power of an earthly sovereign, and compared to him, this is merely a farce. The cultivators of Yunzhou, now scattered across various mountain peaks, wore expressions of astonishment as they beheld Li Dideo in the sky. Such incomprehensible power was indeed alarming. They had no time to resist before the force wielded by Li Dideo sent them soaring to the surrounding mountains. Had Li Dideo intended to slay them, they would have perished on the spot. The Qingtian sect is far more terrifying than the legends suggest. Li Dideo, indifferent to the thoughts of these cultivators, continued to proclaim, "Since you have all come to participate in the selection of disciples for the Qingtian sect, you must abide by our regulations. I hereby declare that fighting is strictly prohibited in the vicinity of the Qingtian sect. Those who arrive later must not push forward. Violators will be executed without exception. Do you understand?" "Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to the senior's decree," responded the multitude of cultivators nearby in unison. Meanwhile, those who arrived later, upon hearing Li Dideo's words, hastily sought places to settle, fearing to advance any further. They all witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Li Dideo. To advance further would surely be courting death. Observing the awestruck cultivators, Li Dideo nodded in approval. He then returned to the mountain gate, instructing Zhang Wu and Lu Lu to maintain order within the sect, ensuring that external chaos would not tarnish the sect's reputation. Meanwhile, within the trial tower of the Qingtian sect, Gu Chun, having vanquished the trial projection before him, retrieved a communication artifact to glean its contents. "Chener, a secret realm that emerges only once a century in the Qihua mountain range, is about to open. I intend to venture inside to procure treasures for your breakthrough. Return swiftly to await my good news." A familiar voice resonated in Gu Chen's ears. "My dear father, what more treasures of cultivation do I need? If you were to see me now, you would have to address me as senior." Gu Chun murmured with a smile upon hearing the words from the communication artifact. Nevertheless, his eyes glistened with tears of emotion. The secret realm is fraught with both opportunity and peril, where the casualty rate is exceedingly high. It can be said that a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise within. His father, in a bid to facilitate his swift advancement, truly sacrificed everything. "Father, I have found a formidable master and have now ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul. Therefore, there is no need for you to venture into any secret realms. I do not require treasures at this moment." Gu Chun conveyed this through a communication artifact, sending forth a resonant message. He certainly does not wish for his aged father to venture into perilous realms for the sake of trivial matters. "You foolish child, what nonsense are you uttering? Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly procure treasures to aid your advancement. Do not overthink it, lest you become consumed by obsession." Almost instantaneously, the anxious voice of the ancient father resonated in his mind. He now harbors doubts, believing that under the immense pressure of breaking through to the heavenly soul within 3 years, Gu Chen's mental state is on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, how could he utter such nonsensical remarks? Gu Chun has been away from home for merely a dozen days. In such a short span, to ascend from the condensation Dan realm to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul is a feat that even the mightiest emperors would struggle to achieve in such a brief period. "Father, I am not speaking nonsense. I have truly reached the pinnacle of the heavenly soul," Gu Chun transmitted with a face full of helplessness. He is at a loss on how to explain everything to his elderly father. He finds it difficult to disclose any details about the sect to the outside world. Moreover, even if he were to confide in his father, there is no guarantee that his father would believe him. He might even think that something is amiss with his mind. After all, the extraordinary cultivation environment of the Qingtian sect is beyond the imagination of anyone who has not experienced it firsthand. Enough of this, Chener. Your father will spare no effort in searching for treasures to aid your breakthrough. For now, you should return and recuperate for a while and await your father's good news. Came the heart-wrenching voice of his father. He has already come to realize that Jiang Chen is on the verge of losing himself in obsession. Otherwise, he would not incessantly emphasize his breakthrough to the heavenly soul realm. Therefore, it is imperative to summon Jiang Chen back for a period of proper recuperation, lest he fall into an irretrievable predicament. Alas, father, why do you not trust me? After securely stowing away the communication artifact, Jiang Chen strode purposefully out of the trial tower, making his way towards the main hall of the Azure Sky sect. He prepared to consult Jiang Chen, inquiring whether he could venture into the secret realm for some training and, in the process, pay a visit home to surprise his elderly father. During this period, he had either been cultivating in the Time Tower or en route to the Trial Tower. It was indeed time to step outside for a change. In the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen reclined on a chair, indulging in the meticulous service of Lu Shu. Whenever he felt parched, Lu Shu would present tea to his lips. When fatigue set in, she would massage his shoulders and legs. Should hunger arise, she would feed him various spiritual beast meats and fruits. Disciple Jiang Chen pays respects to the master. Jiang Chen entered the hall and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. He was quite accustomed to Lu Shu's presence by Jiang Chen's side. "Oh, my disciple Jiang Chen, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen, reclining in his chair, took a sip of the tea offered by Lu Shu and inquired nonchalantly. He did not summon Jiang Chen either, now that he has arrived. "It is evident that there is a matter at hand. Master, I have learned that a secret realm is about to open, and I wish to undertake some trials there." Jiang Chen replied, bowing respectfully. "Ah, the desire to venture into the secret realm for training is indeed commendable." Jiang Chen mused for a moment before continuing. "Very well. Summon your senior and junior brothers and sisters to gather in the square. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you all on this venture. Since it is a journey to the secret realm, it would be prudent not to send Jiang Chen alone. It is better to take a few disciples along for their own experiences. After all, they have spent ample time cultivating in the Time Tower. It is time for them to face some challenges outside. Master, in truth, the secret realm is not far from my home. I hope to seize this opportunity to visit my family," Jiang Chen explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He initially believed that once Jiang Chen consented, he would merely dispatch a formidable companion to accompany him home. While engaging in casual conversation with Qin Feia at the Time Tower, he had learned about her recent visit home. Now, with Jiang Chen summoning all the senior disciples, his hopes of returning home had been utterly dashed. After all, the trials organized by the sect were a matter of official duty. He felt somewhat embarrassed to have the night owls and the sect's powerful individuals accompany him home. "Ah, this is quite manageable. Since it is not far from your residence, it is perfectly natural to visit. You shall lead this expedition into the secret realm," Jiang Chen said with a cheerful smile. It would indeed be unreasonable for a master to prevent a disciple from returning home when they were already at the doorstep. Thus, designating Jiang Chen to lead this trial was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Moreover, he had 2 summoning cards of Peak Saints in his system backpack. Summoning them to accompany Jiang Chen and the others would suffice. Naturally, he would also maintain a portion of his spiritual consciousness with them. Should they encounter a powerful being beyond the saint level, he could promptly manifest his spiritual avatar to rescue them, ensuring their safety was unequivocally secured. "Thank you, Master. I will certainly live up to your expectations," Jiang Chen said with a face full of elation as he bowed in gratitude. He never anticipated that his master would be so understanding, directly appointing him as the leader. This return home was a certainty. "Go notify Yi Xiao and the others. I shall arrange for powerful companions to accompany you," Jiang Chen said, waving his hand leisurely. "Yes, Master, I will summon Brother Yi and the others right away." Jiang Chen replied respectfully, leaving the grand hall joyfully to inform Yi Xiao and the others. Once Jiang Chen had exited the hall, Jiang Chen commanded the system. "Use the 2 saint-level summoning cards from my backpack." Beep. Usage successful. Summoning saint-level strong beings for the host. Before long, 2 middle-aged men in blue robes appeared before Jiang Chen, bowing and introducing themselves. "We are your subordinates, Niu Bai and Shang Tian. Greetings to the sect master." "Niu Bai and Shang Tian? What peculiar names?" Jiang Chen mused, a faint smile on his lips. "You too, please wait at the square. My direct disciples and inner disciples will soon depart for secret realm training. Your duty is to ensure their safety, following the orders of a disciple named Jiang Chen." "Understood. Sect master," Niu Bai and Shang Tian responded, turning to exit the grand hall towards the square. "Sect master, Enjoy some spirit fruit, Lu Shu said with a smile, offering a spirit fruit to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide and devoured the fruit, savoring every lingering fragrance. Sectmaster, have some tea. Lu Shu, her cheeks slightly flushed, presented a cup of enlightenment tea to Jiang Chen. Another carefree and delightful day. Jiang Chen reclined in his chair, grinning as he sipped the tea, continuing his leisurely lifestyle. At the square, Yi Xiao and the others appeared beside Gu Chen, their faces brimming with joy. Upon hearing they could leave the sect for secret realm training, they gathered at the square at lightning speed. Considering the time spent in the time tower, they had been cultivating for 6 or 7 years. Although their cultivation had skyrocketed, it had also become quite monotonous. Thus, the opportunity to train outside the sect felt akin to a vacation. Gu Shidi, let us set off quickly. It has been days since I've tasted battle, Yi Xiao said, eagerly patting Gu Chen's shoulder. Indeed, brother Gu, let us hurry, Mu Xiueqing and Qin Feier chimed in, supporting his eagerness. All right, brother Yi and sisters. The secret realm has not yet opened. I must return home to check on my father first. I apologize for imposing on you to accompany me back for a moment, Gu Chen said, scratching his head awkwardly. Though Jiang Chen had appointed him as the leader and Niobai and Shang Tian would follow his commands, returning home was a personal matter. He felt it necessary to inform Yi Xiao and the others to avoid any misunderstandings. What are you saying, Gu Shidi? There is no need for such formality. We are brothers. Your father is like my own. Just tell me if he has any enemies. I will deal with them, Yi Xiao insisted, gripping Gu Chen's shoulder. In truth, for him, it mattered little where they went, as long as there were foes to vanquish. It could be considered a secret realm. As for enemies, who doesn't he have a few? If you encounter any, feel free to eliminate them, brother Yi. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Very well, I shall not hold back, Yi Xiao declared with a bloodthirsty grin. We have no objections, brother Gu. You decide our course. Mu Xiueqing and Qin Feier chimed in obediently. Thank you for your understanding, sisters. Let us set forth, Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. He instructed Niobai and Shang Tian to take them flying. Otherwise, at their current speed, they wouldn't reach the secret realm before it closed. Outside Baimu City in Liangzhou, after half a day of flight, Niobai and Shang Tian gently descended at the city gate. Upon seeing the familiar city, Gu Chen's excitement was palpable. Although he had been away for just over 10 days, the experiences felt like a lifetime apart. Now returning home as a peak heavenly soul expert, he could only be rivaled by the city lord within Baimu City. Brother Yi, sisters, let us hurry into the city, Gu Chen called, making his way toward the city gate. Yi Xiao and the others nodded, closely following Niobai and Shang Tian. ISNT that the so-called genius Gu, who vowed to break through to the heavenly soul realm in 3 years. Back so soon? Could it be that he couldn't survive outside and has returned to accept his fate? 2 guards at the city gate sneered mockingly as Gu Chen approached. In Baimu City, Gu Chen was a well-known figure, the sole heir of the Gu family, showcasing remarkable talent from a young age. By the age of 8, he reached the peak of body refinement. At 12, he attained the peak of qi gathering. At 16, he reached the peak of Dan condensation, with 1 foot in the void-breaking realm, making him the city's foremost genius. Upon noticing such a prodigy emerging from the Gu family, the city lord had betrothed his beloved daughter to Gu Chen, hoping the 2 families could form an alliance and support one another. However, shortly after the engagement, Gu Chen's cultivation regressed, falling back to the first level of Dan condensation. Upon witnessing this situation, the lord of the city immediately approached the Gu family to annul the engagement. To his astonishment, Gu Chen, under such immense humiliation, audaciously proclaimed his vow to break through to the celestial soul realm within 3 years. Ultimately, the lord's daughter consented to grant him 3 years' time. Should he truly attain this breakthrough, she would marry him without delay. Is this the so-called genius of the Gu family, who speaks so boldly? It is indeed him. I cannot believe he has returned so swiftly. How dare he utter such a claim about achieving the celestial soul in 3 years? Alas, he must have been profoundly provoked that day to make such an irrational statement. One could simply accept the annulment without pretense. Why must he act so ostentatiously? If he fails to attain the celestial soul in 3 years, would that not be even more embarrassing? Indeed, he is quite the fool. As cultivators entered and exited the city gate, they paused upon hearing the guards' voices, turning their attention to Gu Chen and his companions, engaging in spirited discussions. The events of that day had already spread like wildfire throughout the city. The notion of Gu Chen's claim to break through to the celestial soul in 3 years was met with derision. Many regarded him as a mere jest. After all, to achieve a breakthrough to the celestial soul at the age of 19 would require an extraordinary talent. Yet, given that Gu Chen's cultivation had already declined, it was utterly laughable that he would dare to speak in such a manner. Humph, 2 mere guard dogs presumed to bark before me. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of Lord Qi. With an indifferent gaze, Gu Chen unleashed 2 powerful strikes toward the 2 guards. The immense spiritual energy immediately sent them reeling, causing them to spit blood as they crashed against the city wall. This leniency was granted solely out of respect for his so-called fiancée. Otherwise, these 2 insignificant ants of the void-breaking realm would have had no chance of survival under his hand. What is happening? This so-called genius of the Gu family has actually sent the void-breaking guards flying with just 2 punches. This is utterly terrifying. Wasn't he merely at the Dan condensation realm? How could he possess such strength in such a short span of time? These guards are at the peak of the void-breaking realm. His improvement is astonishingly swift. The onlookers at the city gate were left in a state of shock. They were also prepared to witness the mockery of Gu Chen. Unexpectedly, in but an instant, the 2 guards who had ridiculed him were sent crashing against the city wall. The claim of breaking through to the heavenly soul after 3 years was not mere boasting. It appeared to be a palpable reality. Cough, cough. The 2 guards expelled fragments of their internal organs, rising to their feet with expressions of sheer horror as they gazed at Gu Chen in disbelief. How is it possible that, after just a few days, you, a mere waste, could so effortlessly defeat us? The guards were equally astounded. When Gu Chen departed from the city of white mist, it coincided with their watch. At that time, his cultivation had plummeted to the 1st level of the condensation realm. Yet, in this brief span, he had become astonishingly powerful, a fact that was utterly inconceivable. You insignificant ants dare to call my junior brother a waste? You shall meet your demise. At that moment, the night owl beside him transformed into a fleeting shadow, obliterating the 2 guards and absorbing them into his being. He was undoubtedly aware that Gu Chen had no intention of sparing the lives of the 2. However, their audacity to insult Gu Chen was intolerable. As the senior disciple of the Qingtian sect, he could not permit those who slandered his junior to continue living. Gu Jr., I hope I haven't caused you any trouble, he inquired cheerfully after absorbing the 2. Although they were merely practitioners at the void-breaking realm, the act of taking lives inexplicably uplifted his spirits. Not at all. Senior brother, your execution was splendid, Gu Chen quickly replied. Even if Yi Xiao had refrained from taking action, he would not have allowed them to survive. To dare label him as useless was to seal their fate. After all, he harbored no fondness for his fiancée and had returned with the intention of calling off the engagement. The initial 3-year agreement had been established to avoid the humiliation of a public rejection. He, the illustrious genius of White Mist City, has awakened the existence of the void sword body. How could he allow others to dictate the terms of engagement and disengagement at their whim? If a dissolution is to occur, it should be initiated by him. It is he, Gu Chen, who finds himself disinterested, thus leading to the cessation of the engagement, not merely a dismissal of him as worthless, to be cast aside at will. Well, it is fortunate that no trouble has arisen. Night Owl nodded, then shifted his gaze to the onlooking disciples nearby. These individuals seemed eager to witness his misfortune. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate them altogether. Night Owl's words struck terror into the hearts of the spectators, compelling them to kneel in fear and plead for mercy. Young Master Gu, spare us. We are merely passers-by, with no intention of mocking you. Indeed, we hold young Master Gu in the highest esteem. Your reputation precedes you. And seeing you today has confirmed your greatness, which is why we pause to observe. Such an unparalleled genius as yourself should not lower himself to our level. Regard us as inconsequential and allow us to depart. A group of individuals knelt on the ground, weeping and wailing. Night Owl had already dispatched the peak guards of the city lord's mansion. The highest among them has merely reached the pinnacle of the condensation dance stage. If Night Owl wished to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Brother Yi, let it go. They are merely onlookers. We should proceed into the city, Gu Chen advised, casting a glance at the kneeling cultivators. Although these individuals lacked significant cultivation, there were still over 100 of them. Even if some sought to witness his humiliation, their transgressions hardly warranted death. Gu Chen sighed inwardly, concerned as he looked at Night Owl, whose murderous intent seemed to intensify. The fact that he even contemplated harming bystanders revealed the depths of his bloodlust. And yet you do not express gratitude to my junior brother, Night Owl remarked, somewhat disheartened as he surveyed the prostrate cultivators. Should he eliminate them all, his spirits would undoubtedly soar. However, since Gu Chen had declared not to kill, He found no justification for taking lives. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your grace. Upon hearing this, the kneeling cultivators collectively breathed a sigh of relief and bowed deeply to Gu Chen. Brother Yi, junior sisters, let us be on our way, Gu Chen said, ignoring the prostrated cultivators and beckoning Night Owl and the others to continue into the city. As their figures vanished through the city gates, the kneeling cultivators rose, their faces etched with fear. Phew, young Master Gu is truly a prodigy, possessing an extraordinarily magnanimous heart. Indeed, had it not been for his intercession, his brother would have surely slain us. Regretful tears streamed down the faces of some, as they realized their petty ambitions paled in comparison to Gu Chen's broad-mindedness. Soon, news of these events reached the ears of the Lord of White Mist City. What? Gu Chen has returned and dispatched the guards with merely 2 punches? In a lavish hall within the city lord's residence, the Lord of White Mist expressed disbelief upon hearing the report. How could Gu Chen, having departed only a short while ago, possess such formidable strength? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is true, my lord, that Gu Chen used only 2 light punches to obliterate the guards at the gate, leaving no remnants behind. You must take action for us. The messenger guard, visibly shaken, recounted his harrowing experience of witnessing Gu Chen and Night Owl incapacitate the guards. He had intended to boast to one of the guards, but stumbled upon the shocking scene instead, narrowly escaping by hiding behind the gate. Although it was Night Owl who had committed the act, he was still Gu Chen's senior brother, and thus the one who brought him, leading the messenger to attribute the murders to Gu Chen in hopes of inciting the Lord's wrath against the Gu family. One of the guards was his beloved, another a close friend, and now there was nothing left of them. His hatred for Gu Chen was palpable. Enough. You may leave. This matter shall be addressed by me, the Lord of White Mist said, his expression returning to neutrality as he waved the guard away. Yes, my lord, I take my leave. The guard bowed and exited the hall. Once the guard departed, the Lord of White Mist turned to a young girl in white robes seated to the left, sipping tea. Xinyue, you heard that Gu Chen has returned, seemingly stronger than before after some fortuitous encounter. Should he indeed break through to the heavenly soul stage within 3 years, you shall marry him. The girl, unfazed, replied, Father, you needn't worry. I have already joined the Yuntian sect. I am no longer aligned with him. Even if he achieves the heavenly soul stage, I will not marry him. She dismissively continued, the 3-year agreement was merely a means to placate him. I never imagined he would take it seriously and strive to enhance his cultivation. Having seen the extraordinary talents of the Yuntian sect, she held Gu Chen, the most gifted individual in White Mist City, in utter contempt. Marrying such a country bumpkin is out of the question. At that moment, the young man seated beside Qi Xinyue, who was enjoying tea, declared with pride, Indeed, our Yuntian sect is the dominant force across several nearby states. Although junior sister Qi is currently an outer disciple, she is far too illustrious to be associated with such trash. Uncle Qi, allow me to go to the Gu family to annul this engagement, thereby resolving this matter. Upon hearing the young man's words, the Lord of White Mist rubbed his hands together with a grin. Ah, Yang, it seems you have taken on this task. From now on, my daughter Xinyue shall be entrusted to your care. The young man, a grandson of a powerful figure within the Yuntian sect, had achieved the heavenly soul stage at a young age. Had it not been for the opening of the secret realm in the Qian mountain range, he would never have had the opportunity to meet the young man. Should he manage to ally with this formidable force, the Qi family would surely ascend to greatness in no time. Rest assured, Uncle Qi, I will take good care of junior sister Qi, the young man said. His face slightly flushed as he cast a pleased glance at Qi Xinyue. Yang, you were truly kind to me, Qi Xinyue replied, displaying a bashful demeanor. To ensnare this golden opportunity, she had tirelessly sought moments to entice the young man, and today she finally perceived the fruits of her efforts. Very well, Yang. Let us proceed to the Gu family to annul the engagement and hold him accountable for the deaths of my guards, the Lord of White Mist exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, eager to confront the Gu family. What nonsense! The so-called genius of White Mist City pales in comparison to this young man. Even with his newfound strength, he, Qi Jia, is about to take flight. Well, Bai Lao, let us depart. The youth called out to an elder of the third realm of heavenly sovereign behind him, grasping Qi Xinyue's hand as they soared out of the city lord's mansion. In Baiwu City, at the Gu residence, Gu Chen arrived at the entrance with several companions. The guards on duty, upon seeing Gu Chen's arrival, hurriedly rushed inside to report. their voices echoing throughout the entire Gu estate. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chen's father, Gu Feiyang, appeared at the main hall's entrance, coincidentally meeting Gu Chun and his companions. "Haha, Chener, you have returned. You still heed your father's words," Gu Feiyang exclaimed joyfully, embracing Gu Chen. Around them, other members of the Gu family also appeared to greet Gu Chen. "Xiao Chen, it's good that you're back. Brother Chen, let us play hide and seek. Chen Di, have you sustained any injuries during your time away?" A crowd of cheerful relatives beamed at the father and son, causing Gu Chun to feel somewhat embarrassed. "Father, enough of this intimacy. I have grown up and am no longer a mere child of 7 or 8, Gu Chun replied, breaking free from Gu Feiyang's embrace and greeting the surrounding Gu family members one by one, just as he prepared to introduce his friends, the Night Owls. To the Gu family, a furious shout resonated above the Gu residence. "Audacious! Gu Chun, how dare you kill the guards at the city gate? Surrender at once and await your punishment." With that, several figures descended from the Baiwu City Lord's mansion, landing outside the main hall of the Gu residence. "City Lord Qi, is there some misunderstanding here? How could my son have slain the peak void-breaking guards at the city gate?" Gu Feiyang rushed forward to clarify. Though he could not discern the depths of Gu Chen's cultivation, he found it hard to believe that his son could kill a peak void-breaking expert, considering Gu Chun had only been away for a short time. Even if he had broken through one minor realm each day, he could not reach the level to kill such a formidable opponent. "Misunderstanding? Are the guards of my city lord's mansion lying?" retorted the Baiwu City Lord. Gu Feiyang's expression turned exceedingly grim as he found himself at a loss for words. Observing the situation, Night Owl unleashed an aura of pinnacle heavenly soul. Walking up to the Baiwu City Lord with a smirk. "Stop fabricating charges. I am the one who killed those 2 guards at the city gate. It has nothing to do with my junior brother. So if you seek someone, seek me. Why did you kill my guards?" The Baiwu City Lord staggered back, shaken by Night Owl's overwhelming presence, his heart filled with dread. Although they were both pinnacle heavenly soul cultivators, the aura Night Owl exuded was far superior. Were it not for the presence of the young man with the sun-like demeanor, he might have turned to flee. "Chener, is this red-haired youth your senior brother?" Gu Feiyang asked in astonishment, his expression a mixture of shock and relief. Moments ago, he had nearly despaired. The Baiwu City Lord was a pinnacle heavenly soul expert. If he truly wished harm upon the Gu family, they would all be doomed. To his surprise, among the companions Gu Chun had brought back, one rivaled the Baiwu City Lord. "Indeed, father, did I not tell you? I have taken a powerful master, and he is my senior brother, quite fearsome, often obliterating foes with ease," Gu Chen replied jokingly. "Truly your senior brother." With Gu Chen's confirmation, Gu Feiyang felt a wave of calm wash over him. With a pinnacle heavenly soul expert present, the Baiwu City Lord would not dare to act against the Gu family. As for the lives of the 2 guards, they could simply compensate with some spirit stones. It was unlikely the Baiwu City Lord would pursue the matter further. "Uncle Qi, do not panic. With me here, they shall not stir up much trouble," the young man with the sun-like demeanor reassured the Baiwu City Lord, then turned his gaze toward Gu Chun. "You are the Gu Chen who has a marriage contract with Xin Yue, correct? I have come today primarily to annul the engagement. Hand over the marriage certificate. A waste like you is unworthy of Xin Yue." The youth spoke with an air of arrogance, viewing a small family like the Gu's as mere ants. Even with Night Owl's display of pinnacle heavenly soul prowess, he remained unimpressed. His protector could easily crush the Night Owl. "Gu Chen, do not think that having a brother at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul is something remarkable. The identity of young Master Yang is beyond your imagination. Surrender the marriage certificate, and if young Master Yang is in a good mood, he might spare your lives," Qi Xinyue chimed in. She was equally astonished by the prowess of the Night Owl, yet felt no fear with the young man named Yang by her side. It appeared that the guards at the city gate were indeed slain by the Night Owl. Gu Chen's cultivation level had not advanced to a stage where he could eliminate someone at the pinnacle of void breaking. He remained the same waste with regressing abilities. Thus, her disdain for Gu Chen had reached its zenith. "Humph, Qi Xinyue, you truly have no regard for the lotus of purity, pursuing other men despite our engagement. Today, it is not you who cancels the marriage, but I, Gu Chen, who will annul our union, casting aside someone as unworthy as you." Gu Chen produced a paper and pen, composing a letter of divorce, which he forcefully hurled at the 2. "Begone. From this day forth, you and I, Gu Chen, share no connection." Gu Chen glared at them. "You waste. On what grounds do you annul our engagement? What qualification do you possess to dismiss me, Qi Xinyue?" Qi Xinyue's fury escalated as she clutched the divorce letter. She had always looked down upon Gu Chen, regarding him with disdain. Even the 3-year pact was born out of her pity, granting him a sliver of hope. Now that she had found a better prospect, it was only natural for her to discard Jiang Chen. The audacity of him attempting to divorce her was utterly humiliating. In my eyes, you are nothing but a waste, and a waste who has no regard for the lotus of purity at that. Jiang Chen scoffed. His feelings towards Qi Xinyue had never been favorable, and her arrival with another man to dissolve their engagement was a grave misjudgment of his character. You. Qi Xinyue seethed with venomous rage. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, turning to the young man named Yang. Young Master Yang, you must stand up for me. This waste has humiliated me so. I cannot go on. Woe is me. With her current cultivation at the condensation of Dan, she knew she could not confront Jiang Chen directly. Her father had also been frightened by the night owl, leaving her reliant on young Master Yang. If he aided her, she believed he could annihilate the Gu family today. Do not weep, Xinyue. I will ensure your satisfaction, young Master Yang reassured her. His expression cold as he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. You will kneel and kowtow to young Master Xinyue, acknowledging your faults. For today shall mark the annihilation of the Gu clan. You dare threaten me? Qi Xinyue, I shall show you how laughable this waste you cherish truly is. With that, Jiang Chen unleashed the pinnacle of the heavenly soul's power and charged toward young Master Yang. In a mere moment, the once arrogant young Master Yang was caught in Jiang Chen's grasp like a lifeless dog. Impossible! Are you not a waste of the condensation of Dan with regressing abilities? How can you possess such strength? Young Master Yang exclaimed, his face contorted in terror. He never anticipated that Jiang Chen, who was labeled by Qi Xinyue as a cultivator in decline, a mere waste of the condensed Dan realm, could capture him. A practitioner of the 4th layer of the celestial soul in a single encounter. It was utterly astonishing. Young Master Yang, Qi Xinyue exclaimed in disbelief, her mind nearly short-circuiting. How could it be that young Master Yang, of the celestial soul realm, was seized by Jiang Chen in just one glance? What cultivation level did Jiang Chen possess? Is he not at the condensation realm? How could he possibly capture Yang Xiao? Bang! The Lord of White Mist City sat dumbfounded on the ground. The cultivation level unleashed by Jiang Chen is at the pinnacle of heavenly soul. His aura is not inferior even when compared to Night Owl. He could hardly fathom how. In merely a span of 10 days, Jiang Chen had achieved such profound cultivation. Chenner, have you truly ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul? Gu Feiyong asked, astonished, as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Previously, when Jiang Chen had communicated his breakthrough to the heavenly soul's apex, he had thought Jiang Chen was teetering on the brink of madness. Yet now, the aura emanating from Jiang Chen was undeniably that of a genuine heavenly soul pinnacle. Father, I have long since informed you. It was your disbelief that held you back. Jiang Chen remarked with a sense of pride, observing the exaggerated expression on Gu Feiyong's face. At long last, he has succeeded in startling his aged father. Release me at once, young man. When my protector arrives, it will be your demise. Elder Bai, come to my rescue. Where are you? Young Master Yang cried out as he was suspended in midair by Jiang Chen. Logically, when Jiang Chen made his move against him, the guardian meant to protect him should have intervened. Yet, here he was, being held like a mere dog, with no sign of his protector. It was utterly perplexing. Elder Bai must have gone off to amuse himself. Once he returns, I shall be saved. Humph, young man, revel in your current triumph. For soon you shall weep in despair. Young Master Yang repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Elder Bai, a formidable being of the 3rd tier of the celestial sovereign, had been specifically dispatched by his grandfather to ensure his safety. Within the borders of Liangzhou, it was inconceivable that anyone could eliminate him silently and without trace. He must have gone to indulge himself in the pleasures of the city's brothels. After all, it is rumored that this old wretch has a penchant for such things. Cease your cries, young Master Yang. Your protector can no longer save you. He has been captured by the formidable experts of my sect. Jiang Chen disdainfully cast young Master Yang to the ground, mockingly stating this truth. Long before several individuals descended upon the Gu family, that transcendent elder, hidden within the void and tasked with safeguarding young Master Yang, had been subdued by Niu Bai. Now, he too trembles in fear, much like young Master Yang. No, this cannot be. Do not speak such nonsense. Elder Bai is a revered expert of the transcendent realm. How could he possibly be captured so easily? You must be deceiving me. It is not too late for you to bow and admit your wrongs. Otherwise, when Elder Bai arrives, you shall meet your doom. Young Master Yang shouted in fury, slumped upon the ground. How could he possibly believe the fabrications of Jiang Chen? A protector of the Tao at the level of a celestial sovereign is not something that ordinary individuals can possess. His favorable treatment is solely due to the fact that he has a grandfather who has attained the realm of a saint. How could the rustic villagers of Jiang possibly possess a protector more formidable than himself? You are truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Jiang transmitted a message to the concealed Niobai in the void, instructing him to cast the individual down, so that this arrogant waste could comprehend the meaning of despair. Bang! Before long, a lifeless elder, his neck twisted and soul extinguished, crashed heavily before young Master Yang. It was none other than the elder from the Bai family who had been following young Master Yang. At this moment, he was as dead as one could possibly be. Bye-bye, the elder. Gazing at the corpse, young Master Yang wore an expression of utter shock. His final reliance has also crumbled. What do you say, young Master Yang? Shall we embark on this journey together with your esteemed elder Bai? Observing young Master Yang's expression of utter bewilderment, Jiang wore a cold demeanor. The moment he declared his intent to annihilate the Gu clan, his fate had already been sealed. He would never permit anyone with enmity towards the Gu family to leave alive. You cannot kill me. My grandfather is a sage and a formidable warrior. If you take my life, he will not spare you, nor will the Yuntian sect. Young Master Yang shouted in terror. A chilling sense of impending doom enveloped his heart. He had never anticipated that within the territory of the Cloud Sky sect, peril could lurk. Now, she had no choice but to relocate her grandfather and herself from the sect. In the surrounding dozen states, no one dared to disregard the prestige of the Cloud Sky sect. Jiang, do not presume that joining a formidable sect grants you the audacity to act brazenly. The Cloud Sky sect is replete with powerful figures, and you cannot afford to offend them. If you dare to slay young Master Yang, the annihilation of your Gu family is imminent. Qi Xinyue threatened from the side. Fear began to creep into her heart. She had thought that aligning herself with young Master Yang would pave her way to success, but unexpectedly, Jiang's display of strength surpassed that of young Master Yang. She could scarcely fathom the sheer luck Jiang must have encountered to achieve such opportunities. However, this was not the time for such musings. Now that she had severed ties with Jiang, there was no turning back, as long as she safeguarded young Master Yang. Once they returned to the Cloud Sky sect and summoned their powerful allies, it would mark the end for Jiang and his companions. Nonsense, Cloud Sky sect. Jiang scoffed, disregarding the two of them, and instead addressing Night Owl. Brother Yi, let him serve as your nourishment. Very well, junior brother Gu. You truly understand your senior brother, Night Owl replied cheerfully, stepping forward to unleash a punch that obliterated young Master Yang, absorbing him into his being. They completely ignored young Master Yang's threats. The first words spoken by Jiang Chen upon their entry into the sect were clear, regardless of the enemy's background. Eliminate them first and deal with the consequences later, with Master protecting them. Thus, they felt no concern whatsoever. Junior brother Gu, what shall we do with these two? Night Owl, still savoring the moment after absorbing young Master Yang, gazed at the Lord of White Mist City and Qi Xinyue. Though these two were previously Jiang's fiancé and prospective father-in-law, their engagement had now been annulled, rendering their status irrelevant. It would be a pity not to eliminate them. Spare us, young Master Gu. After all, we were once family. Please, grant us mercy. The Lord of White Mist City begged, terrified, as he knelt on the ground. He is now filled with regret. Had he known that Jiang possessed such a formidable background, he would never have allowed his daughter to bring another man to annul their engagement. Now, he can only hope that Jiang, in consideration of their past relationship, would spare their lives. Jiang, we hold no animosity between our families. You cannot take my father and me simply because we come to end the engagement, Qi Xinyue said, her expression one of terror, cautiously echoing his sentiments. She was utterly terrified. Jiang seemed completely unconcerned with the reputation of the Yuntian sect, having killed young Master Yang without hesitation. She was at a loss for words, unsure of how to instill a sense of caution in Jiang to spare them both. No animosity. Jiang scoffed, looking at Qi Xinyue with disdain. You bring a man to my Gu family to annul the engagement and threaten to annihilate my entire clan. Do you truly think that there is no enmity? Qi Xinyue attempted to explain, but Jiang would not afford her another opportunity to speak. He would not let anyone who posed a threat to the Gu family escape. Brother Yi, proceed, Jiang commanded, addressing Yi Shao. Yi Shao grinned wickedly as he advanced towards the two. You two must be blind to forsake such a splendid son-in-law like my junior brother Gu for that sort of waste. In your next life, do try to keep your eyes wide open. Bang, bang. Both were instantaneously obliterated and drawn into the surrounding miasma of slaughter. Chenner, to which sect have you sworn allegiance? How have you progressed so rapidly? Gu Feiyang inquired of Gu Chun as the situation settled. He remains in a state of confusion even now. Gu Chun not only progresses in his cultivation at an astonishing pace, but he also seems to regard even the foremost power of over a dozen states. The Cloud Sky sect, with disdain. He was filled with curiosity about the formidable sect to which Gu Chen had pledged his allegiance. Father, I have joined the Qingtian sect of Yunzhou, becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader. It is a power beyond your imagination, Gu Chun candidly revealed. Not holding anything back. Yunzhou Qingtian sect? Gu Feiyang's expression was one of confusion. He was aware of Yunzhou, located not far from Liangzhou, where the clan forces were roughly comparable, lacking even a sect that had reached the sacred realm. How could a terrifying sect emerge that could enable a person to ascend from the condensation dance stage to the pinnacle of the celestial soul in just over a dozen days? Could it possibly be one of those reclusive sects? Gu Feiyang's heart was steeped in perplexity. He truly could not fathom what extraordinary phenomenon could enable such rapid breakthroughs. Father, do not trouble yourself. With your breadth of knowledge, it is beyond your imagination, Gu Chen remarked playfully upon noticing Gu Feiyang's puzzled expression. Those who have not experienced the might of the Qingtian sect cannot comprehend its true power. Even he struggled to grasp certain matters, such as the cultivation levels of his master and Li Dideo, as well as the inexplicable emergence of powerful figures and treasures within the sect. To this day, these mysteries remained shrouded in ambiguity for him. You little rascal, have you grown wings now, daring to mock your father? Gu Feiyang feigned a stern expression in response. In truth, his heart was brimming with joy. Gu Chun now not only had a formidable sect as his backing, but had also ascended to the pinnacle of Tianhun cultivation. In the misty city of Baiwu, the Gu family no longer harbors fear of others. Father, how could I dare to mock you? My intentions are solely for your well-being. Should you strain your mind to the point of breaking, I could not bear the burden, Gu Chun replied with a smile. He discovered a significant advantage. After reaching a higher level of cultivation, Gu Feiyang's manner of speaking had grown considerably gentler than before. Otherwise, he would have long since wrapped his head for such light-hearted jesting as just now. Enough of this banter, he thought. As his gaze shifted towards Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier, the two young women brought back by Gu Chen displayed remarkable composure during the recent incident, clearly indicating their exceptional nature. Chen, who are these young ladies? Gu Feiyang inquired. Father, they are my junior sisters, Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier, both of whom possess cultivation at the peak of the heavenly soul. Gu Chun introduced them to Gu Feiyang. Indeed, both at the peak of the heavenly soul? Gu Feiyang was once again taken aback. He had initially believed that the cultivation levels of the two were somewhat inferior. However, he was astonished to discover that both his junior sister and brother possessed equal prowess. Yet, upon recalling that Gu Chun had ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm in just over 10 days, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps they had intentionally chosen to linger at this stage. The two juniors, Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier, greeted Uncle Gu as Gu Chen introduced them, quickly bowing to Gu Feiyang. Despite Gu Feiyang's mere 8th level of insight, he was still Gu Chen's father, commanding their utmost respect. Wait, I am but a junior. It is I who should pay my respects to you three esteemed seniors. Your presence in the Gu family is indeed a great honor for us, Gu Feiyang insisted, repeatedly gesturing with his hands and bowing deeply to Mu Xueqing, Qin Feier, and Yi Xiao. This was the custom of the continent. Those of accomplishment were to be revered, regardless of age. To accept such deference at this moment would be to flaunt his seniority. Uncle Gu, that is unnecessary. We share a bond as close as siblings with Brother Gu. How could we allow you to bow to us? They protested. Indeed, Uncle Gu, our relationship is quite amicable. Let us not adhere to such formalities. Please rise. Witnessing Gu Feiyang bowing to the three of them left Yi Xiao and the others in stunned silence. And they quickly assisted him back to his feet. It is nothing, nothing at all. This is only right. Gu Feiyang straightened up, turning to Gu Chen. Chenner, since these esteemed seniors have graced our Gu family with their presence, you must ensure they are well treated. Do not neglect them. Understood, Father. We juniors do not abide by many formalities, so please do not concern yourself with that, Gu Chen replied, leaning closer to Gu Feiyang and whispering. Since you are so courteous, why do you not bow to me? My cultivation surpasses yours. I am your senior as well. At this, Gu Feiyang's face turned a shade of green with anger. You ungrateful child. Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson today. You think I will call you senior? I will make you hunchbacked. With sleeves rolled up, Gu Feiyang charged at Gu Chen, clearly intent on not resting until Gu Chen was reduced to a hunchback. Haha, father. Times have changed. You will not catch me today. I shan't play with you. Gu Chen effortlessly dodged Gu Feiyang's onslaught, beckoning Yi Xiao and the others as they exited the Gu family estate. He is now resolute in his intention to eradicate the Qi family. With enmity firmly established, he believes it is imperative to eliminate the root of the problem. Otherwise, it would pose a significant threat to the Gu family. Concurrently, as Gu Chen embarks on his mission to annihilate the city lord's residence, atop the main peak of Yutian sect in Lingzhou, a venerable elder clad in a green robe, bearing the countenance of a youthful sage yet possessing the strength of the 5th level of a saint, hovers in the sky, erupting in a furious roar. Who has slain my beloved Weir? I shall undoubtedly find you and crush your bones to ashes, avenging my dear grandson. The elder's expression is one of madness as he brandishes a shattered soul tablet, invoking his sacred secret arts to pinpoint the location of his grandson's murderer. His esteemed grandson Yang Wei possesses the demeanor of a sage. In a bid to safeguard Yang Wei, he even dispatched a formidable celestial being to protect him on his journey. However, unexpectedly, just a few days into his sect's training, he was slain. Hiss. Who possesses such audacity to murder the grandson of Elder Yang? Could it possibly be the Yinri sect or the Qingxia sect? In these 12 states nearby, they alone possess the requisite power. It is highly likely to be them, for Brother Yang Wei has the protection of a celestial being. Aside from the Yinri sect and the Qingxia sect, who else would dare to lay a hand on Brother Yang Wei? Below the elder, a multitude of disciples from the Yuntian sect had gathered. They all gazed curiously at the elder in the sky, engaging in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, the leader of Yuntian sect and the other venerable elders were also roused, gathering near the elder as they awaited the outcome. If it were indeed the actions of the sun-covering sect and the Qingxia sect, they would not remain indifferent. With a resonant sound, a mysterious force surged forth from the shattered life-soul tablet at the elder's command, attempting to tear through space to locate the perpetrator who had slain his grandson. However, at that moment, the power of the elder's secret technique seemed to encounter a terrifying existence and abruptly collapsed. Subsequently, an inexplicable force surged back towards the elder, a manifestation of the power of rules. The elder's expression shifted to one of terror, leaving him no chance to resist as he was instantly obliterated. A spray of blood showering down upon the faces of the disciples of Yuntian sect below. A mere worthless wretch dares to employ secret techniques to track my disciples' whereabouts? Scoffed Jiang Chen, who was far away in Qingtian sect, indulging in a life of leisure. Moments ago, the elder's secret technique had attempted to pinpoint the location of the night owl. He possesses divine insight. How could he allow such a scoundrel to triumph over him? What has transpired? How did Elder Yang meet his explosive demise? I am at a loss. Could it be that Elder Yang is merely performing a trick for our amusement? Such a remarkable display, this illusion feels astoundingly authentic. Below, the disciples of the Cloud Heaven sect touched the bloodstains on their faces, their expressions brimming with joy. Little did they expect that while Elder Yang was pursuing the culprit, he would also treat them to a spectacle, truly a commendable elder. Silence. All of you, return to your cultivation. The sect leader of Cloud Heaven, upon hearing his disciples' remarks, was so incensed that his mouth twisted in frustration. The revered elder of the Cloud Heaven sect, a saintly figure, had been slain by a backlash of secret arts. Yet his disciples mistakenly believed he was merely performing tricks. If it were not for the fact that they were all disciples of the Cloud Heaven sect, he intends to reduce these individuals to a mist of blood. Indeed, master of the Cloud sect, sensing the wrath of the sect master, the disciples below were taken aback and hurriedly fled to their respective caves, fearing that any delay might result in punishment from the master. As for whether Elder Yang was merely performing a trick or had truly met his demise in an explosion, it was no longer their concern. Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts on Elder Yang's death? Once the disciples had departed, the sect master fixed his gaze upon the site of Elder Yang's explosion and inquired of the other elders. The backlash he had just experienced was utterly terrifying. Having instantaneously claimed the life of Elder Yang, who was at the 5th level of the sage realm, they were utterly unable, nor dared, to extend a hand for salvation. Respectfully, Master, the elder of the Yuntian sect remarked, it is my humble opinion that the perpetrator Elder Yang sought to apprehend is a terrifying entity, perhaps even shielded by a formidable guardian, which ultimately led to his demise. Indeed, another elder concurred, when Elder Yang met his end. He invoked the power of the rules, an ability only accessible to those of quasi-emperor strength or the legendary great emperors. Master, We must swiftly dissociate ourselves from Elder Yang to prevent this incident from entangling the entire Yuntian sect, another elder urged. Yes, indeed. Against such a powerful foe, even 100 Yuntian sects would be insufficient to withstand annihilation. The remaining elders expressed their alarm, hastening to elucidate the gravity of the situation to ensure that the sect leader would sever ties with Elder Yang without delay. Your analyses are astute and commendable. The sect leader acknowledged with a nod, continuing, let it be proclaimed both within and beyond our sect that Elder Yang, in his advanced age, has acted inappropriately towards the female disciples and has been expelled from the Yuntian sect as a cautionary measure. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. The elders hastily echoed. The specific charges against Elder Yang were of little concern to them. The priority was to distance themselves from the sect. Oh, by the way, the sect leader suddenly recalled. Addressing several elders once more, ensure that all individuals associated with Elder Yang are eliminated without exception, so as to prevent any lingering repercussions. Understood, Master. The group of elders responded in unison, immediately springing into action. This was a matter of life and death that could not afford to be negligent. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall solely upon Elder Yang for incurring the wrath of such a formidable adversary. Thus, they were compelled to act decisively. Before long, all those connected to Elder Yang within the Yuntian sect were eradicated, down to their mounts and pets. None were spared. Subsequently, an announcement was made to declare that Elder Yang had been expelled from the sect for his misconduct towards female disciples, with his whereabouts unknown. At the entrance of the Lord's Manor in White Mist City, Gu Chun and Yi Xiao surveyed the grand estate with an air of indifference, while Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier opted to leisurely wander the city, choosing not to partake in the grim task of annihilating a family, which they deemed too sanguinary. Brother Yi, you may proceed. There are quite a few targets this time, Gu Chun remarked, knowing well Yu Zhao's penchant for violence would spare him the effort. Haha. Splendid. At last, I can indulge in a bit more carnage. Yi Xiao grinned maniacally, charging towards the Lord's Manor. Who dares to intrude upon the Lord's Manor? Do you seek death? Roared two guards stationed at the entrance upon witnessing Yu Zhao's advance. Perish. Yu Xiao swiftly dispatched the two guards, storming into the manor and unleashing a massacre. Soon, the manor echoed with harrowing screams, sending shockwaves of terror through the surrounding pedestrians and residents. What is happening? That sounds as though it is coming from the Lord's Manor. Could it be that someone is being slaughtered there? How sensational. Let us hasten to discover what transpired. The curious onlookers urged, converging towards the Lord's Manor to witness the unfolding events. Yet, upon their arrival, they found nothing but the opulent estate, devoid of any soul. The earlier cries seemed to vanish as if they had never existed. What is the meaning of this? Where are the people of the Lord's Manor? Such a grand estate. Yet it is utterly deserted. Who knows? Could it be that they were all exterminated? But how could anyone accomplish such a feat in such a brief span of time? The crowd scoured the entirety of the Lord's Manor, yet not a single trace remained. The vast estate stood empty, lacking any signs of struggle or remnants of blood. If not for the recent echoes of anguish, one might have believed it was merely a figment of their imagination. They must surely believe that the Lord S family has relocated. Should anyone uncover clues regarding the disappearance of the Lord S household, my Chen family shall reward them with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. My Li family shall do the same, and so shall my Lu family. The leaders of several families in White Mist City, whose strength is comparable to that of the Lord's residence, have issued a bounty notice. Anyone who can provide information about the Lord's residence's cries tonight or uncover the whereabouts of the Lord's family will be generously rewarded with vast amounts of spirit stones. Although they speculate that the Lord's family has most likely been eradicated, the absence of any evidence leaves them somewhat uneasy. Once it is confirmed that the Lord is deceased, the entire White Mist City will undergo a significant reshuffle, with all resources redistributed among their families. Under the weight of these substantial bounties, the cultivators of White Mist City swiftly mobilized, fervently investigating the cries from the Lord S residence and searching for the whereabouts of his family. Time passed, and soon 2 days had elapsed. The cultivators of White Mist City scoured every nook and cranny, yet they found not a single clue pertaining to the Lord S family. Meanwhile, the heads of the 3 prominent families could no longer contain their impatience and began to annex the properties belonging to the Lord S residence. Chinner, shall we simply stand by as the 3 families carve up White Mist City? Gu Feiyong inquired of Gu Chun within the ancient family S council hall, ever since Gu Chun had informed him of the Lord's destruction the day before yesterday. He indulges in the delectable flavors without concern for the other individuals of the Lord's mansion coming to cause trouble. Yet, it was clearly Jiang Chen's efforts that led to this situation. Now, the three prominent families have seized the opportunity, and he cannot help but feel discontent. Father, our Jiang family is currently weak and cannot compete with the three major families. I cannot remain in the Jiang family indefinitely. Even if I were to step forward and attempt to assimilate the assets of the Lord's mansion, the Jiang family would be unable to maintain control. Thus, let us forego this endeavor for now. We shall keep a low profile until our family's strength increases, at which point we can contemplate our ambitions regarding White Mist City. Jiang Chen patiently explained to Gu Feiyang. In truth, he had contemplated the idea of annexing the assets of the Lord's mansion. However, the Jiang family's strength is insufficient. Aside from Gu Feiyang, who has reached the 8th level of the out-of-body stage, there are no formidable warriors to rely upon. In contrast, each of the three major families boasts 2 or 3 cultivators in the heavenly soul realm. In the city of White Mist, he found himself in a favorable position. However, should he depart, the three esteemed families would undoubtedly refuse to submit to the Jiang clan. Yet, he was unable to indiscriminately slaughter the three families without cause. Consequently, he had no choice but to allow the three families to gain an advantage. Alas, what a pity! Gu Feiyang sighed, a look of regret etched upon his face. Enough of this lamentation, father. I have gathered all the resources from the Lord's manor for you. This time, you have truly profited, Jiang Chen remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Feiyang. His father is indeed rather avaricious. The decades of accumulation by the city lord's mansion have all been amassed into his possession. With these resources, even if the Gu family were to forego those enterprises, they would still surpass any of the three prominent families in wealth. You, my lad, what do you know? Who would ever complain about an excess of resources? Gu Feiyang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen. This boy, not being in charge, is unaware of the burdens of leadership. Resources are undoubtedly better in abundance. Even if left unused, they can provide a sense of security. Fine, you understand. Jiang Chen chose not to argue with Gu Feiyang, but instead shifted the topic, saying, Father, tomorrow, I will embark on the expedition to the secret realm with Brother Yi and the others. Do not forget the matters I entrusted to you. He has informed Gu Feiyang about the recruitment of disciples by the Qingtian sect, urging him to send both direct and collateral relatives of suitable age to partake in the examination. Should they successfully gain entry into the Qingtian sect for cultivation, it would be akin to reaching the heavens in a single leap. A matter of such magnitude, how could father possibly forget? Gu Feiyang cast a worried glance at Jiang Chen, reminding him to exercise caution during his ventures into the secret realm. Do not fret, father, your son will remain unscathed. Jiang Chen replied with a confident smile, hastily departing the grand hall to retire to his chamber for slumber. As for cultivation, it seemed improbable. The meager spiritual energy in White Mist City was scarcely sufficient for anyone. Night transitioned into day, and soon morning arrived. Under the watchful gaze of the entire Gu family, Yi Xiao and his companions were taken aloft by Niu Bisang Tian, setting their course toward the Qian mountain range. After a brief flight, they descended at the entrance point of the secret realm. It was a barren valley, devoid of any trees or underbrush, resembling a desolate wasteland. At this moment, a multitude of cultivators had gathered nearby, all seeking to explore and unearth treasures within the realm. They gathered in small clusters, awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Senior Gu, is this the secret realm where we shall undergo our trials? Mu Xueqing and Qin Faiyu inquired, their faces etched with confusion as they turned to Jiang Chen. All around them were merely people, yet no trace of the secret realm that Jiang Chen spoke of could be found. The night owl, however, harbored no such doubts. He joyfully surveyed the cultivators surrounding the valley, recognizing them as his potential clientele. Do not fret, my two junior sisters. The secret realm has yet to open. Jiang Chen cheerfully began to recount the origins of the secret realm to them. This realm, known as the Desolate Secret Realm, is under the control of the Yuntian sect. Its name derives from the seemingly barren landscape encircling the valley. Legends speak of it as a forsaken space that overlaps with the Kanglan continent once every century, allowing for a brief opening. Within its confines, demonic beasts roam freely, and treasures of heaven and earth abound, with many esteemed artifacts available for discovery. Naturally, the perils are substantial, as each opening has claimed the lives of numerous cultivators. Furthermore, due to the extreme instability of the realm's space, The Yun Tian sect stipulates that only those at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul realm and below may enter. However, any wandering cultivator is free to venture into the exploration. The treasures obtained may be freely claimed, without the need to surrender them to the Yun Tian sect. Look, the space over there begins to shift. The secret realm is about to unveil. Just as Gu Chun was introducing the secret realm to Mu Xueqing and Qin Fei'er, an unidentifiable voice shouted nearby, causing all eyes to turn towards the valley's mouth. There, the fabric of space began to crack, and a grayish vortex slowly expanded. In a short time, it transformed into a large whirlpool, spanning several meters in width. Ha ha, brothers and sisters, charge forth. Let us seek the treasures. A throng of wandering cultivators, witnessing the stabilization of the vortex, rushed toward it, eager to be the first to enter and claim abundant riches. Ah, a rabble of fools. Were it not for the need to use you as cannon fodder, you would not even qualify to enter the secret realm, sneered the disciples of the Yun Tian sect, who were preparing to enter the realm, as they observed the first wave of reckless cultivators rushing in. The Yun Tian sect is not so benevolent as to share their secret realm with others. The sole reason for allowing these loose cultivators to enter is to enlist their assistance in treasure hunting, while also serving as expendable pawns. Regardless of the treasures the loose cultivators may unearth, they will be met with lethal force from the sect. Furthermore, should they encounter perilous areas within, the sect can utilize these cultivators to scout ahead, achieving a dual purpose. This explains the high casualty rate among cultivators each time the secret realm opens, a substantial portion of whom fall victim to the Yun Tian sect. Naturally, they do allow a few fortunate souls to emerge with treasures. Otherwise, who would dare venture into their secret realm again? Senior Brother Gu, the secret realm has opened. Let us hasten inside, murmured Mu Xueqing to Gu Chen. The Night Owl and Qin Fei'er remained silent, yet their gazes were fixed upon Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen led the way, they would follow him into the secret realm. Indeed, Senior Brother Yi and my two junior sisters, we must establish a clear understanding. The dangers within the secret realm are unknown. Once we enter, you must not stray from my side. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall us, I would be unable to account to our master, Gu Chen cautioned, his voice steady as he regarded the three. This time, he was the leader. Once inside the secret realm, even the formidable Nyobai and the monk Tian would be unable to offer protection. Any danger encountered would have to be resolved by them alone. Thus, it was imperative that the four of them band together to minimize risk. Understood, Senior Brother Gu. Both Mu Xueqing and Qin Fei'er replied obediently, nodding in agreement. Come now, you are becoming increasingly fussy. Together, the four of us shall carve a path through the entire secret realm, declared the Night Owl, striding towards the entrance. Junior sisters, let us move quickly. Gu Chun called to the two, hastening to catch up with the Night Owl. Ah, the time for the hunt has arrived, he thought, watching as all the loose cultivators entered the secret realm. The disciples of the Yun Tian sect revealed bloodthirsty smiles as they slowly stepped into the realm. Their greatest trial is to commit murder and seize treasures. In a mystical realm, Gu Chun and his companions find themselves amidst a vast forest, where towering trees stretch for dozens or even hundreds of meters into the sky. The ground and the surrounding trees are adorned with an array of low-tier celestial materials and treasures, creating an enchanting sea of riches. Wow, there are so many low-tier celestial materials. Upon landing, Qin Fei'er immediately began to pluck the myriad of spiritual herbs and fruits scattered throughout the forest, reveling in her playful endeavor. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao surveyed the area, hoping to identify any potential clients. Qin Junior Sister, what do you intend to do with all these low-tier items? Mu Xueqing inquired, noticing that Qin Fei'er was collecting only spiritual items beneath the celestial soul realm. These things are of no use to us. Selling them would yield only a handful of spirit stones. Moreover, given the cultivation environment of the Qing Tian sect, we have no need for such low-tier treasures. Senior Sister Mu, I may have no use for these, but my family does, Qin Fei'er replied, continuing her gathering. Once my father arrives at the Qing Tian sect, I will have him take these back for our clan members to use. Her father was now the head of the Qin family, and she had already informed him to bring any suitable juniors to the Qing Tian sect for the testing of disciples, regardless of whether they were selected. She did not want her father to return empty-handed. Very well, I shall assist you. Mu Xueqing, after a moment's hesitation, joined Qin Fei'er in the collection of low-tier celestial materials. The two moved through the forest like harvesters, leaving no treasure uncollected. Gu Chun too, occasionally stowed away some desirable spiritual herbs. As they proceeded, they came upon a small pond, where Qin Fei pointed to a cluster of colorful lotus flowers. Hey, senior sister. Aren't those a dozen 7-colored lotuses in the center of the pond? Indeed, Qin junior sister. We are fortunate. The seeds of the 7-colored lotus are the principal ingredient for crafting breakthrough pills to the human sovereign level, Mu Shueqing confirmed after taking a glance at the vibrant flowers. Let us gather them quickly. Qin Fei exclaimed joyfully, preparing to rush toward the 7-colored lotuses. Slow down, Qin junior sister. Such a treasure likely has a guardian spirit beast. Allow me to draw it out first so we can discern what we are dealing with, Gu Chen cautioned, blocking her path. As spiritual herbs of the human sovereign level typically have protective spirit beasts, it was prudent to proceed with caution. They awaited the maturation of the elixir, ready to consume it for further advancement. However, should they encounter a formidable guardian beast, Qin Fei might very well sustain injuries. As a wise and judicious leader, how could he allow such a misfortune to occur? Well, ancient brother, do exercise caution, Qin Fei replied after a brief pause. Although she was confident in her ability to handle these perils, Gu Chen's strength surpassed hers, and given his good intentions, she felt it inappropriate to decline. Indeed. Gu Chen nodded, charging towards the 7-colored lotus. The most effective method to lure out the guardian spirit beast was to seize the elixir. Once it sensed that its treasure was at risk of being taken, it would surely abandon its concealment. Croak. Just as Gu Chen was about to grasp the 7-colored lotus, a massive toad, its body covered in grotesque lumps and at the pinnacle of the celestial soul realm, leaped forth from the water. Anger gleamed in its eyes as it unleashed a formidable orb of spiritual energy from its mouth, hurtling towards Gu Chen with the intent to reduce this thief of its treasure to mere pulp. What did I expect? It turns out to be nothing more than a colossal, wretched toad at the peak of the celestial soul realm. Gu Chen remained unfazed, unleashing an ethereal sword qi towards the giant toad. He was initially apprehensive that the guardian beast might be of the esteemed human sovereign level. To his surprise, it turned out to be merely at the pinnacle of the celestial soul stage. Thus, it could be dealt with swiftly. With a mere encounter, the once furious giant toad lay lifeless, its eyes forever closed. After dispatching the creature, Gu Chen effortlessly collected the 7-colored lotus and returned to where Qin Fei and the others were gathered. Here, junior sister Qin, this 7-colored lotus is for you, Gu Chen said, extending the exquisite flower toward her. No, senior brother Gu, you should keep it. It was you who obtained it. Qin Fei hesitated, politely declining. She had not contributed in the slightest during the process of acquiring the lotus, so she felt unworthy of accepting it entirely. Not at all, junior sister Qin. You were the first to spot the 7-colored lotus, so it rightfully belongs to you, Gu Chen insisted, his expression sincere. His initial concern had been for Qin Fei's safety against a potentially formidable guardian beast, which had prompted his intervention. Given that he had easily triumphed over the toad and secured the lotus, it was only fitting that he gifted entirely to her. How about this, senior brother? Why don't we split it evenly, 1/2 for each of us? Qin Fei proposed, sensing Gu Chen's determination to bestow the entire lotus upon her and wishing to find a mutually agreeable solution. This seemed reasonable, as one had exerted effort while the other had merely observed. Well, now it was Gu Chen who found himself in a quandary. His true intention was to protect Qin Fei, yet now, he has divided half of the spiritual herb away from her. Those who do not understand him might mistakenly believe that he is merely after the herb. Enough of this chatter about dividing the herb. Why the lengthy discussion? Each of you shall take your share. I shall take it upon myself to decide. Accept it, both of you. At this moment, Mu Shueqing, perceiving the situation between the two, promptly stepped in to mediate. She divided the 7-colored lotus into 2 portions and placed them into the hands of Qin Fei and Gu Chen. The group before her did not require elixirs to transcend to the realm of the human sovereign. The sole purpose of the 7-colored lotus was to be taken back for the benefit of their respective families. Her father, a pinnacle celestial sovereign, certainly had no need for such items. As for the night owl, being a solitary figure, he too had no use for these relatively low-tier spiritual herbs. Thus, they had long since agreed that all the spiritual herbs harvested from this secret realm would be delivered to Gu Chen and Qin Fei to aid their families. Very well, let us heed junior sister Mu's counsel. Gu Chen awkwardly stowed the 7-colored lotus away, while Qin Fei likewise placed hers into her storage ring. Just as they resolved the matter of distribution, a dozen disciples from the Yuntian sect, all at the pinnacle of the celestial soul realm, descended from the heavens, encircling the group. Among them, a leading male disciple cast a disdainful glance at the now stem-only seven-colored lotus in the center of the pond, then turned to Gu Chun and the others with a menacing tone. You shameless scattered cultivators dare to pilfer the treasures discovered by the Yuntian sect? Surrender them at once, or face a most gruesome demise. Indeed, this pond was unearthed by our Yuntian sect a century ago, and your audacity to steal is utterly reprehensible. Wu, do not waste your breath on these vile miscreants. Swiftly subdue them and reclaim our sect's treasures. The other disciples of the Yuntian sect echoed with malevolent expressions, some even casting their eyes upon Mu Shiueching and Qin Feier, envisioning the scenes that would unfold post-subjugation of Gu Chen and his companions. These individuals have truly discovered the seven-colored lotus. It is no wonder they have drawn the ire of the Yuntian sect. Indeed, the seven-colored lotus is the primary ingredient for concocting the elixir to break through to the human sovereign, which pinnacle celestial soul would not be tempted by it. Alas, it is their misfortune. We scattered cultivators cannot contend with the Yuntian sect. The clamorous voices of the Yuntian sect disciples swiftly attracted nearby treasure seekers. They all concealed themselves on the sidelines, cautiously observing the scene unfolding. How absurd. This seven-colored lotus is clearly an ownerless treasure. How can it be claimed as belonging to your Yuntian sect? Do you no longer wish for the Bailian? Gu Chun, surrounded by onlookers, remained unperturbed and boldly shouted his disdain. Indeed, it was discovered a century ago. If I had found your mother a century ago, would that mean I could take her to a brothel now? Qin Feier chimed in, echoing his scorn. In stark contrast, the two night owls remained notably silent, refraining from uttering any insults. Yet, a faint smirk lingered at the corners of their mouths, particularly on Night Owl's face. After the mocking expression faded, an excited grin emerged. What is happening? These two must be mad, fully aware that Yuntian sect intends to seize the treasure, yet still daring to provoke them. At this moment, one ought to surrender the item and plead for mercy to salvage any chance of survival. Alas, these individuals are still too youthful, lacking an understanding of the art of compromise. The nearby onlookers, witnessing Gu Chen and his companions not only refuse to yield but also hurl insults, could only express their regret. They seemed to have envisioned this scene of Gu Chen and his companions meeting their demise. How brazen. To be so defiant even at the brink of death. I shall ensure your end is excruciating. The leader, Senior Brother Wu, wore a grim expression upon hearing the insults hurled by Gu Chun and his companions. He bellowed at the dozen disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. All of you, advance. The men shall be subjected to soul refinement, while the women are to be savored slowly. A hearty laugh followed. Brother Wu, your brilliance knows no bounds. The disciples, their faces adorned with wicked grins, approached Gu Chun and his companions. Such undertakings were well within their expertise, having engaged in a similar venture prior to this encounter. The experience had proven rather delightful. Do not interfere. Allow me to handle this alone. Before Gu Chun and the others could react, Night Owl surged ahead, unleashing the fog of carnage, enveloping the dozen disciples within its sinister embrace. Mere moments later, piercing screams echoed from within the crimson mist. Soon, the fog dissipated, leaving Night Owl standing solitary in the clearing. The disciples who had been ensnared by the fog of carnage had vanished without a trace. What on earth happened? Surely, those disciples did not perish? The spectators concealed in the shadows were left astounded, their jaws agape at the sheer audacity of Night Owl's prowess. To obliterate several peak soul cultivators in an instant was nothing short of terrifying. They have already arranged the aftermath for Gu Chun and his companions. Unexpectedly, it was merely the solitary figure of Yi Xiao who annihilated the disciples of Yuntian's sect. It is truly astonishing. Where have my more than a dozen junior brothers gone? Release them at once. Upon witnessing Yi Xiao's solitary presence, Senior Brother Wu was on the verge of hysteria. He could hardly believe it. In such a brief span of time, the Night Owl had eliminated over a dozen disciples at the pinnacle of heavenly soul from the Cloud Sky sect. Was this even human? Was this truly the pinnacle of heavenly soul? He had never encountered such a terrifying cultivator, who could slay peers as effortlessly as one would butcher a chicken. Even the direct disciples of their Yuntian sect did not possess such formidable prowess. It seems they cannot be released, but you may seek them out. The Night Owl, wearing a smile, gradually approached Senior Brother Wu. Don't come any closer, please. Don't come near. Senior Brother Wu exclaimed, his face stricken with fear as he collapsed to the ground. He was utterly terrified, his mind clouded in confusion. Night Brother. Wait a moment. This scoundrel actually intends to torment us. Mu's sister and I shall exact our vengeance upon him." Just as Night Owl prepared to unleash his fury upon Brother Wu, Qin Feier seized Mu Xueqing's arm, furiously approaching Brother Wu. Their ire had been successfully provoked by his words. What more torment could a woman endure? This rogue dares to entertain such thoughts about us. He mustn't be allowed to live. Our spirits shall remain discontented if we do not deliver retribution today. Well then, you may finish him. Night Owl acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, allowing Brother Wu to face his fate. In an instant, the air above the small pond reverberated with Brother Wu's anguished cries. Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier, each delivering kicks and punches, ruthlessly brought him to his end. Goodness, these individuals are not only formidable, but also bear grudges fiercely. Indeed, these two young women had resolutely dispatched this disciple of the Yuntian sect. We must take our leave swiftly. Should they discover us spying from the shadows, we might be subjected to the same fate. The scattered cultivators nearby fled the scene in a frenzy, fearing that Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier would unleash their wrath upon them. Dear sisters, the man has already been vanquished. Let us not harbor anger against a lifeless corpse. We should continue our journey. Observing Brother Wu, now reduced to a mere pile of flesh, Gu Chun suppressed his revulsion, retrieving his storage ring and urging the two to move onward. Humph! Qin Feier remained unsatisfied. She unleashed a surge of icy energy, transforming Brother Wu's corpse into a frozen sculpture. Mu Xueqing, in perfect sync, delivered a swift kick, shattering the icy form into fragments that scattered with the wind. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Chun and Night Owl felt a shiver of trepidation. Indeed, one ought not to provoke a woman. They kill merely with a single strike to eliminate their foes. Yet, Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier ruthlessly dispatched their enemies with their bare hands, not even sparing the corpses. Their brutality surpasses that of others. Thus, the group continues their journey, scavenging for treasures along the way. Occasionally, they encounter rogue cultivators and disciples of the Yuntian sect, intent on slaying and seizing treasures, thereby augmenting their earnings. Consequently, the exploits of the four soon spread throughout the secret realm. Hey, have you heard? 4 formidable individuals have entered the secret realm, having already slain over 100 rogue cultivators and disciples of the Yuntian sect. Seriously? I once witnessed it firsthand. That individual is truly a prodigy, engaged in a sheer massacre. Which sect has trained such a terrifying disciple? It's astonishing. I have no idea. I wouldn't dare approach to inquire. At this moment, in a valley within the secret realm, one by one, disciples of the Yuntian sect gradually descend from the skies, hastening towards the valley's interior. In the center of the valley stands a striking young man adorned with a jade crown, who angrily bellows, "You useless lot. You cannot even find a few people. What good are you to me?" The other disciples of the Yuntian sect lower their heads, too intimidated to respond. "Senior brother, this cannot solely be blamed on us. There are only 4 of them, and if they choose to hide, no one can locate them." One disciple finally dares to retort. For Gu Chen and his companions have already slain dozens of Yuntian sect disciples. During this period, they were either searching for Gu Chen and his companions or traversing the path that Gu Chen and his companions had taken. Even their treasure hunting endeavors had ceased, all in the pursuit of locating these individuals to eliminate them. However, given the vastness of the secret realm, finding a few individuals proved to be a daunting task. Even when some disciples chanced upon them, they were swiftly dispatched by Gu Chen and his group. Consequently, they had yet to uncover the whereabouts of these individuals. Before them stood a young man, who did nothing but incessantly berate them. Who could possibly endure such treatment? If they were unable to locate anyone and were still met with his retorts, he ought to be taught a lesson, after all. How could he remain unaware of his own insignificance? When faced with dissent, Brother He's gaze turned frigid. Channeling his spiritual energy, he launched an attack against the rebutting disciple of the Yuntian sect. Humph, being at the pinnacle of heavenly soul, I am inclined to see what grounds you have for such arrogance. The rebutting disciple of the Yuntian sect, undeterred, summoned his own prowess and engaged in combat with the strikingly handsome youth. The clash of flesh resonated through the air, the spiritual energy swirling in tumult. After several exchanges, the rebutting disciple found himself vanquished, crashing to the ground. Brother He, wearing a smug expression, placed his foot upon the defeated disciple's head and coldly mocked, "You wretch. Do you now comprehend why I am so audacious? Indeed, I see now, Brother He is both valiant and sagacious. As a junior, I humbly yield," replied the fallen disciple, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With his head pinned down, any further defiance would lead to a most humiliating demise. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. As long as life persists, there remains hope for the future. Humph, begone, brother he. Noticing the disciple's submission, kicked him aside. The other disciples of the Yun sect, witnessing this scene, displayed no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, they wore expressions rife with scorn. Brother he was well known on the pinnacle rankings of the heavenly soul within the Yun sect. This fool dared to challenge him, truly a case of overestimating one's abilities. Just as brother he was poised to deliver another reprimand, his communication artifact emitted a sound. Brother he promptly took out the communication artifact to listen to the information within. Brother he had found the whereabouts of those individuals. A voice belonging to a male disciple of the Yun sect resonated from within. Oh, quickly tell me, where are they? Brother he's expression brightened with joy as he hastily inquired. During this period, he was driven nearly to madness by thoughts of the whereabouts of Jiang Chen and his companions. Among the slain disciples of the Yun sect, one was his own younger brother. If he failed to eliminate Jiang Chen and his companions, how could he return home and face his mother? They were currently gathered on an eastern plain, feasting on the roasted meat of spirit beasts. I will send you the location. Hurry over. Oh my, it smells divine. As he spoke, the sound of a male disciple from the Yun sect swallowing his saliva could be heard from within. In pursuit of Jiang Chen and his companions, they tirelessly ran through the wind and rain, nearly exhausted. Now, a few of them brazenly roasted spiritual beast meat before him, indulging in a leisurely existence. Had he not been aware of the terrifying prowess of Jiang Chen and his companions, he would have certainly rushed over to snatch the roasted meat for a taste. Stay right there and don't move. I shall promptly bring others over. After obtaining the precise location, brother he's face lit up with excitement. He immediately summoned the disciples of the Yun sect from the valley, as well as those searching outside, instructing them to gather at the eastern plain. This time, there were several hundred disciples from the Yun sect participating in the secret realm training, all of whom were at the pinnacle of the heavenly soul. As long as they could ensnare Jiang Chen and his companions, even if they are extraordinarily formidable, they must ultimately meet their demise. Oh, my poor brother, I have come to avenge you. Brother he, let us ascend alongside the disciples of the Yun sect within the valley, soaring towards the east. May fate be unkind to those who oppose us. I wish for you to be vanquished by those few. The disciple of the Yun sect, who had just rebutted brother he, glared at the sky with a face full of resentment. Having been grievously injured by brother he was unable to partake in the assault against Jiang Chen and his companions. All he could do was silently wish brother he well in his endeavors. Such a grand display by the disciples of the Yun sect immediately captured the attention of the scattered cultivators below, who were still in search of treasures. They gazed at the sky, all with expressions of astonishment. Hiss, what could the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect be planning, flying off towards the east? Could it be that a treasure of unimaginable power has emerged in that direction, prompting their urgent haste? TSK, your information is truly outdated. Allow me to enlighten you. It is said that the 4 formidable individuals who have slain dozens of disciples from the Cloud Sky sect have been located. And now the sect is mobilizing en masse to hunt them down. Goodness, those 4 fierce figures are my idols. I must see them one last time. Indeed, I have longed to witness the demeanor of those who dare to slay disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. The scattered cultivators below, hearing that they are heading to encircle Jiang Chen and his companions, immediately ceased their treasure-seeking endeavors. They hurriedly followed in the wake of the Cloud Sky sect disciples, soaring towards the east. The reputation of Jiang Chen and his group resonates loudly within the secret realm. They are not merely formidable beings. They even dare to slay the host of the secret realm, the disciples of the Yun sect. Such audacity is truly astonishing. Now, with the opportunity to encounter these fierce individuals, how could they possibly let this chance slip away? In a certain plain to the east of the secret realm, Jiang Chen and Yi Shao, along with a few others, are leisurely seated on a patch of grass, indulging in roasted meat. A fire crackled beside them, with an unknown spirit beast skewered above, sizzling and releasing a tantalizing aroma. After finishing the meat in their hands, they occasionally sliced off a small piece from the roasting beast to savor, their faces adorned with expressions of ease and delight. Humph. Enjoy your moment of leisure while you can. Once my senior brother arrives, your fates will be sealed. A disciple of the Yun sect, lurking not far away, swallowed hard. His face contorted with indignation. He has been hiding here, watching several people eat for half a day, swallowing several pounds of saliva. If only he could overpower Jiang Chen and the others. He truly yearned to charge forward and kick a few individuals to the ground, followed by a torrent of curses. Are you not courteous? Eating barbecue in front of me without offering me any. Hand it over. Yet, such thoughts were merely figments of his imagination. The reality was that if he were to rush in, he would be swiftly vanquished by Jiang Chen and his companions, leaving not even ashes behind. He had certainly heard of the notorious reputation of Jiang Chen and his associates. Those disciples of the Yun sect who had crossed their paths were left with not a trace. Brother Gu, why has no one arrived yet? Indeed. We have been waiting for such a long time. On the grass, beside the barbecue, Mu Xiuqing and Qin Fei wore expressions of discontent. Seated in such a conspicuous spot to enjoy their feast, it was evident that their purpose extended beyond mere culinary indulgence. In truth, this was merely their stratagem for baiting. After a journey of treasure hunting and eliminating numerous would-be assailants, they had drawn a conclusion. It was far more efficient to eliminate those who sought to kill them for their treasures than to search for riches in a docile manner. The treasures would come to them swifter this way, exponentially faster than their painstaking collection efforts. Thus, they deliberately chose a prominent location, waiting for greedy souls to approach them. Yet, half a day had passed, and not a single soul had approached, nor even a spirit beast had wandered near them. Hiki, my dear junior sisters. Patience is essential when fishing. There will always be some short-sighted greedy souls who will come knocking, Jiang Chen replied cheerfully. Mu Xiuqing and Qin Fei were simply too anxious. Given their notorious reputation in the secret realm, many would undoubtedly recognize their characteristics. Now, they could only wait for those who had not heard of their exploits. The secret realm was vast, and they could only leave their fortunes to fate. Higi, these young children truly think us foolish, with such conspicuous traits. Who would dare approach to kill and seize treasures? Indeed, the four formidable figures of the secret realm have already dispatched dozens of Yun sect disciples. If we approached, it would not be a treasure hunt, but a gift of treasures. Their scheme was well calculated. The treasures they had painstakingly sought could be claimed with a single punch. Yet, it is not entirely accurate to say that, if you do not attempt to kill them, they will not come to seize your treasures. These individuals do adhere to a code. Around Jiang Chen and his companions, several wandering cultivators gradually passed by, fully aware of the scheme at play. If they had not heard of Jiang Chen and his deeds, they might have considered confronting these brazen youths. However, knowing of Jiang Chen's fearsome reputation altered their perspective entirely. Such blatant baiting was unmistakable. How could these seasoned practitioners of the cultivation world be so easily deceived? Just as Mu Xiuqing and Qin Fei were on the verge of impatience, several hundred disciples of the Yun sect appeared in the sky nearby. The powerful surge of spiritual energy stirred up fierce winds, sending sand and stone swirling. The disciples of Yun sect have arrived. These four are surely doomed today. Not just likely, but certainly, no matter how exceptional they may be, can they truly contend with such a multitude? Indeed, with several hundred peak heavenly soul practitioners. Even a single kick from each would reduce them to mere pulp. Alas, knowing well the consequences of offending the Yun sect, they still dared to fish here, such youthful folly. Nearby, the scattered cultivators, upon witnessing the approach of hundreds of Yun sect disciples towards Jiang Chen and his companions, expressed their regret. In their eyes, Jiang Chen and his group were undoubtedly facing insurmountable calamity today. After all, with over 400 disciples of the Yun sect, it is impossible for Jiang Chen and his companions to defy the odds and succeed against such overwhelming numbers. Haha, brother, he has finally arrived. That roasted meat is mine. The observing disciples of the Yun sect flew towards brother he with faces alight with excitement. Sister, the fish are coming, a whole school of them. As they saw the disciples of Yun sect approaching, Jiang Chen was not afraid in the least. Instead, he wore an expression of exhilaration. They dare to fish here, undoubtedly possessing absolute confidence in their own abilities. The techniques and weapons bestowed upon them by their master are of an extraordinarily fearsome nature. Until now, they had only exerted their full strength within the trial tower. The cultivators of the same realm outside were utterly unworthy of compelling them to unleash their complete potential. His highest record in the trial tower had already reached the level of killing those at the 7th stage of the human sovereign. Night Owl and Mu Xiuqing, along with the others, though unaware of the precise circumstances, likely fared similarly. Thus, in the face of this multitude, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Isn't this a bit excessive? Indeed, one could only wonder how many treasures these individuals possessed. Mu Xiuqing and Qin Fei gaped in astonishment. They had initially come along merely to accompany Jiang Chen and Night Owl in fishing. If they encountered someone bothersome, they intended to use them as a punching bag to vent their frustrations. To their surprise, hundreds had suddenly appeared, which certainly kept them occupied. The merrier. I thrive in numbers. Night Owl stood up, even more exhilarated than Jiang Chen. Of the hundreds before them, 99 had perished at his hands. Yet, as a being of slaughter, such a small quantity was hardly sufficient. Now, he finally had the chance to unleash a grand massacre. Amidst the excitement and astonishment of the few, several hundred disciples from the Yun sect swiftly descended by the campfire. You lot are the infamous 4 who have slain dozens of my Yun sect disciples. Brother, he questioned, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Chen and the others. This was entirely different from his expectations. He had imagined that once surrounded by the hundreds from the Yun sect, the 4 would be filled with dread, begging for mercy. After all, the overwhelming presence of so many would surely terrify anyone into submission. Yet, to his astonishment, he observed expressions of excitement among Jiang Chen's quartet, particularly Night Owl, whose wide grin seemed on the verge of erupting into laughter. Could it be that I have mistaken the wrong individuals? Brother, he pondered, confusion etched upon his face. Noticing Brother He's bewildered expression, Jiang Chen promptly approached him, responding with utmost politeness. Indeed. We are the ones who have slain dozens of your disciples from the Yun sect. Might I inquire if you seek vengeance on their behalf? Having committed the act, one ought to graciously acknowledge it. One must not allow a golden opportunity for revenge to slip away. My goodness, is this fellow quite sane? He has killed our kin and yet asks us so courteously if we wish to exact revenge. I harbor serious doubts regarding this individual's mental faculties. Such behavior is not characteristic of a rational person. Do not doubt it. He is indeed a fool. Jiang Chen's polite admission left the hundreds of surrounding disciples from the Yun sect utterly flabbergasted, faced with such a multitude of adversaries of the same realm seeking retribution. Even the dimmest among them would refrain from openly confessing to murder. After all, it was impossible for the 4 of them to confront hundreds of adversaries simultaneously. If those dozens of Yun sect disciples had indeed perished at the hands of Jiang Chen and his companions, it would be an abject tragedy. To be slain by a group of fools, was there anything more lamentable? Are you certain? The more Jiang Chen graciously acknowledged his actions, the deeper Brother He's suspicions grew. He could hardly believe that anyone could be foolish to such an extent. It must surely be that disciple who was monitoring them, having provided incorrect coordinates. Jiang Chen and his companions were conveniently roasting meat on the very same plane, and they happened to be 4 in number as well. Otherwise, he would feel that his intelligence had been insulted. With certainty and unwavering conviction, he asserted that those individuals were indeed the ones we had slain. I implore you to take action. If you do not, my senior brother is bound to lose his composure. Jiang Chen replied with a hint of impatience. He has openly and candidly acknowledged it. It is truly astonishing that these individuals do not believe him. They are nothing short of intellectually stunted. Brother He, do not harbor doubts, it is indeed them. I have been observing from the sidelines and can assure you of their guilt. At this moment, the disciple who had been monitoring stepped forward to point them out to Brother He. He had been following Jiang Chen and his companions for quite some time before confirming their identities. How could he possibly be mistaken? Truly, it is quite perplexing. Brother He's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He felt that his intelligence had been subjected to a tremendous affront. As if he were being firmly pressed to the ground and ruthlessly rubbed, he sought to rend the bodies of Jiang Chen and his companions into countless pieces, believing that only then could the fury within him be quelled. So, you dare to brazenly acknowledge the slaying of my Yun sect's disciples? Let your deaths be swift. It is all my fault. Brother He shouted in anger, commanding all disciples of Yun sect, attack. Leave them a breath. I shall extract their souls and refine their essences to honor our fallen brothers. Yes. Responding to the command, hundreds of Yun sect disciples unleashed their full power and charged towards Jiang Chen and his companions. With the confirmation of their intent, they would not hold back. Jiang Chen's actions, though seemingly foolish, were undoubtedly backed by formidable strength. Otherwise, so many disciples of Yun sect would not have perished at the hands of just a few. A fierce battle erupted. There was uncertainty whether these formidable individuals possessed the strength as rumored, capable of slaying peak heavenly souls with the ease of butchering livestock. Even if they were indeed that powerful, they faced hundreds, each could easily claim a life. It was true, they might inflict significant harm upon some disciples of Yun sect. But annihilating them all was an impossibility. Alas, such prodigious talents were destined to fall within this secret realm. Following closely behind the disciples of Yun sect, the onlookers, wandering cultivators, watched intently as the 2 sides clashed, eager not to miss any thrilling moments. After all, most had only heard tales of Gu Chen and his companions. They had never witnessed their prowess firsthand. Ah, splendid! Brother Gu, I shall engage with the two sisters first, Night Owl exclaimed with excitement, swiftly drawing his bloodthirsty sword to meet the incoming disciples of Yun Tian's sect. Given the greater numbers this time, he dared not be careless. After all, a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant, and thus he prepared to give his all. Slaughtering True Sutra, bind the divine mist, Night Owl bellowed. As a vivid crimson mist surged forth from him, enveloping over 100 disciples of Yun Tian's sect. Ah, the air was soon filled with their anguished cries. Humph. Brother Knight, I shall not be outdone, Gu Chen declared. His expression resolute as he beheld Night Owl single-handedly confronting over 100 peak, heavenly soul disciples of Yun Tian's sect. He brandished the sword of nihility, soaring into the air, and swiftly executed a series of intricate and arcane incantations. The sword technique of nihility unleashed a torrential downpour of sword energy. Instantly, a dense barrage of sword chi surged forth from the sword of nihility, raining down upon the disciples of the cloud heaven sect below. Ah, in but a fleeting moment, 2 or 3 dozen disciples of the cloud heaven sect were annihilated. The remaining ones, to varying degrees, sustained injuries. Junior Sister Qin, let us advance. Very well. Senior Sister Mu Shueching and Qin Fei seized the opportune moment, hastily drawing their weapons and charging towards the panicked disciples of the cloud heaven sect. Spatial annihilation. Profound ice palm. Their lethal strikes instantly dispatched 7 or 8 of the nearby disciples, instilling terror in the remaining disciples, who fled in a frenzy. Their faces etched with fear. Monsters. They are all monsters. Do not kill me, please. Mother, where are you? Come save me. A throng of individuals, resembling frenzied bulls, recklessly retreated, particularly He Xiang, who had boasted of extracting souls and refining spirits from Gu Chen and his companions, was fleeing with remarkable speed, nearly escaping the plains. Initially, he had refrained from intervening, opting to observe from the sidelines. In his mind, he believed that a mere spit from the hundreds of disciples of the Cloud Heaven sect would suffice to drown Gu Chen and his companions. However, he never anticipated that in a single encounter, the Cloud Heaven sect would suffer such devastating losses, their resolve shattered. As a man of intelligence, faced with such a dire situation, he naturally prioritized his own escape. After all, Gu Chen and his companions were far more terrifying than the rumors suggested, 100 times more fearsome. With a single strike, they had decimated so many disciples of the Cloud Heaven sect. Had he charged at the forefront of the first wave, he likely would have been eliminated on the spot. The number of their people is insufficient for the others to slay. What vengeance can they possibly seek? Humph, there is no escape. Leave the storage rings behind. Gu Chen bellowed as he pursued the fleeing disciples of the Yun Tian sect. Having managed to catch a few hundred fish, he could not bear to see most of them escape. Senior Brother Gu, we shall assist you, Mu Shueching exclaimed, utilizing her spatial powers to aid Gu Chen in chasing down the retreating disciples of the Yun Tian sect. Hiss, where on earth did such a monstrous being emerge from? Possessing such terrifying prowess, the scattered cultivators who hid nearby and observed the battle trembled in astonishment at the vanishing figures of Gu Chen and his companions. They all assisted Gu Chen and his companions in foretelling the future events. To their astonishment, Gu Chen and his group unleashed their full might, almost instantaneously overwhelming the several hundred members of the Yun Tian sect. Were they truly human? Were they genuinely at the pinnacle of heavenly soul? Some solitary cultivators at the peak of heavenly soul were left in disbelief. They even feel that after years of cultivation, their efforts have been futile, akin to bestowing their skills upon a mere dog. Their level of mastery is comparable, yet others can dispatch opponents of the same realm with the ease of slaughtering swine or dogs. They have sadly descended to the level of swine and dogs. Truly, the ways of fate are unjust. Before long, Gu Chen and Mu Shueching returned to the fire's embrace, weary from relentless pursuit. They eliminated the majority of the disciples from the Cloud Sky sect. Although a small portion managed to escape, it was nonetheless a substantial gain. Meanwhile, the Night Owl had concluded the battle and was now seated beside the campfire, savoring roasted meat. Beside him lay over 100 storage rings. Upon witnessing the return of Gu Chen and his companions, he tossed the storage ring to Gu Chen. Junior Brother Gu, you may split it with Junior Sister Qin, Night Owl remarked nonchalantly. Hee. Thank you, Senior Brother. Gu Chen replied with a beaming expression, accepting the storage ring. He began to divide the spoils with Qin Fei, or rather, the battle rewards. Come, Junior Sister Qin, you take one, "And I take one," he said, pulling out a storage ring without paying any heed to its contents, handing one to Qin Feier and keeping one for himself. What they would obtain was purely a matter of luck. Before long, the two had evenly divided the storage rings. "Let us depart, senior brother Yi, junior sisters, no one dares to approach anymore. The secret realm is about to close. We should leave," Gu Chen proposed. After dividing the items, the group remained in place, feasting on roasted meat for an entire day, not even encountering a single fly. As the secret realm neared its closure, they swiftly made their way toward the exit. The desolate secret realm was only open for a brief 3 days. If they failed to exit within that time, they would be swept into the chaotic currents of space, facing a perilous fate. Outside the secret realm, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Numerous rogue cultivators emerged, discussing their experiences within the secret realm. "Have you heard? Most of the disciples from Yuntian sect who entered the secret realm were eliminated." "Impossible. It has always been the disciples of Yuntian sect who eliminate others. Who would dare to kill them?" "Humph, such narrow-mindedness. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it can't happen now." This time, four formidable individuals emerged from the secret realm, slaughtering hundreds of Yuntian sect disciples. "Goodness. For people wiped out hundreds of Yuntian sect disciples? Surely you jest." It's true. We witnessed it ourselves. The brutality was beyond description." A crowd gathered near the secret realm, animatedly recounting their tales, completely oblivious to the imposing elder from Yuntian sect standing nearby. "Elder Lu, how dare these scoundrels openly ridicule our Yuntian sect? I shall take care of them," Brother He of Yuntian sect declared angrily beside the elder. He was pursued by Gu Chen and his companions like a stray dog, barely managing to escape from the secret realm. Now, these worthless rogue cultivators dare to discuss the matter in his presence. Truly, it is a level of provocation that even the most patient can no longer tolerate. Slap. Before Brother He could make a move, Elder Lu delivered a resounding slap to his face, bellowing, "Silence, you useless fool. What right do you have to be indignant when 4 individuals have slain hundreds under your watch?" Elder Lu was consumed by rage, grappling with the bitter reality of so many disciples being lost on his watch. He remained oblivious to how he would explain the situation to the Elder Council and the Master of Yuntian sect. Upon returning, he was certain to face punishment. Rather than the idle chatter of the wandering cultivators, he harbored a deeper resentment towards the disciples of Brother He. Over 400 individuals, reduced to mere prey by just 4 opponents, truly a testament to their utter incompetence. Witnessing Brother He being reprimanded by Elder Lu, the disciple who had been severely injured by Brother He in the secret realm let out a triumphant laugh. He is immensely grateful to Brother He for inflicting upon him such grievous injuries. Had it not been for this, during the assault on Gu Chen and his companions, he might have met with his own demise. How else could he witness such a gratifying spectacle? Brother He, clutching his swollen face, stands trembling in place, daunted by the slightest notion of discontent. Were it a mere junior steward from the Cloud Heaven sect who struck him, he would undoubtedly retaliate. However, Elder Lu, a formidable being of the first realm of the sage, commands a level of respect that renders even his father obliged to kneel in conversation. He dared not entertain any other thoughts. Elder Lu did not pay attention to the gossiping loose cultivators, but instead fixed his gaze intently on the exit of the secret realm. His foremost task now is to capture Gu Chen and a few others. He is indifferent to the trivial gossip surrounding him. It remains uncertain whether those formidable individuals possess any backing. If not, it could spell trouble. Indeed, it is said that the elder leading the team from the Yuntian sect is a legendary sage of immense power. Without support, their emergence would only lead to their demise. A group of loose cultivators, upon seeing Elder Lu and his companions stationed by the exit of the secret realm, understood that they were awaiting the arrival of Gu Chen and his group. Should Gu Chen and his companions lack a powerful background, no matter how extraordinary they may be, they would inevitably meet a tragic end. As time slipped away, at last, under the gaze of all, Gu Chen and Yi Shao emerged from the secret realm. Elder Lu. "It is them. Quickly eliminate them." Brother He exclaimed in terror upon seeing Gu Chen and his companions. He had been thoroughly frightened by Gu Chen and his companions. Now, upon seeing their figures, an overwhelming dread surged within him. "Get lost. Do you think I need your guidance to handle my affairs?" Elder Lu exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap that sent Brother He flying several hundred meters away. He then cast a cold glance at Gu Chen and his companions, inquiring icily, Which faction do you belong to that dares to slay hundreds of my Yun sect's disciples within this secret realm? He refrained from immediate action, intending to ascertain the true capabilities of Gu Chun and his companions. After all, the extraordinary prowess of the four seemed implausible for mere rogue cultivators. In the southern region, the Yun sect stood unrivaled. However, there existed several formidable forces even greater than theirs. Should he offend such powers, the Yun sect would face annihilation. Thus, he endeavored to temper his wrath and abstain from direct confrontation. Humph! We are the direct disciples of the esteemed leader of the Qing sect in Yun Prefecture. If you, disciples of the Yun sect, seek to slay us for treasure, know that we, as brothers and sisters, are merely defending ourselves, Gu Chen replied fearlessly. The monk Niobai had already informed him before they entered the secret realm. When faced with adversity, one should act decisively. They are utterly overwhelmed. It is finished. These individuals are beyond redemption. Alas, there is no salvation for them. The sects from Yunzhou cannot possibly be compared to those from Lingzhou. They are simply not on the same level. Indeed, I had presumed they possessed a formidable background, but to my surprise, they hail from Yunzhou. Upon hearing Gu Chen declare his sect, the nearby rogue cultivators could only sigh in despair. Yunzhou is quite akin to their own Liangzhou, where the highest cultivation level barely reaches that of an earth sovereign, not even rivaling a minor steward from the Yun sect. To think that someone from such a small place would dare to slay disciples of the Yun sect. Even if they had justification, they would still face execution. This is the harsh reality of the cultivation world, where strength reigns supreme. How daring for these individuals from insignificant sects in Yunzhou to challenge the disciples of my Yun sect. It is tantamount to seeking death. Come. Return with me to receive your punishment. Elder Lu's expression turned to one of fury upon hearing Gu Chen's words. He unleashed several chains of spiritual energy, intent on capturing Gu Chun and his companions. He, a remarkable sage and formidable figure, surprisingly harbors trepidation towards a few individuals from the countryside, which is indeed a profound humiliation, were it not for the necessity of providing an explanation to the higher-ups of the Cloud Sky sect. He was determined to extract the souls and refine the spirits of Gu Chun and the others on the spot. How audacious! To dare to insult my Qing sect as worthless. It appears that the one courting death is you. Just as the spiritual energy chains were about to ensnare Gu Chun and the others, the monk Niobai appeared beside Elder Lu, his face a mask of fury. They first severed the chains of spiritual energy, and then Niobai directed a fierce punch towards Elder Lu. With a resounding bang, the spiritual energy-infused fist collided with Elder Lu's form, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. How terrifying these two are. With just a single blow, they caused an elder of the Yun sect to spew blood profusely, witnessing Niobai and Shang Tian appear like phantoms, and then witnessing a mere punch incapacitate the saint-level Elder Lu, leaving him bleeding profusely. The nearby wandering cultivators displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Impossible! How could their sect possess such formidable strength? Brother He, who had just risen, was so frightened by the scene that he immediately knelt on the ground. The remaining disciples of the Yun sect were equally pale with fear. It was one thing for Gu Chun and his companions to be monstrous, but to discover that even the sect's elders possessed such terrifying prowess was beyond comprehension. With a single punch, Elder Lu, who was at the saint level, was reduced to a state of utter helplessness. Faced with such formidable opponents, did they still have any hope of survival today? Niobai, with a cold demeanor, approached Elder Lu and placed his foot upon the elder's head. Humph, you worthless trash. Do you still dare to insult my Qing sect? Now, repeat 100 times that the Yun sect is trash, or I shall crush your skull. Elder Lu's heart raced with trepidation, yet he maintained a facade of defiance. I am an elder of the Yun sect. How could I possibly insult my own sect? If you wish to kill me, then do so. I shall not flinch. However, before you act, consider this. Do not assume that your strength makes you invincible. My Yun sect has a Saint King ancestor. Should you take my life, the Qi sect shall pay dearly for it. The Yun sect boasts a legacy that has endured for millennia. Among its ranks, there exist several ancestors at the sacred king realm. Even if Niobai surpasses him in prowess, he remains undaunted. For the distinction between a sage and a sacred king is of an entirely different echelon. He believed that upon hearing the term Holy King, Niobai would surely hesitate to take his life. Is the Holy King truly so formidable? Since you do not fear death, I shall oblige you. The pressure from Niobai's feet gradually intensified. He wanted Elder Lu to experience the terror of death. Stop it. Please. I beg you. Elder Lu soon reached his breaking point. He had not anticipated that Niobai would show no regard for even the face of the Holy King. Now, on the verge of annihilation, he could hardly afford to ponder further. First, he must navigate this immediate peril. If worse comes to worst, he could flee from the Yun sect and soar into the distant skies. That would be preferable to losing his life. Humph. I thought he was truly unafraid of death, but it turns out he is merely a coward. This old fellow was rather convincing. I almost fell for his ruse. Heh. After all, he is a mighty sage, with a bright future ahead. How could he possibly entertain the thought of death? Nearby, the scattered cultivators observed Elder Lu's capitulation, all wearing expressions of amusement. These lofty sages, when faced with the brink of life and death, reveal themselves to be just as spineless. There is no semblance of the imposing presence one would expect from a true powerhouse. Soon, Elder Lu began to mutter under his breath, "The Yun sect is worthless." Yet, his voice was so faint that only Niobai and a few others could hear. "Have you not eaten? Speak up. Let everyone within 100 miles hear you." Niobai pressed down harder on Elder Lu's foot. "He is not so easily deceived." "You." Elder Lu's expression was exceedingly grim. However, with his head beneath another's foot, he dared not show even the slightest defiance. Gathering his saintly cultivation, he shouted aloud. "The Cloud Heaven sect is but trash." The sheer volume of his voice resonated through the heavens. It was not merely those in the vicinity of the secret realm who heard it. Even individuals 200 to 300 miles away could perceive Elder Lu's resounding voice. Goodness gracious, who is this formidable being, openly denouncing the Cloud Heaven sect in broad daylight? How great must the enmity be for such a proclamation to echo so far? The cultivators of Liangzhou, within hundreds of miles, were left bewildered, glancing around in confusion upon hearing Elder Lu's tirade. Some cultivators, engrossed in affectionate exchanges with their spouses, were so startled by Elder Lu's outburst that their romantic feelings shattered on the spot, leading to lasting psychological scars. "Now that I have spoken, can you release me?" After repeating this plea 100 times, Elder Lu turned to Niobai and inquired. "Hiki." Niobai responded with a sardonic smile. "I merely asked you to curse 100 times. I never said I would let you go afterward." With a firm press of his foot, Niobai pulverized Elder Lu's head and body into a mist of blood. The outcome had already been sealed the moment Elder Lu hurled insults at the Cloud Heaven sect and launched an attack against Jiang Chen and his companions. Death was inevitable. He shall not permit those who insult the sect to exist in this world. Hiss. The formidable figure from the Tian sect is exceedingly domineering. After toying with the elder of the Tian sect, he intends to eliminate him. The Tian sect has suffered a tremendous loss this time. A sage elder represents the pinnacle of the sect's power. Yet, what of it? The Tian sect evidently fears not the Tian sect. Otherwise, they would not have dared to slay this elder. Indeed, what manner of sect is this that dares to disregard the overlord of Lingzhou? Witnessing Elder Lu crushed into a mist of blood by Niobai, the nearby rogue cultivators wear expressions of sheer astonishment. They still believe that after Elder Lu's reprimand, Niobai would release him. Among sects, it is merely a matter of face. Since Elder Lu had already softened his stance, he would not take any further action against him. After all, this was not merely about a few insignificant disciples. The demise of a powerful sage would be sufficient to ignite a war between the two sects, leading to a scene of rivers running red with blood. Jiang Chen. "Where shall we go next?" Niobai inquired as he approached Jiang Chen and the others after resolving the matter with Elder Lu. Jiang Chen had instructed him to heed Jiang Chen's commands, thus making Jiang Chen the priority in all decisions. "Senior Niobai, our training has concluded. We may now return to the sect," Jiang Chen replied calmly. They had been out for 6 or 7 days, and since the previous plans had all been accomplished, it was time to return. He has decided against venturing to other places and believes it is better to return to the Tian sect for cultivation. Indeed, it has only been a few days since he departed from the Tian sect. He harbored a profound nostalgia for the spiritual energy within the sect, finding the thin essence outside rather unaccustomed. "Wait a moment, Junior Brother Gu, there are still some small fry here. Allow me to eliminate them before we return." Upon hearing that Jiang Chen intended to head back to the sect, Night Owl hastily charged towards Brother He and the bewildered disciples of the Cloud Sky sect. After this return, it was uncertain when they would venture out again. If he did not seize one last opportunity for harvest, he would be left with no choice but to retreat to the back mountain of the Azure Sky sect to hunt rabbits instead. The air above the secret realm echoed with anguished cries. Brother He and the remaining disciples of the Cloud Sky sect were all engulfed by Night Owl's killing mist. Thus, the disciples of the Cloud Sky sect who had come to the desolate secret realm for training including the venerable elders, faced total annihilation. Let us depart, Senior Nyobai. We shall return to the sect, Gu Chen remarked, somewhat resigned at Night Owl's desire to take one last life. However, considering Night Owl's constitution, he felt a sense of acceptance. Very well, esteemed Gu, Nyobai replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Shang Tian. The two summoned their powers, enveloping Gu Chen and the others, and they vanished at the entrance of the desolate secret realm. Phew, those Azure Sky sect individuals have finally departed. If they lingered any longer, I would surely be scared out of my wits, one of the scattered cultivators nearby exclaimed. You have no idea. My pants are already damp. After Gu Chen and his companions left, the scattered cultivators in the vicinity of the desolate secret realm breathed a collective sigh of relief. They are primarily terrified by the nocturnal owls. Though the bull may appear domineering, it is not inclined to slay beings as insignificant as they. However, the nocturnal owls are an entirely different matter. He derives immense pleasure from taking lives, using murder as a means to enhance his own power. They feared that after the night owl had tasted blood, it would indiscriminately slaughter them all. To lose one's life merely for the sake of entertainment would indeed be a stroke of ill fortune. As the cultivators departed from the desolate secret realm, news of the incident swiftly spread throughout the 12 surrounding states. The entire cultivation community was abuzz with talk of the Qingtian sect, this enigmatic faction that had suddenly emerged. Have you heard? Someone whispered. During the opening of the desolate secret realm, a sect from Yun province called Qingtian sect annihilated the sage elders and hundreds of disciples of the Yuntian sect. Impossible. That place in Yun province hardly harbors any earthly sovereigns. How could they possibly possess the strength to eliminate the sage elders of the Yuntian sect? You underestimate them. My uncle's grandfather was present at the scene. Those Qingtian sect individuals were nothing short of brutal. They not only crushed the sage elders of the Yuntian sect, but also slaughtered every disciple who managed to escape the secret realm. My uncle's grandfather is still bedridden from the shock. Goodness, how could the Qingtian sect be so tyrannical? Do they not fear retaliation from the Yuntian sect? Come on. If they dared to commit such brazen acts of murder, why would they fear retribution from the Yuntian sect? Indeed, I wonder how the Yuntian sect will respond to this incident. At this moment, within the main hall of the Yuntian sect, the sect master sat gloomily upon his throne. Beneath him, several elders of the Saint Realm bore grim expressions. The events in the desolate secret realm had spread across more than a dozen nearby states. As the sovereign of Lingzhou, they were, of course, already aware of the situation. They were currently deliberating on how to respond to the sudden emergence of the Qingtian sect. Esteemed elders, the Qingtian sect of Yunzhou has audaciously slain our Yuntian sect's elder disciple. I propose that we initiate a sect war, vowing to annihilate the Qingtian sect. The master of Yuntian sect proclaimed from his throne. First, Elder Yang had inexplicably perished due to a backlash from a secret technique. Now, Elder Liu and several hundred disciples at the Heavenly Soul Realm had been killed on their own territory, pushing him to the brink of fury. Master, we are still unclear about the strength of the Qingtian sect. Is it prudent to commence a sect war under such circumstances? A Yuntian sect elder stood to voice his concerns. Elder Wu, you worry unnecessarily. What strength could a sect from Yuzhou possess? Even if they were to inadvertently produce two saints, they would still be insignificant, another elder interjected. Indeed, our Yuntian sect has a legacy spanning 10,000 years. With several saint kings among our ancestors, merely summoning one or two of them would surely overpower the Qingtian sect. Absolutely, even if the Qingtian sect holds other hidden strengths. By summoning our ancestors, we can eradicate them. I second that. Let us summon our ancestors to obliterate the Qingtian sect. One by one. The elders of Yuntian sect rose, fervently voicing their agreement. Very well, since you have reached a consensus. Let us proceed to the back mountain and summon our two ancestors to bolster our ranks. This battle shall surely annihilate the audacious Qingtian sect and restore our Yuntian sect's reputation. The master of Yuntian sect nodded decisively. Master, your wisdom knows no bounds. The elders exclaimed in unison. Half a day later, 5 massive golden warships, carrying the high-ranking ancestors and a multitude of elite disciples of Yuntian sect, set sail from the main peak towards Yunzhou. The banner of Yuntian sect fluttered in the wind, drawing the attention of nearby Lingzhou cultivators, who speculated wildly. What is Yuntian sect up to? Are they about to wage war? Given their current trajectory towards Yunzhou, could it be that they intend to annihilate the Qingtian sect? Goodness, the actions of Yuntian sect are remarkably swift. In no time at all, they are prepared for battle. Indeed, for a sect with a legacy of 10,000 years, if they cannot muster this level of speed, what hope do they have? Quite so. But it remains to be seen how formidable the much-discussed Qi sect truly is. Can they withstand the assault from Yun sect? Why not follow them and discover the truth? This is a once-in-a-millennium spectacle of a saint-level sect war. If we miss it, we may never witness such a thing again in our lifetimes. A throng of curious lingo cultivators trailed behind Yun sect's warships, eager to witness this monumental clash. After all, wars between sects of this caliber rarely occurred. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, how could they let it slip away? The warships traversed the vast states, stirring ripples among various factions. A large group of spectators followed in pursuit of Yun sect's golden vessels, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In Yangzhou, within the imperial palace of the Zhongyu dynasty, Mu Zhan gazed at the golden warship soaring overhead, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He, of course, had heard about the incident involving the Qingtian sect eliminating a saint elder and several hundred disciples of the Yuntian sect. The demeanor of the Yuntian sect was unmistakable. It was evident to any discerning observer that they were targeting the Qingtian sect. As Mu Xueqing's father, he was already informed by his daughter that she had joined the Qingtian sect, a sect renowned for its powerful emperors. The Yuntian sect was not seeking revenge. They were clearly heading toward their own demise. I must inform Qing'er. Mu Zhan conveyed the news of the Yuntian sect's preparations for vengeance against the Qingtian sect through a communication talisman to Mu Xueqing. Although he felt this might be an unnecessary formality, he believed it prudent to notify her nonetheless. Your Highness, the young ones are all selected and ready to depart for the Qingtian sect at any moment. Just as Mu Zhan sent the message, a man clad in golden robes, bearing a slight resemblance to him, approached and paid his respects. Have them wait outside the palace gates. I shall personally escort them to the Qingtian sect for the assessment. Mu Zhan replied with a nod. Mu Xueqing had informed him days prior about the Qingtian sect's recruitment of disciples. With no other offspring, he had arranged for suitable candidates from among his siblings and distant royal kin to be prepared for the examination at the Qingtian sect. Understood. The golden-robed man bowed and withdrew. Mu Zhan did not linger and made his way toward the palace gates. In the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen reclined in a chair, eyes closed, relishing the shoulder massage provided by Lu Shu. Your technique has become increasingly refined, little Shu. I find it difficult to part with you, Jiang Chen remarked languidly. His current state was such that whenever there was work to be done, Lu Shu would handle it. When there was none, he would let her seek out tasks. The day unfolded with as much leisure as he could muster. Serving the sect master is an honor. As long as you are pleased, I shall serve you forever, Lu Shu replied cheerfully while continuing her massage. Receiving Jiang Chen's acknowledgement filled her with immense pride. She was willing to do anything for his satisfaction. Apply a bit more pressure, Jiang Chen instructed. Of course, sect master, Lu Shu said, subtly increasing her grip. Just then, Niu Bai and the monk Tian, accompanied by Gu Chun and others, entered the grand hall. Subordinates greet the sect master. We have completed our training mission and are here to report. Niu Bai and the monk Tian bowed respectfully. Disciples returned from training to pay their respects to the master. Gu Chun and the others also bowed deeply. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, glanced at them, and focused on Niu Bai and the monk Tian. You two performed admirably. Now, proceed to the time tower for further training. Should I require you, I will summon you again. Yes, sect master, Niu Bai and the monk Tian acknowledged, bowing before gradually exiting the hall. Once Niu Bai and the monk Tian had departed, Jiang Chen turned to Gu Chun and the others, saying, Your performance was commendable as well. You have upheld the honor of the Qingtian sect. Here are 4 dragon scale fruits. Each of you shall take one and refine it in the time tower. Jiang Chen produced 4 dragon scale fruits, which floated into the hands of Gu Chun and the others. He then proceeded to impart the important details and precautions regarding the refining process. Due to the potent effects of the dragon scale fruit, he opted to give only one to each disciple for them to acclimate. Thank you for the generous gift, master. We will strive diligently in our cultivation. Gu Chun and the others expressed their gratitude, their faces beaming with joy at the sight of the dragon scale fruits. The value of a single dragon scale fruit far surpassed the gains from their recent expedition into the secret realm. After consuming the fruit, their physical forms undoubtedly command a superiority over their peers in the same realm of cultivation. As for Jiang Chen, he is capable of discerning their movements. They are not surprised in the slightest, being individuals personally brought into the fold by Jiang Chen. They had long since witnessed Jiang Chen's formidable methods. Thus they were no longer surprised. You may all leave, Jiang Chen said, waving his hand nonchalantly. Disciple, take your leave. The three of Gu Qin bowed and exited the grand hall with expressions of delight. However, Mu Xueqing lingered. She paused for a moment and reported to Jiang Chen, Master. My father has informed me that he was offended by several disciples, and that the Yun Tian sect is seeking revenge. I implore you to prepare accordingly. She had received this news from Mu Zhan during her journey. Although she believed it to be a trivial matter, she felt it prudent to inform Jiang Chen. Indeed. I am already aware. Your father is considerate. Now, go and focus on your cultivation. Such insignificant figures pose no threat to our Qing Tian sect, Jiang Chen replied languidly. Reclining in his chair, a minor sect of the Saint Realm was hardly worthy of his concern. If they dared to come, he would swiftly send them to meet their demise. Yes, Master, Mu Xueqing said, sticking out her tongue before hastily exiting the grand hall. After her departure, Jiang Chen summoned Li Dideo. Subordinate Li Dideo, I greet the sect master. What are your commands? Li Dideo bowed respectfully. Currently, the sect was in a state of tranquility, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion, awaiting the formal acceptance of disciples in a few days. Jiang Chen took a sip of the tea that Lu Shu had provided and remarked, there is a sect known as Yun Tian that seeks to take revenge on us. Go and eliminate them. Do not let them enter Yuzhou and disrupt our recruitment. Yun Tian sect? Li Dideo expanded his divine consciousness at the peak of the Emperor realm. Soon, he detected 5 golden warships of the Yun Tian sect already within the borders of Liaozhou. Understood, sect master. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Li Dideo bowed and vanished from the grand hall. At the border between Liangzhou and Yunzhou, Li Dideo's figure slowly materialized in the air. Before him, 5 golden warships of the Yun Tian sect raced forth with great speed, confirming his target. Li Dideo drew forth his massive blade and unleashed a devastating wave of sword qi, measuring several kilometers in length, directed at the 5 vessels. With a resounding crash, the sword qi struck the warships, which had only moments ago shimmered with golden brilliance, reducing them to mere fragments in an instant. The elders and the sect leader of Yun Tian sect were left utterly bewildered, their final moments shrouded in confusion as to the nature of their demise. Those who dare to threaten the Qi Tian sect shall meet such a fate. With this proclamation, Li Dideo vanished from sight. The various cultivators from different regions, who had gathered to observe the spectacle, were left utterly perplexed, staring at the place where Li Dideo had just stood. After a lengthy pause, a collective gasp arose among them, as they gradually regained their composure. My goodness, this formidable expert from Qi Tian sect is truly terrifying. How could he have annihilated everyone from Yun Tian sect with a single strike? The sect leader and all the elders were aboard, and it was rumored that 2 ancestral figures at the Saint King realm were also present. The crowd stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape. They yearned to witness the unfolding of a grand conflict between the Yun Tian sect and the Qing Tian sect. However, to their astonishment, the Yun Tian sect was swiftly vanquished by a formidable warrior dispatched by the Qing Tian sect, without even having set foot within the borders of Yun Prefecture. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. They cannot fathom the extent of the strength possessed by the Qi Tian sect, at least within the realms of the 12 nearby states. The Qi Tian sect undoubtedly stands as a dominant power, alongside the Yinsen sect and the Qingxia sect, which are of comparable might to the Yu Tian sect. The prowess of the Qi Tian sect is such that even the holy kings are swiftly vanquished. What qualifications do the Yinsen sect and Qingxia sect possess to be mentioned in the same breath as the Qi Tian sect? Where did this Qi Tian sect emerge from? As I have never heard of it before? Indeed, were it not for the matter concerning the desolate secret realm, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a formidable sect hidden within the so-called rubbish state of Yuzhou. The onlookers gazed upon the land of Yuzhou, filled with perplexing questions. Logically, the mightiest sects would choose to establish themselves in areas rich in spiritual energy. Yet, it is rather illogical for a sect as powerful as the Qi Tian sect to manifest in the spiritually barren state of Yuzhou. Given the prowess demonstrated by the Qi Tian sect today, should they arrive in Lingzhou, the Yu Tian sect would be compelled to vacate their territory, and the Yu Tian sect's members would be obliged to extend courteous hospitality, thus avoiding any scenes of vengeance. What are those people doing? Why are they all heading in the same direction? In the midst of the curious cultivators from various states, one pointed towards the low-level cultivators making their way to the Qi Tian sect to attend the disciple recruitment conference. I don't know. Perhaps we should go and inquire. Some gossipy cultivators from different states ventured into Yuzhou, landing beside the low-level cultivators heading to the Qi Tian sect's recruitment event. A middle-aged Earth sovereign from Lingzhou casually intercepted an elderly cultivator at the condensation realm, who was riding a spirit steed and accompanied by his grandson, and inquired, "Good sir, where are you headed? You seem rather hurried." As an Earth sovereign, he typically would not concern himself with conversing with a mere condensation realm ant, let alone address one as good sir. However, the recent display of prowess by Li Dideo had genuinely unsettled him, causing the entire cultivation world of Yuzhou to loom larger in his eyes. After all, this is the very domain of the Qi Tian sect. Should this condensation realm ant have any connections to the Qi Tian sect, his entire family would not suffice as fodder for Li Dideo's blade. Oh? Taken aback by the interruption, the elderly man initially appeared startled, then revealed a disdainful expression. "You must be from the countryside. How could you be so uninformed? What a closed-off world you inhabit." The Earth Sovereign from Lingzhou, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. I just came from the village and am unaware of many matters." Were it not for the lingering influence of Li Dideo, he would have been inclined to silence the elderly man with a swift strike. He, a distinguished and formidable master from Lingzhou, was unexpectedly regarded as a mere country bumpkin. It was an utter affront to his dignity. Yet, recalling the moment when Li Dideo effortlessly dispatched the battleship of Yunshenzong, one could not help but feel a sense of awe. He truly dares not act out in anger. Encountering me is indeed fortunate for you. Others would not even acknowledge your existence. The old man scoffed and spoke slowly. In a few days, it will be the disciple recruitment conference of our Yunzhou's sole dominant force, the Qi Tian sect. Everyone is making every effort to reach the Qi Tian sect. If you have finished your inquiries, do not delay me any further. My grandson possesses exceptional talent. If he misses this opportunity, he will have to join those inferior sections." After the old man finished speaking, he did not wait for the middle-aged man to respond. He urged his spiritual steed and swiftly galloped past him, disappearing into the horizon. "Ah, the Qi Tian sect is actually recruiting disciples. This is truly a stroke of divine favor." The middle-aged man drew upon his cultivation and soared towards Lingzhou with all his might, preparing to bring all suitable young members of his family to participate in the disciple recruitment conference at the Qi Tian sect. Given the strength demonstrated by the Qi Tian sect, it is destined to rise as the supreme force among the 12 states. Should he align himself with such a formidable entity, his entire family could ascend to greater heights. Hurry back. The other cultivators who received the news from various states are also making their way back with utmost urgency. They all share a common aspiration with the middle-aged individuals to align themselves with the Qi Tian sect, enabling their descendants to ascend to the pinnacle of the 12 states. Shortly after the cultivators from various states returned, tales of the Qi Tian sect reignited fervor within the realm of cultivation across the 12 states. The invincible exploits of Li Dideo were fervently circulated among countless cultivators. Have you heard the latest? The Tian sect has encountered a formidable obstacle. Those who ventured to seek vengeance from the Qi Tian sect were swiftly annihilated before even entering Yuzhou. Isn't that simply outrageous? Such a multitude of powerful beings vanquished in an instant? Indeed, it is said that a giant wielding a 30-meter blade unleashed a blade aura spanning thousands of meters, shattering the Tian sect's warship to smithereens. Goodness, to wield a 30-meter blade is astonishing. No wonder he could obliterate so many formidable foes from the Tian sect. Who would have imagined the Qi Tian sect to be so fearsome? Amidst their astonishment, countless cultivators hurriedly brought their young disciples to the Qi Tian sect, eager to join this formidable sect. After all, given the current display of strength by the Qi Tian sect, it firmly established itself as the dominant power among the 12 states. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could they afford to miss it? Thus, in the skies above Yongzhou, Liangzhou, Lingzhou, and other regions of the 12 states, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. A multitude of cultivators soared towards Yunzhou, obscuring the sun. Some cultivators, pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion, bled from their mouths, yet persevered, fearing that their descendants might miss the chance to join the Qi Tian sect. In a luxurious residence within the city of Yenzhou, a determined young man at the void-breaking stage gazed at a jade pendant on his chest and spoke, "Master, must I truly attend the Qi Tian sect's disciple recruitment gathering?" His expression was one of deep reluctance, as if 100 hesitations plagued him. At that moment, an ancient voice emanated from the jade pendant on his chest. "Yenner, do not act impulsively. The Qi Tian sect has recently stirred considerable excitement. Its disciples and overall power rank among the elite in the 12 states. Though such minor sects once appeared as mere ants before your master, you now require the strength of a powerful sect for your cultivation. As your master, I am but a remnant soul, unable to assist you in many regards. However, Master, Wu Yin retorted, even if I go, there is no guarantee I will be accepted into the Qi Tian sect. At the tender age of 13, He stumbled upon a jade pendant that housed the lingering soul of an elder. Under the elder's guidance, his cultivation progressed rapidly, allowing him to reach the realm of void breaking within a few short years. Consequently, he became the elder's disciple. However, the elder now insisted that he join another sect, which filled him with reluctance. Do not worry, Yinner. With your exceptional fire constitution, you will undoubtedly be accepted into the Qing Tian sect. The elder seemed to sense Wu Yan's inner turmoil and continued, every formidable cultivator experiences different stages of growth and aligns with various powers. Even I, your master, had affiliations with several sects before attaining the title of emperor. Therefore, release your psychological burdens. Heed my words and join the Qing Tian sect. It will benefit you greatly. Very well, master. I shall comply. Wu Yin reluctantly acquiesced. Ah, that's the spirit, my obedient disciple. Cast aside your worries, and let us hasten to the Qing Tian sect. Lest we miss this disciple recruitment event, the elder exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Wu Yin's acceptance. He swiftly harnessed his residual power to guide Wu Yin towards the Qing Tian sect. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the demon beast forest in Yuzhou, a striking young woman clad in a blue dress, possessing an ethereal presence, had just vanquished a black-scaled tiger demon. Gazing skyward, she murmured, "Ah, the Qing Tian sect? Quite intriguing." Earlier, she had overheard several cultivators discussing the Qing Tian sect while hunting demon beasts in the forest. Unexpectedly, during her month-long training in the forest, significant upheavals had transpired across the 12 states. Initially, she intended to seek an opportunity to join the Yun Tian sect upon completing her training. However, upon witnessing the Qing Tian sect's ascendancy over the Yun Tian sect, her interest waned. The young woman pondered for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. That's it. Qing Tian sect, you must seize this opportunity. Should you lend me your support, I, the Phoenix Empress Feng Xiaoxiao, shall reclaim my throne. And it will be the day your sect's name resonates throughout the Kanglan continent. With her declaration made, she soared towards a city beyond the demon beast forest, eager to procure a swift means of travel to the Qing Tian sect. Once an emperor of the Central State's imperial clan, she had met her demise during an ambush by other imperial cultivators. Fortunately, she had manifested her bloodline talent, preserving her memories and allowing her to be reborn. In this life, she vowed to cultivate diligently and ensure that those who had caused her downfall would pay a heavy price. As days passed, the countdown to the official disciple recruitment dwindled to just one day. At this moment, the vicinity of the Qing Tian sect's gates was teeming with cultivators of all backgrounds, their families in tow. The view from the gates revealed an endless sea of individuals, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, throngs of cultivators continued to descend from the distant skies, saturating the nearby hills. Master, with so many people here, do you truly believe we will have our turn? Wu Yin, now standing on a small hillock under the elder's guidance, voiced his concern. He gazed at the boundless assembly of cultivators, his expression one of astonishment. Although he was aware that the Qing Tian sect's recruitment would be exceptionally fervent, he had not anticipated it would reach such an overwhelming scale. From his current position, he pondered how long he would have to wait for his turn to be tested. Yinner, do not panic. Your master still wields the power of a Saint King and can facilitate your advancement to the front. Rest assured, others will not dare to object, the elder reassured him, preparing to propel Wu Yin towards the sect's entrance. Yet, before he could take off, Zhang Wu and Lu Lu, exuding an aura of pinnacle Saint Kings, swiftly approached and proclaimed, "Esteemed cultivators, do not rush. No matter how many of you there are, all shall have the opportunity to participate in the assessment. The rules established by the Grand Elder of Qing Tian sect are absolute. No cutting in line, no fighting, and remain in place. Violators shall face dire consequences." After delivering their announcement, they soared off to other locations, ensuring that no cultivator would suffer from ignorance of the rules. Master, should we still attempt to cut in line? Wu Yin inquired, bewildered. He discovered that Zhang Wu and Lu Lu had arrived. The presence of his master has completely vanished. Yinner, as cultivators, we must adhere to principles. Since the members of the Qing Tian sect have stated that we cannot cut in line, we must abide by the rules, the elder said with a lingering sense of trepidation. Just moments ago, Zhang Wu and Lu Lu passed by, startling him considerably. The Qing Tian sect, it seems, has personnel maintaining order who are, quite astonishingly, at the peak of the Saint King realm. He now realizes that he had previously underestimated the Qing Tian sect. Master, are you not able to wield the power of a Saint King? If we stealthily advance, they would not notice us, Wu Yin whispered. Elder disciple, as cultivators, We must always act with integrity and cannot engage in such underhanded tactics, the elder admonished with authority. In truth, it was not that he did not wish to cut in line, but rather that he dared not. Zhang Wu and Lu Lu were at the pinnacle of Saint King power. He feared that any movement on his part would draw their attention, leading to his immediate demise. It would be a grave folly to risk his life merely to jump the queue. Master, your teachings are well taken. I shall conduct myself with utmost integrity in the future, avoiding any clandestine dealings, Wu Yin responded, displaying a countenance of understanding. Indeed, the child is teachable, the elder remarked with a sense of satisfaction, before returning to a state of tranquility. Not far from Wu Yin, Feng Xiaoxiao stood beneath a small tree. Her face alight with surprise as she murmured, the Qitian sect is far more formidable than rumored. With a giggle, she continued, but this bodes well for me. As a former emperor-level powerhouse, she could certainly perceive the cultivation levels of Zhang Wu and Lulu. It was unexpected that the Qitian sect would dispatch 2 peak Saint Kings to maintain order at their gate. This was undoubtedly a unique occurrence in the entire southern region. Even the imperial families of the central state could hardly boast such a display. It appeared that her choice was indeed the right one. The Yuntian sect was not even worthy of carrying the Qingtian sect's shoes. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Wu and Lu Lu, the area outside the mountain gate was orderly and well-regulated. No one dared to defy the rules set by Li Dideo, for those who did had already been obliterated into a mist of blood, nourishing the weeds outside the Qingtian sect's entrance. Within the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen reclined in his chair, observing the situation outside with keen interest. He had not anticipated that merely eliminating a minor sect like the Yuntian sect would attract practitioners from all 12 states to the Qingtian sect. Furthermore, 2 disciples who had reached the inner sect standards had also arrived. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Dideo, come to the main hall. Jiang Chen called out languidly from his chair. Tomorrow marked the official day for accepting disciples. As the Grand Elder of the Qingtian sect, he was undoubtedly the most suitable person to oversee this recruitment event. Thus, he intended to entrust Dideo with the responsibility for the aptitude testing ladder and the illusory demon mirror, allowing him full authority over the proceedings. Subordinate Li Dideo pays respects to the sect master. May I inquire what instructions you have? Li Dideo appeared in the grand hall, bowing respectfully. Jiang Chen responded, producing 2 treasures that flew into Li Dideo's hands. This is the aptitude testing ladder and the illusory demon realm. You shall preside over tomorrow's recruitment ceremony. Yes, sect master. I shall ensure the success of the recruitment event, Li Dideo replied with resolute confidence as he gazed at the items in his hands. Good, you may go now. After instructing Li Dideo on the usage of the aptitude testing ladder, the illusory demon realm, and the criteria for accepting disciples, Jiang Chen once again indulged in the pleasures of life. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the following day, the day designated for the Qingtian sect's official recruitment of disciples. Millions of practitioners outside the mountain gate had awakened early, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the one who would oversee the recruitment ceremony. Before long, under the watchful gaze of all, Li Dideo gradually manifested in the air outside the mountain gate. Look! Someone from the Qingtian sect has emerged. The recruitment ceremony is about to commence. Finally, it is about to begin. I've been holding this urge for nearly half a month. Indeed, I just want to finish the testing quickly so I can relieve myself comfortably. Those gathered near the mountain gate were overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing Li Dideo. Since they had arrived early, they found themselves at the front of the line. However, when they sought a private spot, they discovered that the surrounding mountains were densely populated with practitioners. To find a secluded place, one would have to fly several hundred miles. Thus, in their eagerness to participate in the testing, they endured in silence for half a month. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be overly excited. Allow me to speak. Observing the fervent crowd below, Li Dideo nodded in satisfaction. The enthusiasm displayed by everyone indicates the immense popularity of the Qingtian sect. Once the crowd settled, Li Dideo spoke again, saying, "Today marks the official day of disciple recruitment for our Qingtian sect. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the Qingtian sect." Applause erupted from millions of cultivators. Li Dideo nodded slightly and continued. The recruitment process for our Qingtian sect consists of 2 assessments, a talent test and a mindset test. As long as you meet the standards, you shall become an official disciple of our sect. Once again, applause thundered from the multitude of cultivators. Very well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Let us commence the first assessment. Upon finishing his declaration, Li Dideo produced the talent testing ladder entrusted to him by Jiang Chen and cast it toward the mountain gate. Instantly, a white staircase stretching 1,200 steps materialized before the eyes of the millions of cultivators. Hiss, is this ladder meant for testing talent? They wondered. Isn't the talent test conducted using a talent testing stone? Why is it this contraption? Could this be a more advanced treasure than the talent testing stone? Countless cultivators gazed in fascination, softly debating among themselves. Traditionally, major sects utilize talent testing stones for assessing disciples. Placing a hand upon the stone would elicit varying hues of light to determine one's aptitude. Yet, Li Dideo had presented a staircase of over 1,000 steps, leaving them perplexed. Ladies and gentlemen, this ladder is an unparalleled treasure of the Qingtian sect, capable of simultaneously testing the talent of over 100 million individuals. Ascending 600 to 700 steps qualifies one as an outer disciple, while reaching 800 to 900 steps elevates one to an inner disciple. Surpassing 1,000 steps will grant you the honor of being personally accepted as a disciple by our sect leader. As Li Dideo observed the puzzled expressions on the faces of the cultivators below, he proceeded to elucidate the might of the talent testing ladder and the criteria for disciple recruitment. Hiss, it can test the talent of over 100 million individuals simultaneously? At this revelation, the mouths of millions of cultivators gaped in astonishment. They had never before encountered such a terrifying artifact for talent testing. It is no wonder that Zhang Wu and Lu Lu have been fervently promoting it. Regardless of the number of individuals who come, they can all undergo the assessment. With this talent testing ladder, even their group is insufficient for the evaluations. Feng Xiaoxiao, along with the remnant soul within Wu Yinyu's pendant, were expressions of astonishment. The efficiency of such a talent testing artifact is truly remarkable. They have neither seen nor even heard of it. Now that everyone is familiar with the rules, I invite all the aspiring youngsters wishing to join my Qingtian sect to ascend the heavenly ladder. Li Dideo's gaze swept over the millions of cultivators below as he spoke slowly. Among these cultivators, although there were some accompanying elders, the majority were youthful faces. Once they complete their assessments, I believe they will significantly bolster the ranks of Qingtian sect. Charge. Ascend to the top of the heavenly ladder and become a direct disciple of the sect master of Qingtian sect. As Li Dideo's voice echoed, over 100 million youthful faces surged towards the talent testing ladder with fervor. Haha, my son Wang Ba possesses the demeanor of an emperor. He will surely reach the pinnacle of this heavenly ladder and become a direct disciple of the sect master. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man at the second level of the heavenly soul realm looked proudly at a youth dashing towards the ladder. Ha! My grandson Kunkin possesses the qualities of an immortal. Your son Wang Ba can eat dust, retorted an elder nearby, who was at the respect realm, indignantly. You old fool. Why do you insult my son Wang Ba? The middle-aged man, though sensing the elder's superior cultivation, spoke without fear. With Zhang Wu and Lu Lu present, whoever dares to act will face dire consequences. Thus, he was unperturbed by the elder's potential actions. I simply cannot tolerate your smug expression. What of it? The elder replied with irritation. Very well, old man. Keep your eyes wide open and witness how my son surpasses your worthless Kunkin. The middle-aged man ceased further argument, instead directing his attention to the talent testing ladder. At this moment, over 100 million youths from the 12 states were striving to ascend. Among them, a youth adorned in golden patterned attire climbed with extraordinary speed, ascending 300 steps in no time and claiming the first position. Wow, what exceptional talent! How can he climb so swiftly? Exclaimed the onlookers outside the talent testing ladder. Indeed, to have reached 300 steps in such a short span is truly astonishing. The elders from various states gasped in awe. Haha, this is my son Wang Ba. Didn't I tell you he possesses the qualities of an emperor? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, even throwing a provocative glance at the elder beside him, suggesting that Wang Ba was indeed superior to the elder's Kunkin. Ah, so he is your son, the illustrious Wang Ba. Congratulations! With such speed, he is bound to become a direct disciple of the sect master, and the Wang family shall surely offer you much favor in the future. The cultivators near the middle-aged man, hearing his triumphant laughter, hurried to curry favor. Haha, indeed. Once my son becomes a direct disciple of the sect master, I will ensure he looks after you all well. The middle-aged man beamed with delight, lost in the flattery surrounding him. Do not get too complacent. My grandson Kunkin is no pushover, the elder huffed, casting a sharp glance at the talent testing ladder. Soon after, a youth in a blue robe surpassed Wang Ba, claiming the first position. What? Wang Ba has been overtaken. Whose child is this? The crowd erupted with astonishment. How infuriating that someone could surpass my son Wang Ba. The middle-aged man glared at the youth who had overtaken Wang Ba, wishing he could annihilate him with his gaze. Feeling a bit disheartened, are we? Just so you know, the one who surpassed your son Wang Ba is none other than my precious grandson Kunkin, the elder remarked smugly. You old fool, do not get too cocky. My son Wang Ba has yet to exert his full strength, keep your eyes peeled. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. Humph. I shall wait and see how my beloved grandson tramples your wretched son underfoot, the elder scoffed, returning his attention to the unfolding competition. On the talent testing ladder, Wang Ba and Kunkin were locked in a fierce rivalry, climbing breathlessly past 500 steps. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoxiao and Wu Yin also began to exert their efforts. The reason they had not yet unleashed their full potential was to acclimatize themselves to the power of the talent testing ladder, ensuring they were in optimal condition. They would never recklessly wield their power merely for show. Soon, propelled by their fervent sprint, they surpassed Wang Baku and ascended to an astonishing 700 steps. Hiss. 2 individuals have reached the 700th step, marking them as outer disciples of the Qi sect. With just 100 more steps, they could ascend to inner disciples. How formidable these two are. The spirited dash of Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Bakar. Hurry up and climb. Do not let others steal your thunder. You possess the potential of an emperor. A middle-aged man exclaimed anxiously. Just moments ago, that youth named Kunkin had been ahead of Wang Ba, and now, suddenly, 2 more had emerged, leaving him quite overwhelmed. Brother Kunkin, let us cease our competition and focus on climbing steadily. If we fail to even enter the outer gates of the Qi sect, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Wang Ba panted, gazing at Kunkin on the steps above him. In his desire to outdo Kunkin, he had exerted brute force in what should have been a test of skill, leaving both of them somewhat exhausted. If this continued, they would indeed be unable to enter even the outer gates of the Qi sect. Brother Wang, you speak wisely. Let us not contend any longer, Kunkin replied, also breathless. You may either call me Brother Wang or Brother Ba. Please do not conjoin the 2 names. Upon hearing Kunkin refer to him as Brother Wang Ba, Wang Ba was instantly filled with fury. His rivalry with Kunkin stemmed from this incident. At that time, Kunkin ascended the steps beneath him, driven by the potential bond of brotherhood that might unite them as fellow disciples in the future. He introduced himself to Kun, though it was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental. Each time he referred to him as Brother Wang Ba, it ignited a fury within him. Thus, he decided to suppress his brilliance by climbing up the ladder. Very well, Brother Wang Ba, Kun remarked nonchalantly. You. Wang Ba's face turned crimson with rage. However, he refrained from further outbursts, instead adjusting his demeanor and slowly ascending the steps. His current ambition was to enter the Qi sect. He would deal with Kun's sharp tongue once he had entered the sect. Wait for me, Brother Wang Ba. Kun called after him as Wang Ba ignored him. As time passed, the talent testing ladder was nearing its conclusion. Countless young men and women halted beneath the 600th step, while only a scattered few thousand remained above it. At the 736th step, Wang Ba spat blood. His face filled with despair as he gazed at the steps above. If he could reach the 800th step, he would become an inner disciple of the Qi sect. Yet, moving even a finger felt overwhelmingly difficult, let alone ascending several more steps. Is this truly my talent? Didn't my father say I had the potential to be an emperor? Wang Ba murmured softly. Although he had successfully joined the ranks of outer disciples of the Qi sect, everyone understood that the distinction between inner and outer disciples was monumental, with vastly different future prospects. Brother Wang Ba, don't lose heart. I too am an outer disciple. With me by your side, you shall not feel lonely. Kun comforted from a few steps below. Get lost. Wang Ba retorted angrily. Had it not been for his earlier rivalry with another, he might have become an inner disciple of the Qi sect. Now, he was already contemplating how to deal with the loquacious Kun later. On the steps beyond 900, Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao sat dejectedly on the ground like a heap of mud. Impossible, impossible. How could I, a proud embodiment of the heavenly phoenix, fail to attain even a single direct disciple-esque position? This is utterly humiliating, Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, attempting to rise and climb again. Yet, ultimately, her strength failed her, and she slumped back down. With her talent, reaching just over 900 steps was her limit. The prospect of reaching 1,000 was beyond her grasp. Wu Yin looked at the fallen Feng Xiaoxiao and sighed, sending a thought to the remnant soul within his jade pendant. Master, I simply can't climb any further. Being an inner disciple isn't so bad either. Yin this is not your fault. Talent is a matter of fate, the aged voice of the remnant soul replied, tinged with helplessness. A being of the supreme fire physique should have undoubtedly surpassed the existence of an emperor, yet here he was, halted at just over 900 steps. He could hardly fathom the extraordinary talent required to become a direct disciple of the esteemed Qingtian sect master. After some hours had passed, Li Dideo observed that the individuals on the talent testing ladder had ceased their ascent. He promptly declared the results of the assessment. Esteemed guests, the first round of the talent test has now concluded. 2 individuals have qualified for the inner sect, while 3,281 have been accepted into the outer sect. Upon finishing his announcement, Li Dideo gestured towards the talent testing ladder, which instantaneously transformed into a streak of light and flew into his hand. Meanwhile, those cultivators who had been eliminated were transported to the surrounding mountains, leaving only the promoted disciples, including Wu Yin and Wang Ba, among others. Goodness, the talent assessment of the Qingtian sect is truly astonishing. Over 100 million participants, yet only a few thousand have advanced. Indeed, among these few thousand, the majority are merely outer sect disciples, with only 2 qualifying for the inner sect. The Qingtian sect certainly holds an exceedingly high standard for talent. The assembled cultivators marveled as they gazed upon the newly promoted disciples, Wu Yin and Wang Ba. Among the few who had succeeded, they are now consumed by envy, a blend of admiration and jealousy. Some individuals, unable to accept this outcome, resort to vehement outbursts. What nonsense is this skyward sect? I have ascended to the 595th level, yet you still eliminate me. The one who established this rule must be utterly foolish. Amidst the crowd, a young man of the void realm indignantly cursed. He was merely 5 steps away from becoming an outer disciple of the Qingtian sect. Yet, this slight discrepancy led to his disqualification, a reality he found unbearable. How audacious! To dare insult the Qingtian sect. Are you tired of living? Upon hearing the young man's vitriolic remarks, Zhang Wu instantly materialized beside him. This man had the audacity to denigrate those who established the rules. Wasn't he, in essence, slandering the esteemed sect master? As a fervent supporter of Jiang Chen, Zhang Wu could not permit anyone who insulted the sect master to remain unscathed. Senior, I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. I did not intend to cast aspersions on the Qingtian sect. Please, spare me this once. The young man, trembling in fear at Zhang Wu's appearance, fell to his knees in supplication. Over the past half-month, while maintaining order in the skies, Zhang Wu had dispatched countless disobedient individuals. Now, standing beside him, the young man felt as if his end was nigh. Perish. In your next life, learn to temper your excitement. With a frosty demeanor, Zhang Wu struck the young man down. If fervor could justify the insult of the Qingtian sect, then Zhang Wu himself had been far too impassioned earlier. Alas, this youth is still too young. Indeed, what grievances cannot be pondered quietly? Why must they be voiced? He likely now recognizes his folly and will not repeat such a mistake. The onlookers, fellow cultivators surrounding the young man, could only gaze sorrowfully at the pool of blood that remained. Now, first and foremost, congratulations to you all for qualifying as inner and outer disciples of the Qingtian sect. At the mountain gate, Li Dideo, with a benevolent expression, addressed the thousands before him, including Wu Yin and Wang Ba. Trust my words. Even the training benefits for outer disciples are beyond your wildest imaginings. We shall now commence the second phase, the mindset test. Should you pass this assessment, you will officially become disciples of the Qingtian sect. With that, Li Dideo produced the illusionary magic mirror and cast it into the air. Whoosh! The illusionary realm expanded swiftly, transforming into a colossal black mirror, measuring 1,000 meters in length and width, which absorbed Wu Yin, Wang Ba, and the others within its depths. Hold on. This is the final hurdle. You must endure. Wang Ba's father watched anxiously as the illusionary mirror engulfed his son. Though Wang Ba was merely an outer disciple, he was still a disciple of the Qingtian sect. As long as he remained associated with the Qingtian sect, the Wang family enjoys an unparalleled reputation in the locality, overshadowing all other clans. Kuan, my dear grandson, you must hold steadfast. The elderly man beside the middle-aged figure gazed anxiously at the illusory realm. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all, the illusory realm emitted a brilliant beam of light, revealing the myriad of individuals who had entered its illusions upon the mirrored surface. Li Dideo, too, fixated intently on the illusory realm, scrutinizing the conduct of those disciples. At this moment, within the illusions of the illusory realm, Wu Yin, Feng Xiaoxiao, Wang Ba, and several thousand disciples appeared together in the same scene. Here, they were adorned in the ceremonial garb of the Qingtian sect, unmistakably recognized as official disciples of the sect. Some were cultivating, others were sparring, and some moved in and out of various grand halls, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Suddenly, countless golden warships surged towards the Qingtian sect. The spirit energy cannons aboard the ships unleashed a relentless barrage upon the sect's edifices, resulting in countless casualties. Following the cannon fire, a multitude of cultivators descended from the warships, charging towards the Qingtian sect with murderous intent. How dare you assault my Qingtian sect? I, Wangba, will fight you to the death. In a state of furious wrath within the illusionary realm, Wangba brandished his weapon and charged at the incoming cultivators. Wangba, wait for me. Kuan also drew his weapon, following closely behind. Junior brothers, we are coming too. Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao urgently joined the fray. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals who entered the illusion joined the battle. The conflict escalated into a horrific spectacle, with rivers of blood flowing fiercely. Of course, where there were those who fought valiantly, there were also those who feared for their lives. Some disciples, upon the onset of battle, fled rapidly. Others took advantage of the chaos within the Qingtian sect to plunder its resources. One disciple, who bore a striking resemblance to a human, acted in even more outrageous fashion. At this critical juncture of life and death, he made his way to the female disciples' area to pilfer their intimate garments. Goodness, this fellow is audacious beyond measure. Indeed. While others are fighting desperately, he is here stealing such items. His tastes are truly unique. Haha, this lad has become notorious. Everyone now knows of his peculiar hobby. Outside the illusion, male cultivators watched with mocking expressions at the sight of the male disciple stealing garments within the illusion. Meanwhile, the female cultivators flushed with indignation, hurling insults. Lecher, pervert, shameless. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a mustache observed the scene and muttered in anger, "What a beast! Why are you stealing such things at a time like this? Hurry up and join the battle." The mustached man was nearly apoplectic with rage, muttering "beast" repeatedly. Seeing this, Li Dao quickly apprehended the wayward disciple. Initially, he intended to wait until the illusion concluded to eliminate those cowardly disciples. But this one had drawn the entire audience's attention with his thievery, necessitating immediate action. "Senior, have I passed the test and been admitted early?" The disciple emerged with a look of surprise, believing he was the only one to have exited early due to his outstanding performance. "You have been eliminated. You may go home now," Li Dao replied expressionlessly. This was merely an illusion, so he would not punish the cowardly disciple who had stolen garments. "What? I've been eliminated?" The disciple stood there in disbelief, frozen in place. "Beast, let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here." The mustached man swiftly approached, grabbing the disciple by the neck and hastily departing from the Qingtian sect. The battle within the illusion raged on. Those who were meant to flee had done so, leaving behind only those disciples who were willing to share the fate of the Qingtian sect. "Well, this round should come to an end," Li Dao declared. Waving his hand, the illusory mirror erupted in brilliance, transporting Wang Ba, Wu Yin, and their companions out. The purpose of this round was to eliminate those disciples who, in the face of the sect's peril, chose to flee and plunder. The Qingtian sect would never nurture those disloyal to the cause. What happened? Wasn't I fighting the enemy? I was just about to slay that fellow. How did I end up here? Who are these people daring to besiege my Qingtian sect? Eliminate them all. Over 1,000 individuals, confused and disoriented, struggled to distinguish between illusion and reality. Several disciples mistook Li Dao and the crowd below as enemies of the Qingtian sect and prepared to unleash their power against them. Awaken! Li Dao emitted a surge of spirit energy, pulling everyone back to reality. That illusion was so real. I almost believed I was a true disciple of the Qingtian sect. Indeed, I was ready to perish alongside those scoundrels. How dare they offend the Qingtian sect? I would take them down with me. Upon regaining their senses, the group buzzed with astonishment and discourse. Feng Xiaoxiao displayed an expression of disbelief, realizing that even she, a reincarnated empress, had been deceived by the illusory mirror's illusion. It was truly terrifying. Congratulations to all. You have become true disciples of the Qingtian sect. Now, follow me into the sect, Li Dao said with a warm smile, beckoning over 1,000 individuals, including Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao, through the mountain gates into the Qingtian sect. As for those who had been eliminated, they had already been sent back to the ground to reunite with their elders. Within the main hall of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen reclined in a chair, his mind buzzing incessantly. "Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting a 6th grade talent disciple. You have received a rare grade treasure chest as a reward." The announcement resonated in Jiang Chen's mind for a full half-hour before it finally ceased. System, why not report the total in one go? Must you announce them one by one, driving my head to spin? Jiang Chen spoke to the system in exasperation. This peculiar system seemed either overly diligent or deliberately torturous, insisting on reporting each reward individually into his consciousness. Ding, each time a reward is received. It must possess a sense of ceremony. This is a system setting that cannot be altered, the system coldly replied. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a large-scale disciple recruitment. You have earned an epic-grade treasure chest as a reward. The system's announcement once again echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Phew, so many treasure chests, while it is indeed delightful, it is also quite taxing on the mind. Jiang Chen gazed at the treasure chests within the system's inventory, feeling both joy and frustration. The joy stemmed from receiving such an abundance of treasure chests, while the frustration lay in the sheer volume, over 1,000 chests today alone. If in the future he were to receive tens of thousands or more disciples at once. Wouldn't his head explode from the system's incessant announcements? Never mind that for now, let's open the treasure chests first. Jiang Chen resolved quietly, commanding the system. Open all the rare treasure chests for me. The rare treasure chests this time are indeed a considerable sum, numbering over 1,600. If all are opened, it would yield more than 3,000 sanctum summoning cards and over 1,000 sanctum treasures. This is truly a remarkable reward. Ding. The rare treasure chest has been successfully opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peak summoning cards of the Holy Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of azure gold essence. Ding. The rare treasure chest has been successfully opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peak summoning cards of the Holy King. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit mushroom. Ding. The rare treasure chest has been successfully opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peak summoning cards of the Sage. After nearly half an hour, all 1,600 rare treasure chests have been opened. Jiang Chen's system backpack is now brimming with an abundance of sanctum treasures and summoning cards. Among these treasures, there are elixirs, materials for forging, and ingredients for alchemy, presenting a dazzling array of diverse options. Ding. The system detects an excess of summoning cards in the host's backpack. Would you like to activate the exchange function? Having just finished opening the treasure chests, the system's prompt sounds. Do not activate. Jiang Chen responds without a moment's hesitation. In his backpack, he currently possesses over 1,000 summoning cards from the realms of saints, saint kings, and saint emperors. The system operates on a 100-to-1 exchange ratio. Even if he were to redeem all 3,000 cards, he would not be able to summon a single emperor. Therefore, he has no intention of redeeming them at present. Instead, he plans to summon all these over 3,000 powerful beings from the sacred realms to form a formidable army. When the time comes, he can deploy this army to protect his disciples or to confront any unwitting sects, crushing them ruthlessly. This strategy is undeniably appealing. Furthermore, during their idle moments, these summoned beings can be placed in the time tower for cultivation. Once a peak Saint Emperor breaks through, he will gain an Emperor-level powerhouse, which is far superior to a direct exchange. Just as Jiang Chen was about to utilize the summoning cards, Li Dideo entered the Grand Hall, bowing respectfully, reporting to the sect master. The newly accepted disciples from this recruitment conference have gathered in the square, and the sect master is requested to address them and accept their homage. Acknowledging this, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, rising from his seat. After all, these are the first wave of disciples for the Qingtian sect, including 2 inner disciples with 9th-grade talents. It is only fitting to offer them some guidance and meet them. As for the summoning cards, he can summon them at any time. There is no rush. At this moment, in the square of the Qingtian sect, over 1,000 disciples, including Wu Yan, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Wang Ba, were gazing around in astonishment. My goodness, the spiritual energy in our Qingtian sect is overwhelmingly abundant. I have never inhaled such dense spiritual energy before. Indeed, the intensity of this spiritual energy is astonishing, far surpassing anything in my home. Please, what kind of family do you have to even compare it with our Qingtian sect? Some disciples whispered among themselves, their heads bowed in quiet discussion. Their faces were not only marked by astonishment, but also by excitement. Within the Qingtian sect, the abundant spiritual energy would significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. It was only now that they comprehended the reason behind the sect's high expectations for their disciples' talents. Such a remarkable cultivation environment would indeed lower the status of the sect if it were to admit individuals of lesser aptitude. Brother Wang Ba, from now on we shall be fellow disciples. I hope you will take good care of me, Kuan said softly, standing beside Wang Ba. Get lost. Care for you? If I don't beat you to a pulp, it will already be a courtesy for our brotherhood, Wang Ba retorted angrily. He had not felt such fury outside. Only upon sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy of the Qingtian sect did he realize its immense power. In such a formidable sect, could the inner disciples be compared to the outer ones? Thus, he yearned to drag Kuan to a secluded place and give him a sound thrashing. Master, is our Qingtian sect truly that terrifying? In the crowd, Wu Yin was conversing with the remnant soul within the jade pendant. The remnant soul had just informed him that the spiritual energy of the Qingtian sect was denser than anywhere else in the Kanglan continent. Moreover, other elements within the sect exuded a mysterious aura that even his master could not decipher. Indeed, Yinner, although my memories are not entirely intact, I can assure you that this is no mistake. With such a sect, your future achievements are boundless. The voice of the remnant soul conveyed a hint of envy. If it were not for his state as a remnant soul, he is undoubtedly eager to join the Qingtian sect, aspiring to become a close brother to Wu Yin. In the crowd, Feng Xiaoxiao was left astonished, her mouth agape, still in disbelief. While others merely recognized the overwhelming spiritual energy of the Qingtian sect, she understood that this was due to the presence of spiritual veins beneath the sect. Not just one, but several. Such a resource is a treasure for cultivation. Throughout the Kanglan continent, there are only a handful of these spiritual veins, all occupied by formidable imperial powers. She could hardly fathom the terrifying might of the Qingtian sect, possessing such an abundance of spiritual veins. The sect master has arrived. All disciples, pay your respects. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Li Dedeo followed Jiang Chen, calling out in the square. Sect master? A group of individuals snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned by Jiang Chen's youthful visage, before they collectively held their breath, hastily bowing in respect. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. Over 1,000 individuals bent before Jiang Chen, awaiting his words. Though they were astonished by Jiang Chen's striking youth and charm, it was evident that this was not the time for such discussions. Disciples, you may rise, Jiang Chen stated, casting a glance over the bowing crowd, his tone indifferent. Thank you, sect master. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's command, the disciples straightened up, nervously gazing at him. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as he scrutinized the two individuals at the forefront, Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao. At that moment, detailed information about them appeared on his system panel. Name, Wu Yin talent, 9th grade age, 18 cultivation, 4th layer of void-breaking physique, extreme fire body background, born into the foremost family of a city in Yinzhou. He developed a fascination for fire from a young age. At 13, he stumbled upon a remnant soul jade pendant of an emperor and became a disciple of the remnant soul. Now, persuaded by the remnant soul, he has come to the Qingtian sect to participate in the disciple recruitment event, becoming an inner disciple. Remnant soul of an emperor? Quite intriguing. Jiang Chen mused with a smile, before continuing to examine Feng Xiaoxiao's profile. Name, Feng Xiaoxiao talent, 9th grade age, 19 cultivation, 2nd layer of out-of-body physique, heavenly phoenix body background, originally a formidable emperor from the imperial clan of Zhongzhou. She was surrounded and perished in battle. In her final moments, she utilized her innate divine ability to be reborn in a family in the southern domain. Hearing of the Qingtian sect's recruitment, she came to participate in the event, ultimately becoming an inner disciple. A reincarnation of a female emperor. Far more fascinating than that lad Wu Yin, Jiang Chen thought. His interest peaked as he gazed at Feng Xiaoxiao. What is going on? Could it be that the sect master is taken by my beauty and harbors inappropriate thoughts? Feng Xiaoxiao, noticing Jiang Chen's gaze filled with interest, felt her cheeks flush, her mind racing with possibilities. What should I do? If the sect master insists on having me serve him, what will I do? I am only at the 2nd layer of out-of-body, lacking the strength to resist. Perhaps I should just yield to the sect master? After all, he is remarkably handsome, possesses great strength, and has such a powerful sect as his backing, truly worthy of me, the heavenly phoenix empress. With such thoughts, Feng Xiaoxiao steeled her resolve, stealing glances at Jiang Chen. Although she could not discern his cultivation level, her intuition and experience suggested he was at least a quasi-emperor, possibly even an emperor-level powerhouse. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to her thoughts as he closed the system panel. He gazed at the over 1,000 disciples, including Wu Yinfeng and Xiao Xiao, and spoke in a calm manner, Esteemed new disciples of the Qi sect, your successful passage through the assessment signifies your exceptional talent and upright character. Our Qi sect shall provide you with the finest cultivation environment in the Kanglan continent. However, one crucial point must be etched in your minds. You are to strictly adhere to the sect's regulations. Any transgressions will lead to dire consequences. As soon as Jiang Chen concluded his address, the disciples, including Wu Yanfeng and Xiao Xiao, promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Yes, sect master. We shall certainly abide by the sect's rules. Those who violate them shall meet with death and obliteration." Now, I shall hand over to Elder Li, who will guide you through the sect's regulations and the subsequent matters. Jiang Chen nodded and then vanished from the spot. As for the regulations, that was Elder Li's responsibility. He simply spoke without concern for the specifics of implementation. Farewell, esteemed leader. The disciples, including Wu Yanfeng, hastily bowed in respect as Jiang Chen departed. Now, dear new disciples, our esteemed leader is preoccupied with myriad affairs. I shall now guide you in familiarizing yourselves with all that our sect encompasses. Upon Jiang Chen's exit, Li Didao promptly introduced himself, saying, "I am Li, the Grand Elder of the Qingtian sect. You may refer to me as Grand Elder Li." The disciples responded, "We pay our respects to the Grand Elder." Wu Yanfeng and the other disciples bowed towards Li Didao. "Now, follow me closely. I will lead you to select your accommodations. Familiarize yourselves with the sect's architecture and regulations, and subsequently choose your cultivation methods." Having spoken, Li Didao guided the throng of over 1,000 individuals towards the disciple area. After settling everyone in and proclaiming the sect's rules, Li Didao brought the group to the side of the Time Tower. This tower is our sect's extraordinary artifact, known as the Time Tower. Within its confines, 1,000 days of cultivation transpire, while only a single day elapses outside. As soon as Li Didao's words fell, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "Incredible! This is utterly astonishing. Indeed, 1,000 days inside while only one day passes outside? This is simply monstrous. With such an advantage, even a mere pig could ascend to become a great emperor." Over 1,000 faces displayed expressions of disbelief. No wonder Jiang Chen, as the sect leader, had proclaimed during his address that he would provide the finest cultivation environment in the Kanglan continent. With these two treasures, which location in the Kanglan continent could rival the Qingtian sect's cultivation conditions? Feng Xiaoxiao trembled with excitement. If what Li Didao stated were true, she would only need half a year to reclaim her former glory. The extraordinary treasures of the Qingtian sect had surpassed her comprehension. She found herself questioning whether she was a genuine great emperor, for how could she have never heard of such miraculous artifacts? "Master, do such extraordinary treasures truly exist in this world?" Wu Yin inquired of the lingering soul within the jade pendant. "They do, indeed," the soul responded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. "He is merely a remnant soul. How could he possibly comprehend so much?" Upon arriving at the Qingtian sect, he felt that his memory was evidently insufficient. In the past, whenever Wu Yin posed a question to him, he would respond with an enigmatic profundity. Yet now, he perceived himself as a rustic bumpkin, surrounded by unfamiliar phenomena. "Very well, the Time Tower. You are already acquainted with it. Now allow me to introduce the Trial Tower." Li Didao pointed towards the adjacent black Trial Tower, stating, "This is another treasure of our sect, known as the Trial Tower. It stands 99 stories tall, with formidable mirror images on each level, serving as an excellent venue for you to assess your strength." No sooner had Li Didao finished his words than Night Owl emerged from the Trial Tower. Possessing the cultivation of the Earth's sovereign realm, coupled with his striking red hair, he terrified the new disciples at the entrance, causing them to retreat in haste. "Hiss, who is this senior brother? His cultivation is utterly fearsome. How in the world would I know? It's my first day in the sect. This senior brother appears to be of similar age to us. Yet his prowess is so formidable." The eldest elder's words were not unfounded. Wu Yin and over 1,000 disciples, including Feng Xiaoxiao, gazed wide-eyed at Night Owl. Those individuals who have gained entry into the Qingtian sect were all exceptionally gifted from a young age, often referred to as prodigies. Yet now Yi Xiao, a youth of similar age, emanates a cultivation aura that rivals their elders, which is truly astonishing. "Ah, so these are the newly arrived junior disciples?" Yi Xiao displayed a faint smile as he gazed upon Wu Yanfeng and the throng of over 1,000 disciples. In recent days, he has devoted himself solely to cultivation and validating his prowess within the Trial Tower, completely unaware that the Outer Disciples Recruitment Conference has already concluded. Ahem. Li Dideo observed this and promptly introduced, "Allow me to present to you. This esteemed individual is none other than the direct disciple of our revered sect leader, Yi Shao, who is also the elder brother to all disciples of the Qingtian sect." Ah, so he is the elder brother. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Upon hearing Li Dideo's introduction, everyone suddenly comprehended the situation and promptly cupped their hands in respect towards Yi Shao, exclaiming, "Greetings, Senior Brother Yi. Greetings to all my junior brothers and sisters. Please feel free to visit me whenever you wish. I can catch rabbits on the back mountain and roast them for you." Yi Shao replied courteously, acknowledging the polite gestures of his junior disciples. "Wow, Senior Brother Yi, do you enjoy eating rabbits? But rabbits are so adorable. Why would you want to eat them?" A charming outer sect female disciple posed a soul-searching question to Yi Shao. He stood there, utterly bewildered by such an outrageous inquiry. How could he possibly respond to such a perplexing question? He simply delights in consuming roasted rabbits. Must the adorable bunnies be spared? Perhaps the charming rabbits might even be more delectable. Naturally, he found it difficult to reprimand such a naive and sweet junior sister, responding instead with an awkward smile. "Oh, this junior sister is truly delightful, and her words are quite amusing. However, I must take my leave for the time being. I shall address your question when I treat you to roasted rabbit next time." With that, the night owl concocted a casual excuse and slipped into the nearby time tower, leaving the female disciple in a state of perplexity. "Everyone, cease your gazes elsewhere. I shall now escort you to the Hall of Techniques to select your methods. Once you have chosen, you may proceed to the time tower for your cultivation." Li Dideo noticed that all eyes were fixed on the entrance of the time tower and, unable to contain himself, called out to redirect their attention. "Oh, let us move swiftly to select our techniques. Once chosen, we can begin our cultivation. I can hardly wait to experience the extraordinary wonders of the time tower." As the group regained their focus, they followed Li Dideo towards the Hall of Techniques. Before the grand entrance of the hall, Li Dideo gestured towards the door. "Please, step inside. Within lies a plethora of techniques. Once you enter, you shall find the methods that resonate most harmoniously with you." Wu Yin, Feng Xiao, and the other disciples, over 1,000 in total, exhibited no hesitation, swiftly entering through the grand doors of the hall. With the example set by the night owl, their doubts regarding the Qingtian sect had vanished entirely. Inside the Hall of Techniques, countless luminous points flickered in the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a starry night. "Wow, this place is stunning. So many stars," exclaimed one of the group. "Are all these techniques? There are simply too many." As the group entered, their faces were filled with astonishment as they gazed at the luminous points above. If these indeed represented techniques, then the Qingtian sect's repository of methods was overwhelmingly vast, with at least several 100 million such points. Within the clans of these individuals, possessing a few scrolls of cultivation techniques would bring them immense joy. The thought of having billions of scrolls is utterly unimaginable, striking terror into the hearts of many. As astonishment swept over the crowd, radiant points of light began to soar towards them. "Goodness, I have obtained an imperial-level cultivation technique," exclaimed a disciple, his voice ringing out in sheer disbelief as he examined the luminous point he had captured. "An imperial-level cultivation technique?" Several other outer disciples trembled upon hearing this, hastily inspecting the radiant points that had flown into their grasp. Soon, exclamations of astonishment filled the air. "No way. Mine is also an imperial-level technique. Mine too. Mine as well." They stood frozen in place, their faces etched with incredulity. It is essential to understand that imperial-level techniques represent the pinnacle of cultivation methods in the Kanglan continent. They had only heard the name, but had never encountered it in person. To their astonishment, within the Hall of Techniques of the Qingtian sect, there lay an abundance of imperial-level techniques, an almost unbelievable sight. "You all possess imperial-level techniques, yet I find myself with celestial-level techniques. What on earth is celestial level?" One disciple, after examining the luminous point in his hand, expressed his bewilderment. Others claimed their techniques were of imperial caliber, yet his luminous point revealed a celestial technique, distinctly different from the rest. "Mine is also a celestial technique." "Mine too." Several other disciples chimed in, echoing his sentiments. They are perplexed by the concept of celestial-level techniques, questioning the rank of such powers. In the realm of Kanglan, the hierarchy of martial arts encompasses the yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and emperor levels. Never have they encountered any mention of celestial-level techniques. What could this celestial level signify? Is it truly superior to the emperor level? It remains a mystery by its name. It suggests a potency surpassing that of the Emperor techniques. The majority among them practice Emperor-level techniques, indicating that this place is home to nothing less than the Emperor rank. Indeed, one cannot help but feel envious of those with such formidable choices in martial arts. The disciples who have attained Emperor-level techniques gaze upon their peers who have acquired celestial techniques with envy. From the moment they emerge from the Hall of Techniques, it is evident that their future prowess will eclipse that of the rest. Brother Wangba, what level do you practice? I too possess celestial techniques. Kuan proudly declared as he approached Wangba. His celestial technique bears a striking resemblance to his name, known as the Kunlun Celestial Formula. Within it lies a formidable martial art known as the Kunlun Fist. The introduction states that upon reaching its utmost mastery, a single punch possesses the power to shatter an entire world, which is utterly terrifying. As if everyone possesses celestial techniques. You better watch yourself. For once I perfect my celestial arts, I shall undoubtedly reduce you to a mere pig's head. Wangba glared at Kuan with evident displeasure. How could this fellow be so thick-skinned since entering the sect? He had never offered a pleasant demeanor to that foul-mouthed Kuan, yet this fellow persistently gravitated towards him, as if they were the closest of friends. Observing the joyful expressions of those around, engrossed in discussions regarding the ranks of martial arts, Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao stood perplexedly to one side. Their own martial arts were truly unique, representing a divine level of technique. Master, what is the rank of a divine-level martial art? Wu Yin inquired, gazing at the remnant soul within the jade pendant with curiosity. Meanwhile, the outer disciples around them were conversing about imperial and celestial level techniques. However, upon examining the point of light in his possession, he discovered a scroll named Fire Manipulation Divine Art, a divine-level technique that set him apart from the over 1,000 outer disciples. Divine-level technique? The remnant soul within the jade pendant appeared utterly baffled. He was indeed familiar with celestial-level techniques, which were said to be the cultivation arts left behind by legendary immortals, surpassing any technique in the Kanglan continent. Yet, as for this divine-level technique, he had no knowledge whatsoever. Master, why do you not speak? Wu Yin exclaimed in confusion. Since his arrival at the Qitian sect, his master has become increasingly taciturn. In the past, whenever he called out to his master, a prompt response would follow. Yet now, when he poses questions, his master often remains silent. Alas, Yinner, it is not that I choose not to speak, but rather that I find myself at a loss. A voice, aged and filled with helplessness, emanates from the jade pendant, echoing the remnants of his soul. Previously, he would boast before Wu Yin, claiming to possess boundless knowledge and capabilities. However, since arriving at the Qitian sect, he now finds himself in a state of ignorance. He felt utterly useless to Wu Yin. Master, do not worry. I was merely asking casually, he said. Sensing the helplessness of the lingering soul, Wu Yin hurried to offer comfort. Feng Xiaoxiao stood nearby, observing Wu Yin with a look of perplexity. Since her entrance into the sect, she had noticed that Wu Yin often gazed at the jade pendant on his chest, seemingly oblivious to her presence, an unusual behavior for someone of her beauty. Yet, everyone harbors their own secrets, and she refrained from approaching him, choosing instead to delve into the mysteries of divine techniques. As time passed, a resonant voice echoed from outside the Hall of Techniques. All right, everyone, come out. Hearing this, Wu Yin and over 1,000 disciples promptly emerged. Well, you have all selected your techniques. Now, proceed to the Time Tower for your cultivation. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out, Li Dideo remarked casually, observing Wu Yin and the others. Yes, Grand Elder. The throng of disciples responded enthusiastically, bowing in respect before eagerly making their way towards the Time Tower. In the main hall of the Qitian sect, Jiang Chen reclined in a chair, addressing the system. Utilize the 3 epic treasure chests in my inventory. The Qitian sect was in dire need of elders at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. With over 1,000 disciples arriving, Li Dideo was overwhelmed, fulfilling both paternal and maternal roles. Thus, Jiang Chen decided to use the epic treasure chests to summon cards for filling the vacancies among the elders. Ding. Epic treasure chest used successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Pinnacle summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Realm enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, Flame Frenzy Blade. Ding. Epic treasure chest used successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Pinnacle summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Saint Emperor Pinnacle summoning cards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million celestial crystals. Celestial crystals are precious stones formed from the essence of the celestial realm, highly coveted by those at the Emperor Pinnacle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Extreme Tao Emperor weapon, Dragon Flame Staff. Ding. Epic treasure chest used successfully. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Pinnacle summoning card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 Emperor Realm enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 longevity fruit trees. Longevity fruit trees bear fruit once every 10,000 years, yielding 1,880 longevity fruits. Consuming one can extend life by a millennium. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Saint King Pinnacle summoning cards. Ah, celestial crystals and longevity fruits, how intriguing. Jiang Chen mused, glancing at the celestial crystals and longevity fruit trees in his system inventory. He then commanded the system once more, use the 3 Emperor Pinnacle summoning cards. He has indeed opened over 1,000 treasure chests, including the legendary ones. Regardless of what treasures the system may offer, they merely elicit a faint sense of novelty. Ding. Usage successful. Summoning a peak Emperor level powerhouse for the host, the system announced. As its voice faded, the space in the center of the grand hall was torn apart, unleashing a terrifying aura from within. Soon, 3 figures emerged before Jiang Chen, 2 men and 1 woman. Both men exuded a refined elegance, appearing as distinguished middle-aged gentlemen, while the woman was graceful and poised, embodying the demeanor of a dignified young matron. Subordinate, Bai Jia. Subordinate, Zhang Erjian. Subordinate, Wang Songqiang. Pay respects to the sect master. The 3 bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Zhang Erjian and Wang Songqiang? You must be the sworn brothers of Li Dideo, Jiang Chen murmured, gazing incredulously at Zhang Erjian and Wang Songqiang. It was astonishing that such dignified peak emperor-level powerhouses bore such names. Did their parents not receive any education? Even if their names were poorly chosen, they could be changed after their cultivation. How could they have reached the pinnacle of the great emperor level without selecting a more melodious name? You may dispense with formalities. Jiang Chen uttered with a hint of exasperation. Thank you, sect master. The 3 expressed their gratitude, standing upright with reverence directed towards Jiang Chen. Zhang Erjian. I hereby appoint you as the elder of the Hall of Techniques, responsible for its affairs and for addressing the queries of disciples regarding their cultivation techniques. Jiang Chen said thoughtfully, gazing at Zhang Erjian. Yes, sect master, I shall faithfully fulfill this duty, Zhang Erjian replied, bowing respectfully. Wang Songqiang. I appoint you as the elder of male disciples, tasked with overseeing the matters of male disciples and guiding their daily cultivation. Jiang Chen addressed Wang Songqiang. Yes, sect master. I shall not fail in my mission. Wang Songqiang also bowed in acceptance. Bai Jia, I appoint you as the elder of female disciples, responsible for all matters concerning female disciples. Jiang Chen reiterated to Bai Jia. Yes, sect master, I shall diligently uphold this responsibility, Bai Jia replied with a respectful gesture. Very well, Jiang Chen nodded. He then produced a substantial quantity of ancient ice silkworm silk, azure gold essence iron, blue crystal stones, and other materials for sacred realm artifact crafting, suspending them before the 3. These are materials for crafting in the sacred realm. You 3 shall take them to the Time Tower to prepare 2,000 sets of sect attire and corresponding identity tokens, he instructed. New disciples have yet to receive their sect attire and identity tokens. Previously, with only a handful of individuals, he did not pay much heed. However, as the sect begins to flourish, a unified attire and identity tokens have become essential. These crafting materials, procured from rare treasure chests, will adequately address this need. Zhang Erjian and the others, as peak great emperors, may not necessarily forge supreme artifacts, but they are more than capable of crafting sacred tools. Yes, sect master. The 3 affirmed in unison, collecting the crafting materials. At that moment, Zhang Erjian inquired, Sect master, how should we design the colors and styles of the disciples' attire and the tokens? As Jiang Chen had only provided them with materials and not design sketches for the attire and tokens, they dared not make decisions independently and sought Jiang Chen's guidance. Well, I entrust this matter to you 3 for design. My only requirement is that it must embody the essence of our Qingtian sect. Do you understand? Jiang Chen pondered briefly before responding. As a sect master, he was primarily concerned with the outcome, leaving the details to his subordinates. Yes, sect master. We will ensure the attire and tokens are designed well, Zhang Erjian and the others said excitedly, bowing before inquiring about the location of the Time Tower before vanishing from the Grand Hall. Once the 3 departed, Jiang Chen surveyed the empty hall, once again lost in thought. Currently, the outer disciples of Tian's sect numbered approximately 1,700, and this number would only continue to grow. Solely relying on treasures obtained from rare treasure chests would prove insufficient. The sacred realm crafting materials obtained this time were barely enough for the sect's attire and tokens, leaving no resources for weapon crafting. As a cultivator, how could one be without a weapon? In the future, if disciples of the Tian sect ventured out for training or family visits empty-handed, others might perceive the sect as impoverished, unable to provide even weapons. Therefore, he resolved to send Li Dideo on a mission to gather a substantial amount of mid-range and high-range sect resources, ensuring the disciples of Tian's sect were well-equipped. Li Dideo pays respects to the sect master. How may I serve? Li Dideo appeared in the grand hall, bowing respectfully. Jiang Chen took a sip of enlightenment tea and addressed Li Dideo calmly. Dideo, our sect requires a significant procurement of resources. Please attend to this matter. Jiang Chen presented a list of required materials to Li Dideo, along with a considerable quantity of celestial crystals, sacred realm treasures, and the 100 billion top-grade spirit stones from his initial gift package. With these items, he believed there was nothing in the Kanglan continent that could not be exchanged. Yes, sect master, I shall attend to this immediately, Li Dideo affirmed, accepting the list and the storage ring filled with celestial crystals and top-grade spirit stones. Preparing to exit the grand hall. Wait. Jiang Chen called out to Li Dideo, producing the flame frenzy blade obtained from an epic treasure chest, which flew before Li Dideo. Dideo, you have performed admirably of late, and this supreme artifact is your reward. When Li Dideo summoned the blade, it was merely an excellent emperor-level weapon. Now, with this supreme artifact, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar, serving as a deserved reward for his diligent efforts. Thank you, sect master, for your generous gift. Li Dideo grasped the flame frenzy blade, kneeling in excitement to express his gratitude. With this blade, his speed in combat would increase significantly. Go now. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Li Dideo rose, once more expressing his thanks with a bow before swiftly exiting the grand hall, soaring towards the mountain gate. System. Activate the Great Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Jiang Chen commanded the system after Li Dideo's departure. Now, everything was in order. He ought to utilize everything he has obtained this time. Ding, currently using the Emperor's first-level cultivation enhancement card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the Emperor's first-level cultivation enhancement card. The host is now at the Emperor's 7th level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the Emperor's first-level cultivation enhancement card. The host is now at the Emperor's 8th level. Boom. With consecutive breakthroughs of 2 minor realms, the power emanating from Jiang Chen surged exponentially once more, causing the grand hall to tremble slightly. Hiss. The sect leader, reclining in his chair, relished the moment. Could one truly break through 2 minor realms so easily? Lu Shu, who was massaging Jiang Chen's shoulders, was taken aback upon sensing his aura. It often took hundreds or even thousands of years for an emperor to advance a single minor realm, yet she had never witnessed Jiang Chen's cultivation process. Every day, he either ordered her to massage him or was engaged in the act himself. Now, as he lay in the chair and effortlessly broke through 2 minor realms, it left her in shock, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoshu, why are you dawdling? This sect leader has grown stronger. Exert yourself a bit more, Jiang Chen remarked, noticing Lu Shu's lack of effort. Ah, yes, I shall apply more strength immediately, Lu Shu responded, snapping back to reality and promptly increasing her pressure. After enjoying Lu Shu's service for a while, Jiang Chen exited the grand hall and sought a suitable spot to transplant the enlightenment tea tree and the longevity fruit tree from his system's backpack. He intended to provide these 2 items for the use of others within the Tian sect. Elders like Li Dideo, his direct disciples, and inner sect disciples would receive them based on need. As for the outer sect disciples, he would establish a merit-based ranking to award them selectively. For the resources were limited. A single enlightenment tea tree, even stripped of all its leaves, weighed merely 1 or 2 tons. If he were to distribute it among all the outer sect disciples, he would be left with nothing. Conversely, the longevity fruit was less useful for individuals like Li Dideo and could be allocated more generously as rewards for outer sect disciples to take home to their ailing elders. After successfully transplanting the enlightenment tea tree and the longevity fruit tree, Jiang Chen made his way to the square and commanded the system. Utilize all the peak Sacred Realm summoning cards in my backpack. It was time to summon his Sacred Realm Legion, allowing them to enter the Time Tower for training sooner rather than later. Ding. Usage successful. Summoning a peak Sacred Emperor for the host. Ding. Usage successful. Summoning a peak Sacred King for the host. Ding. Usage successful. summoning a peaked sage for the host. As the system's voice echoed, a massive rift tore open in the space within Qingtian's sect. Over 3,000 figures lined up orderly before Jiang Chen, bowing and proclaiming, "Your subordinate, Lu Matzi. Your subordinate, Goba. Your subordinate, Niu Huanxi. Your subordinate, Ulvan. Your subordinate, Xia Jiba," pays respects to the sect leader. The cacophony of over 3,000 names resonated in Jiang Chen's ears. Lu Matzi? Niu Huanxi? Ulvan? Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words once more. Most of these individuals possessed rather peculiar names. Were it not for the overwhelming aura of peak sacred realm emanating from them, he would hardly take them seriously. He truly believes that this is a group of unsophisticated country folk from the mountains. No need for formalities. Jiang Chen spoke curtly. Since they had been summoned, he would have to make do with their presence. One cannot dismiss such a plethora of formidable beings simply due to an unflattering name. "Thank you, Sovereign." The assembly stood upright, gazing at Jiang Chen with reverence. Observing their respectful demeanor, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was quite pleased with their loyalty. Although their name was rather peculiar, they exhibited no hesitation in executing orders. "Listen closely. You shall henceforth be known as the Qingtian Guard. Your duty is to safeguard the Qingtian sect and eradicate its foes. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen addressed the more than 3,000 formidable beings with a calm demeanor. This was the name he had bestowed upon this legion. Regardless of future advancements in cultivation or increases in numbers, this title would remain unchanged. "Yes, Sovereign. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the sect until our last breath." The throng of over 3,000 responded in unison with fervor. "Very well. You may now proceed to the Time Tower for your training. When the Grand Elder returns, he will provide you with further instructions." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, informing them of the location of the Time Tower. "Yes, Sovereign." After respectfully bowing, several thousand individuals marched orderly towards the Time Tower. Inside the Time Tower, the entrance of over 3,000 Qingtian guards immediately captured the attention of all disciples. "Who are these esteemed seniors? I have never seen them before upon entering the sect." "I don't know. If you haven't seen them, how could I have? Could they be powerful practitioners who have returned from their trials outside the sect?" A group of disciples gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the more than 3,000 Qingtian guards, engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. When they entered the Qingtian sect, they had yet to encounter a single Qingtian guardian. The sudden appearance of such a multitude left them utterly astonished. To their disbelief, all these individuals were formidable beings of the sacred realm. Feng Xiaxia surveyed the scene, her eyes wide in astonishment as she murmured about the more than 3,000 Qingtian guardians. Although the extraordinary cultivation environment of the Qingtian sect had already left her in awe several times, the entrance of these 3,000 guardians rendered her weak in the knees once more. These were over 3,000 sacred realm experts. Among them, the holy ones and holy kings were not particularly daunting. However, the presence of over 1,000 peak holy emperors was indeed terrifying. If these individuals were to cultivate for a period within the Time Tower, a breakthrough to the quasi-emperor level would be a certainty. Over 1,000 quasi-emperors would constitute an overwhelming force even in the central continent. "Master? Master?" Wu Yin attempted once more to reach out to the remnant soul of his master within the jade pendant. Yet, no matter how he called, the soul remained unresponsive. "Disciple, please refrain from calling. I truly do not wish to speak at this moment," the remnant soul lamented from a corner of the pendant, wearing an expression of helpless despair. Prior to arriving at the Qingtian sect, he boasted that the power of the Qingtian sect appeared as mere ants before him. However, upon entering the Qingtian sect, he realized that before the Qingtian sect, he was less than an ant, easily crushable by even a mere gatekeeper. Even if he were to regain his status as an emperor, he would still struggle to stir even a ripple in front of the Qingtian sect. This left him devoid of any sense of security, constantly fearing that a member of the Qingtian sect might discover him and eliminate him on the spot. The over 3,000 Qingtian guards did not seize the positions of these disciples. Instead, they retreated to the depths of the Time Tower to find a tranquil spot for their cultivation. The interior of the Time Tower was vast enough to accommodate numerous individuals, allowing them to avoid crowding together. In Yuzhou, at Tianbao City, Li Dideo arrived at a merchant association that spanned dozens of miles. This association, known as the Tianbao Merchant Association, was the most powerful on the entire Kanglan continent, with its business extending throughout the continent, housing countless treasures. Its motto proclaimed that as long as one possessed sufficient wealth, it dared to sell anything. "Esteemed guest, please come in. What business do you wish to conduct? I can provide you with an introduction." A smiling attendant greeted as Li Dideo entered. Summon your highest-ranking official and inform them that representatives from the Qingtian sect are here to procure cultivation materials, Li Dideo replied with a calm demeanor. Being in Yuzhou, within the 12 states, he believed that the Tianbao Merchant Association, with its extensive network, would be well aware of the Qingtian sect's reputation. Thus, he mentioned the sect's name to avoid any unnecessary complications. Ah, the Qingtian sect? The attendant gasped in surprise, quickly leading Li Dideo to a private VIP room. Bowing and smiling as he said, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the highest-ranking official at once." After this, the attendant, visibly excited, hastily exited the VIP room. The Qingtian sect's reputation had recently spread like wildfire across the 12 states, and it was rare to find a cultivator unfamiliar with it. Now that the Qingtian sect was at the Tianbao Merchant Association to procure cultivation resources, it was undoubtedly a significant business opportunity. If a deal were struck, even if his role was merely that of a host, the commission would amount to a substantial sum. Once the attendant departed, several exquisite young maidens entered the VIP room, carrying a pot of brewed spiritual tea and platters of spiritual fruits, providing impeccable service by pouring tea and offering the fruits to Li Dideo. In a quiet grand hall within the Tianbao Merchant Association, a middle-aged man in a white robe, at the pinnacle of the sacred king realm, was conversing with an elderly man with a youthful appearance. At that moment, the attendant who had received Li Dideo approached the middle-aged man and bowed respectfully. "Chairman, a representative from the Qingtian sect has arrived to procure cultivation materials and requests to speak with you." "Oh?" The chairman of the Tianbao Merchant Association was initially taken aback, then promptly rose, exclaiming to the attendant, "Quickly take me to them. We must not neglect such esteemed guests." With that, he made to head outside. Seeing this, the elderly man, who had been conversing with the chairman, voiced his displeasure, saying, "Chairman Wei, our business has yet to be concluded. You cannot simply leave now." Upon hearing the elder's words, the chairman of the Tianbao Merchant Association paused, turned, and chuckled. "Elder Chong, your Yinshi sect's dealings are no longer negotiable. That is the price. Consider it and return when you are ready." With that, he left without looking back. This elder was responsible for procuring cultivation resources for the Yinshi sect, and they had been negotiating for quite some time. Now, with the arrival of the formidable Qingtian sect, he had to prioritize meeting with them, given their burgeoning reputation as a dominant force among the 12 states. Although the Yinshi sect was also quite strong, it paled in comparison to the Qingtian sect. "Damn it. They truly do not regard my Yinshi sect with any respect," the elder seethed, his face flushed with anger as he sat in his chair, watching the chairman depart. He never anticipated that the president of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce would forsake him, a long-standing major client, for the sake of the Qingtian sect. It was utterly infuriating. Yet, upon reflecting on the Qingtian sect's formidable reputation, he was seized by a moment of trepidation. The sect's ability to effortlessly eliminate 2 saint kings of the Yutian sect, along with their leader and numerous esteemed elders, underscored their superiority over the Yinshi sect. Now, having offended both sides, he found himself in a predicament, compelled to swallow his resentment. In the VIP room of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, as President Wei entered, he greeted Li Dideo with a hearty laugh, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Ah, it is indeed an honor for our Tianbao Chamber of Commerce to host such esteemed guests from the Qingtian sect. I am Wei Yin. May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed?" Wei Yin observed Li Dideo with a look of astonishment. He discovered that, despite his pinnacle cultivation as a saint king, he was utterly unable to perceive any realm possessed by Li Dideo, causing a tremor within his heart. It appears the rumors are indeed true. The Qingtian sect harbors a saint emperor. Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding the immense power and prowess attributed to the Qingtian sect. However, upon encountering Li Dideo today, he could no longer afford to underestimate him in the slightest. For in the surrounding 12 states, there existed no saint emperors. With such cultivation, Li Dideo was undoubtedly an invincible entity. "My surname is Li," Li Dideo spoke with a calm demeanor, then produced the list provided by Jiang Chen and handed it to Wei Yin. "These are the items required by our Qingtian sect. Could you take a look?" "Very well," Wei Yin replied, taking the list and scrutinizing it attentively. Moments later, he gazed in astonishment at his companion, Li Dao, from the Qingtian sect. "Do you truly require such an abundance of items?" A tumult of disbelief surged within Wei Yin. The inventory listed above was nothing short of staggering. Every item that could be utilized, ranging from the realm of the revered to below the sacred, was meticulously catalogued. Moreover, the quantities demanded were exceedingly formidable. For each type of refining material, the requirement was in the tens of thousands. The demands for elixirs were even more astounding, with some not merely measured by bottles, but quantified in billions of individual pieces. He could hardly fathom how a sacred sect from the southern domain could possibly require such an abundance of refining materials and elixirs. How is it that your Tianbao merchant guild cannot provide them? Li Dedeo's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Wei Yan. His decision to choose the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce stems from its esteemed reputation as the foremost trading entity in the Kanglan continent. If one cannot even gather such essentials, then the title of first becomes utterly meaningless. Fellow Taoist Li, there is no need for concern. Although these items are numerous, the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce is still capable of procuring them, as long as you provide a suitable deposit. I can promptly notify the headquarters to mobilize these resources from across the entire Kanglan continent, Wei Yan replied with unwavering confidence. The Tianbao Chamber of Commerce, as the foremost commercial entity in the Kanglan continent, would hardly deserve such a title if it lacked even these modest resources. Presently, his sole concern rested upon the Qitian sect and whether they could amass such a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Although these materials pertained to cultivation resources below the sacred realm, their sheer volume necessitated an astronomical sum of spirit stones. Let us calculate the required deposit. You may state the figure, intoned Li Dedeo, his voice unwavering. Jiang Chen had indeed bestowed upon him a considerable quantity of celestial crystals. With these, the coveted stones sought after by the peak of the Emperor realm could procure almost anything. Very well, allow me to calculate for you, my friendly. Observing Li Dedeo's remarkable composure, Wei Yan promptly began to assess the total value of all items. In a short while, he presented a figure to Li Dedeo. Dear friendly, the requisite top-grade spirit stones amount to 32,232,000,000,000. Given the substantial order from your sect, I shall generously round it down to 32 trillion top-grade spirit stones, requiring a deposit of merely 5 trillion. Wei Yan's heart swelled with joy. If this transaction were to succeed, it would undoubtedly elevate his status and fortune, as such significant dealings were exceedingly rare in the central continent. Agreed, it is settled. However, I do not possess such a vast quantity of top-grade spirit stones. Would this suffice instead? Li Dedeo presented a single celestial crystal, radiating ethereal energy, before Wei Yan. Is this truly the fabled celestial crystal? Wei Yan, taken aback, nearly lost his composure, collapsing to the ground in astonishment. As the branch leader of the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce in the southern region, he found himself utterly astounded. From a young age, he was well versed in the records of all treasures documented by the Tianbao Merchants Guild. Among these, the celestial crystal stands at the pinnacle of all treasures. This coveted item is something that the formidable beings at the apex of the Kanglan continent desperately seek. It is invaluable and beyond mere market price. Its worth is immeasurable, perhaps even surpassing that of the legendary supreme imperial weapons. To his astonishment, encountering such a treasure in the remote southern region was unexpected. Should he return the celestial crystal to headquarters, it would undoubtedly constitute a monumental achievement, showering him with unimaginable wealth. Indeed, President Wei, this is the celestial crystal. Can it suffice to offset the procurement of the supreme spirit stones? Li Dedeo inquired nonchalantly. The mere presence of a celestial crystal left the president of the Tianbao Merchants Guild startled to the point of sitting on the ground. If he were to demand the celestial crystals from the storage ring, it would likely frighten Wei Yan to death on the spot. However, it was evident that such drastic measures were unnecessary. Judging by Wei Yan's expression, the value of this singular celestial crystal could easily counterbalance the purchase of the supreme spirit stones. Indeed, my friendly, this celestial crystal is more than adequate. Upon hearing this, Wei Yan immediately rose from the ground, clutching the celestial crystal tightly in his hand. His eager gaze betrayed a fear that Li Dedeo might reclaim it. Despite its small size, this crystal was an invaluable treasure, more than sufficient to exchange for items beneath the sacred realm. In the presence of a desperate peak emperor, it could even be traded for a supreme imperial weapon. This transaction would be immensely profitable for the Tianbao Merchants Guild. Very well, it is settled then. When may I receive all the items? Li Dedeo inquired with an impassive expression, indifferent to whether the Tianbao Merchants Guild would profit or incur losses. Since this celestial crystal could procure everything, it was indeed worth far more than its weight in gold. Given that he possessed an abundance of celestial crystals, parting with one was hardly a sacrifice. Please wait a moment, my friendly. I shall notify headquarters to mobilize immediately. Within the hour, you shall receive your items. Upon concluding, Wei Yan turned to the attendants beside him, commanding, "You all, ensure that you attend to Li Dedeo's needs well." if he is even slightly dissatisfied. None of you shall have a future. Yes, President. The attendants replied, their faces filled with trepidation. Li Dideo, please wait for me. I will return shortly. Wei Yin said with a courteous smile before hastily exiting the VIP hall. Deep within the Tianbao Merchants Guild, in a grand hall bustling with activity, thousands of guild members were occupied with their tasks. The hall was replete with various teleportation arrays, through which precious materials were dispatched to the headquarters in Central Continent. Simultaneously, the Central Continent headquarters would send necessary supplies to the southern region to ensure the stable operation of the branch. Greetings, President. Upon Wei Yan's entrance, those working in the hall immediately offered their respectful salutations. Yes, continue with your duties. Wei Yan nodded and made his way towards an unoccupied teleportation array. He sent the list of items required by the Qingtian sect along with some pertinent information about the sect to the headquarters in Zhongzhou. Before Li Dideo presented the celestial crystals, he had not paid much attention to the Qingtian sect. After all, despite its strength, the sect was still confined to the relatively remote region of the southern domain. The Tianbao Chamber of Commerce is undoubtedly the preeminent force across the vast Kanglan continent, one that would hardly regard the Qingtian sect with any significance. However, with Li Dideo now presenting the coveted immortal crystal, an object that even the most powerful emperors yearn for, the situation has transformed entirely. He was tasked with gathering intelligence on the Sky Pillar sect and reporting it to the Central Continent headquarters. As for what actions the Central Continent headquarters would take, that was beyond his control. Soon, atop the teleportation array, a storage ring containing spirit crystals, documents on the Sky Pillar sect, and a list of required rare treasures slowly vanished. At the same time, within a luxurious courtyard of the heavenly treasure commerce in the Central Continent, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, idly stroking a small white rabbit, cast a puzzled glance toward the entrance. A maidservant was rushing toward her in evident haste. What matter could possibly warrant such fluster? Before the maid could even approach, the young lady frowned and scolded. She had always admonished her servants to remain composed in all situations. Panic was unbecoming of the dignity of the heavenly treasure commerce. Young mistress, the Southern Domain branch has sent an urgent missive, classified as dire. The maid panted, extending a storage ring toward her. The maiden accepted it with a scoff. What could be so dire? Has the Southern Domain branch been annihilated or something? Despite her dismissive tone, she swiftly retrieved the contents of the ring. As the temporary overseer of the heavenly treasure commerce in the Central Continent, she was well aware of the organization's protocols. Unless the matter was of utmost importance, regional branches would never resort to using the emergency teleportation array. The first item that caught her eye was a radiant spirit crystal, pulsing with celestial energy. By the heavens! Could this truly be a legendary spirit crystal? The maiden gaped at the floating crystal, leaping to her feet in shock, so startled that she even flung the poor rabbit clear out of the courtyard. Young mistress, what is a spirit crystal? The maid, alarmed by her reaction, pressed for an explanation. TCH, I told you to study the compendium of rare artifacts, but you were too busy flirting with those stable boys. Now you don't even recognize this? Utterly hopeless. Ignoring the maid's question, she continued examining the ring's contents. Sky Pillar sect? Perusing the sect's dossier and the list of requested resources, the maiden's expression turned skeptical. How could a mere saint-level sect from the Southern Domain possibly possess something as rare as a spirit crystal? The mystery gnawed at her. But now was not the time for speculation. The priority was to swiftly deliver the requested materials to the Southern Domain. As for the Sky Pillar sect's secrets, she could investigate those at leisure. Xiaolian, take this list to the Vice President. Instruct him to expedite the delivery of these items to the Southern Domain immediately. She handed the inventory to her attendant, who bowed and hurried off. Good. Now, I must deliver this spirit crystal to grandfather. He'll know how to harness its energy. Once the maid departed, the maiden murmured to herself before vanishing from the courtyard. Deep within a secret realm of the heavenly treasure commerce, she reappeared beside an elderly man dozing on a rocking chair. Humph. Still napping? Let us see how you like this. With a mischievous grin, she tiptoed closer, reaching out to tweak his ear. Yower, how could you? I'm your own grandfather. The old man's eyes snapped open, his voice thick with theatrical sorrow. His pitiful expression could melt even the sternest heart. Grandfather, must you always be so ridiculous? You're a peak great emperor. Can't you at least pretend to have some dignity? Huyan Xiaoyao pouted, exasperated. Her grandfather, despite his immense power, was an incorrigible jester, forever playing the victim for sympathy. Oh? At her words, the elder abruptly straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of solemn authority. Xiaoyao, what business brings you before me? His deep, resonant tone and regal bearing were a stark contrast to the whining old man of moments ago. Now you're acting properly. If only you could stay like this. Rather than intimidated, Xiaoyao beamed. Her greatest wish was for a grandfather who exuded majesty. Alas, fate had cursed her with this buffoon. And even now, she couldn't tell if his gravitas was genuine or just another act. Huh. See, your grandfather can be imposing when he wants. Pleased by her smile, he instantly reverted to his playful self, waggling his eyebrows. Enough, you old fool. Imposing and you don't belong in the same sentence. She rolled her eyes before producing the Sky Pillar Sect's spirit crystal, letting it hover before him. How dare you call your grandfather a? His indignant retort died as his gaze locked onto the crystal. What in the? A spirit crystal? Where did you get this? His eyes bulged, riveted to the radiant artifact. These things only appear in that one void realm's secret realm, and even then, in pitifully scarce quantities. He has lived for countless years yet has only ever obtained a single celestial crystal. That solitary crystal, however, drew the ire of others, resulting in a severe ambush that left him gravely wounded, injuries from which he has yet to fully recover. This is the southern region, home to a sacred sect known as the Tian sect. They appear oblivious to the true worth of this celestial crystal, offering it in exchange for lesser treasures. Huyan Xiaoao responded uncertainly, speculating that the Tian sect, by presenting such a precious item in trade for goods beneath the sacred realm, must be unaware of its true value. Otherwise, they would not engage in such a disadvantageous transaction. Oh, the sacred sects of the southern region can indeed produce such treasures? The elder stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing this. Celestial crystals are not easily acquired. They can only be found in the secret realms of the void. Their immense value lies in their ability to enhance the strength of those at the pinnacle of the emperor level and aid in healing their injuries. An emperor at the pinnacle, upon absorbing a celestial crystal, would undoubtedly possess greater combat prowess than one who has not. The more crystals absorbed, the stronger one becomes. There was once an emperor at the pinnacle who had absorbed a celestial crystal and was able to severely injure another emperor, who had previously been his superior. This explains the extraordinary worth of celestial crystals. Their emergence sends all pinnacle emperors into a frenzy. Grandfather, you must absorb this celestial crystal at once. It could lead to a complete recovery of your injuries, and perhaps even an enhancement of your strength, Huyan Xiaoao urged the elder with fervor. Despite affectionately referring to him as old thing, this was a term of endearment indicative of their close bond. Now, with something that could aid her grandfather, she felt more anxious than he did. Very well. The elder nodded in agreement and then instructed Huyan Xiaoao, my dear, I shall enter seclusion. Do not provoke that Tian sect in the southern region. If they seek to procure cultivation resources, we shall assist them wholeheartedly. But do not let their offer of a celestial crystal awaken any avarice within you. The reason he elaborated to Huyan Xiaoyao was that only pinnacle emperors could access the secret realm within the void, a place fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead even the mightiest to their demise. The fact that the Tian sect could produce celestial crystals indicated that it had once harbored a pinnacle emperor who had retrieved such treasures from the void secret realm. Although the reasons behind Tian sect's willingness to exchange such a precious item for resources beneath the sacred realm remained unclear, the ancient being, having lived for tens of thousands of years, since that matters were far from simple. Thus, he wished to avoid embroiling the Tianbao Merchant Association with an unknown adversary. Additionally, the ancestral teachings of the Huyan family forbade any of its members from committing acts of pillaging against other sections. I understand, grandfather. I have always kept our family's teachings in mind, Huyan Xiaoyao replied obediently. She held no interest in conflicts or bloodshed. Her greatest passion lay in commerce. Exchanging others' treasures at minimal cost was far more exhilarating. Now, with Tian sect offering such top-tier items, she could hardly contain her excitement to explore this sect brimming with wealth. Observing Huyan Xiaoyao's obedient demeanor, the elder chose not to say more and vanished from sight. Hee, old fellow, I'm off to have some fun in the southern region. With the elder entering seclusion, Huyan Xiaoyu excitedly departed from the Tianbao Merchant Association's secret realm. Meanwhile, in the southern region, within the VIP room of the Tianbao Merchant Association, Wei Yin entered with a radiant complexion, holding a storage ring. Fellow Daoist, I apologize for the wait. All the supplies your esteemed sect requires are contained within. Please verify, fellow Daoist. Wei Yin respectfully presented the storage ring to Li Dideo. News had just arrived from headquarters instructing him to elevate Tian sect to the highest and most unique VIP status at the Tianbao Merchant Association. He was to treat any representatives from Chi sect with far greater respect than he would his own father. However, this was merely a one-time service, as his offering of celestial crystals would soon lead to his reassignment back to Zhangzhou, with someone else ready to take over his position. Very well. We are clear on the exchange. Li Dideo, after inspecting the contents of the storage ring with his divine sense, rose to leave the VIP room. Farewell, fellow Taoist Li. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to visit the Tianbao Merchant Association, Wei Yin said, bowing deeply with several maidens, calling out warmly to Li Dideo's retreating figure. In the main hall of Chi sect, Wang Sanxiang approached Jiang Chen with the newly forged disciple robes and identity tokens. Reporting to the sect master, 2,000 sets of disciple robes and identity tokens have been completed. Please preview and confirm, so I may distribute them to the disciples. Wang Sanxiang stated, bowing and presenting several styles of robes and tokens, which floated gracefully in the air for Jiang Chen's inspection. He detailed, these 3 sets of long robes feature celestial patterns, differing only in color. The first is a white patterned robe for outer disciples. The second is a blue patterned robe for inner disciples. The third is a golden patterned robe for direct disciples. As for the identity tokens of Chi sect, they are crafted from gold, engraved with the image of a figure shattering the void. After listening to Wang Sanxiang's presentation, Jiang Chen surveyed the items suspended in the air and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, let us finalize these designs. Proceed to forge additional sets for distribution to the disciples. He instructed. Understood, sect master. Wang Sanxiang replied, promptly departing the hall to initiate distribution. Shortly thereafter, Li Dideo arrived to report back, reporting to the sect master. All items on the list have been procured, and I have come to provide my report. Li Dideo bowed and presented a storage ring filled with cultivation resources before Jiang Chen. Without inspecting the contents, Jiang Chen returned the ring, saying, Li Dideo, utilize the refining materials within to craft a batch of king-level weapons for the disciples. Ensure that all necessary pills and items are distributed to them. Given the low cultivation levels of the new disciples, equipping them with king-level weapons is the utmost we can provide, and such weapons are relatively easy to forge. With the assistance of Li Dideo and others, we can complete the crafting swiftly, allowing for simultaneous distribution with the sect attire and other items. Yes, sect master. I shall attend to this immediately. Li Dideo bowed once more before exiting the hall to find Wang Sanxiang and Zhang Erjian to expedite the weapon crafting for the disciples. On the square of Chi sect, Li Dideo and Zhang Erjian, accompanied by several others, were distributing the newly forged weapons and garments to the disciples. Below, the night owls and new disciples gathered to receive their cultivation resources and sect attire in an orderly fashion. Once the distribution concluded, Li Dideo addressed the assembled disciples. Now that everything has been distributed, should any of you have family waiting at the foot of the mountain, you may leave the sect to bid them farewell, allowing them to return home with peace of mind. Upon his return to the sect, he had observed many outer disciples' relatives lingering nearby, and allowing these disciples a moment to gather with their kin would ease their departure. Thank you, elder. Over 1,000 outer disciples cheered joyously during their time of initiation. They practiced in the time tower, experiencing breakthroughs that felt akin to riding a rocket. Though merely a day had passed outside, most of them had already ascended to the condensing Dan and breaking void realm. Some, whose cultivation was already advanced, had even reached the out-of-body stage. If they were to leave the sect now and bid farewell to their elders, it would undoubtedly leave their jaws agape in astonishment, a thought that filled them with excitement. Go on, finish your farewells and return promptly to continue your training. Li Dideo waved his hand, leading Zhang Erjian and the others as they vanished from sight. Aha! If my father were to see me break through to the breaking void stage in such a short time, he would surely be astounded. Oh no! What if we frighten my grandfather to death? That would truly be a calamity. Come now, it's not that exaggerated, however. It is quite possible they might be left dumbfounded. The group laughed and chatted as they hurried back to their lodging area. Donning their newly issued sect robes and weapon identity tokens, they then soared towards the mountain gate. Qin Shimi, Gu Shixiang, are you descending the mountain? Mu Shiweching inquired of Gu Chen and Qin Feier. Her father, Mu Zhan, had personally led the team to the Chi sect. Although she had nothing to deliver to Mu Zhan, it had been some time since they last met, and she wished to descend the mountain to see her father. Of course, my father and the clan members are waiting at the foot of the mountain. I must bring back the treasures from the secret realm, Qin Feier responded. My father and our clan are also at the base. Let us go together, Gu Chen agreed. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao, feeling a bit forlorn, waved his hand. Well, I am an orphan, with no parents to visit. I shall head to the back mountain to roast some rabbits. With that, Yi Xiao flew towards the back of the Qi Tian sect. Hey, Yu Xiong, didn't you say my father is your father too? Let us go down and see our father. Gu Chen called out to Yi Yao's solitary figure. You go ahead and give our father my regards. Yu Xiao replied without turning back, disappearing from their sight. Since Yu Xiong isn't going, shall we? Mu Shiweching suggested. Yes. All right, let us go. Gu Chen and Qin Fei nodded in agreement, and the three of them flew toward the mountain gate. Since Yu Xiao was unwilling to descend, they felt no obligation to insist, opting instead to go on their own. Outside the Qi Tian sect, thousands of elders and relatives of the outer disciples were scattered across the nearby mountains. Some were waiting here to bid farewell to the disciples emerging from the sect. Others were merely weary and wished to rest for a night in the nearby mountains before continuing their journey the following day. Humph, old fool. My son Wang Ba is about to come out. Do you think your wretched Kuan will come to see you, you old geezer? Wang Ba's father boasted. Having just spoken to his son through a communication artifact, Wang Ba had informed him that he would soon be exiting the sect to meet him, and he intended to deliver a surprise that would require his father to brace himself, lest he be frightened to death. If your son Wang Ba can leave the sect, then my grandson Kuan can surely do the same. You should focus on reuniting with your son, Wang Ba. Kuan's grandfather retorted with derision. Just as the two were exchanging disdainful glances, other elders among the disciples pointed towards the direction of the Qingtian sect's gate, exclaiming, Look, they are coming out. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the sect's entrance. Over 1,000 disciples clad in white robes adorned with starry patterns, with royal artifacts at their waists, soared towards them. Hiss, their aura seems to have changed significantly, doesn't it? Indeed. Why do I feel that their cultivation appears much stronger than when they entered? Could it be that we misjudged? They have only been inside for less than a day. A group of elders gazed in astonishment at the approaching disciples of the Qi sect. They could distinctly sense that the cultivation aura of these individuals was significantly stronger than when they first entered the Qi sect. However, these individuals had not even spent a single day in the sect. How could they have achieved such a remarkable breakthrough? Father, brace yourself. I am about to give you a shock. Wang Ba soared before his father, revealing the aura of the void-breaking realm. What on earth? Ba, you actually broke through to the void-breaking realm? Wang Ba's father gazed at him in utter astonishment, momentarily disregarding his image and exclaiming in disbelief. He could hardly fathom what extraordinary treasures lay within the sky-piercing sect, capable of enabling a cultivator at the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm, like Wang Ba, to ascend to the void-breaking realm in less than a day's time. So, father, are you not astonished? Wang Ba replied with a sense of pride. What he desired was precisely this effect. One could hear his father exclaiming in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Kunker, have you also transcended to the void-breaking stage? Kunker's grandfather inquired, gazing at him with palpable excitement. He did not lose his composure as Wang Ba's father did, yet his heart was still filled with trepidation. The Qi sect was indeed astonishingly powerful. The speed at which one could cultivate within its confines was truly remarkable. For Kuan to gain entry into the Qi sect this time was nothing short of an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The Kuan family is finally poised to rise under the leadership of Kuan. Grandfather, I broke through around the same time as brother Wang Ba, Kuan remarked, casting a glance at Wang Ba and nodding towards the elder. Haha, splendid. The future of our Kuan family rests entirely upon you, Kuan's grandfather exclaimed joyfully, patting his shoulder. A similar scene unfolded in the nearby mountains, where the elders of the outer disciples wore expressions of exhilaration. Meanwhile, those clan members who had been eliminated gazed enviously at the disciples of the Qi sect descending the mountain. Such astonishing speed and cultivation. It seemed that at their next meeting, they would only be left to look up in admiration. Not far away, in another mountain range, Mu Shiweching landed among a group clad in golden robes. This assembly consisted of both males and females, most bearing youthful faces. Her father, Emperor Muzhan, stood at the forefront of the crowd, his expression one of profound satisfaction. Father, how did it go? Did any of our royal family members gain entry into the sect? Mu Shiweching inquired affectionately, linking her arm with his as she steadied herself. For some time, she had been engrossed in her training within the Time Tower, oblivious to the status of the disciples' recruitment. Emperor Muzhan had refrained from communicating this information to her, uncertain whether any of her cousins had succeeded in joining the Qi sect. Indeed, there are some, he replied gently. I did not wish to disturb your training. Yet, a glimmer of astonishment shone in his eyes. Although he was aware that Mu Shiweching's master was an emperor, her pace of advancement was astonishingly rapid. In less than a month, she had already attained the 7th level of Earth Sovereign. He could hardly fathom the heights Mu Xueqing might reach if given a few years. Oh? Which one? Mu Xueqing inquired, though her curiosity was merely casual. It was rumored that the elimination rate for this round of discipleship was particularly high, with over 100 million candidates vying for just over 1,000 spots. To her surprise, someone from the Mu family had indeed entered the sect. Xueqi, Mu Zhan called out. Immediately, a striking girl who bore a resemblance to Mu Xueqing approached them. Cousin. Mu Xueqi greeted Mu Xueqing with utmost respect. Although she too belonged to the royal lineage of the Zhongyu dynasty, her status paled in comparison to that of Mu Xueqing, akin to the disparity between a maid and a princess. Even now, having entered the Qi Tian sect as an outer disciple, the gap between her and Mu Xueqing had not only remained but had widened. One was a direct disciple of the sect leader, while the other was merely an outer disciple. There was no basis for comparison. Dear sister Xueqi, do come and play with me often at the Qi Tian sect, Mu Xueqing said, immediately letting go of Mu Zhan to link arms with Mu Xueqi upon her arrival. Cousin, I will, Mu Xueqi replied obediently. At that moment, Mu Zhan interjected, Qinger, the Qing Emperor's inheritance of the Xianyu dynasty is about to commence. All the top forces in the southern region will participate. Will your Qi Tian sect send disciples to experience it? The Qing Emperor's inheritance was renowned as the most powerful secret realm in the southern region, left behind by a quasi-emperor known as Qing Yunzi. This secret realm had only been opened once before, yielding a wealth of sacred treasures. Now, it was set to open for the second time, and all capable forces in the southern region would flock to the Qing Emperor's secret realm to seize the quasi-emperor's legacy. Oh, the Qing Emperor's inheritance is about to begin? Mu Xueqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Aside from cultivating in the Qi Tian sect, her time had been consumed by testing her strength in the trial tower. She had never paid attention to which secret realms in the southern region were set to open. After all, within the Qi Tian sect's cultivation environment, the disciples had no need to worry about resources for training. However, now that she was aware of an impending secret realm, how could she possibly let this opportunity slip by? Yishao and Gu Chen had long wished to venture out of the sect for training. With the Qing Emperor's inheritance as a reason, Jiang Chen would surely agree to their participation. Father, for such a grand event, our Qi Tian sect will undoubtedly send representatives, Mu Xueqing assured Mu Zhan confidently. Although she had yet to consult Jiang Chen, given Jiang Chen's attitude towards their previous training excursion, she was nearly certain it would come to fruition. Really? That's wonderful. Upon receiving Mu Xueqing's confirmation, Mu Zhan expressed his delight. Our Zhongyu dynasty also has 2 slots available this time. I plan to select 2 individuals from the Mu family. You must take good care of them when the time comes. His Zhongyu dynasty was originally deemed unworthy of entering the Qingdi legacy. However, this secret realm was unveiled during the reign of the Xianyu dynasty. The Zhongyu dynasty, as a vassal state of the Xianyu dynasty, has exceptionally been granted 2 quotas this time. The entry requirement for the secret realm is limited to those below the celestial sovereign level. Currently, Mu Xueqing has reached the 7th level of Earth Sovereign. If she participates in the trial, she will undoubtedly secure her place. This also allows her to look after the 2 formidable members of the Mu family, for the secret realm is fraught with peril. And nurturing 2 Earth Sovereigns is no easy feat for the Mu clan. As the great imperial sect, the Qi Tian sect will surely send exceptionally strong disciples. And it would be prudent to ensure the safety of the 2 from the Mu family, preventing them from encountering untimely demise. Well, I must consult my master first, Mu Xueqing said hesitantly. After all, the trials arranged by the sect cannot overshadow my familial duties. She had yet to ascertain whether she could partake in the Qing Emperor's legacy. If she were to agree to her father's request now and later find that Jiang Chen disapproved, it would lead to a breach of trust with her father. Thus, she deliberately sought an excuse, intending to agree only after confirming her participation in the Qing Emperor's secret realm. Yes, indeed, it is wise to seek guidance, Mu Zhan promptly echoed, being courteous. With Mu Xueqing invoking her esteemed master, he dared not express any dissent. At this moment, Mu Xueqing is the pillar of the entire Mu royal family. No one else could compare to her. After conversing with Mu Zhan for a while, Mu Xueqing took Mu Xueqi's hand and returned to the sect. Other disciples were also gradually bidding farewell to their families, preparing to return to the sect for cultivation. Gu Chen, in a clearing, chatted with his relatives from the Gu family before producing a storage ring and handing it to Gu Feiyang. Father, this ring contains some valuable items. You must keep it well and ensure that outsiders do not learn of it, lest it brings trouble to our Gu family. Gu Chen instructed, pointing to the storage ring. Within it were numerous low-tier treasures, as well as a fair share of materials worthy of the sovereign realm. Should those stronger than the Gu family become aware of its contents, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Understood. Do you take me for a child of 3? Such matters need not be reiterated, Gu Feiyong replied with exasperation, casting a glare at Gu Chen. But you, when will you find a partner and present me with grandchildren? Those 2 junior sisters you brought home last time seem quite promising. Seize the opportunity with them. Do you understand? What? Father, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Gu Chen feigned ignorance, pretending to touch his ear, and then dashed toward the gates of the Qi sect. You rascal! Gu Feiyong chuckled helplessly at Gu Chen's antics. As time progressed, the number of disciples outside the gates of the Qi sect dwindled, for they were eager to return to their cultivation. After all, with the miraculous function of the time tower, a mere half-hour delay could set them back significantly. If they tarried too long, they would be ruthlessly overtaken by disciples of the same cultivation level. Near the mountain gate, Qin Fei held her parents' hands and spoke, Mom and Dad, I must return to the sect now. You should head back as well. He has entrusted all the treasures of the desolate secret realm to his parents. This time, none of the relatives from the Qin family entered the Qi sect. Well, Fei, focus on your cultivation upon returning to the sect. And make sure to visit your father and mother whenever you can. Qin Fei's parents nodded, reluctantly releasing her small hand. Understood, father and mother. I will come back to see you whenever I have the time, Qin Fei replied, soaring towards the gates of the Qi sect. At the square of the Qi sect, Mu Xueqing intercepted Gu Chen and Qin Fei, who were preparing to cultivate, and informed them about the inheritance of the Azure Emperor. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. That is wonderful, junior sister Mu. Your news is like a timely rain. We can finally go out and breathe some fresh air. Qin Fei, joyfully clasping Mu Xueqing's hand, exclaimed, Senior sister Mu, you're amazing. This time, as we leave the sect, we must explore and make up for all the shopping opportunities we've missed. Both of them were filled with delight. After returning to the sect, they devoted their time either to cultivation or to testing their strength. Although their power grew swiftly, the monotony of their days was palpable. Now, with the prospect of leaving the sect once more, their spirits soared. But do not rejoice too soon. You have yet to consult Master, Mu Xueqing teased. Casting a knowing glance at Gu Chen and his companion, she had yet to discuss this with Jiang Chen herself. After all, there was always a possibility. What if Jiang Chen, despite the slightest chance, were to disapprove of their departure? Would that not render their excitement futile? Not a chance. As long as we seek to venture out for training, Master will surely consent, Gu Chen replied with unwavering confidence. During their previous expedition to the desolate secret realm, he had merely suggested it, and Jiang Chen had immediately agreed, even dispatching powerful allies to accompany them. The current opportunity regarding the Qingdi inheritance would likely be no different. Once we approach Jiang Chen, there will undoubtedly be no unexpected turns, he asserted. Indeed, the sect master will certainly permit us to go. We have devoted ourselves to our training for long enough. It is time for us to explore the world, Qin Fei chimed in. In her eyes, Jiang Chen was not only handsome, but also possessed a kind heart. He had brought her to the Qi sect, allowing her to become an inner disciple. Moreover, when her parents faced tribulations, he had sent formidable warriors to rescue her. No one could rival Jiang Chen as the most admirable sect master. Had their statuses not differed, she would have long since sought to draw closer to him. Humph. Since you two are so certain, come with me to consult Master, Mu Xueqing said, her eyes wide as she regarded Gu Chen and his companion. The thought of approaching Jiang Chen alone filled her with trepidation. It would be far more reassuring if Gu Chen and his friend accompanied her. After all, any unforeseen circumstances could be collectively managed by the 3 of them. All right, Qin Fei nodded in agreement. I will seek Brother Yi and invite him to join us, Gu Chen stated before soaring towards the back mountain of the Qingtian sect. Soon, the 4 appeared within the main hall of the sect. Disciple, greetings to Master. Disciple, greetings to the sect master. The 4 bowed in respectful unison before Jiang Chen. Where do you 4 intend to go this time? Jiang Chen inquired, reclining in his chair as he observed their deference. Given that the 4 had come together, he deduced it was not merely a matter of cultivation. Beyond the prospect of leaving the sect for training, he struggled to conceive of any other reason for their gathering. Upon sensing Jiang Chen's anticipation regarding their intentions, the Night Owl members exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Gu Chen who spoke. Master, we have heard that the Xianyu dynasty is about to unveil an inheritance from the Qingdi. We wish to experience it firsthand and humbly seek your approval. As Gu Chun concluded his statement, the Night Owl members glanced upward, eager to gauge Jiang Chen's reaction. Yet, Jiang Chen's smile revealed no fluctuation in his expression. Did I not already mention? Seeking to venture out for training is commendable. You need not worry about my disapproval. Observing their cautious demeanor, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle before continuing. Now, go report to the Grand Elder. For future endeavors, consult him, and he will arrange everything for you. Yes, Master. Yes, Sect Master. With that, the Night Owl members bowed once more and joyfully exited the Great Hall. They had not anticipated that Jiang Chen would not only consent to their current expedition beyond the sect, but would also permit future excursions without the need for prior approval. They need only inform Li Dideo, and they could choose to depart at their convenience. This unexpected blessing felt utterly overwhelming. In the square of Qingtian's sect, several members of the Night Owl were awaiting their arrival. They have reported to Li Dideo regarding their journey to the Qingdi inheritance. Currently, Li Dideo is assisting them in finding suitable guardians. After a brief wait, Li Dideo arrived before Yi Xiao with 4 members of the Ascending Sky Guard, each at the initial stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. These 4 are the Ascending Sky Guards appointed as your guardians for this endeavor, Li Dideo stated. Presenting them to Yi Xiao. These individuals are among the fastest to break through within the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm, having already reached the initial stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Considering that Yi Xiao and his companions are about to embark on the Qingdi inheritance and the formidable forces they're about to face in the southern region, he prudently decided to assign 4 guardians at the Quasi-Emperor level for added security. After all, sending those at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor realm might prove insufficient. Thank you, Elder. Yi Xiao expressed his gratitude after assessing the 4 Ascending Sky Guards. Very well, you may set forth now. Should any matters arise, feel free to instruct them. Li Dideo nodded before vanishing from the plaza. Esteemed Ascending Sky Guards, how should I address you? Yi Xiao inquired as he turned to the 4 individuals before him after Li Dideo's departure. They are destined to coexist for a considerable duration, and if they are unaware of each other's names, communication may prove somewhat cumbersome. Upon hearing the Night Owl inquire about their names, the 4 Sky Guardians immediately clasped their fists in salute. I am Wang Matzi, declared one. I am Lu Dehua, announced another. I am Guo Xiaomao, proclaimed the third. I am Su Shuai, stated the last. One by one, they introduced themselves to the Night Owl. Li Dideo had previously informed them that among these 4, 3 were the direct disciples of the sect leader. They are willing to risk their very lives to ensure that no harm befalls even a few. As the eldest disciple of the sect leader, Yi Xiao commands their complete obedience. Very well, esteemed seniors, let us embark. Simply follow closely behind us. And under no circumstances should you engage unless faced with cultivators far superior to us, Yi Xiao instructed Wang Matzi and the others. The 4 of them were venturing out to hone their skills, relying solely on their own abilities. If they did not greet Wang Matzi and his companions beforehand, any random cultivator could attack them, leading to their downfall at the hands of Wang Matzi and his group, rendering their expedition unnecessary. Indeed, we understand, Knight Qinchuan affirmed. And the 4 of Wang Matzi replied in unison, yes. Night Owl nodded, signaling to Mu Xueqing and the others to take flight from the sect. At this moment, all 4 of them had achieved a cultivation level of at least the 6th rank of Earth Sovereign. Thus, they prepared to fly independently, without the assistance of Wang Matzi and his companions. After all, there was still some time before the awakening of the Qing Emperor's legacy. They soared through the skies, eager to witness the splendor of the southern region. Ding! The system alerted. A disciple with a 9th grade talent has been detected. Please, host, hurry to bring them into the sect. This disciple is currently in peril. Do not delay, lest you find no remains to recover. Shortly after the departure of Night Owl and his companions, Jiang Chen, who was in the main hall discussing massage techniques with Lu Shu, heard the system's notification. Oh, is it time for action? Jiang Chen's expression momentarily froze in surprise. He was also prepared to collaborate with Lu Shu on some innovative techniques. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, an inner disciple emerged. Nonetheless, the disciple's matters took precedence. The massage techniques could be explored at any time. Jiang Chen silently resolved this and turned to Lu Shu beside him, saying, Little Shu, I have urgent matters to attend to. You may continue your research at your own pace. When I return, you can implement what you've discovered. Yes, Sect Master. Lu Shu replied obediently with a nod. Jiang Chen said no more, opened a rift in space, and vanished from the Grand Hall. In the southern region, Xian Prefecture, at the edge of a densely wooded forest. A colossal wolf, its body adorned with silver fur, approached a young boy clad in coarse cloth. The boy was struck with panic upon seeing the creature and hastily grasped a nearby stick, brandishing it at the advancing silver-haired giant wolf. "Don't come any closer. I'm not tasty. You've already eaten my cow, so please don't eat me," he cried, overwhelmed with fear, and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He realized that it was utterly impossible for him to escape from the jaws of the silver wolf. Thinking of his gravely ill grandfather, he could only weep helplessly. For after a while, he would be left with nothing but a pile of bones, never to see his grandfather again. Humph. Such a mere beast dares to harm a disciple of the Qingtian sect? Just as the youth was on the verge of losing his life to the wolf's jaws, Jiang Chen appeared above the boy and the wolf, effortlessly unleashing a surge of power toward the approaching giant wolf. Bang! In an instant, the ferocious wolf, which had just been baring its teeth, was obliterated into a mist of blood that rained down upon the surrounding trees. Hiss! This esteemed figure is truly formidable. With just a wave of his hand, he has vanquished the silver wolf? The youth, witnessing Jiang Chen's decisive action against the silver wolf, was left utterly astonished. His mouth agape in disbelief. He was fully prepared to be devoured by the giant wolf, yet unexpectedly, at that moment, someone came to his rescue, a flying cultivator, no less. This was the kind of formidable being he had dreamed of encountering since childhood. "Young man," the cultivator said, observing the boy's rosy lips and white teeth, "you are a rare talent for cultivation. I am the sect leader of the Qingtian sect and wish to bring you back with me to become an inner disciple. Would you be willing to accept this offer?" After vanquishing the giant wolf, Jiang Chen landed gracefully before the youth, speaking in a friendly manner. The gentle breeze lifted his robe, giving him an ethereal appearance. At that moment, the system panel displayed the boy's detailed information: name, Li Erniu talent, 9th grade talent age, 18 cultivation, mortal physique, thunder spirit body background, born in a small village in the southern domain of Xianzhou. He lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his ailing grandfather. Today, while herding his only cow to graze nearby, a silver wolf devoured the cow, putting him in peril as well. To become an inner disciple of the Qingtian sect? Upon hearing this, Li Ernie first felt a surge of joy, but his expression soon turned conflicted. Joining the sect had been his dream since childhood. Yet, he had an ailing grandfather bedridden at home. If he were to leave with Jiang Chen, his grandfather would surely face dire consequences. With this thought, Li Ernie seemed to resolve himself and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life, but I must decline your generous offer as I have obligations at home." Though a hint of reluctance lingered on his face, he was willing to sacrifice everything for his grandfather. "Haha, you possess quite the filial piety." Jiang Chen chuckled as he observed Li Ernie bowing on the ground. He understood the boy's reasons for refusal. Once he resolved the matter regarding the grandfather, this situation would pose no problem. After all, this was an epic treasure chest he could not easily forsake. "Ernie, are you worried about your grandfather? Rest assured, if you become a disciple of my Qingtian sect, I will personally heal your grandfather's ailments," Jiang Chen assured the kneeling Li Ernie. He has already resolved the fundamental issue for Li Ernie. "I believe Li Ernie will make a sagacious choice." Hiss, how do you know my name? And how do you know about my grandfather's illness? Upon hearing this, Li Ernie exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Chen not only called out his name, but was also aware of his grandfather, who had been bedridden and immobile for 5 or 6 years. Such an uncanny ability was indeed terrifying. "Haha, do not concern yourself with how I know. Simply tell me. Do you wish to become a disciple of the Qingtian sect?" Jiang Chen did not offer any explanations to Li Ernie. He merely awaited a response. This time, Li Ernie had no reservations. With palpable excitement, he bowed and proclaimed, "I am willing to be a disciple." He was eager to join the Qingtian sect. Now that Jiang Chen had alleviated his worries, if he still refused, he would no longer be Li Ernie, but rather Li Erbi. Although he was uncertain how Jiang Chen would save his grandfather, possessing such mysterious and unfathomable powers, it was unlikely that he would deceive an ordinary mortal like himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting an inner sect disciple. You are rewarded with an epic treasure chest. Just as Li Ernie finished bowing, the system's announcement echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. The epic treasure chest then appeared in his system backpack. "Very well, I shall take you to heal your grandfather." Satisfied with the treasure that had just been credited, Jiang Chen nodded and grasped Li Ernie, preparing to take him to save his grandfather. However, before he could ascend, A plump female cultivator of the 6th rank of Tianzuan descended from the sky and landed before him. This female cultivator was covered in wounds, her clothing tattered, revealing her snow-white skin in a manner that was difficult to behold. She attempted to struggle and take flight again, but her injuries were too severe, and she ultimately could not succeed. Almost instantaneously, 3 male cultivators of the 7th and 8th ranks of Tianzuan arrived, surrounding the group. "Ha ha, Bai Xiangling, you cannot escape. Come back with me and serve my lord," sneered one of the middle-aged men among the trio, his expression one of derision as he gazed at the injured female cultivator. He reached out his hand and seized her. Bai Xiangling had no means of resistance and was grasped like a chick in his palm. "Let go of me. I would rather die than serve that beast, Dugu Xin." Bai Xiangling struggled desperately in the hands of the middle-aged cultivator, her face a mask of despair. "Senior, what should we do?" Li Ernia whispered to Jiang Chen. The men surrounding them did not appear to be benevolent, and he felt a genuine fear. "It's all right." Jiang Chen replied calmly, casting his gaze upon Bai Xiangling, who was held captive by the middle-aged cultivator. Of course, his attention was not drawn to Bai Xiangling's fair skin. Rather, he lamented the plight of beautiful female cultivators, whose charms always attracted unwanted attention. "You insignificant insect, how dare you covet the woman favored by my lord? You are simply courting death." One of the cultivators, witnessing Jiang Chen, an apparently unremarkable mortal, remained unfazed and composed while assessing Bai Xiangling, unleashed a surge of power aimed at annihilating him. Jiang Chen, however, appeared devoid of any discernible cultivation aura. He regarded Jiang Chen as just another mortal. Akin to Li Ernia, this power could undoubtedly obliterate an ordinary person, reducing them to mere dust. Who truly is the ant? Jiang Chen smiled serenely and unleashed his own force in response to the attacking cultivator. He initially intended merely to observe the commotion, reluctant to meddle in others' affairs. There are countless unfortunate female cultivators in this world. How could he possibly rescue them all? However, now that these individuals have sought their demise, he had no choice but to accompany them on their final journey. Bang! In an instant, the cultivator who had attacked Jiang Chen was reduced to a mist of blood, splattering the faces of several others nearby. "Old 3. The middle-aged man who had seized Bai Xiangling shouted in terror. The remaining individual and Bai Xiangling stared at Jiang Chen, their faces etched with horror. They finally came to realize that this unassuming, yet strikingly handsome young man was, in fact, a formidable powerhouse. With a mere wave of his hand, he obliterated an 8th-tier celestial sovereign, an act that surely required the strength of a saint. "Wow, senior. You are incredibly strong," Li Ernia exclaimed, gazing at Jiang Chen with admiration. Just moments ago, he had feared being overwhelmed by the 3 adversaries, but now, witnessing Jiang Chen dispatch one of them like a silver wolf tearing through its prey, he felt no trace of fear. At that moment, Bai Xiangling also breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Jiang Chen. She had been reproaching herself for falling into the presence of Jiang Chen and his companion, inadvertently involving 2 innocent mortals in her plight. However, seeing Jiang Chen's immense power reassured her. If he could eliminate these 2 as well, she would be freed from her torment and no longer treated as a mere plaything. "Who are you, daring to slay a member of the Xianyu dynasty? My lord is the younger brother of the current emperor of the Xianyu dynasty. Are you not afraid of retribution?" The middle-aged man grasping Bai Xiangling, along with another celestial sovereign, regained their composure and threatened Jiang Chen. Faced with a saint like Jiang Chen, escape was not an option for them. Only by invoking the name of the Xianyu dynasty could they hope to instill fear in him. Otherwise, they were destined to share the same fate as the 3rd. Threatening this sovereign will only lead to your swifter demise, Jiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. In an instant, 2 powerful forces struck the duo. Bang! Bang! Unsurprisingly, they too erupted into a cloud of blood mist, following the fate of the 3rd. "Very well, let us depart." Having dealt with the 3 adversaries, Jiang Chen turned to leave with Li Ernia. After all, with the foes vanquished, remaining to watch would be rather inappropriate. "Please, senior, wait. You have saved my life. Allow me to express my gratitude." Upon seeing Jiang Chen about to leave, Bai Xiangling, having narrowly escaped, disregarded her injuries and suddenly knelt before him. However, her intention was not solely to thank him. She had a greater purpose. As the former leader of the Baiwa sect, she had been relentlessly pursued by the Prince of Yi from the Xianyu dynasty after a chance encounter. Following her firm rejection, the prince no longer concealed his intentions, dispatching 3 late-stage celestial sovereigns and a multitude of mid-stage and lower-level cultivators to capture her and the female disciples of the Baiwa sect for his own purposes. To alleviate the pressure on her sect's disciples and elders, she had drawn the attention of 3 late-stage celestial sovereigns, allowing her comrades an opportunity to escape. Now, not only had Jiang Chen saved her, but after dispatching the 3, it was evident he did not fear the Xianyu dynasty. Rather than allow the Prince of Yi to treat her sect as mere playthings, it would be wiser to seek a powerful ally. She had overheard Jiang Chen refer to himself as the leader of his own sect. If she could bring the Baiwa sect under his protection, they would find safety. Although this would mean complete submission to Jiang Chen's commands, she sensed that he was not a lecherous man. As long as he did not treat her disciples as mere objects, she could accept any demands he made. Oh. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen paused, turning to regard the kneeling by Xiangling. You need not thank me. It was those ants who sought their own demise. I merely acted out of convenience. He had never contemplated saving by Xiangling, so gratitude was hardly applicable. This, by Xiangling, was nearly rendered speechless by Jiang Chen's indifference. However, for the sake of the foundation of the Baiwa sect, she mustered her courage and said, regardless of whether it was convenient for you or not. You are indeed my savior. As the leader of my sect, I am willing to submit the entire sect to you, offering tributes annually. I wonder how you feel about this proposition? After speaking, Bai Xiangling gazed anxiously at Jiang Chen. If he were to refuse, she would have no choice but to gather the escaped disciples of the Baiwa sect and leave the southern domain, seeking a secluded place to establish a new sect. After all, having offended the Xianyu dynasty, there would be no refuge for her in the southern domain. Submit to me? Jiang Chen pondered upon hearing her words. Bai Xiangling was merely at the 6th level of the celestial realm. What benefits could a sect of that caliber bring, even with annual tributes? If it were a force of the emperor level, he might reluctantly consider it, but as it stood, he could only refuse mercilessly. Just as Jiang Chen was about to express his rejection to Bai Xiangling, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! A prestigious and unparalleled sect across the myriad realms cannot lack subordinate forces. The module for subordinate forces is now activated. Accept a Holy Realm force and receive a rare treasure chest as a reward. Accept an Emperor Realm force and receive an epic treasure chest as a reward. Note, any force can be accepted. As long as someone within breaks through to the Holy Realm, a treasure chest can be obtained. If a Holy Realm force has someone break through to the Emperor level, an additional epic treasure chest will be rewarded. Ding! Please accept your first subordinate force now, with a special reward of 1 epic treasure chest. Jiang Chen sighed in exasperation at the system. Why did you wait until now to activate the subordinate force module? Ding! It was you who compelled me. They are kneeling before you, offering tributes, and you refuse to accept. If you do not take action soon, I will start to doubt your willingness to accept subordinate forces. Had I known earlier that there were rewards for accepting subordinate forces, the entire Kinglan continent would have been under the banner of my Qingtian sect. Jiang Chen retorted to the system. If he had known that accepting subordinate forces would yield treasure chest rewards, he commanded Li Dideo, armed with his formidable blade, to extend a greeting to the various powers across the Kinglan continent. Submit or perish. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Host, please refrain from reckless actions. Only voluntary submission counts. Threatening someone with a blade does not constitute consent. Sensing Jiang Chen's nefarious intentions, the system hastily clarified. Must it truly be voluntary? Jiang Chen replied, incredulous at the system's incomplete statements, which had momentarily lifted his spirits in vain. Understood, he responded to the system, then turned his gaze, expression devoid of emotion, towards the kneeling Bai Xiangling. You must consider carefully. Should you submit to my sect, it entails not only annual tributes but also absolute obedience to our commands. You still have time to reconsider. Given the system's promise of treasure, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. However, Bai Xiangling, despite her inclination to submit, needed to project the authority befitting her position. Accepting submission at the mere suggestion would appear rather indiscreet. Thus, he opted for a strategic retreat, affording her another chance to ponder. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiangling resolutely declared, respectfully, Elder, I have deliberated thoroughly. As long as you can protect the Baiwa sect, all of us will unequivocally obey your sect's commands. Her sole concern was that, upon submission, the Baiwa sect might become mere playthings. Yet, she trusted her instincts. Jiang Chen was not that kind of person, and thus she persisted in her original decision. Upon witnessing Bai Xiangling's determination, Jiang Chen ceased his lengthy discourse. He extended a wave of power to assist her in rising and stated, Very well, your sincerity is evident, and I shall accept your submission. Your sect is now an affiliated power of my Qitian sect. From this day forth, you shall pay tribute and acknowledge my sect's authority. And I shall ensure your sect's protection against harm. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's acceptance, Bai Xiangling's face lit up with joy, and she knelt once more, expressing her gratitude with fervor. Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for accepting us. I, Bai Xiangling, the leader of the Baiwa sect, pay my respects to the esteemed leader of your sect. This was the most fundamental etiquette. At the moment of submission, she forfeited her equality with Jiang Chen. From henceforth, regardless of who visited the Baiwa sect, they would have to defer to him. Rise, Jiang Chen commanded, using his power once more to elevate her. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully acquiring your first affiliated power, you are awarded an epic treasure chest as a special reward. The system's congratulatory tone resonated within Jiang Chen's mind. Gazing at the 2 epic treasure chests in his inventory, a faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. The rewards from this venture were indeed substantial. Not only had he acquired 2 epic treasure chests, but he had also unlocked the module for affiliated sections. Should the Baiwa sect aspire to ascend to a sacred level of power in the future, they could even reach the level of an emperor. He could acquire 2 more treasure chests, nearly rivaling the rewards for accepting disciples. In a moment of joy, Jiang Chen glanced at the battered Bai Xiangling. Subsequently, he unleashed a surge of imperial spiritual energy, healing her wounds before inquiring, My dear Bai, have you been pursued here by those 3? Has something transpired within your sect? Your sect is now a subsidiary of my Qi Tian sect. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to express them, for I shall resolve them forthwith. Bai Xiangling, covered in injuries, realized that something significant had occurred within the Baiwa sect. Now that the Baiwa sect was under the aegis of Qi Tian's sect, it was only fitting that they extend their support. Thank you, esteemed sect leader, for healing this humble servant, she replied, her face alight with gratitude as she felt her injuries mend. She had no time to marvel at Jiang Chen's prowess. After expressing her thanks with a bow, she hurriedly relayed the events that had transpired within the Baiwa sect. Oh, the insignificant Xianyu dynasty is of no concern. I shall take you there at once to rescue the disciples and elders of the Baiwa sect. After inquiring about the location of the Baiwa sect, Jiang Chen tore through the fabric of space, leading Bai Xiangling and Li Erniu into the spatial rift. As for Li Erniu's grandfather, he would have to wait until the matters of the Baiwa sect were resolved before receiving treatment. After all, the Baiwa sect could not afford to delay. In Xinzhou, at the Wanhua mountain range, within the Baiwa sect's main square, thousands of female disciples and several elder masters were encircled in the center. Surrounding them was a multitude of armored soldiers from the Tianhan realm. Above these soldiers hovered over 100 similarly armored formidable masters, their expressions rife with mockery as they gazed down upon the Baiwa sect members. Do not resist stubbornly, come with us and enjoy a better fate, lest you meet a dire end, one of the mid-tier Tianzuan leaders admonished the Baiwa sect members. Indeed, dear ladies, is it not better to live? Returning with us will bring you greater joy. Why persist in such obstinacy? They had long since conquered the 100 Flowers sect. Yet the disciples and elders of the sect fiercely resisted, fighting valiantly. Apart from those who managed to escape, only over 1,000 remained in the square. If these individuals continued to fight to the death, they would not allow a single female cultivator to fall into their hands today. You beasts! If you wish to battle, then let it be so. The disciples of the 100 Flowers sect would rather perish than allow you, a pack of wretched swine, to desecrate our honor, bellowed an elder from the sect. Indeed, we would rather die than surrender. Come forth and experience the might of our female cultivators, cried several female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, resolute in their determination to face death. Very well, since you seek death, we shall oblige you, replied the 2 leading generals, their patience waning as they realized their words had fallen on deaf ears. Before the assembled soldiers and the formidable experts of the realm, they bellowed, everyone, advance. Capture them alive if possible. Eliminate those who resist. Understood. The soldiers and the eminent beings in the air responded in unison, with sinister smiles. They charged towards the congregation of the 100 Flowers sect positioned at the center of the square. Disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, muster your spirits and prepare for battle. Even if we must perish, let us not allow them to capture us alive. Upon seeing the soldiers approach, several elder experts from the 100 Flowers sect readied themselves for confrontation, rallying the remaining 1,000 female disciples. Yes, elders, we will fight to the last breath and ensure no one is taken alive. The voices of over 1,000 female disciples echoed in resolute agreement. As the 2 factions were on the verge of clashing, Jiang Chen appeared above the 100 Flowers sect, accompanied by Bai Xiangling and Li Erniu. Begone, you swarming ants! Jiang Chen commanded with a sweeping gesture. Countless streams of delicate spiritual energy surged towards the armored cultivators in the square. Boom, boom, boom. The familiar sounds of explosions resonated above the 100 Flowers sect. In an instant, all the soldiers charging toward the sect, along with the two leading commanders in the air, were engulfed in a crimson mist, their forms obliterated, painting the pristine square in vibrant red. What is happening? Why are they all exploding? I have no idea. This is utterly bewildering. The elders and female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect gazed in astonishment at the transformed square. They had just prepared to engage with the forces of the Xianyu dynasty, but before they could even raise their weapons, their opponents had mysteriously detonated. Bai Xiangling and Li Erniu, standing beside Jiang Chen, were equally stunned, their mouths agape. The armored cultivators numbered in the thousands. And yet Jiang Chen had effortlessly annihilated them all with a mere gesture. It was nothing short of terrifying. Look above. Is that not the sect master? Indeed. It is the sect master. Surely he has returned to rescue us. Before long, the disciples and elders of the 100 Flowers sect noticed Bai Xiangling beside Jiang Chen. However, their attention swiftly shifted back to Jiang Chen and Li Erniu, primarily focusing on Jiang Chen. After all, Li Erniu's dark and unassuming appearance hardly drew attention. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Who are these remarkably handsome young men, especially the one so strikingly handsome? Is it not against our sect's rules for men to enter? Indeed, that is our sect's regulation. Why does the sect master stand with them? Could they be the sect master's followers, coming to our aid in our time of need? There is a possibility. Otherwise, the sect master would not be alongside them. A flurry of speculation erupted regarding the identities of Jiang Chen and Li Erniu. As the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect, Bai Xiangling was a vision of beauty. Possessing both a stunning figure and exquisite features, countless cultivators sought to win her favor. Thus, it was not entirely surprising for her to return with two men. Hearing the murmurs of the female disciples below, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of exasperation. He merely came to rescue people. How did he become Bai Xiangling's suitor? Indeed, the minds of women are preoccupied with matters of romantic interest. Bai Xiangling, regaining her composure, angrily admonished those below, "Cease your nonsense. This esteemed individual is the sect master of the upper sect. He has just saved you. Our 100 Flowers sect has already submitted to the upper sect. Kneel and pay your respects to the sect master at once." After speaking, Bai Xiangling cast a furtive glance at Jiang Chen. Noticing his expression remained unchanged, she felt a sigh of relief. How dare these women claim that Jiang Chen was her pursuer? If she provoked Jiang Chen's displeasure, the fate of the thousands from the Xianyu dynasty would be dire. What? It was the sect master of the upper sect who saved us? Over 1,000 disciples and elders of the 100 Flowers sect were taken aback by Bai Xiangling's words. They had assumed that Bai Xiangling was their savior, only to discover it was Jiang Chen, this exceptionally handsome young man. Moreover, it seemed from Bai Xiangling's words that the 100 Flowers sect had become a subordinate force to Jiang Chen's sect. The one they thought was merely a follower had not only saved their lives, but was also their lofty sect master. Although many questions lingered, it was evidently not the time for discussion. Bai Xiangling's command was to be followed without question. Thus, all over 1,000 individuals knelt on the square, bowing to Jiang Chen while simultaneously proclaiming, "Disciples of the lower sect, pay your respects to the sect master of the upper sect." The resounding voices echoed across the entirety of the 100 Flowers sect. No need for formalities, Jiang Chen replied casually. Since it was a subordinate relationship, the necessary decorum must still be observed. Thank you, sect master. Over 1,000 individuals expressed their gratitude once more before daring to rise. At that moment, Bai Xiangling again commanded, "Leave a portion of you to repair the sect, while the rest prepare the banquet in the main hall to welcome the sect master." "Yes, sect master." The female disciples and elders of the 100 Flowers sect responded with utmost respect. They coordinated seamlessly, leaving a portion behind in the square while the remaining hurried towards the main hall to prepare for Jiang Chen's arrival. The rule barring men from entering the 100 Flowers sect had been completely disregarded. After all, the entire 100 Flowers sect now belonged to Jiang Chen, making the rule ineffective. "Sect master, please descend for a moment to rest in our 100 Flowers sect, allowing this humble servant the opportunity to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace," Bai Xiangling said, bowing respectfully and gesturing for him to enter. Jiang Chen nodded, accepting without refusal. Accompanied by Li Erniu, he flew towards the 100 Flowers sect's main hall. With the 100 Flowers sect now a subordinate force of the Qingtian sect, he intended to extend all due courtesies. After all, the subsequent dealings with the 100 Flowers sect would fall to Li Dedeo, and as for the injuries sustained by Li Erniu's grandfather, he would have to endure a little longer. Upon entering the main hall of the 100 Flowers sect, Jiang Chen found it impeccably arranged. showing no signs of the recent battle. Under Bai Xiangling's guidance, he was escorted to the main seat. Li Erniu, as a mere mortal, had grown somewhat fatigued by the recent events, prompting Bai Xiangling to ask one of the female disciples to take him to rest. Soon, the banquet commenced, and the hall was filled with delightful melodies. A troop of female disciples from the 100 Flowers sect gracefully entered, dancing in harmony with the enchanting music. Their elegant figures, combined with their captivating beauty, were truly a feast for the eyes. Sect Master, please indulge in this cup. Bai Xiangling, with a respectful demeanor, poured a cup of spirit wine for Jiang Chen. She refrained from taking a seat herself, instead acting as his attendant, for she alone held the privilege within the 100 Flowers sect. Along the sides of the hall, 8 female elders of the 100 Flowers sect stood in a neat line. If even the sect master had to serve, one could only imagine their own status, relegated to standing by as they watched Jiang Chen enjoy his meal. Gulp. One of the female elders' stomachs audibly protested, prompting disapproving glances from the others. Having exerted much of their spiritual energy during the recent battle, they now gazed enviously at Jiang Chen, who feasted upon abundant spiritual delicacies. Yet, given the importance of entertaining such a prominent figure, they could not allow any inappropriate displays. Thus, they suppressed their cravings and stood silently, awaiting the conclusion of the banquet for their own relief. Several hours later, the banquet neared its end. The dancers from the 100 Flowers sect had changed several times, and Jiang Chen had consumed quite a bit of spirit wine. At this juncture, Bai Xiangling instructed one of the female disciples to brew a cup of the sect's treasured Tao Enlightenment tea for Jiang Chen. It was said that drinking this tea could enhance one's comprehension of the Tao, making it an incredibly precious treasure. The 100 Flowers sect possessed only 3 pieces, gifted by their founding ancestor, the 100 Flowers Fairy. She had originally intended to drink one when striving for breakthrough to the saint level, hoping to increase her chances of success. Now, having submitted to Jiang Chen's sect, she felt compelled to present the most treasured item as a gesture of loyalty. Before long, a female disciple from the 100 Flowers sect entered the hall, carefully holding an exquisite teacup filled with the Tao Enlightenment tea, approaching Jiang Chen to serve it. The spiritual energy and Tao rhythm emanating from the tea elicited several audible growls from the stomachs of the 8 elders positioned along the hall's sides. Embarrassed, they quickly lowered their heads, fearing reproach from Bai Xiangling. She cast a glance at them, but chose not to comment. After all, even she found it difficult to resist the allure of the Tao Enlightenment tea's fragrance. Having lived for so many years, she had never dared to brew a cup for herself. Today, it was only by Jiang Chen's grace that she could savor its aroma. Indeed, the scent was intoxicating, granting her a clearer understanding of the principles of the Tao. Taking the Tao Enlightenment tea from the female disciple, Bai Xiangling respectfully presented it before Jiang Chen. Sect Master, please enjoy this tea. It is our sect's treasured possession, and consuming it will enhance your understanding of the Tao. There was a hint of pride on Bai Xiangling's face. Although Jiang Chen was the sect master of the upper sect, this tea was no ordinary item. It had been painstakingly acquired by their founding ancestor. She believed that even Jiang Chen might not have had the opportunity to taste it. Presenting such a gift was a testament to how highly she regarded him. Oh? Jiang Chen gazed at the Wudao tea before him, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. The very tea he consumed daily, so unceremoniously, had somehow become a treasured artifact of a sect. It was indeed a rather comical notion. Nevertheless, it was a gesture of goodwill from others, and he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Perhaps, when he departed, he could give some Wudao tea to Bai Xiangling, allowing her to accumulate a few of these sect treasures. Yes, that seemed fitting. Jiang Chen took a sip of the Wudao tea and casually remarked to Bai Xiangling, "Ah, little Bai, the matters concerning the 100 Flowers sect have been resolved, and I am preparing to take my leave. I shall leave you a communication token. Should anyone trouble you, you may contact the formidable warriors of the Qing Tian sect, who will promptly arrive to assist you." After speaking, Jiang Chen produced a token from the Qing Tian sect along with a storage ring, sending them towards Bai Xiangling. The token served as a means of communication. By channeling spiritual energy into it, it could connect with another token. Upon returning to the Qing Tian sect, he intended to hand the token to Li Didao, enabling him to maintain contact with Bai Xiangling. The storage ring contained various Wudao tea leaves and some sacred medicinal herbs, gifts for the 100 Flowers sect. After all, as long as the 100 Flowers sect strengthened its power, he could still procure treasures from the vault. With the system's activation of the affiliated sect module, the 100 Flowers sect had indeed become part of the Qing Tian sect, and thus he felt no hesitation in being generous. "Thank you, esteemed sect master," Bai Xiangling exclaimed as she accepted the token, gazing quizzically at the floating storage ring. Sect Master, what is this? She hesitated to take the storage ring. As an affiliated sect must still pay tribute to Jiang Chen's sect, leaving no reason for him to bestow gifts upon her. Merely some trinkets. Keep them for your use, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, rising once more. Bring Ernyo to me. I must take my leave. Yes, esteemed sect master. Bai Xiangling hurriedly called for Li Ernyo to be brought forth. As she watched the drowsy Li Ernyo approach, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and both vanished from the grand hall. The humble servant respectfully bids farewell to the esteemed sect master. Lower sect disciples respectfully bid farewell to the esteemed sect master. Bai Xiangling and the elders of the 100 Flowers sect knelt on the ground. A few minutes later, they dared to rise. At that moment, several elders from the 100 Flowers sect gathered around Bai Xiangling. Sect master, what did the esteemed sect master leave you? Do show us. Yes, do share. We've never heard of the upper sect leaving gifts for the lower sect before, they exclaimed, their faces filled with curiosity. As the upper sect, not exploiting the affiliated sects was already a mark of a benevolent leader. There had never been a case of an upper sect bestowing gifts without cause. They were eager to discover what Jiang Chen had bequeathed in the storage ring. Bai Xiangling, too, was filled with curiosity. Using her spiritual sense, she peered into the storage ring, and her eyes widened in shock. My heavens! This is far too much, she exclaimed, her voice trembling as she sank to the ground. Overwhelmed. The contents of the storage ring were indeed staggering. Setting aside the sacred treasures, there were thousands of Wudao tea leaves. For over a millennium, the 100 Flowers sect had revered 3 leaves of Wudao tea as their sect's prized possession. Yet, Jiang Chen had casually left behind 1,000 leaves, far exceeding the treasures they had cherished for centuries. Ironically, she had assumed that Jiang Chen had never tasted Wudao tea. The truth was, he not only had, but he treated it as an ordinary beverage. Her single leaf of Wudao tea was a mere jest in comparison. He had only taken a token sip out of courtesy. Otherwise, he would have scarcely glanced at it. Sect master, what troubles you? Sect master, what lies within that has so frightened you? The elders, witnessing Bai Xiangling collapse in shock, crouched down, bewildered. They had never seen her so uncharacteristically uncomposed. What could possibly be in the storage ring to evoke such a reaction? In nothing, Bai Xiangling managed to regain her composure, trembling as she stood. She chose not to disclose the contents of the ring to the elders. After all, the treasures within were far too astonishing. If even a whisper of this information slipped out, the 100 Flowers sect would face even greater peril than today. Nothing? The elders exchanged glances, skeptical. Bai Xiangling had been rendered speechless. How could it be nothing? Yet, as the sect master, if she wished to keep it from them, they felt it inappropriate to pry further. After a brief interval, Bai Xiangling regained her composure and addressed the elders sternly. You 3 shall take turns daily to the highest peak of the Wanhua mountain range, praying to the heavens for the eternal prosperity of the Qing Tian sect. What? Daily prayers to the heavens? The elders were taken aback, unable to fathom what Jiang Chen had bestowed upon Bai Xiangling to elicit such fervent devotion. Though it was said that sincere prayers could yield results, it was merely a legend. No one had ever succeeded. Their prayers would only serve as psychological comfort, lacking any tangible benefit. Off you go, Bai Xiangling commanded. She understood the futility of their efforts, but felt compelled to offer some form of gratitude towards Jiang Chen for his invaluable gifts. The treasures he had left were far too precious. Even a millennium of tribute from the 100 Flowers sect would scarcely match the worth of what lay within the ring. A thought struck her. Jiang Chen's decision to accept the 100 Flowers sect as an affiliated force was not merely for the sake of their annual tributes. The contents of that storage ring were worth more than the entire sect's female cultivators combined. To be affiliated with a sect that sought neither wealth nor beauty was an immense fortune for the 100 Flowers sect, even if it were a futile gesture. She felt compelled to pray daily for the Qing Tian sect to express her gratitude. Yes, sect master, we shall depart at once. The elders, sensing Bai Xiangling's rising ire, exchanged glances and promptly selected 3 among them to fly towards the peak of the Wanhua mountain range. Meanwhile, outside a small village in Xianzhou, Jiang Chen and Li Ernyo gently descended from the sky. Following Li Ernyo's guidance, Jiang Chen strolled towards a humble dwelling constructed of thatch. Is that not Ernyo? I thought he was tending to cattle. Why has he returned with such a handsome young gentleman? This young master clearly hails from a wealthy family. When did Ernyo become acquainted with such affluent company? As Li Ernyo led Jiang Chen into the thatched cottage, curious glances and whispers followed them from the neighbors along the way. Jiang Chen, adorned in splendid attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, was evidently not of ordinary lineage. Yet, How could he possibly be acquainted with someone from the poorest family in the village? Inside the humble abode, Li Ernie guided Jiang Chen to a makeshift hay bed supported by wooden sticks, where an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his face etched with wrinkles, lay peacefully. At that moment, the old man had his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the two young men approaching him. "Grandfather, I'm back," Li Ernie called out joyfully to the elder on the bed. Soon, he believed, his grandfather would rise once more, allowing him the freedom to pursue his aspirations at the Tian sect. Becoming a cultivator was a dream he had cherished deeply, and the prospect of it finally materializing filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Jiang Chen stood silently beside him, observing quietly. Upon hearing Li Ernie's exclamation, the old man suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a quavering voice, he gazed at Li Ernie and said, "Ernie, you finally returned. I feared something had befallen you. You nearly frightened me to death." Typically, Li Ernie would return home promptly after tending to the cattle, but today he had delayed for several hours. Were it not for his debilitating condition, the old man would have ventured out to search for him. Now, seeing Li Ernie safely back, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Ernie, who is this young gentleman?" The elder cast a worried glance at Jiang Chen and inquired anxiously. He had long been aware of Jiang Chen. Such a refined gentleman ought not to be found in his dilapidated straw hut. Could it be that Li Ernie has stirred up some trouble, and they have come looking for him? If that is the case, they sold the only cow in their possession, yet they still cannot afford the compensation. "Grandfather, do not fret. Today, I encountered a senior who not only possesses the ability to heal your ailments, but also intends to take me back to the sect for cultivation." Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Li Ernie promptly stepped forward to respond. He was undoubtedly aware of the old man's concerns. Ever since the elder became bedridden, he had instilled in him the importance of avoiding conflicts with others. He had taught him to refrain from retaliating to insults and to endure blows without resistance. For within their household, there was no one left to advocate for him. Should he provoke others, the only one to suffer would be himself. A cultivator? Can he truly cure my ailment? The elder gazed at Jiang Chen with a countenance filled with astonishment. He can indeed be considered a cultivator, albeit one at the body refinement stage, yet to reach the level of qi gathering. The injuries he bears are the result of a chaotic disruption of spiritual energy during a moment of breakthrough, leading to the rupture of his meridians. The restoration of these severed pathways is not a task suited for the ordinary individual. Even those of the legendary Void Realm might find it beyond their capabilities. If the dashing youth brought back by Li Ernie could mend his meridians, would that not render him even more formidable than a Void Realm master? Indeed, grandfather. The esteemed elder is truly remarkable. Not only can he soar through the skies, but with a mere gesture, he can vanquish thousands of cultivators. Observing the elderly man's astonished expression, Li Ernie, fearing disbelief, hastily offered clarification. "Very well, Ernie. Let us hasten to heal your grandfather's wounds so we may return to the sect sooner," Jiang Chen replied with a serene tone, summoning a surge of imperial energy to mend the elder's fractured meridians. As a powerful emperor, does he truly require a mere mortal to boast on his behalf? Even before entering, he was already aware of the elder's affliction. Such a rupture of meridians may pose a challenge for others, but before someone of his stature, it is merely a trivial exertion of a fraction of his strength. He certainly did not wish to squander too much time here. He needed to expedite the healing of the elder, for he still had to return to the sect and indulge in Lu Shu's novel massage techniques. Before long, under the restorative power of the emperor, the elder's meridians were revitalized as if brand new. The width and elasticity of the meridians had increased manifold compared to before. Now, it could be said that Li Ernie's grandfather had turned misfortune into fortune. If he continues to cultivate, he will undoubtedly soar to great heights, perhaps even achieving the status of a celestial sovereign. He will no longer suffer the fate of previously shattering his meridians with every minor breakthrough in qi gathering. Am I truly healed? The elder, sensing his body regaining mobility, sat up and murmured in disbelief. He barely had the opportunity to exchange a word with Jiang Chen before his meridians were restored. Such formidable prowess truly opened his eyes. "Grandfather, you have finally sat up," Li Ernie exclaimed, grasping the elder's hand with fervor upon witnessing him rise. For years, he had yearned for the day when the elder could stand once more, and today, that dream was realized. "Ernie, you have suffered greatly over the years," the elder said, extending his hand to gently caress Li Ernie's head. Yet, noticing Jiang Chen standing silently beside them, he immediately descended from the bed and knelt before Jiang Chen, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for this miraculous rebirth. I am utterly at a loss for how to repay your kindness, and thus can only express my thanks through these bows." With a series of resounding thuds, The elder bowed fervently against the earthen floor of the home, creating a deep indentation within moments. Jiang Chen's restoration of his meridians felt akin to a rebirth. Not only could he bow in thanks, but he could also adopt Jiang Chen as his grandfather, for such an extraordinary figure was indeed a rarity. Enough now, dear elder. Cease your bows, Jiang Chen said, observing the substantial crater formed in the ground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a force to gently lift the elder back to his feet. He initially intended to accept the elderly man's profound bow of gratitude, hoping it would enlighten the old man's thoughts. To his surprise, the elder proved to be a genuinely earnest individual. He remained silent, persistently knocking away. If his actions were not curtailed, it seemed likely that the entire thatched cottage would soon collapse beneath his relentless assault. Thank you, senior. The elder wiped the blood from his forehead, his expression grave, as he addressed Li Ernio. Ernio, it is a tremendous fortune for you that the senior has taken notice of you. Once you arrive at the senior's sect, you must dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation. Whenever challenges arise, you must be the first to charge forth. Do not let the senior's kindness go unappreciated, do you understand? Although the elder was uncertain of Jiang Chen's true cultivation level, the ability to effortlessly mend his meridians indicated that he was undoubtedly a formidable presence beyond the void-breaking realm. It was an extraordinary blessing for a mere mortal like Li Ernio to be acknowledged by such a powerful sect. If he were to remain ungrateful under such circumstances, then neither he nor his grandfather would deserve to exist in this world. I understand, grandfather. Upon entering the sect, I shall devote myself to my training and vow to fiercely protect the interests and honor of the sect as a way to repay the senior's benevolence, Li Ernio replied, nodding obediently. In truth, no admonition from the elder was necessary. The mere fact that Jiang Chen had saved his life was already sufficient for him to express his utmost gratitude. Not to mention, Jiang Chen was also to take him back to the sect, where he would become an inner disciple of the Qingtian sect. Throughout his life, he vowed to share the fate of the Qingtian sect. Indeed, this is the essence of my Li family's lineage. Upon hearing Li Ernio's response, the elder nodded in satisfaction. After imparting a few more words of advice to Li Ernio, he concluded their conversation. He turned to Jiang Chen, bowing respectfully and saying, Senior, there is nothing more for me to convey to Ernio. You may take him at your convenience. Very well, I shall take Ernio with me then, Jiang Chen replied, seizing Li Ernio and casting a glance at the elder. He then produced a longevity pill and, hovering before the elder, remarked, This pill can extend your life by 100 years. I bestow it upon you, hoping you will cherish this precious time. Before entering, he discerned that the elder was not only devoid of meridians, but also on the brink of exhausting his lifespan. Even if the meridians were restored now, his life would scarcely extend beyond a year. Having already assisted the elder, he resolved to see his kindness through, granting the elder an additional century of life. As for what would become of the elder after that century, it would depend on his own fortune. 100 years of life? Gazing at the elixir before him, the elder's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A miraculous potion capable of extending one's lifespan was something he had never even heard of, let alone witnessed. He could hardly fathom that Jiang Chen would bestow upon him such an extraordinary elixir. It was utterly astonishing. Without exchanging further words, Jiang Chen produced the elixir and, with Li Ernio in tow, vanished from the humble abode. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder regained his senses, kneeling on the ground, tears of joy streaming down his face. Repeatedly bowing in gratitude at the spot where Jiang Chen had disappeared, he is well aware of his own body. It would be a stroke of luck if he could survive another year. If he fails to break through and extend his life during this period, he will inevitably meet his demise. However, with this elixir in hand, the situation transforms entirely. He possesses ample time to transcend his limitations, truly capable of living another lifetime. Thus, Jiang Chen is indeed his rebirth parent. Should Jiang Chen be inclined to accept him as an adopted son, he would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. Addressing Jiang Chen as his adoptive father, in the plaza of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Chen emerged alongside Li Ernio from the spatial rift. Li Dideo, come to the plaza. Jiang Chen called out into the air with a nonchalant tone. Almost instantaneously, Li Dideo appeared before Jiang Chen, bowing respectfully. Subordinate Li Dideo pays his respects to the sect master. How may I assist you, sect master? Jiang Chen patted the curious Li Ernio beside him and said to Li Dideo, This is my newly accepted inner disciple. He is currently a mere mortal and is unaware of the ways of cultivation. Please make all necessary arrangements for him and take on the responsibility of guiding him to become a true practitioner. Yes, sect master, I shall not fail in my duty, Li Dideo replied. bowing in acceptance. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and turned to Li Ernio. Ernio, this esteemed individual is the Grand Elder of our Chi Tian sect. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, seek him out. Understood? Yes, Senior. I will diligently follow the Grand Elder's guidance, Li Ernio responded, mimicking Li Dideo's respectful gesture towards Jiang Chen. Observing Li Ernio's earnest demeanor, Jiang Chen smiled before vanishing from sight. He paid no heed to Li Ernio's address of him as Senior, understanding that the newcomer was still unfamiliar with the customs of the sect. He would soon learn under Li Dideo's tutelage. Ernio, what is your full name? Li Dideo inquired of Li Ernio after Jiang Chen's departure. He needed to know the name of Li Ernio in order to create a token for him and arrange accommodations. The outer disciples did not require his attention, but for the inner disciples, he had to take matters into his own hands. Returning to the Grand Elder, the junior addressed him as Li Ernio. Li Ernio also performed a courteous gesture towards Li Dideo. Oh, you share the surname Li? Upon hearing that Li Ernio also bore the surname Li, Li Dideo expressed a momentary surprise. However, he swiftly regained his composure and admonished, Ernio, you are now an inner disciple of the Chi Tian sect. You must not refer to yourself as a junior any longer. You should call yourself a disciple. Do you understand? The disciple understands. Li Ernio paused for a moment before hastily correcting himself. Let us proceed. I will take you to the accommodation area. And then you can collect your sect attire and select your cultivation techniques, familiarizing yourself with all matters of the sect. Seeing Li Ernio amend his address, Li Dideo chose not to elaborate further. He led Li Ernio towards the male disciples' dormitory area. In the Chi Tian sect's main hall, Jiang Chen reclined once more in his designated chair. System, open the 2 epic treasure chests, he commanded the system. Beep. Epic treasure chest opened successfully. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Pinnacle Summoning card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 Saint King Pinnacle Summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Supreme Emperor Weapon, the Scarlet Flame Cauldron. Beep. Epic treasure chest opened successfully. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Emperor Pinnacle Summoning card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 Sect Expansion card. The Sect Expansion card allows the current sect area to be expanded tenfold. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 strands of spiritual energy ancestral veins. Oh, why are there so many Emperor Level 1 Cultivation Enhancement cards? Jiang Chen pondered in confusion as he gazed at the 2 enhancement cards in the system's inventory. He has already reached the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. With just 1 more Cultivation Enhancement card, he will ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm, rendering further enhancement cards unnecessary. It seems wasteful for the system to issue another enhancement card for the Emperor Realm, does it not? Ding. For any surplus Emperor Realm enhancement cards that the host cannot utilize, they can be exchanged for Emperor Realm enhancement elixirs, which may be bestowed upon disciples or subordinates in the Emperor Realm to facilitate their ascent to a higher level. As if sensing Jiang Chen's confusion, the system promptly spoke up. So this is indeed a possibility. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Chen wore a beaming smile. If he could exchange for an Emperor Realm enhancement elixir, then it would not be a waste at all. He anticipated the moment when the members of the Chi Tian sect would break through to the Emperor Realm. He can grant them the Emperor's cultivation enhancement elixirs, allowing them to elevate their own prowess. The system activates the Emperor's first-level cultivation enhancement card. First, he will enhance his own cultivation. The remaining items in the treasure chest will be dealt with subsequently. Ding! The Emperor's first-level cultivation enhancement card is now in use. Huff! He has finally ascended to the pinnacle of Emperor. Feeling the surge of power, Jiang Chen exhales softly, a smile spreading across his face. His current strength is a stark contrast to when he first ascended to the first level of the Emperor Realm. With the enhancement of the Undying Battle Body, his power has multiplied exponentially. If he were to engage in combat with Li Dideo once more, a single fierce clash might very well lead to Li Dideo's demise on the spot. Master, it is time for some relaxation. As Jiang Chen mused over his newfound strength, Lu Shu approached him with a smile, delicately carrying a tea set. Oh, it's you, Xiaoshu. I have a matter to attend to. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly, Jiang Chen said with a glance at Lu Shu before vanishing from his seat. Within the confines of his system backpack, there still lay expansion cards, spiritual veins, and Emperor summoning cards, none of which were of any use. He must attend to these matters before indulging in enjoyment. After all, the affairs of the sect take precedence. One cannot forsake the responsibilities of the sect for mere pleasure. At the Qitian sect, above the plaza, Jiang Chen produced 500 strands of spiritual energy in ancestral veins and scattered them across various corners of the sect. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds of dragon-shaped phantoms composed of spiritual energy let out thunderous roars as they descended into different locations. The spiritual energy within the Qitian sect underwent a profound transformation, becoming denser than ever before. Subsequently, he commanded the system to utilize the sect expansion card. Boom. Upon activation of the expansion card, the entire mountain gate of the sect resounded with a series of echoes. The distances between the buildings visibly stretched before one's eyes. Before long, the Qitian sect had expanded tenfold, neither more nor less. Has the sect seemingly grown larger? It was not just an increase in size. The spiritual energy appeared more abundant than before. Indeed, what could be the cause of this? The disciples of the Qitian sect, who traversed between the Time Tower and the Trial Tower, were the first to notice the change, their faces etched with confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. Ordinarily, they could reach the Time Tower or the Trial Tower within 2 minutes, yet now it took a full 2.5 minutes to cover the distance, which had significantly lengthened. Moreover, the density of the sect's spiritual energy had noticeably increased, which was quite perplexing. Enough of this dawdling, let us attend to our duties. At that moment, Li Dideo, accompanied by Li Erniu, approached the Time Tower. Observing the disciples hesitating, he could not help but speak up. He was undoubtedly aware that these changes were the handiwork of Jiang Chen. However, as the Grand Elder, there were certain matters that did not necessitate explanation to the disciples. Yes, Grand Elder. The disciples of the Qitian sect, situated between the two towers, respectfully bowed to Li Dideo before hastening towards their respective objectives. Although they were somewhat curious about the transformations within the Qitian sect, they felt compelled to move forward since Li Dideo had spoken. A group of disciples preparing to enter the Time Tower glanced furtively at Li Erniu as they passed by, for the blue robe he donned, emblematic of an inner sect disciple, was remarkably striking. The Qitian sect had a mere 3 inner sect disciples, and now the sudden appearance of an additional one piqued their curiosity even more than the changes within the sect itself. Once the group entered the interior of the Time Tower, news of the developments swiftly circulated among all the disciples inside. Sect news. Sect news. Our Qitian sect has expanded significantly, growing 7 or 8 times larger than before. Moreover, the Grand Elder is now accompanied by a new inner disciple. We now have 4 inner disciples. The disciples shared tidings of the sect's enlargement and the emergence of Li Erniu as an inner disciple. As for the intensification of spiritual energy, it was unnecessary for them to mention, as the individuals within the Time Tower could sense it themselves, albeit at a slightly delayed pace. Wow, the sect can actually expand. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Indeed, this is not merely the addition of a few structures, but the entire sect has magnificently enlarged. It is truly astounding. Astounding, indeed. Is there a lack of wonders within our Qitian sect? We ought to pay attention to this new inner disciple. Yes, who exactly is this newcomer? Our sect's recruitment event has concluded. How could he possibly join now? Who knows, perhaps he has influential connections. The outer sect disciples of the Qitian sect, practicing within the Time Tower, quietly speculated about Li Erniu's identity. Some astute disciples had already prepared small gifts, intending to foster good relations upon encountering Li Erniu. After all, there were only 4 inner disciples in the Qitian sect. Although they all trained within the Time Tower, their talents varied, and their rates of advancement were entirely different. The cultivation level of inner disciples far surpassed theirs, and their combat prowess was significantly stronger. Take Wu Yin and Feng Xiaoxiao, for instance. Their cultivation levels upon entering the sect were comparable to those of some of the others, yet after this period of training, they were on the verge of surpassing them by an entire realm, their battle strength being immeasurable. Thus, cultivating good relations was of utmost importance. In the future, should they encounter external challenges, having high-level inner disciples to rely upon would be akin to having an additional life. Wang Ba, when we come across the new inner brother, let us make an effort to become acquainted and forge a friendship, suggested Kuan as he approached Wang Ba, who was meditating with his eyes closed in a corner of the Time Tower. Upon hearing Kuan's voice, Wang Ba opened his eyes and expressionlessly uttered 2 words, scram. He was nearly devoid of temper due to this persistent Kuan. No matter how much he exhibited his disdain for Kuan, the fellow seemed to cling to him like a shadow. Wherever he went, Kuan was right beside him, occasionally leaning in to utter a few words. If he chose to remain silent, Kuan could chatter incessantly for an entire day, utterly disrupting his focus on cultivation. Well then, aha, I'll take my leave. Seeing Wang Ba take care of himself, Kuan beamed with delight and settled beside Wang Ba to meditate and cultivate, showing no signs of irritation whatsoever. Alas, what have I done to deserve this? Observing the unflappable Kuan, Wang Ba couldn't help but let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Wu Yin and Feng Xiao, who were also cultivating within the time tower, remained unaffected by this commotion, continuing their meditation with their eyes closed. They are not like those outer sect disciples who engage in trivial gossip. There is no need to intentionally cultivate relationships with the newly arrived inner sect members. Everything should unfold naturally. In the plaza of the Qitian sect, two middle-aged men with imposing demeanors appeared before Jiang Chen. Summoned by the two Peak Emperor summoning cards he had just utilized. Aside from 3 True Immortal summoning cards, he intended to summon all the remaining cards. Subordinate, Chao Ergu. Subordinate, Zhu Haizi, pays respects to the sect master. The two greeted Jiang Chen with utmost reverence. No need for formalities, Jiang Chen replied with a resigned nod. He has become somewhat immune to the names of his subordinates, although he is unaware of which rural emperor the system has summoned. Possessing the prowess of a Peak Emperor suffices, the names themselves bear little significance. As the pinnacle of power in the Kanglan continent, no one dares to mock their names. Instead, they commend their parents for their simplicity, noting how grounded their names are. Thank you, sect master. Chao Ergu and his companion expressed their gratitude. Standing straight in anticipation of Jiang Chen's instructions, Jiang Chen glanced at the two before focusing on Chao Ergu. Chao Ergu, from this moment forth, I appoint you as the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, tasked with upholding the regulations of the Qitian sect. You shall discuss specific matters with the Grand Elder later. The sect now boasts over 1,000 disciples, and in time, that number will only grow. It is high time we establish a law enforcement hall to address any infractions and maintain order within our sect. Yes, sect master. I shall administer justice impartially. Chao Ergu replied with a resonant voice, bowing in acceptance. Good. Jiang Chen nodded lightly before turning his gaze to Zhu Haizi. Zhu Haizi, I hereby appoint you as the temporary elder of the Artifact Refining Hall, responsible for crafting attire and weaponry for the disciples. Seek out the Grand Elder shortly to acquire the blueprints and materials. Upon concluding his words, he summoned the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Crimson Flame Cauldron, and presented it before Zhu Haizi. This Extreme Dao Emperor weapon is granted to you. Not only can it serve as a weapon of offense, but it also enhances the efficiency and success rate of artifact crafting and alchemy. It is most fitting for you. From this point onward, Zhu Haizi shall wield it tirelessly to produce the necessary items for the sect, ensuring that the newly arrived disciples of the Qingtian sect are promptly outfitted with the requisite attire. However, as Zhu Haizi is still an amateur, while he may manage to forge some sacred artifacts, crafting Emperor weapons or Extreme Dao Emperor weapons is beyond his current capabilities. This is why he has only been appointed as a temporary elder. Once a suitable master of artifact refinement is found, Zhu Haizi will be replaced, serving merely as a temporary laborer for now. Thank you, sect master, for your generous gift. I shall ensure the supply of all sect items is adequate, Zhu Haizi said. Excitement evident as he accepted the Crimson Flame Cauldron. With such an Extreme Dao Emperor weapon as a reward, enduring the rigors of crafting would be well worth it. Indeed. Jiang Chen acknowledged with a nod, summoning Li Dideo to guide Chao Ergu and Zhu Haizi in familiarizing themselves with all aspects of the Qitian sect, allowing them to commence their duties. Once the three departed, he returned to the chaise longue in the main hall, indulging in Lu Shu's innovative massage techniques. Meanwhile, in the Xianyu dynasty, within a city known as Qingguang City, a group including Yi Xiao was leisurely strolling through the streets. After a considerable journey, they arrived at the site of the Qingdi legacy. This city is named Qingguang City, for it is here that the Qingdi legacy will manifest in the skies above. When it opens, the entire city will be enveloped in a radiant blue light, hence its name, Qingguang City. Brother Yi, the Qingdi legacy is set to open in 2 days. Without a quota token, shall we resort to force? Guchen inquired, addressing the walking Yi Xiao. The Qingdi legacy has already been divided among the 3 top-tier empires, the Xianyu Empire, the Shangtian Empire, and the Ao Shi Empire. These 3 empires are immensely powerful, their territories spanning the entirety of the southern region, making them the undisputed overlords of that land. The quotas for the Qingdi legacy have been determined through discussions among these 3 factions. Any force that has ties to the 3 major empires has, to some extent, received a share of the quotas. They have crafted quota tokens, and on the day of the opening, entry will require these tokens. And if not, how do you intend to procure a few quota tokens? Yi Xiao retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Chun. He had already inquired of Wang Maji and several others. Throughout the entirety of Qingguang City, there was no one with a higher cultivation level than them. Thus, on the day the Qingdi inheritance was to be opened, they could simply enter directly. What need was there for some trifling token? Strength itself was the finest passport. He chuckled awkwardly, remarking, "How could I possibly acquire a token? The three great empires do not recognize me, nor do I have any acquaintance with them. Before entering the Qingtian sect, let alone the three great empires, he had never even heard of the likes of the Yuntian sect, a sacred realm sect. How could he possess the means to obtain a token for the Qingdi inheritance? All right, brothers, we should hasten to find a place to stay. With so many people in Qingguang City, we might end up without a room." Mu Shiweqing observed as she gazed at the bustling streets. With only 2 days remaining until the Qingdi inheritance, the influx of people was staggering. If they did not quickly secure an inn, they might find themselves with nowhere to sleep but the streets. Indeed, Sister Mu is right. We should find an inn promptly. Qin Feier concurred. Fine, let us first seek out an inn, and we can explore later. Night Owl nodded in agreement, leading Gu Qin and Mu Shiweqing towards an establishment named the Carefree Inn. "Dear guests, are you here to stay, or to indulge in leisure?" The attendant at the entrance inquired with enthusiasm upon their approach. "Oh, what does indulging entail?" Night Owl asked, intrigued by the prospect beyond mere lodging. "Ah, it seems this is your first visit to our establishment," the attendant replied with a mysterious smile, explaining that the term indulge referred to the fact that therein offered not only accommodation, but also companionship from beautiful female cultivators. With sufficient spirit stones, any desire of the guests could be fulfilled by the enchanting maidens of the inn. "Isn't that akin to a brothel?" Gu Qin remarked, his expression one of disbelief. He had anticipated that they would inadvertently find themselves at such an establishment. Yet, wasn't he a brothel typically referred to with a different name? "Begone. We have no interest in your female companions," came the indignant retort from Mu Shiweqing and Qin Feier, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they rebuked the attendant. "Please do not be upset, ladies. It is a mutually agreeable arrangement. You may simply choose to stay without opting for any companionship," the attendant hastily reassured them. Keenly aware of the formidable forces that had congregated in Qingguang City, he could not afford to offend anyone, lest he become the first sacrifice should powerful entities take offense. "Humph, we would never stay in such a sordid place," they declared resolutely. "Yes, we refuse to patronize such an establishment," they echoed, hastily pushing Night Owl and Gu Qin away from the Carefree Inn, fearful that curiosity might lead them inside. Thus, the group searched several more inns. Either they were akin to the Carefree Inn or already fully booked. After several hours of searching, they finally found a suitable inn named the Fortune Inn, lavishly decorated both inside and out, clearly not inexpensive. Under the guidance of the attendant, Night Owl led Gu Qin and the others into the inn, preparing to secure 4 rooms. However, before he could produce the spirit stones to pay, a throng of hundreds entered from outside. "Where's that attendant? Hurry! We have booked every room in this inn for the Wushuang sect," shouted a haughty young man clad in a green robe, standing proudly among the crowd. Surrounding him were several hundred disciples of the Wushuang sect. Though silence enveloped them, their faces radiated an air of superiority, as if they believed themselves to be above others. "Hurry! The Wushuang sect intends to monopolize the inn. We must leave at once. Alas, let us seek another tavern. This place is no longer suited for us." Indeed, the Wushuang sect operates with utmost arrogance, dismissing all but the 3 great empires. Various factions, having come to partake in the Qingdi inheritance, found themselves halted before the Feline Inn, where the hundreds of Wushuang disciples stood, proclaiming their intent to reserve the entire establishment. Consequently, they retreated to seek alternative lodgings. They could not afford to offend the Wushuang sect, a force whose might rivaled that of the 3 great empires, fiercely protective of its own. While the sect dared not provoke those from the 3 empires, it regarded all other powers with disdain. Thus, to avoid unnecessary conflict over mere accommodations, they preferred to endure even the discomfort of sleeping on the streets rather than incurring the wrath of the Wushuang sect. "Welcome, esteemed guests," exclaimed the other attendants of the inn, who, upon witnessing the sudden influx of several hundred individuals, hurriedly approached the young man in the green robe, bowing and scraping as they spoke. "Are you gentlemen looking for rooms? Our humble establishment may not have sufficient accommodations. Perhaps we can arrange whatever we can manage for you." The attendant concluded, casting a cautious glance at the young man's expression. Although he had never heard of the name of the Wushuang sect, it was evident that these individuals were disciples of a significant sect, possessing formidable backing. Should one of them take offense, he would surely face dire consequences. Thus he had to tread carefully. What? The youth in the green robe, filled with ire, lifted the waiter into the air, exclaiming, "Are you incapable of comprehending my previous words? I said this place is under the protection of our Wushuang sect, and I demand that all your other guests vacate immediately. Otherwise, there will be no need for your wretched inn to continue existing." With a face twisted in fury, the green-robed youth cast the waiter to the ground, causing a resounding thud. Cough. "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I will inform the manager at once." The waiter, spitting blood, dared not express any dissatisfaction and, despite his injuries, made his way toward the inn's back courtyard. Such brazen arrogance was beyond his capacity to handle. He could only summon the manager to address this matter. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, exuding a cultivation level of the seventh realm of the heavenly sovereign, appeared under the waiter's guidance. Upon arriving before the green-robed youth, the middle-aged man immediately adopted a fawning expression, clasping his fists in greeting and saying, "Ah, it is indeed an esteemed disciple of the Wushuang sect. I am truly honored. I shall clear out this humble establishment right away to accommodate you all." With that, the middle-aged man hurriedly summoned all the waiters to the upper floors, instructing them to expel the guests who had already checked in. Despite his higher cultivation, he understood the peril of offending a member of the Wushuang sect. It was rumored that a once mighty sage had, in arrogance, harmed a disciple of the Wushuang sect. In retribution, the sect employed secret techniques to locate the sage and dispatched a powerful Saint King to annihilate the entire faction that the sage belonged to. This incident caused a tremendous uproar throughout the southern domain, prompting countless factions beneath the three great empires to caution their own disciples against offending the Wushuang sect. After all, the sect was notoriously protective of its own. They would not hesitate to deploy a Saint King to eradicate an entire lineage for the sake of a single injured disciple. Who would dare provoke the Wushuang sect? Hurry up. We cannot wait any longer. Your establishment will not survive this. The green-robed youth's expression remained unchanged, still exuding an air of arrogant disdain. The countless disciples of the Wushuang sect surrounding him relaxed upon witnessing the innkeeper's intervention. Those engaged in idle gossip continued their discussions, while others flirted, oblivious to their own arrogance. The innkeeper's eyes briefly flashed with a hint of murderous intent. How could he not feel anger at being commanded around by a junior of the earthly sovereign realm? Yet, contemplating the fate of that saint, he could only respond with polite acquiescence. Shortly thereafter, under the persuasion of the inn's attendants, the powerful cultivators who had already taken up residence hastily exited the Fortune Inn. They had indeed heard of the illustrious reputation of the Wushuang sect and did not wish to provoke its disciples. After all, retreating a step could lead to vast horizons. Who could blame them for lacking a formidable sect of their own? The innkeeper, who was also the front desk attendant, observed the four guests and said, "As you can see, it is not that I am unwilling to provide you with accommodations. Even those who have already checked in have been asked to vacate their rooms. Please do not make this more difficult for me. Seek another inn." Despite the earnest counsel, the night owls remained resolute in their desire for rooms. Rather than cowering at the mention of the Wushuang sect, they displayed an air of disdain, insisting that he promptly secure 4 rooms for them. Was he not being pushed into a perilous situation? If the innkeeper were to learn that he could not manage a few guests without reservations, he would inevitably face the loss of spirit stones. You expect us to cater to the whims of the Wushuang sect's arrivals while denying rooms to those who came before? What kind of reasoning is this? Night Owl retorted, visibly displeased. He may refrain from causing trouble for others, yet when trouble arrives at his doorstep, evasion is not an option. If he were to leave today in disgrace, what would become of the reputation of the Chi-Tian sect? Indeed, the Wushuang sect is composed of humans. Do we not share that distinction? Are you so fearful of them while we remain unafraid? Mu Xueqing chimed in from the side. They had searched for several hours to find this suitable inn, and now, to be ousted for the sake of the latecomer, the Wushuang sect, is utterly unreasonable. Gu Chen and Qin Fei stood silently, their presence calm and composed. It suffices for the 2 members of the Night Owl to speak. Having entered this establishment, they had no intention of leaving, regardless of the might of even the most powerful rulers. The innkeeper's assistant, tasked with collecting fees, was rendered speechless by the resolute demeanor of the Night Owls. Their composure suggested a genuine lack of fear towards the Wushuang sect. Both sides were formidable powers, and he could not afford to offend either. At that moment, The innkeeper approached, drawn by the commotion, and inquired of the assistant, "What is the matter?" "Master innkeeper, these esteemed guests insist on staying, and I could not dissuade them." The assistant replied, seizing the opportunity to shift responsibility. If the innkeeper took charge of the situation, it would absolve him of any consequences, regardless of how events unfolded. "Oh." The innkeeper regarded the assistant with a perplexed expression, scrutinizing the night owls. Whenever others heard the name of the Wushuang sect, they prudently withdrew without needing persuasion. The audacity displayed by the night owls hinted at some formidable backing. Realizing this, the innkeeper donned a perfectly flattering smile and addressed the night owls with cupped fists. "Esteemed young heroes, may I inquire as to which faction you belong? If you are from one of the three great dynasties, I believe the Wushuang sect would not be unreasonable." The individuals he referred to from the three great dynasties are not merely any factions within those illustrious realms. To truly represent the three great dynasties, one must either belong to the royal lineage itself or be part of the esteemed families of high-ranking officials. These families share intricate and profound connections with the royal bloodline. Even the audacious Wushuang sect would hesitate to offend the scions of these noble families. For in the presence of the three great dynasties, Wushuang sect is left with no choice but to bow in submission. As for Yi Xiao and his companions, their lack of the distinctive attire of the royal family indicates that they can only be regarded as descendants of these influential families. The mention of the three great dynasties left Yi Xiao and his companions utterly speechless. Before they had even introduced themselves, the innkeeper had already formed his own assumptions. Strictly speaking, the Qitian sect indeed falls within the jurisdiction of the Xianyu dynasty. However, they have no ties to the dynasty and do not require its reputation. The night owl glanced at the innkeeper and replied coolly, "We are not affiliated with the three great dynasties. We are disciples of the Qitian sect, here specifically to participate in the Qingdi inheritance. Indeed, we are disciples of the Qingtian sect, not representatives of the three great dynasties. Please prepare a room for us." As we arrived first, Mu Shiueqing interjected assertively, offering the innkeeper a frosty demeanor. "Is it because we are not from the three great dynasties that we cannot stay here? Are we to be turned away?" Such narrow-mindedness. Upon hearing the responses from Night Owl and Mu Shiueqing, the innkeeper's expression immediately turned stern. He had never heard of the Qitian sect. Throughout the southern region, countless powers existed, yet only a few could be deemed noteworthy. Since the Night Owl and his companions were not affiliated with the three great dynasties, there was no need for him to ingratiate himself any further. In the entire southern region, aside from those from the three great dynasties, the Wushuang sect instilled fear in no one. "Esteemed young heroes," the innkeeper said with a look of resignation, "it is not that I am unwilling to provide you with rooms. Rather, the members of the Wushuang sect have insisted on monopolizing this establishment. I find myself with no other recourse. I suggest you seek another inn." He would certainly not take upon himself the responsibility for the Night Owl Quartet. Instead, he shifted the blame entirely onto the Wushuang sect. Although the sects of the Night Owls may not rival the Wushuang sect in stature, they undoubtedly possess elders of superior cultivation. After all, the members of Night Owl, despite their youth, had already attained mid to late stages of Earth Venerable. Their sect must surely harbor elders of saintly caliber. And he had no desire to offend a sect of such standing. If the Wushuang sect can claim this place, so too can my Qitian sect. You go and drive the Wushuang sect members out. We, the Qitian sect, will lay claim to this area. The night owl produced a large pouch of spirit stones and carelessly tossed it to the innkeeper. At this point, it was no longer merely a matter of lodging. It had become a matter of pride, as a disciple of the Qingtian sect. How could he allow a group of audacious newcomers to drive his four companions out of the establishment? The three of Guqin also coldly regarded the innkeeper, eager to observe how he would handle the situation. If today's matter were not resolved satisfactorily, they would not hesitate to dismantle the inn, ensuring that no one could find shelter there. Esteemed young heroes, you are truly putting an old man in a difficult position, the innkeeper lamented, glancing at the spirit stone pouch in his arms, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He was perplexed as to where the audacity of the night owls originated, daring to dismiss the esteemed Wushuang sect with such insolence. Even if they had never heard of the Wushuang sect, the multitude of disciples at the entrance, numbering in the hundreds, served as a formidable deterrent. How could the night owls possibly presume to act so boldly? Feel free to inform them of our presence in any matters that require their attention, Night Owl reiterated, sensing the innkeeper's unease. Alas, very well. The innkeeper sighed, recognizing Night Owl's unwavering resolve to confront the Wushuang sect. He shook his head in resignation and approached the young man in green at the entrance. As a prudent individual, he understood the necessity of avoiding conflict with either party. Thus, he resolved to relay all the happenings to the green-clad youth for him to address, knowing full well that the outcome bore no consequence for him. Before long, informed by the innkeeper, the young man in green, accompanied by a dozen Wushuang sect disciples, approached the counter with an air of arrogance. "So, you intend to commandeer this inn and expel our Wushuang sect members?" The green-clad youth cast a disdainful glance at the night owls and coldly remarked. In his eyes, there were hardly a cause for concern, apart from Night Owl, who was at the 9th level of earthly venerable. The other 3 were merely at the 6th or 7th levels. Such power was laughably insignificant compared to the might of the Wushuang sect. If the night owls were to persist in their folly, he would not hesitate to erase their existence. "Indeed, this establishment has been claimed by us, and you may vacate at once," Night Owl retorted, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If these individuals remained oblivious to their predicament, he would be compelled to unleash a massacre to absorb their vitality. Upon hearing the menacing tone from Night Owl, Gu Chun and the others readied themselves, prepared to engage in combat at a moment's notice. "How dare you command our Wushuang sect members to leave? Do you seek death?" scoffed the green-clad youth, infuriated. "A few ignorant country bumpkins daring to provoke our Wushuang sect. They are utterly unaware of their imminent demise." Before he could utter another word, the dozen or so disciples of the Wushuang sect beside him brandished their weapons, preparing to launch an attack on Yishao and his companions. They had heard from the innkeeper that the night owls were disciples of a sect called the Qi sect, with no ties to the 3 great empires. Thus, they felt no apprehension about provoking those who should not be provoked. Wait. At that moment, the young man in green raised his hand towards the dozen or so disciples, signaling them to refrain from attacking for the time being. He intended to humiliate the arrogant night owl before eliminating him. The young man in green looked at Night Owl with a mocking expression. "You are quite bold, and you seem to have some spirit. Would you be interested in a contest with me? If you win, we, the members of the Wushuang sect, shall withdraw from this inn. But if you lose, you and your companions will be at my mercy." After speaking, he cast a wicked grin, surveying Mu Shiueching and Qin Fei with a malicious gaze. Not only does he intend to toy with Night Owl, but he also wishes to take Mu Shiueching and Qin Fei back to the room for a restful slumber. Although Night Owl is also at the 9th level of Earth Sovereign, he possesses unwavering confidence in manipulating Night Owl as he pleases. "Brother Luo, why bother competing with them? Let us join forces, and we shall swiftly dispatch these country bumpkins." "Indeed, Brother Luo, you are the foremost of our Wushuang sect, holding the top position on the Earth Sovereign rankings. What right do they have to challenge you?" Nearby, 2 disciples of the Wushuang sect cast disdainful glances at Night Owl and his companions. "Fellow disciples, your words are misguided. Our Wushuang sect is a premier sect of the southern region. How can we stoop to overwhelming the few with our numbers? Should others learn of this, they might believe that our disciples are lacking in prowess," the young man in the green robe pretentiously explained to the 2 Wushuang disciples. Then, turning his gaze toward Night Owl, he taunted, "What say you? If you dare not accept, my junior brothers may resort to a collective assault on you." "Huh? What I have to fear?" Night Owl scoffed, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. "I only worry that after I defeat you, your precious junior brothers will weep bitterly." With that, Night Owl regarded the young man in green with a smile reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. For a trifling character like him, a single blow would suffice. Since such nourishment had presented itself, he would graciously accept it. Observing the impending contest, Gu Chun regarded the expression of the young man in green with amusement. To dare face Night Owl one-on-one, this individual truly possessed audacity. Night Owl's true strength now lay at least in the mid-stage of Celestial Sovereign. Competing with the pinnacle of Earth Sovereign embodied a disparity akin to that of an adult confronting an infant. He had already envisioned the scene where the young man in the green robe was obliterated by a punch from Night Owl, becoming a mere part of the mist of slaughter. Upon witnessing this, Mu Shiueching and Qin Fei's expressions softened. Just moments ago, the disdainful gaze of the green-robed youth had filled them with revulsion, nearly provoking them to confront him directly. However, now that he was to engage in a contest with Night Owl, they found it within themselves to forgive the green-robed youth. After all, they would not harbor resentment towards a man who was destined to meet his demise. Haha, this fellow is not only arrogant but also remarkably naive. Daring to fantasize about defeating senior brother Luo? One remarked. Indeed, could it be that we have encountered a fool? Another chimed in with a cackle. Senior brother Luo once endured dozens of exchanges under a first heavenly sovereign, and against a mere peak Earth sovereign like him. A single punch would surely suffice to end the matter. That is undoubtedly the case. It is laughable that he still dreams of vanquishing senior brother Luo. Truly. A frog in the well from the countryside. Before the young man in the green robe could utter a word, the mockery continued to swirl around him. Around him. A dozen disciples of the unparalleled sect erupted into hearty laughter. Their gazes towards the night owl and his companions were laden with derision. The young man in the green robe was the foremost among the earthly sovereigns of the unparalleled sect, capable of withstanding dozens of exchanges even under the hands of a first heaven sovereign. Dealing with disciples from a minor sect like night owls was undeniably a matter of overwhelming superiority. Thus, what night owl had just proclaimed appeared to them as an utterly ludicrous jest. At this moment, the expression on the young man's face was equally marked by scorn. He smiled with a veneer of friendliness as he addressed the night owl, assuring him, "Rest assured, should you manage to defeat me, my fellow disciples will not only refrain from weeping but will joyfully applaud your victory." As soon as the words left the lips of the young man in the green robe, his companions joined in the raucous cheer. "Indeed, if you can vanquish Brother Luo, I shall applaud for half an hour," one declared. "Huh, half an hour of applause? I shall reserve an entire banquet hall to celebrate you for a whole day," exclaimed another. "That's right. Should you succeed in defeating Brother Luo, we will lay out dozens of tables for you to feast merrily." The group continued to banter back and forth, entirely oblivious to the fact that the young man's demeanor had turned icy in an instant. What had begun as a jest now seemed all too serious. Though he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to crush the night owl, the thought of potentially being defeated and subsequently celebrated by these disciples left him feeling quite disheartened. "Very well, enjoy your feast," the night owl replied with a grin, addressing the group of disciples from the unmatched sect before turning back to the young man in green. "Shall we compete here, or would you prefer to step outside?" Although the green-robed youth viewed it as a mere matter of a single punch, he still felt the need to honor the wishes of the fallen. "Humph, let us step outside. We must not damage this place," the green-robed youth coldly remarked as he strode towards the inn's exit. "Agreed, as you wish," the night owl replied, following closely behind. The innkeeper, witnessing the unfolding events, let out a sigh of relief. He pondered that if the two parties were to engage in a confrontation within the inn, the entire establishment would surely suffer the consequences. Now, with the green-robed youth voluntarily suggesting to take the fight outside, it could be considered a stroke of fortune for him. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the youth in the green robe in his heart. What a good person, truly a commendable individual. Quickly, let us follow and witness how senior brother Luo delivers a punch that shatters this arrogant country bumpkin. As Night Owl and the others strode towards the exit, a dozen disciples from the Wushuang sect hastily trailed behind. When this group passed through the doorway, it immediately attracted the attention of the several hundred disciples of the Wushuang sect present. What is happening? Wasn't senior brother Luo supposed to clear the area? Why is he heading outside? I have no idea. Could something have occurred? Seeing the expressionless youth in the green robe moving towards the door, with Night Owl closely following behind, the disciples were utterly perplexed. At that moment, they noticed the dozen or so Wushuang sect disciples who had come along, and they quickly grabbed a few of them, inquiring about the situation. "What is going on? Weren't you all with senior brother Luo to clear the area? Why is he heading outside? Please, tell us what has transpired." The disciples glanced at the two who had already exited and urgently began to explain. "Clearing the area? Nonsense. Those individuals not only refuse to leave, but even want us to scram. Senior brother Luo intends to teach these ruffians a lesson. Indeed, you have no idea. Among them is a country bumpkin who is not just arrogant, but has even proclaimed he will kill senior brother Luo. Let us go? We still wish to see the spectacle." After explaining, the disciples wriggled free from the crowd's grasp and made their way outside. Goodness, someone actually dares to challenge senior brother Luo. This is quite a rare occurrence. We must hurry to witness it. Let us go, let us move. Once the crowd grasped the situation, they surged out eagerly. The youth in the green robe is undoubtedly the most formidable figure within the Wushuang sect. Now, an outsider dares to challenge him. Such a scene must not be missed. Outside the inn, Night Owl and the youth in green exchanged glances amidst the bustling street. Several hundred disciples of the Wushuang sect formed a vast circle, encircling the two. Hiss, are those not the disciples of the Wushuang sect? What do they intend to do? From the looks of it, that red-haired youth is going to duel with the Wushuang sect members. A duel? Which faction does this junior belong to that he would dare offend the Wushuang sect? Alas, who knows? His attire does not resemble that of any of the three major dynasties. Regardless of the outcome, you will surely meet a grim fate. The street vendors and passers-by halted, captivated by the unfolding drama. Reactions varied from mockery to pity regarding Night Owl's audacity. After all, the Wushuang sect is known for fiercely protecting its own. Whether Night Owl wins or loses, his end will be dire. Princess, this red-haired lad exhibits quite a bit of courage, daring to duel a member of the Wushuang sect. On the terrace of a nearby opulent inn, a maidservant glanced at Night Owl, encircled by the several hundred disciples, and then turned to a delicately dressed, noble-looking girl beside her, speaking with curiosity. Indeed, it is commendable courage. However, I wonder how strong he truly is? The girl, referred to as Princess, nodded with an indifferent expression. Moving to the edge of the terrace, she too curiously observed the two on the street. Hee, how strong is he? We shall know as soon as they engage in battle. The maidservant giggled playfully, continuing to watch the arena. Within the encircled area of several hundred Wushuang sect disciples, the youth in the green robe brandished a pair of large hammers. A cruel smile plastered on his face as he gazed at Night Owl. Are you prepared? My hammers are eager for action. Upon finishing his words, the youth deliberately swung the two hammers, ensuring Night Owl could clearly see their intimidating form. These hammers of his are indeed two imperial treasures. For disciples of minor sects like the Night Owl, possessing even a single royal artifact is already a remarkable achievement. The thought of owning an imperial treasure is beyond their wildest dreams. He aims to plunge Night Owl into profound self-doubt, subjecting him to both mental and physical torment. Hiss. Senior brother Luo unexpectedly brandished his own hammer. Does he truly hold this fellow in such high regard? Indeed, it is said that this hammer is a primitive imperial weapon, causing anyone it strikes to explode. The disciples of the unparalleled sect, witnessing the green-robed youth produce the hammer, all wore expressions of astonishment. It is worth noting that the green-robed youth was already formidable in strength, and now wielding an imperial weapon, he clearly places immense importance on Night Owl. Let the battle commence. My fists are also eager for action. Observing the ludicrous demeanor of the green-robed youth, Night Owl couldn't help but chuckle. To think that two imperial hammers could induce his inferiority complex is simply endearing in its foolishness. Even when death looms, he still pretends to be formidable. Watch as I crush you. Seeing Night Owl remain utterly unperturbed, even refusing to draw his weapon, the green-robed youth bellowed in anger as he swung the two hammers toward Night Owl, determined to knock him to the ground and then thoroughly humiliate him. Oh! The confrontation has begun. Senior brother Luo has made his move, and this fellow is about to meet his demise. Hee. Senior brother Luo could likely obliterate him with a single strike, leaving him with naught but scattered remnants. The disciples of the unparalleled sect watched in excitement as the green-robed youth charged at Night Owl. They seemed to have envisioned the scene of the Night Owl being struck down by a hammer. What a fitting end. As the green-robed youth charged forward, the Night Owl let out a light chuckle, channeling all his spiritual energy to unleash a series of punches towards the descending hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows of his fist collided with the two hammers, producing a cacophony of sound. The green-robed youth was propelled into the air by the force of the impact, with no means of resistance, and was ultimately reduced to a mist of blood, which the Night Owl gradually absorbed into his being. Clang, clang. The two hammers wielded by the green-robed youth fell to the ground, echoing with a resounding thud. How could this be possible? Brother Luo had truly been slain by him? Impossible, impossible. Brother Luo was the foremost disciple on the earthly sovereign rankings of our unparalleled sect. How could he be defeated by a mere disciple from a small sect? This must be a deception. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding disciples of the unparalleled sect erupted into astonished screams, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Initially, they regarded the Night Owl's challenge to the green-robed youth as nothing more than a jest. After all, the unparalleled sect was a top-tier sect in the southern region. The disciple ranked first on the earthly sovereign rankings was immensely formidable, unmatched except by the core geniuses of the three great empires. Yet, to their astonishment, this obscure disciple from a lesser sect had effortlessly slain Brother Luo with just a few punches, leaving them with no opportunity for rescue. It was utterly terrifying, sending shockwaves through their hearts, particularly for the dozen or so disciples who had been trailing the green-robed youth. They were now drenched in sweat. They had promised that if Night Owl were to slay Brother Luo, they would joyfully applaud for half an hour. They even intended to reserve an entire tavern, arranging dozens of tables to celebrate Night Owl's triumph. Now, however, they hesitated, uncertain whether to applaud or to book the tavern. Quick, surround him. Do not let him escape. We must avenge Brother Luo. At that moment, an unknown voice broke the stunned silence of the disciples of the Wushuang sect. Yes, avenge Brother Luo. We cannot allow him to flee. Brother Luo met a tragic end, reduced to naught but a pair of hammers. Indeed, Brother Luo must not have died in vain. We must eliminate him to honor our beloved brother Luo. Hundreds of disciples from the Wushuang sect tightened their encirclement, trapping Night Owl completely. The dozen or so disciples clad in green, who flanked the young man, shouted the loudest. If they could dispose of Night Owl, no one would demand they fulfill their promise. I told you, regardless of the outcome, he would not meet a favorable end. Alas, such a prodigious talent is destined to perish here. Indeed, no matter how strong he is, he cannot contend with hundreds of late-stage, earthly sovereign disciples from the Wushuang sect. Passers-by and street vendors observed the scene without surprise. The nature of the Wushuang sect was well known throughout the southern region. For the sake of an injured disciple, they would mobilize the holy kings to annihilate entire clans. Now that Night Owl had slain a disciple of the Wushuang sect, he not only faced the loss of his own life but also risked dragging his own faction into the abyss. A bunch of scoundrels. Is it not childish to gang up on someone just because you lost a match? Indeed, you so-called great sects are truly repugnant. As Night Owl found himself encircled, the three observers, Gu Chun and his companions, soared into the fray, prepared to stand alongside Night Owl against their foes. Although the hundreds of disciples from the Wushuang sect were numerous, they felt no fear. With their current strength, even if they could not eradicate the entire group, they were confident in dispatching a third of them. Just as the two factions were poised to clash, a light, melodious voice rang out, "Stop." A pure-hearted girl, accompanied by her maid, gradually emerged into view. Isn't she wearing the distinctive attire of the royal family of the Xianyu dynasty? Indeed. That was the garb of the royal family. What could she possibly intend? Did she wish to rescue these individuals? Passers-by and vendors along the street, upon recognizing the girl's attire, promptly cleared a path. The hundreds of Wushuang sect disciples surrounding Night Owl, upon seeing the pure-hearted girl approach, hesitated and ceased their actions. For the crescent moon emblem on her clothing symbolized the royal lineage of the Xianyu dynasty. The unmatched sect, capable of disregarding all sects in the southern territory, cannot, however, overlook the royal families of the three great empires. We, the unmatched sect, are currently in the process of resolving a dispute. Young lady, might I inquire as to the meaning of your request for us to cease our actions? A disciple of the unmatched sect politely addressed the pure-hearted girl. The other disciples of the unmatched sect also fixated their gazes upon her, eager to witness her response. Should the royal family of the Xianyu Empire genuinely wish to protect Yu Shao and his companions, they would find themselves utterly powerless. As all eyes from the unmatched sect converged on the pure-hearted girl, Yu Shao and his three companions stood bewildered within the encirclement. They are utterly unfamiliar with innocent girls, perplexed as to why a girl would come to the aid of a few individuals, particularly the Night Owl. He was prepared to draw the bloodthirsty sword and unleash a massacre. The appearance of the innocent girl was nothing short of an attempt to thwart his absorption of vital energy. With so many eyes upon them, her expression remained unchanged. She looked at the questioning disciple of the Wushuang sect and calmly remarked, "Your Wushuang sect is indeed one of the premier sects in the southern region. Is it not shameful to resort to a gang assault after losing a duel?" Though her voice was soft and devoid of any overwhelming aura, an invisible sense of authority emanated from her, instilling a palpable pressure among those present. Indeed, the Wushuang sect displayed a lack of honor. Resorting to a group attack when faced with defeat, was there no sense of shame? A maid beside her echoed the sentiment, dismissing the hundreds from the Wushuang sect with disdain. The disciple who had posed the question was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by her words. While she did not explicitly state her intention to protect Yu Shao and the others, it was clear to anyone of sound mind what her purpose was. However, Brother Luo was, after all, the number one on the Wushuang sect's earthly honor roll. The thought of one of their own being slain by a disciple from a lesser sect, while allowing the assailant to escape, would be a difficult report to present to the elders upon their return. With this realization, the questioning disciple, summoning his courage, addressed the innocent girl. "If you wish to protect these individuals, may I request your name? This way, should our elders pursue the matter, we will know who intervened." He finds himself with no alternative but to proceed in this manner. The pure-hearted girl belongs to the royal lineage of the Xianwei dynasty, a status that they cannot afford to offend. Their only option now is to inquire about the girl's name. When the elders demand accountability, it will no longer concern them. How blind you must be. This young lady is none other than the 9th princess of the Xianwei dynasty, the most cherished daughter of His Majesty. Before the pure-hearted girl could utter a word, her maidservant, brimming with pride, began to unveil the girl's illustrious identity. A gasp emerged from the onlookers. She is indeed a princess of the Xianwei dynasty, the daughter of the current emperor. No wonder she exudes such grace. It is said that the Xianwei Emperor has fathered 8 sons, and only recently has he been blessed with his sole daughter, showering her with unparalleled affection. Upon hearing the maidservant reveal the identity of the pure-hearted girl, the surrounding vendors and pedestrians were left utterly astonished. They had merely regarded the innocent girl as an ordinary member of the Xianyu dynasty's royal family. Little did they expect that she was, in fact, the only daughter of the reigning monarch. With such an illustrious identity, not only the disciples of the unparalleled sect at the earthly sovereign realm, but even the ancestors of the sect would dare not show her any disrespect. The lives of the 4 night owls were thus completely safeguarded. Princess Jiao? The disciple of the unparalleled sect who posed the question nearly collapsed in shock. Such a terrifying status. Fortunately, he had always been exceedingly polite. Otherwise, should he offend the innocent girl, his ancestors would find themselves obliterated for generations. Since it was Her Highness, Princess Jiao, who wished to protect these individuals, they would graciously grant her this favor. Everyone follow me. The questioning disciple picked up the hammer left by the young man in green robes, respectfully leading several hundred people toward another end. With the protection of Princess Jiao from the Xianyu dynasty, they dared not provoke the night owls in any manner. Thus, the Fulinen had no choice but to yield to the night owls. Once the several hundred disciples of the unparalleled sect had departed, the onlookers on the street slowly dispersed. After all, the innocent girl's status was far too noble. Should they linger foolishly nearby, they might inadvertently attract the attention of those powerful protectors hidden in the shadows. If such a misunderstanding were to occur, they would find themselves lifeless on the street. It was prudent to leave early, lest they sacrifice their lives for mere amusement. As they observed the surrounding crowd disperse, the 4 night owls stared blankly at the innocent girl. They were never in need of external assistance, yet now, the innocent girl inexplicably came to their aid. For a moment, they were at a loss, uncertain whether to express gratitude to the pure-hearted girl or to remain silent. Particularly Night Owl, whose bewildered gaze betrayed a hint of helplessness. Those disciples of the unmatched sect were his source of nourishment. Now that the innocent girl had frightened them away, how could he continue to absorb sustenance? If it were not for the girl's good intentions, he would have undoubtedly given her a good thump on the head. Noticing that Night Owl and his companions were still in a daze, the pure-hearted girl assumed they were merely startled. With a warm smile, she approached them, saying, "Do not be afraid. They will not trouble you again. My name is Dugunyenyu. Which sect do you belong to?" Her intervention on behalf of Night Owl and his companions was not solely motivated by a sense of justice. As the 9th princess of the Xianyu dynasty, she bore the responsibility of scouting for talent on behalf of her realm. The strength Night Owl had just displayed perfectly aligned with the criteria for recruitment by the Xianyu dynasty. Thus, she had stepped forth to assist him and his companions. Upon hearing the girl's self-introduction and inquiry, Guqin and the others snapped back to reality, offering awkward smiles. Night Owl, however, remained stoic, devoid of any humor. Guqin clasped his hands towards Dugunyenyu and said, "I am Guqin, a disciple of the Qi sect. Thank you, Your Highness, for coming to our aid." Mu Shueqing and Qin Fei both followed suit, stating, "I am Mu Shueqing and I am Qin Fei, both disciples of the Qi sect. We appreciate Your Highness's assistance." Night Owl cast a disparaging glance at Dugunyenyu, turning away without uttering a word. He expressed his disdain. It is a testament to his restrained temperament that he has not unleashed his ire upon Dugunyenyu. The abundance of vitality has been frightened away, and his heart bleeds. How could he possibly find the inclination to converse? "Ah, my senior brother is not one for idle chatter. Please do not take offense, 9th princess." Observing Yi Zhao's indifference towards Dugunyenyu, Guqin swiftly sought to mediate the situation. After all, Dugunyenyu had come to their aid, albeit in a manner they did not require, yet the customary courtesies must still be observed. Yes, 9th princess, do not harbor any displeasure. My senior brother possesses such a temperament. Mu Shueqing and Qin Fei also chimed in with explanations. "Oh, it is of no matter. Are you here to partake in the Qingdi inheritance?" Dugunyenyu smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Instead, she regarded them with a hint of skepticism, inquiring about their purpose for being there. For if her memory served her well, the Qing sect did not possess a quota for the Qingdi inheritance. Although Yunzhou, as a territory of the Xianyu dynasty, had not garnered much attention from the imperial court, significant events occurring there had still been reported by the palace's spies. Whether it was the Qing sect's dominance in Yunzhou, the might of a powerful individual shattering foes, the golden warships of Yun sect, or the gathering of millions of cultivators at the Qing sect, all these matters had reached her father's ears. At that time, He happened to overhear these revelations and became aware of the sudden rise of the Qing Tian sect in Yuzhou. Initially, her father had intended to send emissaries to the Qing Tian sect to summon its leader after the conclusion of the Qingdi inheritance. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered disciples of the Qing Tian sect first in Qingguang City. Indeed, Ninth Princess, we have come to participate in the Qingdi inheritance. Yes, we have heard that the Qingdi inheritance is replete with treasures, and we wish to try our luck. Gu Qin and Mu Xiueqing responded with nods. Those who journeyed to Qingguang City were undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the Qingdi inheritance, thus concealing their intentions was unnecessary. Oh, you truly come to partake in the Qingdi inheritance? De Guanyin mused upon hearing their words. However, Gu Qin and the others lacked the quota tokens. How would they gain entry to the Qingdi inheritance? The guardians of the entrance were formidable half-step quasi-emperors from the three great dynasties. Attempting to force their way in would surely lead to their demise. Of course, if the Qing Tian sect could dispatch a genuine quasi-emperor, they might manage to escort Yi Shao and his companions inside. Yet, given the recent display of strength by the Qing Tian sect, possessing even a half-step quasi-emperor was the pinnacle of their capabilities. Sending a true quasi-emperor was out of the question. The three great dynasties have dominated the southern realm for countless years, yet only one possesses a quasi-emperor ancestor. The recently ascended Qi Tian sect cannot possibly boast a quasi-emperor. Now, only one possibility remains, that Gu Qin and his companions, in their quest to access the Qing emperor's legacy, resorted to killing and plundering from other factions to obtain their quota tokens. Upon this realization, a flicker of disdain crossed Du Guanyu's expression. The individuals she detests most in this life are those who, in pursuit of their goals, resort to unscrupulous means. Should the Night Owl Quartet indeed be in such a predicament, she would not only refuse to recruit them but would also ensure their demise. Now, it is merely a matter of confirming whether they possess the identity tokens, and then she can act. Do you possess quota tokens? Du Guanyu inquired coldly. Her gaze fixed on Gu Qin and his companions. The moment they acknowledged the existence of such tokens, she would immediately summon her forces. After all, her father had assigned her a guardian of pinnacle Saint Emperor strength. Eliminating the night owls would be akin to squashing an ant. Faced with Du Guanyu's sudden chilliness and her inquiry regarding their tokens, Gu Qin and his companions appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Du Guanyu's intentions. They certainly would not dare to declare their intention to subdue the guardians of the Qing Emperor's legacy tomorrow and forcefully intrude upon the inheritance. After all, the guardianship is in the hands of the members of the Xianyu dynasty, and such a statement would be rather inappropriate. It would be quite impolite to boast about defeating the strong protectors of another's heritage, especially after they had just aided them. Thus, they decided to feign ignorance. The three exchanged glances, donning expressions of astonishment. Goodness, we require a token to enter the inheritance? I had thought entry was unrestricted, one exclaimed. Indeed. What shall we do now? We cannot access the Qing Emperor's legacy, another lamented. Woe is us, after traveling such a great distance, if we cannot enter. It would all be in vain. Their performances were nothing short of theatrical, particularly Qin Feier, who squeezed out a few pitiful tears to enhance her portrayal of distress, as though she had suffered grave injustices by being barred from the Qing Emperor's legacy. Observing their shocked and pitiable demeanor, Du Guanyu appeared perplexed. Had she wronged them by assuming they were aware of the need for a token? She harbored some doubts about Gu Qin and his companions' claims. However, the trio had no reason to conceal the existence of the token from her, for they were blissfully unaware that acknowledging the token would lead to their immediate demise at her hands. Though she felt a flicker of uncertainty about their ignorance regarding the entry requirements, she was not inclined to intervene as long as they did not resort to murder for the token. So you were unaware that entry requires a quota token. Du Guanyu's expression shifted from icy to warm as she addressed the four members of Yi Shao. I can grant you 4 quotas, but there is one condition. I wonder if you would be amenable to it. Upon finishing her statement, her gaze settled on Yi Shao. Given that Yi Shao and his companions lacked entry quotas, this was an opportune moment to recruit them. If Yi Shao agreed to sever ties with the Qing Tian sect and join the Xianyu dynasty, she could then provide them with the 4 quotas. Truly? Princess Jiao, please state your condition. We shall certainly fulfill it, they exclaimed in unison. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of obtaining the coveted quotas. Their joy was not feigned, it was genuine. The mere thought of securing a position through their own efforts, without the intervention of the sect's formidable powers, was indeed a cause for celebration. After all, they had ventured out to hone their skills, and it was preferable to achieve success without relying on the assistance of the sect's elite. The night owl cast a glance, Fixating on his solitary thought, Dugun Yinyu. He sensed that this young woman harbored ulterior motives. However, his demands were rather simple. He merely desired him. Dugun Yinyu smiled sweetly, pointing at the night owl before her. "Ah, Princess Nine, you wish for my senior brother. We cannot make that decision." Indeed, this was their beloved senior brother. They could not sell him for a mere handful of opportunities. "We are as close as siblings. We cannot sell our senior brother. Perhaps we could allow him to accompany you for a while?" Jiang Chen and the others, upon hearing Dugun Yinyu's request for the night owl, immediately shook their heads. After all, they were not particularly attached to the opportunity. If it came within their reach, that would be splendid. However, Dugun Yinyu's target was the night owl, and that was utterly unacceptable. This was their senior brother. To sell him for a few inconsequential spots, was that even humane? Who could predict how Dugun Yinyu might torment him once she had him? Of course, even if they wished to sell him, it was impossible. For the night owl himself would never consent, and none of them could force him. Everything hinged upon the night owl's preferences. If he found the innocent Dugun Yinyu appealing, he might willingly offer himself. At this moment, the night owl glared coldly at Dugun Yinyu. His predictions proved to be accurate. This woman harbored ulterior motives, attempting to win him over with mere positions. Such shameless conduct is truly detestable. His heart had long since perished when he was at the Divine Will sect, rendering him incapable of ever falling in love with a woman again. It is not as you all presume. My intention is to have him sever ties with the Heavenly Pillar sect and join my Xianhua dynasty. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of Jiang Chen and the others, Dugun Yinyu realized their misunderstanding and hastily clarified. As the esteemed ninth princess of the Xianhua dynasty, countless geniuses have circled the southern region in pursuit of her. Although Yi Xiao is exceptional, she would never resort to such underhanded tactics to win his affection. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing Dugun Yinyu's explanation, Jiang Chen and the others raised their eyebrows, their expressions turning cold. Yi Xiao's eyes radiated a chilling light, almost overflowing with disdain. Dugun Yinyu's actions were even more contemptible than betraying him. To think she would attempt to entice him to betray his sect for a mere 4 positions was utterly ludicrous. What say you? If you agree, I can send someone to negotiate with the Heavenly Pillar sect. Moreover, I shall not only offer you 4 positions. The Xianhua dynasty will also cultivate you as a core member of the royal family, granting you access to abundant resources, greatly enhancing your chances of breaking through to the quasi-emperor level in the future. Noticing Yi Zhao's silence, Dugun Yinyu assumed he was weighing the pros and cons. Thus, she swiftly articulated her generous terms, aiming to alleviate any concerns he might have. She was convinced that if Yi Xiao had any inclination, he would surely acquiesce. "I'm not interested," Yi Xiao replied coldly, turning back towards the Fulin Inn. Although he loathed Dugun Yinyu's conduct, he recognized that her intentions were not malicious. So he refrained from expressing anger. As for the conditions she had proposed, they were even more laughable. Setting aside the monumental debt of gratitude he owed Jiang Chen, he could never betray the Heavenly Pillar sect in this lifetime. The cultivation environment at the Heavenly Pillar sect was unmatched across the entire Kanglan continent. Dugun Yinyu's conditions would hardly sway even the most trivial of creatures, let alone a direct disciple like him. Seeing Yi Zhao's unreserved rejection, Jiang Chen turned to Dugun Yinyu and said coldly, "Ninth Princess, we appreciate your attempt to assist us, but we, as disciples of the Heavenly Pillar sect, could never betray our sect. You would do well to abandon such thoughts." After speaking, Jiang Chen prepared to return to the inn. Mu Shiweqing and Qin Fei remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Dugun Yinyu before closely following Jiang Chen back to the inn. Dugun Yinyu's attempt to use cultivation resources to entice the disciples of the Heavenly Pillar sect was indeed peculiar. However, it was not entirely her fault. Had she visited the Heavenly Pillar sect, she would not have acted so foolishly. Unable to secure positions through her own merit, she resorted to seeking assistance from the sect's powerful members. As for the favor of having helped them, she could find an opportunity to repay her later. Given Dugun Yinyu's stance, it seemed her true purpose in appearing was to covet Yi Zhao's prowess, which further diminished their goodwill towards her. "Hey, wait a moment." Dugun Yinyu hurriedly called out to Jiang Chen and the others. "I'm not insisting that your senior brother join the Xianhua dynasty in exchange for the positions. We can discuss this further." Dugun Yinyu wore a frustrated expression. It was one thing for Yi Xiao to be unmoved by her offer, but it was quite another for him to treat her so coldly. Even Jiang Chen and the others had significantly cooled in their demeanor towards her. She simply could not comprehend the allure that the Heavenly Pillar sect held, which inspired such unwavering loyalty among its disciples. Typically, when cultivators are approached by powerful factions, they would at least consider the proposition, regardless of their sect affiliations. After all, it is human nature to seek greater heights. Hu Wu Ti desire abundant cultivation resources and superior environments. The Xianwei dynasty is one of the three dominant powers in the southern region, and any astute individual would ensure they had a fallback plan. Yet, where could one find someone like Yu Xiao, who wouldn't even inquire further? Oh, we can negotiate? Upon hearing Dugu Nianyu's words, Gu Chen promptly halted and returned to face her. Ninth Princess, had you said so earlier? As long as it does not require my senior brother to abandon his sect, we can discuss other terms. Indeed, Ninth Princess. What conditions must we meet to receive the positions? Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier also returned to Dugu Nianyu's side, inquiring. As long as they could secure the position tokens through their own efforts, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Dugu Nianyu pondered for a moment, then slowly addressed Gu Chen and the others. How about this? If you all assist the Xianwei dynasty and the Qingdi inheritance with all your might, I shall grant you the 4 positions. Since she could not recruit Yi Xiao, she would take a step back and allow him and his companions to act as her enforcers during the Qingdi inheritance. The participants in this inheritance would include many factions from the southern region, but ultimately, it would be a contest among the 3 great dynasties. The competition would undoubtedly be fierce, and with Yu Zhao's support, the Xianwei dynasty's chances would be significantly enhanced. After all, Yu Xiao could effortlessly overpower even the most formidable disciples of the unrivaled sect, who had reached the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Such terrifying combat prowess was unmatched by anyone in the Xianwei dynasty. As for Gu Chun and the others, their strength remained unknown, serving merely as an added bonus. Oh, is it really that simple? Gu Chen and his companions appeared bewildered, struggling to believe it. This condition was virtually equivalent to having no conditions at all for the 4 of them. They originally came to hone their skills. Whether they engage in numerous battles or a mere few makes little difference. Princess Jiao, are you certain this is your request? How shall we allocate the treasures obtained from the inheritance? Gu Chen inquired, having come to a realization. Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier also turned to Dugu Nianyu, eager to hear her response. While they had no objections to assisting Dugu Nianyu with full effort once, they would vehemently oppose the notion of surrendering all the treasures acquired from the inheritance. After all, they were not inclined to perform the foolhardy act of aiding others without any personal gain. The treasures you acquire from the inheritance are yours to keep. However, I expect you to exert yourselves fully when the time comes, Dugu Nianyu replied with a smile, having already contemplated this matter. The most significant treasures of the Qingdi inheritance resided within the main hall, which had remained unopened during the last activation due to the external array. This time, she intended to bring many adept practitioners of arrays from the Xianyu dynasty to assist her. When the time came to contend for the main hall, she would have Yi Xiao and the others fend off the other 2 dynasties, as long as they could secure the treasures within the main hall. Anything else would be inconsequential, and Yi Xiao and his companions could take whatever they pleased. Very well, if that is the case, we shall consent to your request. Yes, we can accept. Gu Chun and his companions nodded in agreement, effectively formalizing the accord. Can you represent your senior brother? Perhaps you should consult him before providing a response. Dugu Nianyu expressed her concerns, seeing Gu Chun and the others so readily acquiesce. After all, Yi Xiao was the primary force, and Gu Chen's trio merely supplemented him. She felt a sense of unreliability in their agreement without Yi Zhao's consent. Do not worry, Princess Jiao. Our senior brother is quite fond of combat. As long as there is someone to slay, he is quite agreeable, they assured her. Indeed, we are well acquainted with our senior brother's disposition. You need not be concerned. Princess Jiao, given the time they had spent together, they had come to understand Yi Zhao's character. As long as there was an opponent to vanquish, his mood would invariably brighten, dispelling any prior dissatisfaction. Moreover, they were not at a disadvantage by securing 4 additional slots. Yi Xiao would undoubtedly support this. What peculiar inclination is this, to be so agreeable as long as there is someone to slay? Dugu Nianyu pondered, her expression perplexed. However, she refrained from delving further. As long as Gu Chun and his companions could represent Yi Xiao, that sufficed. Very well, since you can represent your senior brother, it is settled. I shall have the quota tokens sent over shortly. Dugu Nianyu concluded, leading her maid back to the inn. The allocation of these quota tokens had already been determined. To include Yi Xiao and his companions, others would need to be displaced. Thus, she needed to carefully consider whom to remove. As Dugu Nianyu departed, Gu Chun and his companions returned to the inn, where the innkeeper greeted them with utmost deference, as if they were his own kin. He had already prepared 4 of the most luxurious rooms for them. Delicacies, spirit fruits, and spirit wines were sent to their rooms without charge. After discussing matters concerning Dugu Ninyu with Night Owl, he displayed little emotion, merely uttering a soft HM, signaling his agreement. Dugu Ninyu's efficiency in handling affairs was commendable. That very evening, a messenger arrived with the tokens for their participation. After securing the tokens, the 4 individuals retired for the night, while others indulged in leisurely strolls. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the Qing Emperor's inheritance dawned. In Qingguang City, the sky remained dark. Yet the factions eager to partake in the inheritance had already gathered in anticipation along the streets. Night Owl and his companions were no exception. Having arrived early to stand beside Dugu Ninyu, prepared to enter the inheritance alongside her. Having promised Dugu Ninyu, they were resolute in fulfilling their commitment. As the first rays of morning light pierced the horizon, a brilliant green radiance enveloped the city, witnessed by all present. In a short while, the entire Qingguang city was shrouded in this luminescence. Once the light stabilized, a vortex, pulsating with spatial fluctuations, manifested above the city, awaiting the worthy to enter. Oh, the entrance to the inheritance has emerged. We shall soon be able to enter. One exclaimed, I have heard there are numerous treasures within. We must seize this opportunity. Another chimed in, excitement palpable. As the entrance appeared, the cultivators from various factions in the southern region erupted into cheers, their anticipation electrifying the atmosphere. Just then, 3 elder figures emanating an aura of terror materialized at the entrance. One elder, clad in a robe adorned with crescent motifs, addressed the crowd below, announcing the opening of the inheritance and instructing them to present their tokens for entry. The other 2 elders remained silent, simply casting a cursory glance at their speaking companion before meditating nearby. Now we can enter. Let us hurry, urged one, as a portion of the cultivators, upon hearing the elders' words, hastily brandished their tokens and ascended towards the entrance. Foolish mortals, scoffed another from the crowd. The 3 great dynasties have yet to enter. Yet these fools dare to rush ahead. They are courting disaster. As anticipated, before those eager individuals could ascend halfway, they were struck down by some cultivators from the 3 great dynasties, forced to retreat in a state of disarray. Although these individuals hailed from the same factions, there was little distinction made. The elders showed no leniency, ensuring that the crowd was subdued. Dugu Ninyu, accompanied by Night Owl and over 1,000 cultivators from the Xianyu dynasty, glided towards the entrance, while the remaining 2 dynasties followed suit in similar numbers. Only after all members of the 3 great dynasties had entered the inheritance did the other factions begin to follow suit. Inside the Qing Emperor's inheritance, Night Owl and his companions found themselves on a barren expanse of land. This square-shaped plaza bore the faint imprints of tiles, though the original flooring had long since vanished. Surrounding the plaza were various structures, densely packed and extending for miles, mirroring the bustling Qingguang city outside, yet devoid of its lively populace, save for the treasure-seeking cultivators. Let us disperse and search for treasures. We shall reconvene in the city center after half a day. Dugu Ninyu instructed her companions and the royal cultivators. Given that the inheritance had just commenced, a powerful barrier at the main hall would take some time to dissipate, providing ample opportunity for all to seek fortune in the interim. Within those buildings lay a plethora of treasures beneath the sacred and venerable realms. Although many had been looted previously, numerous houses remained unopened, still harboring significant opportunities. Yes, Your Highness. The Xianyu cultivators responded, eager to explore the nearby structures. A few remained behind to ensure Dugu Ninyu's safety. Night Owl and his companions exchanged brief farewells with Dugu Ninyu before taking flight in pursuit of treasures. After all, this was their moment to reap rewards. Soon, they would need to exert their efforts for the main hall's competition. As they approached a 3-story establishment resembling a tavern, preparing to breach its protective array, 2 middle-aged men at the pinnacle of the Earth-venerable realm appeared before them. We are honored to meet the princess. They bowed respectfully to Mu Xiueqing. Please, no need for formalities, she replied, nodding. You 2 may search for treasures nearby, but do not venture too far. We may need to come to your aid. These 2 were her family's Earth-venerable guardians, summoned by her previous communication. Yes, Your Highness. They affirmed before proceeding to search the vicinity. Night Owl and his companions were unperturbed. Mu Xiueqing had already briefed them on the situation. As long as the 2 men remained close, they were confident in their ability to ensure their safety. Night Brother, Junior Sisters. Let us join forces and strike this building's array together, Gu Chun suggested, observing the invisible barriers surrounding the tavern. Given that the tavern was enveloped in an array, it was likely to contain treasures. Working together would expedite their efforts significantly. Agreed, replied Night Owl and the others, drawing their weapons to unleash a concerted assault on the tavern's protective array. A thunderous cacophony echoed through the air as their combined might struck the barrier. After several minutes of relentless assault, the array shattered like glass. Finally, let us see what treasures await us inside, Jiang Chen exclaimed, taking a deep breath before being the first to enter the tavern. Night Owl and the others swiftly followed suit. Wow, look at all these exquisite spirit stones, along with royal and imperial artifacts. They gasped, astonished by the sight before them. The spacious hall revealed countless sets of tableware, intricately carved from premium spirit stones, numbering in the tens of thousands. Every few paces along the tavern's walls hung royal or imperial artifacts, their quantity staggering. To think, this was only the first floor. With 2 more levels above, the treasures found here were merely a hint of what lay ahead. Oh, we've struck gold, Jiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the tableware and weapons. Hey, Gu brother, save some for us. Another called out. I want my share too. You can't hog it all. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen take the initiative, Qin Feier and Mu Xueqing also joined the ranks of treasure gatherers. Notably, Mu Xueqing exhibited even greater enthusiasm in her collection efforts than Jiang Chen and his companion. Given the elevated status of the Qing Emperor's legacy treasures, she was resolute in her determination not to forfeit her share of the allocation. Meanwhile, Yi Shao refrained from intervening, choosing instead to direct his gaze outward. He merely hoped for someone to catch the scent of treasure, to come here and commit murder for wealth. That was his vocation. Perhaps the heavens were aware of the Night Owl's intentions. By sheer coincidence, over 100 disciples clad in green robes from the Wushuang sect happened to pass this way. Leading them was the very disciple who had conversed with Dugan Yinyu after the death of Brother Luo. Ah, Brother Bai, is that not the scoundrel who killed Brother Luo? Exclaimed a disciple beside Brother Bai, pointing in astonishment at the Night Owl standing at the entrance of the tavern. Oh, upon hearing the disciple's words, Brother Bai and the others immediately followed the direction of his finger, their gazes fixed on Night Owl. Had the disciple not spoken, they would have overlooked him entirely. It was indeed him, the one who had slain Brother Luo. He was unmistakable, even if reduced to ashes. His crimson hair was a sight I could never forget. This fellow is all alone. We can avenge Brother Luo now. The over 100 Wushuang sect disciples behind Brother Bai glared at Night Owl with gritted teeth. The previous contest had brought them disgrace, and now that they found Night Owl isolated, they could not let this opportunity slip away. After all, Night Owl was currently alone. If they could eliminate him without a trace, Dugan Yinyu would never suspect them. With so many in the lineage, who could possibly trace the killer's identity? Brother Bai wore a sinister grin as he addressed Night Owl. Youngster, your luck has run dry, to encounter us so swiftly. I suppose the 9th princess is not here to save you now, is she? With that, Brother Bai gestured to the more than 100 disciples of the Wushuang sect. The group understood immediately, swiftly sealing off all possible escape routes around the tavern. Though Night Owl had once struck down Brother Luo with ease, they now had over 100 peak Earth sovereigns. No matter how extraordinary Night Owl was, he could not possibly contend with so many of them simultaneously. Huh. The one being saved by the 9th princess is not me, but rather you, Night Owl retorted with a grin, unperturbed by the encirclement. These individuals were not there to seek vengeance, they were merely offering themselves as fodder. As long as they did not flee, he was confident of vanquishing them all. Having evaded disaster outside, he had not expected to encounter them so soon upon entering the inheritance. Was it their misfortune or his stroke of luck? Ha 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 ha. The more than 100 disciples of the Wushuang sect erupted into laughter at Night Owl's audacious words. He was utterly comical, feigning calmness at death's door. Did he truly believe that a handful of individuals could withstand the might of hundreds of peak Earth sovereigns? Brother Bai wore a mocking smile as he addressed Night Owl. I must commend your audacity, young man, to maintain your facade in such dire circumstances. However, no matter how convincing your act, you cannot escape the clutches of death. With that, Brother Bai's expression darkened, and he shouted to the 100+ disciples of the Wushuang sect, charge forth and turn this brat into mincemeat. Yes, Brother Bai. The disciples responded in unison, drawing their weapons as they prepared to launch their attack. However, before they could strike, Jiang Chen and his companions emerged from the tavern, standing beside Night Owl and halting the advance of the group. Brother Yi, do you require our assistance? Jiang Chen inquired, observing Night Owl's composed demeanor. Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier also looked toward Night Owl. They had been joyfully collecting treasures above when, upon hearing the laughter of the Wushuang sect disciples, they were compelled to abandon their plunder and descend to confront the enemy alongside Night Owl. Night Owl shook his head. No need. You may continue gathering treasures above. These individuals are hardly worth my time. Yet despite his words, Gu Chun and the others remained steadfast, even if Night Owl did not want their aid. They felt compelled to stand guard. After all, treasures could be collected at any time, but one could not afford to be careless in battle. Seeing Gu Chun and his companions appear, Brother Bai felt no trepidation. Instead, he radiated excitement. Excellent. You three are all here. This is splendid. I shall ensure you embark on your journey together. Do not just stand there. Charge with me. Brother Bai brandished a long sword and surged forward toward Gu Chun and his companions. Yes, Brother Bai. Over 100 disciples of the Wushuang sect responded, quickly following in his wake. He would not have intervened, as more than 100 disciples of the Wushuang sect were more than sufficient to deal with the solitary night owl. However, with the appearance of Gu Chun and his companions, the situation had changed. Brother Luo was indeed a dear friend of his. Since childhood, the two of them had entered the Wushuang sect, cultivating together, reveling in brothels, stealthily observing their master while bathing, and engaging in countless shared experiences. Just a few days ago, he had witnessed, helplessly, as senior brother Luo was obliterated by the night owl, an agony that pierced his heart deeply. Thus, he resolved to inflict severe torment upon Gu Chun and his companions, ensuring that the night owl would comprehend the anguish of losing beloved disciples. A sinister grin crept across the night owl's face as he unleashed a torrent of crimson mist, enveloping the approaching disciples of the Wushuang sect. Ah! The chilling cries of despair echoed within the red haze. What on earth is happening? White's senior brother, who was poised to subdue Gu Chun and his companions, felt a prickling unease at the sound of the anguished screams emanating from the crimson fog, abruptly halting in his tracks. He extended his consciousness, eager to discern what transpired within the crimson mist. Yet, no matter how fervently he endeavored, all he could perceive was an expanse of red. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. It was implausible that the night owl could confront over 100 peak Earth lords and still inflict harm upon his foes. Such a feat would be nothing short of miraculous. That is simply impossible. He may have momentarily gained the upper hand, but it is equally likely that the cries of despair would be his own. Dismissing the troubling notion from his mind, Brother Bai continued his flight towards Gu Chun and the others. He could scarcely believe that such an extraordinary figure existed in the world. You three should surrender obediently, lest you endure the pain of flesh and bone. Brother Bai, wielding a long sword, contemptuously descended before Gu Chun and his companions. Due to the significantly lower cultivation of Gu Chun and his friends, none having reached the pinnacle of earthly sovereign, he held little interest in engaging them. Oh, the little flying man has arrived. Gu Chun scoffed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he delivered a kick towards Brother Bai. Bang! Before Brother Bai could comprehend what had transpired, he was sent crashing into a building across the way, creating a gaping hole in its structure. Cough, cough. Brother Bai barely managed to spit out a couple of mouthfuls of blood before Gu Chun seized him at the entrance of the tavern and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. How could your speed and strength surpass mine? Brother Bai raised his head, incredulity etched on his face as he questioned Gu Chun. Despite Gu Chun being merely at the 8th level of earthly sovereign, his speed and strength far exceeded that of Brother Bai, who was at the pinnacle of earthly sovereign. In that brief moment when Gu Chun struck, Brother Bai had not even registered the attack before being sent flying. He could not comprehend it. The four from Gu Chun were truly extraordinary beings, their combat prowess terrifying in its intensity. Why? Gu Chun looked down from his lofty position at his prostrate senior Brother Bai, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Because I am stronger than you. Hence I prevail." There was no need for explanations regarding such worthless individuals. They would never grasp the chasm that lay between them. Mu Xueqing and Qin Feier cast not a single glance at senior Brother Bai, their attention solely fixed upon the crimson mist. Gu Chun had refrained from ending Bai's life, intending instead to leave him as sustenance for the night owl. They had little interest in someone on the brink of death. You. Senior Brother Bai's face contorted with fury. Gu Chun's words were a clear mockery, yet the thought of his life resting in another's hands left him utterly powerless. Ah! A chorus of anguished screams erupted from within the red mist, causing senior Brother Bai to tremble uncontrollably. A sense of unease grew increasingly intense within him. It was indeed peculiar that Gu Chun possessed such formidable combat prowess, yet chose not to assist Yi Xiao. Could it be that Yi Xiao could genuinely vanquish over 100 peak Earth sovereigns single-handedly? As this thought crossed his mind, Brother Bai felt a sudden urge to relieve himself. Stammering, he gazed at Gu Chun and said, "You hear your brother's cries from within. He must be gravely injured. If you release me, I can persuade the disciples inside to cease their actions and allow your brother to emerge." With that, Brother Bai fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Gu Chen. He sought to discern a hint of worry upon Gu Chen's visage, eager to validate the thoughts swirling within his mind. Should Gu Chen exhibit any sign of concern, it would imply that the night owl was not as fearsome as rumored, thereby granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be destined to meet his good friend, Senior Brother Luo, today. Aha! At the sound of Senior Brother Bai's words, Gu Chen was amused, lifting his foot to rest upon Bai's head. You truly are adorably foolish. Have you ever witnessed a senior brother scream while his junior brother watches the spectacle from outside? Just wait, your fellow disciples will soon cease their cries. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Bai's heart trembled violently, yearning to struggle to his feet and flee for his life. Yet, Gu Chen's foot felt as immovable as a mountain. The more he struggled, the more firmly his head pressed against the ground, leaving him utterly without opportunity. What is this situation? He gasped. Isn't that Bai Xiong from the Wushuang sect? How is he being trampled upon? The onlookers, several cultivators from the southern region, gaped in astonishment at the sight of Senior Brother Bai's head being stepped upon by Gu Chen, utterly bewildered by the power on display. Although they were not disciples of the Wushuang sect, they had indeed crossed paths with it and recognized Brother Bai, who had been trampled by Gu Chen. This Brother Bai was ranked second on the earthly honor roll of the Wushuang sect, possessing formidable strength that made him a match for 2 or 3 peak earthly honor practitioners. It was astonishing to witness him being humiliated so shortly after entering the inheritance. The group did not leave immediately. Instead, they concealed themselves nearby, eager to observe how Gu Chen would deal with Brother Bai. Having endured oppression from Brother Bai, who was accustomed to the arrogance of the Wushuang sect, they would find great amusement in witnessing his downfall, which would surely bring them joy in their dreams that night. The cries within the crimson mist continued intermittently for a while before falling silent. Subsequently, the red fog swiftly converged at a single point. When the mist completely dissipated, the figure of Night Owl appeared before them. At that moment, Night Owl's crimson hair danced wildly, emanating an overwhelming aura. Though he remained at the peak of the earthly honor level, his presence had grown exponentially stronger. Even his eyes had turned red, resembling a deity of death emerging from a sea of blood. Night Brother, there is another one here, specifically reserved for you, Gu Chen said, hastily kicking Brother Bai towards Night Owl. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I apologize. I bow to you. Brother Bai, trembling in fear at the sight of the deathly figure before him, collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. With the crimson mist now dispersed, it was evident that the other disciples of the Wushuang sect had vanished. Night Owl was simply too terrifying. He had single-handedly eliminated over 100 peak earthly honor practitioners without leaving a single corpse, rendering any thought of escape futile. Die. Night Owl's expression remained impassive as he delivered a kick that obliterated Brother Bai, absorbing the remnants into his being. Aha, what a thrill. The moment this guy exploded was simply magnificent. Indeed, witnessing his demise brings me more joy than a night at the brothel. A few cultivators from the southern region, who had been hiding nearby, felt exhilarated as they watched Night Owl obliterate Brother Bai with a single blow, finally relieving their pent-up frustrations. While absorbing Brother Bai, Night Owl heard the voices of the cultivators and immediately turned his blood-red gaze in their direction. Hurry, let's get out of here. Yes, let's go. This guy has blood-red eyes. It's too frightening. The excited southern region cultivators, sensing Night Owl's intense stare, felt their hair stand on end and hastily channeled their spiritual energy to flee for their lives. They heard the anguished cries within the crimson mist. Night Owl did not merely slay Brother Bai, but undoubtedly claimed the lives of numerous other disciples of the Wushuang sect. If they lingered here to spectate, they could very well become victims of Night Owl as well, so it was imperative to flee for their lives. Upon witnessing a few individuals take flight, Night Owl also redirected his gaze. Though he harbored a penchant for taking lives, he had not yet descended to the level of indiscriminate slaughter. The words of Jiang Chen lingered in his mind, a steadfast reminder that refraining from random acts of murder was his ultimate principle. Night, let us depart and seek treasures in other dwellings, he proposed, seizing the opportunity while Night Owl absorbed the essence of Brother Bai. Gu Chen and his companions swiftly returned to the tavern, thoroughly ransacking the upper floors, thus reaping substantial rewards. Indeed, let us go, Night Owl nodded, joining Gu Chen and the others in their quest for houses imbued with formations. The recent wave of killings has yielded results that rival those of Gu Chen and his companions. Over 100 disciples from the Wushuang sect, including the weapon storage rings of Brother Bai, now lie in his possession. Although these are merely treasures of the respect realm, Their vast quantity constitutes a significant fortune. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day has passed. During this interval, the four of them have ransacked more than a dozen houses, accumulating a plethora of treasures, including spirit stones, techniques, weapons, and elixirs, many of which are of the sacred realm caliber. Jiang Chen and his companions are overjoyed, exclaiming that they have made a substantial gain this time. Meanwhile, the night owl stationed at the entrance has also reaped considerable rewards. Occasionally, he encounters some oblivious entities that unwittingly enhance his earnings. It is as if he is effortlessly accumulating wealth. In stark contrast to the toil of Jiang Chen and his companions, who must scavenge for themselves, he merely waits for others to deliver treasures to him, finishing the task with a single punch. Brother Yi, sisters, it's about time. Shall we regroup at the city center? Jiang Chen inquired as they stood before a four-story building, which had already been thoroughly searched. To continue their treasure hunt, they would need to seek other houses. However, the time allotted by Dugun Yinyu was merely half a day, and it was nearly up. It would be inappropriate to continue searching for treasures, especially since they had promised Dugun Yinyu not to breach their word at such a critical moment. Well then, let us head to the city center. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. We have no objections either. Both Mu Xueqing and Qin Fei concurred. Good. Since everyone is in agreement, let us depart swiftly. With everyone in accord, Jiang Chen wasted no time and soared into the air with the trio, heading toward the city center. At this moment, in front of a luxurious palace at the city center, Dugun Yinyu stood quietly with over 1,000 cultivators from the Xianyu dynasty at the palace entrance. Above her, practitioners from within the Xianyu dynasty's domain occasionally descended among the crowd. Each time Dugun Yinyu noticed a newcomer, she would glance around, hoping to catch sight of Yi Xiao and his companions. In this contest for inheritance, Yi Xiao is an ace, a crucial asset. Without his formidable presence, the chances of the Xianyu dynasty securing the inheritance would significantly diminish. Where are these fellows? Do they have no sense of time? Dugun Yinyu furrowed her brow, pouting in displeasure. It was one thing for Yi Xiao to disregard her outside, but it was unacceptable that they had not arrived in advance for this gathering. Did she not make it clear that half a day meant half a day? What's the matter, ninth princess? It seems you're waiting for someone, remarked two dashing young men in splendid attire, their expressions bright with smiles. I heard you recently recruited a particularly formidable individual. Care to introduce us? Both of them stood firmly on their respective sides, their entourages nearly matching that of Dugun Yinyu. Above them, cultivators descended from various directions, landing behind the two. Humph. Why should I introduce you too? Just because you possess pleasing appearances? Dugun Yinyu retorted angrily, casting a glance at the two youths who spoke up. One was Zhao Fei, the 12th prince of the Holy Heavenly Dynasty, and the other was Nieyu, the 18th prince of the Proud World Dynasty. They were her rivals today, and thus she would grant them no favor. Ha! The ninth princess is truly well-versed in literature, even using adjectives so adeptly. One of them chuckled. With such talent? Once you obtain the legacy, I shall have my father propose to the Xianyu dynasty. At that time, we must engage in a thorough exchange, he continued, grinning. Upon hearing Dugun Yinyu's remark about their looks, they appeared unfazed, instead responding with playful banter. As princes of the top dynasties in the southern region, they would not allow such trivial matters to provoke them, for that would reveal a lack of grace. Even if they were genuinely angered, they would conceal it, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Humph, a pair of smiling tigers, Dugun Yinyu muttered softly, recognizing the nature of imperial family members. Although the two were currently conversing amicably with beaming expressions, should they gain the upper hand, the consequences would be dire. Ninth princess, we have arrived. Just as Dugun Yinyu grew impatient and contemplated sending someone to find Yi Xiao and the others, Jiang Chen and the trio of Yi Xiao landed before her. So you have finally come. I thought you had gone missing, Dugun Yinyu said, her tone somewhat irritable as she regarded the four. Apologies. We were simply overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures, Jiang Chen quickly explained, sensing her mild complaint. After all, they had indeed arrived a little late. The trio of Yi Xiao remained silent, standing quietly beside them. They merely consented to assist Dugun Yinyu once. Yet they are not subordinates of Dugun Yinyu, thus a brief explanation from Jiang Chen suffices. Oh, so this is Dugun Yinyu, the one who has summoned that formidable individual? The 12th prince of the Holy Celestial Dynasty and the 18th prince of the Proud World Dynasty. Upon observing Jiang Chen and his three companions approaching Dugun Yinyu, they discreetly scrutinized the quartet. A few days ago, they heard that Dugun Yinyu encountered a formidable red-haired cultivator on the street. With mere casual punches, that individual reduced the top-ranked Earth Sovereign of the Wushuang sect. who wielded a royal artifact, to a cloud of blood mist. In a bid to recruit this person, Dugu Ninyu managed to extract 4 positions from the royal family for a few of that individual's junior disciples. It now seems that they are indeed Yi Xiao and Gu Chen among others. Humph. After scrutinizing Yi Xiao and the others for a moment, both individuals revealed disdainful smirks. Among the group, apart from Yi Xiao, none even reached the pinnacle of Earth's sovereign. With such limited strength, even if Yi Xiao is exceptionally powerful, he cannot stir up much commotion. Each faction comprises approximately 5,000 to 6,000 individuals. Even if Night Owl is exceptionally formidable, could he possibly vanquish them all? Princess 9, Brother Nyeyu, our 3 families are nearly assembled. How shall we allocate this inheritance? Do either of you hold any opinions? Zhao Fei cast a fleeting glance at the 18th prince of the Aoshi dynasty and Dugu Ninyu, speaking in a measured tone. The last time the Qingdi inheritance was unveiled, the 3 great dynasties engaged in a fierce conflict over its ownership, resulting in innumerable casualties. Ultimately, none of the factions acquired the inheritance, suffering significant losses of earthly sovereign peak experts in the process. Now that our forces are gathered, should we replicate last time's folly, the inheritance may remain forever elusive. Thus, he wished to gauge the sentiments of Dugu Ninyu and the 18th prince of Aoshi dynasty. Ideally, they could ensure the inheritance's emergence before disputing its ownership. Oh, Brother Zhao Fei, what do you mean? If you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to express them, inquired the 18th prince of Aoshi dynasty. Somewhat puzzled by Zhao Fei's words. Speak candidly, do not withhold your thoughts, Dugu Ninyu added. Initially, she had hoped that the members of the Xianyu dynasty would sacrifice their lives to assist Night Owl in buying her time. However, given Zhao Fei's current stance, which seemed to suggest an aversion to instigating chaos, she resolved to heed his perspective. If they could unlock the inheritance before engaging in battle, it would not be a disadvantage for her. Ha. Since both of you are so forthright, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Zhao Fei replied with a smile. Last time the inheritance was revealed, our 3 families fell into chaos, leading to no one reaping any benefits. This time, let us collaborate to unlock the formation surrounding the Hall of Inheritance, and afterward, we can contend for it based on our strength. This way, regardless of who obtains the inheritance, we shall not have come in vain. What do you think? Zhao Fei concluded, turning his gaze towards Dugu Ninyu and the others. In response to Zhao Fei's proposal,